At this moment inside the shelter, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with a silver metal lighter in his hand. Then, accompanied with a clicking sound, the lid of the lighter was opened and closed by him. The flame burned brightly, and the red flame was thin and long, as sharp as a saber. It was snowing outside the window, but the shelter was warm as spring. Zhang Yi looked at the flame in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to disclose everything to the people around him. After all, to achieve his desired results, he would, one way or the other, need their help. He also knew that Bienen Junwu and the others are probably at or close to Aoshan district by now, and this was all within his expectations. And although he lied to them by omitting some relevant details and suspicions to make them stay in the city, it was absolutely necessary because the large number of hidden zombies will soon usher in an outbreak. And that means that the real zombie war in Tianhai City is not far away either. Everything so far was progressing slowly, but if it all goes as he is expecting, then the previous battle at the camp of the Snow Worship Sect was just a realistic drama. However, this time around, the decisive battle will have a pressure index raised by many levels. And, in the end, if things are not well controlled, the entire Tianhai City will be destroyed by the zombie tide. Zhang Yi must grasp the measure and control the development of the situation within his ability. At the very least, he must ensure that he and the people around him can survive. And at the absolute worst, he must survive at all cost. It's time. They should also be mentally prepared. Zhang Yi closed the lid of the lighter with a click, and then called out to the AI system in the shelter. "Shao AI, help me notify everyone in the shelter. Tell them all to come to the living room immediately." The AI's voice sounded, replying that it understands the command. Then, the very next second, it announced the command to every corner of the shelter. When everyone heard this, they showed a curious look on their faces. Because, except Yang Xinxin, no one knew that the zombie crisis had not been resolved. And in the past, Zhang Yi would only call everyone for a meeting when they were facing major problems. So, everyone was alert and curious as to what had happened again. Yang Xinxin had a dark smile on her face as she controlled her wheelchair and left the control room with a knowing look. "Oh, big brother, is it time to take the next step already?" A few minutes later, everyone in the shelter gathered in the lounging room, and they all looked at Zhang Yi with concern. "Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Did something happen again?" Seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression, it was obvious to everyone that there was a storm coming. So as everyone was questioning Zhang Yi as to why he called for a gathering, Yang Xinxin also acted as though she was clueless to what was going on. "Big brother," she said, "any new discoveries?" Zhang Yi didn't keep them in suspense and told them what happened directly. "After the battle, I did some investigation and found something alarming. I found out that the zombie siege was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. There is also a huge conspiracy behind it that directly or indirectly affect everyone in Tianhai City." Zhang Yi said everything in a gentle tone, starting from Zhou Qir's discovery of Yuan Konga having multiple superpowers. It ended with him discovering a large number of zombies hidden in Aoshan district. Zhang Yi even displayed that piece of evidence on the large screen for everyone to see. And because the matter was too complicated, and the layout was too meticulous and had long-term goal, Zhang Yi had to slow down and analyze it for them bit by bit. By the time he was done telling the story, half an hour had passed. The air in the room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Everyone had a strange expression on their face. They felt like they were listening to a suspense story with constant twists and turns. If you don't listen carefully to any detail, it's hard to figure out the ins and outs of it. You can slowly savor the fun of the story, he continued lightly. Now everyone just needs to remember that the ultimate goal of Yuan Konga and the Snow Worship Sect is to destroy all the forces in Tianhai City. Then, if possible, gain the power of all the mutants in the city. As for what plans she has in the future, it has nothing to do with us. Our real problem is how to get rid of this big trouble of her right now. Yang Min, who was standing not far from Zhang Yi, had a pale face when she heard this. She had her fingers intertwined, and with a voice like she's talking for the first time, she asked, "Then, won't she have to kill me?" Death Return is an ability that will only be activated after killing the mutant who has been implanted with an ice soul. In the shelter, only Yang Min had been implanted with an ice soul. And although her ability is more auxiliary, it was very useful. But the key point is that, when it comes to Yuan Konga, she has no intention of letting anyone survive when she was done. Ice soul or no ice soul, killing one person or 1,000 was still killing, and inconsequential in her eyes, so there was no reason to let Yang Min go. Her cousin Zhou Qir secretly felt lucky that she didn't take an ice soul. She also finally understood why Zhang Yi was so against it. Zhang Yi comforted Yang Min and said calmly, "You don't have to worry for now. If things go as we expected, Yuan Konga's conspiracy will not succeed. But this made Liang Yu ask worriedly. But if it is really as you said, Yuan Konga now has at least a dozen or even dozens or possibly hundreds of supernatural powers. Who can deal with her? Zhang Yi crossed his hands under his chin. Yes. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi said the name seriously. This is why he tried his best to keep the investigation team. When Zhang Yi said Bienen Junwu's name, Liang Yu, Uncle Yu and Chunlei nodded. They have all seen Bienen Junwu's strength. That kind of powerful and terrifying pupil technique can instantly destroy everything the eyes can see. If it weren't for the side effects, Bienen Junwu's ability rating would definitely be qualified to reach the Epsilon level. But for Zhang Yi, as long as his power can disintegrate Yuan Konga's conspiracy, that's enough. Whether Bienen Junwu's lifespan eventually shortens to the point that he even dies, if it's still a result he hopes for, then it's fine. Zhang Yi knew that this was a bit unkind and completely cruel, but in order for himself and the people around him to live well, he could only sacrifice some people who had nothing to do with him. And although there was a little bit of guilt in his heart, it was because Bienen Junwu had invited him to join Blizzard City and showed some goodwill. But I have no choice. Zhang Yi secretly reassures himself. If only one side can survive, I will choose me and the people around me, always. Then, Zhang Yi began to tell everyone about the future plan. I tell you this so that you can be mentally prepared. If the situation gets out of control and the investigation team fails, we must leave Tianhai City. There are enough supplies in my alternate space to survive well even if we go somewhere else. The only regret is that we will lose this shelter with a top-level defense system. So, non-combatants, don't take off your clothes when you sleep these days. Be ready to transfer at any time. As for combatants, your task is the simplest. Be ready to fight at any time, and then follow my orders. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, everyone had no objections. Liang Yu asked curiously, what about the other forces, the zombies or the snow worship sect? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, looked at her dimly and stretched out his hand, pointing to the sky. At that time, the god of death of love will attack indiscriminately and destroy the entire Tianhai City in an instant. Zhang Yi was uncharacteristically relaxed when he said this. Not only do they have to deal with zombies in the hundreds of thousands, but they also have to deal with an extremely powerful mutant. This situation was simply despairing. And not only was Zhang Yi making a light joke of their situation, but was also very relaxed as well. Everyone's expression, on the other hand, was basically incredulous with a bitter smile. If that situation really happened, they would have no room for resistance. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa, his eyes momentarily closed as he takes a deep breath. He said lightly, if it's like that, let it be. Everything that's supposed to come will eventually come. I have planned everything. What man proposes, God disposes. Whether everything can develop as smoothly as imagined depends on God's will. Zhang Yi is self-aware, although he and Yang Xinxin have made plans to deal with the zombie tide and the snow worship sect. But this world is full of surprises. Therefore, he arranged a retreat for everyone. Once the plan fails, they must leave Tianhai City as soon as possible. And for Yuan Konga and the others, the person she hates the most wasn't him, Zhang Yi, but the leaders of the other major forces. After all, after the end of the world, the grievances between them were the deepest, and Yuan Konga would definitely deal with them first. Zhang Yi told everyone to go and get ready, and after saying all this, inwardly, he hopes this plan of his goes smoothly. Then, he took out the satellite phone and started the mechanical mouse. Let this lead the way for Bienen Junwu and the others, he commented with a smile. The scene shifts to Aoshan District, at the entrance of the subway tunnel. Bienen Junwu and his team had arrived. And as usual, Meng Xiu was asked to use her ability to investigate the situation below, and then the others would follow in to investigate. They were not afraid of the zombies, but they were confused and worried about the manipulator behind them. But now, they first had to confirm whether the information provided by Zhang Yi was true. Everyone entered the depths of the tunnel and began to slowly use Meng Xiu's ability to investigate the surrounding situation, and then moved forward. Zhang Yi gave them the specific location where the zombies were found, and they soon found this place. Meng Xiu's ability can cover an area of 3 kilometers. So with her ability activated, she saw everything deep in the subway tunnel. The zombies lying densely in the muddy and humid environment made her look extremely solemn. How is it, Xiaoyu? Seeing that her expression was not right, Bienen Junwu asked. Meng Xiu took a deep breath, and then said to her teammates, there are indeed zombies here, and the number is very scary, at least hundreds of thousands. Hearing that there are so many zombies here, everyone frowned. But they were not too scared. They already have rich experience in dealing with zombies. They know the combat effectiveness of the zombie group and their habits. The sleeping zombies will not wake up unless they are controlled by the corpse king or smell the breath of the living. Bienen Junwu pushed his dark sunglasses. Then we will later destroy them. Bienen Junwu decided to take everyone to retreat from the subway first. Then call for support from the Jiangnan district and directly use missiles to attack this coordinate. Now, it is impossible to clean up such a large number of zombies with just them and the remaining forces of Tianhai City. We must ask for help. Everyone nodded, but just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard a series of low roars from the end of the tunnel. It was like a flood coming from the end of the tunnel, and even the ground under their feet was shaking. Bailey Chongqing immediately shouted, "Oh no! It's the tide of corpses!" The seven-man team's expression immediately changed. They were obviously careful enough and did not rashly approach the location of the corpse group. But they were still discovered by them. Now they have no other choice but to evacuate quickly. Go! Escape to the ground. Bienen Junwu gave an order, and everyone quickly started to run back. Just behind them, the corpse group swept in like a torrent. There was a scarlet, bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. In the huge torrent, there were also huge copper-armored corpses, and even copper-armored flying corpses with wings took off and flew away from the top of the torrent. The sudden zombie riot forced the investigation team to quickly flee underground. Something is wrong. Why are the actions of these zombies different from before? Wu Di said this, gritting his teeth. Bailey Chongqing explained calmly while running. If everything is really as we thought, perhaps everything the zombies showed before was just a performance. Performance? Are they performing for us? Wu Di asked. Bailey Chongqing nodded. Their purpose is to make us think that the mission was completed and then leave Tianhai City. Thinking about it now, it was really too easy for us to kill the Corpse King. Especially in that battle, all the zombie kings all appeared in the same area. It was as if they were placed there for us to kill. For the first time, Bailey Chongqing lost his calm smile on his face. His expression was a little gloomy. Now we have to complete the mission, not to kill the so-called Corpse King, but the manipulator behind the zombie group. As he was running, the bronze-armored flying corpse behind him had already caught up. Wu Di condensed a floating cannon in his right hand, aimed at it and fired. A powerful energy beam hit the copper-armored flying corpse, opening a large hole in its chest and knocking it to the ground. But such an injury was not enough to kill it. It was obvious that its defense was stronger than that of an ordinary copper-armored corpse. However, another one soon replaced the other in the air, roaring angrily and chasing after them. The sound of its wings was getting louder and louder. Behind it, dozens of copper-armored flying corpses had already reached the investigation team. Bailey Chongqing took off the huge Black Knight's lance from his back and turned to face them. The nearly 3-meter-long lance danced like a windmill in his hand. And as a strengthening mutant, his ability simply strengthens the body's various functions. Also, as one of the top warriors in Blizzard City, he can hardly find an opponent in hand-to-hand combat. After all, he was an unbreakable shield mountain. Bailey Chongqing had a cold smile on his face and swept the lance in his hand towards the copper-armored flying corpse in front of him. A huge copper-armored flying corpse was hit by him in the waist. With a click, the slender waist was broken directly, and the huge body was smashed out like a garbage bag. Bastards, since you won't go back to the depths of the tunnel, I'll send you back home. He then shouted for the rest to leave first. He was obviously a strong man with a height of nearly 2 meters, wielding a huge and heavy weapon. He can definitely hold on for the others to get to safety. You must protect the boss and the others, so leave first, I'll cover the rear. He said this to Wu Di, who nodded in agreement. So as the torrent of zombies rumbled and rushed forward, Bailey Chongqing stood his grounds as Bienen Junwu and the others ran to the subway exit. They didn't even look behind them, and this was due to the trust they had in him. So as Bailey Chongqing faced the tide alone, his movements were extremely flexible, creating a black afterimage on the lance in his hand. His attacks were so fierce that not even the copper-armored flying corpses could dodge. Immediately as the team made it out of the subway and got in the van, a deafening explosion occurred at the entrance of the tunnel seconds later. And immediately after, Bailey Chongqing came out, covered in black smoke as he coughs a little. He held his lance in his hand, and his body was also covered with mucus, which was the blood of zombies. Bailey Chongqing quickly got inside the van and told Meng Xiu to drive. Let's go. There's too many of them. With everyone safely inside, Meng Xiu drove the van at full speed and fled far away. Bienen Junwu looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the zombies were pouring out of the cave in a dense mass, and then ran all the way across the snowfield. The most terrifying ones were the bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses. They were faster than the ordinary zombies, chasing closely behind the car and making a harsh hissing sound. Wu Di gritted his teeth. opened the car window, and fired the floating gun at the back. Sharpshooter Qi Guangming also stood up from the skylight, raised his black sniper rifle and began to snipe the zombies behind him. But this sight made them feel terrified. The overwhelming zombies came like a tsunami, and they were like a small boat that was about to be submerged by the tsunami. Now the competition was speed. Once their car was submerged by zombies, everyone would definitely die there. Even the top mutants would not be able to survive if they encountered such a large number of zombies. As Sharpshooter Qi Guangming continued to snipe the zombies with his black rifle, a flying bronze-armored corpse, with its long, sharp, and piercing claws, closed the distance between them in an instant. Seeing this, Qi Guangming's eyes widened, realizing that it was too late to dodge. Damn it! It's too late, he thought. Fortunately for him, a dazzling golden light swept directly in front of him, then across. And as he got over his initial shock and looked below him, it was Bienen Junwu, who had taken off his sunglasses and activated his destructive power, Nirvana. Bienen Junwu then appeared from the front window with his power still activated. Then seconds later, the large part of the huge zombie swarm was immediately melted away. There were at least thousands of zombies, and they were destroyed by this single attack. With the zombie tide completely annihilated, the group drove off, escaping with their lives. However, seconds after, another deafening sound echoed throughout the entire van. And this was Bienen Junwu, who was coughing even more violently than before. With his current physical condition, every time he activated his destructive power, Nirvana, he was consuming his already limited lifespan. But the situation they were recently in left him no choice. They had no way to hold the zombie tide back, and safely flee from there as well. Bienen Junwu bought a certain amount of time for the car, and the zombie swarm behind him was pulled away. But they still stared at Bienen Junwu and the others, and the speed of pursuit did not slow down at all. Bienen Junwu's heart sank. Seeing the horror of this zombie swarm, he finally realized that the previous mission could be completed so easily, and it must be someone who did it deliberately. And this time, the zombie operator thought they had left Tianhai City, so he or she lost control of the zombies. This made the investigation team see the real horror of the zombie swarm. Boss, these things don't know how to get tired. It's not a solution to keep running like this. We have to ask for help, Bailey Chongqing said with a serious face. Bienen Junwu stopped coughing forcibly, with a large amount of blood on the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Let's go to the nearest shelter first, then notify all the forces in Tianhai City and ask them to send people to help." It was too late to ask for help from the Jiangnan region. It is impossible to let them launch missiles and carry out indiscriminate attacks, right? They will die too. Several large shelters are undoubtedly the best choice now. Those were fortifications built for the state of war. As long as they hide underground, no matter how many zombies there are, they can't break through in a short time. Meng Xiu was already checking the map. The nearest shelter is Radiant Prosperity Base. Go there, then notify other families and send people to assist immediately, Bienen Junwu said decisively. Yes, boss. Meng Xiu drove the car towards Radiant Prosperity Base while sending messages to the major forces. At this moment inside the base of Radiant Prosperity Base, Xiao Honglian, who had been in a good mood ever since the war ended, was in thoughts with her arms leisurely folded. Xiao Honglian was a bit puzzled, wondering why Zhang Yi requested for the information about all the leaders of the major forces, even though none of them pose a threat to him anyway, especially Yuan Konga and Zheng Yi of the Snow Worship sect. And although she hadn't figured out why, she was sure Zhang Yi definitely had a motive. But at that very second, her thoughts was cut off by a call. A video call. Meng Xiu, in a rushed tone, told her that a wave of zombies was coming, so they were heading to her place right now to take refuge. Xiao Honglian needed to prepare with very little amount of time. After Xiao Honglian received the news, she jumped up from her chair, stunned. Didn't they say that the zombie problem has been solved? Why are you here again suddenly? And why do you want to seek refuge here? Xiao Honglian instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she thought of the Jiangnan region behind the investigation team, she could only grit her teeth and ask what was going on. However, her question was left unanswered as the video call abruptly ended, and by some coincidence, her right-hand man, Zhuge Qingting, came in at that precise moment with a report. Boss, production has resumed at the base. What are your plans for the future? Indeed, the base had resumed production, and the chimneys of the refinery were emitting black smoke. In an angry and rushed manner, Xiao Honglian, with a surprised look on her face, shouted at Zhuge Qingting, telling him to carry out her orders immediately. Notify everyone now and go back to the shelter immediately. A large-scale corpse tide is coming soon. Let them hide quickly. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zhuge Qingting was stunned for a moment. Corpse tide. Xiao Honglian said impatiently. There is no time to explain to you, so do it now. Quickly. From Xiao Honglian's urgent tone, Zhuge Qingting saw the urgency of the situation and did not dare to ask any more questions. He hurried to the propaganda room to use the radio to notify everyone in the refinery to immediately retreat to the underground shelter. Meanwhile, at the shelter in Luck Manor, Zhang Yi, like the rest of the other forces, had received the news. Zhang Yi, we need your help now. The other teams have agreed to resist the zombie tide, and everyone is heading to the shelter at Radiant Prosperity Base. Zhang Yi responded calmly when he heard this. We'll be there soon. After learning that Bienen Junwu and the others had fled to Radiant Prosperity Base, Zhang Yi knew that his plan had taken an expected turn he didn't wanted. This possibility, although expected, had a counter-plan in place. And he also didn't want Bienen Junwu and the others to die, or for them to completely destroy the zombie tide. At least not yet. The investigation team and the zombie tide had a purpose to serve after all. And behind all this, the real enemy was definitely still conspiring with or without this current turn of events. Therefore, only by getting rid of them can all this come to an end. And Bienen Junwu's power was indispensable and critical to this current plan of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa and began to change to his combat uniform. Then he checked all the equipment on his body. After doing all this, he called Liang Yu, Chunlei, and Uncle Yu over. They didn't know the ins and outs of everything Zhang Yi had planned, but they were completely on board. Zhang Yi told them they were going to Radiant Prosperity Base to help the investigation team out. Although everyone was prepared, no one expected things to develop so quickly. They had just returned from the Snow Worship sect not long ago, and they were about to face a new round of turmoil. Don't worry too much. Everyone should stay close to me. Once the situation goes wrong, I will use my two-dimensional doors to quickly travel through space. Then, take you all and flee the battlefield to the shelter as soon as possible. Hearing this, they nodded in understanding, and the eyes of the three were indeed much more reassuring. Following a captain with top-notch life-saving methods had a huge benefit, and the sense of security was easily felt. It didn't matter whether they win or not, the most important thing is that they don't die. Zhang Yi then tells them to go gear up. He will inform Zhokir and the others. Zhang Yi quickly found Zhokir, who wanted to go with him this time also. But Zhang Yi told her what she and the others need to do in the meantime. Don't be idle at home. Put the most important things on you in order and pack them up in the living room. If there is any accident over there, we will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Don't bring too much things because we don't lack a lot of things. Each person can only have one package at most, remember? Several women in the family, who showed up at the scene at this moment, had a worried look on their faces. Zhokir replied that she understands and will fill the rest in about what to do. Yang Xinxin looked calm. She didn't have anything special to bring. Nothing more than a laptop. Brother, don't forget, that's our only chance. She reminded Zhang Yi with a stern look. Zhang Yi, with a similar look, turned his head slightly and nodded slowly. I understand. Until now, except for Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin, no one else really understood how big the crisis they were facing this time. Before they could properly say their goodbyes, Liang Yu, Chunlei, and Uncle Yu came in with their equipment, geared up and ready to leave. We are leaving. Please remember to prepare everything and wait for us in the living room. Zhang Yi patted Zhokir on the head when he said this. Then, they immediately set off to assist the investigation team at Radiant Prosperity Base. Zhokir stood at the window and watched them leave, feeling powerless. On the other side, at the camp of the Snow Worship sect, when Zhang Yixian saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply. He then crossed the ruins and came to St. John's Cathedral, where he found Yuan Konga praying. Something happened, Zhang Yixian said directly. Yuan Konga slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at Zhang Yixian. There was a wave of light in her cold eyes, with a touch of indifference that was not like that of a human, and piety to the gods. Zhang Yixian said word by word. The matter in Aoshan district was discovered by the investigation team of Jiangnan district. When Yuan Konga heard this, a touch of emotion appeared on her face. Jiangnan district, these 4 words are very deterrent to her. At least now, it is not an existence she is willing to face. Didn't they leave Tianhai City? Why did they appear in Aoshan? Aoshan district was very remote. After the end of the world, there was no one living there immediately after. It was almost a dead place. When the zombie crisis broke out, there was no zombie group active there. Therefore, they chose Aoshan district as the place to hide the zombie group. Even if the investigation team was very careful, they can't search the huge Tianhai City. That's why Yuan Konga felt surprised. Zhang Yixian shook his head. I don't know either. Logically speaking, even if they are searching, they will search around the 5 major forces. After all, these places are the most densely populated. So this is not good news. Yuan Konga frowned slightly. not understanding whether all this was a coincidence or someone did it on purpose. Zhang Yi said, "Now, the zombies have been alarmed and had started to attack the investigation team. They asked us to come over for support and had currently fled to the shelter at Radiant Prosperity Base." Yuan Konga looked up at him. Could this be a trap? A trap to lure us over and then annihilate them in one fell swoop? Zhang Yi was also unable to confirm. He said, "Only the Bloodvine can communicate with the white corpses. The information I got is that the zombies have indeed been disturbed." Yuan Konga was silent. She lowered her head and thought, "Now, the remaining forces in Tianhai City are not enough to compete with me, but I am afraid of the power of those people in Jiangnan District, especially the power of Bienen Junwu, the terrible power that destroys everything in sight. Even Yuan Konga is deeply afraid of it now, but also covet it. This may be the reason why she gave an ice soul to Bienen Junwu. And at present, she had absorbed 36 kinds of superpowers, but none of them can reach 1/10 of the destructive power of Nirvana. If we don't go, it will arouse their suspicion, right?" Yuan Konga said lightly. Zhang Yi thought about it and nodded in agreement. "You are right, we should go there. But I only need to go there. You can stay here, and even if there is an accident, you will be fine." He looked at Yuan Konga's cold face, and his eyes revealed an unconcealable warmth. That was a love that could not be expressed directly, but was deeply hidden in the heart. Yuan Konga did not reject Zhang Yixian's proposal. Even though she knew that this might be a trap, compared to her great wish, no one was not expendable. Yuan Konga walked over and gently hugged Zhang Yixian's body. "Only you treat me the best." A few minutes later, Zhang Yixian left the church. He summoned the few remaining priests and fathers of the sect, and after briefly explaining the current situation, he called his generals to assist him on his journey. 3 of them had to stay behind, the rest could come along. Basically, all the combat forces that could be dispatched were brought by Zhang Yixian. With the current state of the sect, only one place was still worth protecting. And as for the person he cares about most, no one needs to protect her anymore. So, without ordinary soldiers, they drove towards the coordinate of Radiant Prosperity Base. Meanwhile, at Radiant Prosperity Base, Xiao Honglian was waiting outside with some soldiers for the investigation team. With the little time given, she had managed to quickly arrange for everyone to hide in the shelter. Bienen Junwu and his team drove their modified van and quickly approached the base with a grand entrance. From a distance, Xiao Honglian and her men saw the raging snowstorm on the snowfield, surging from the end of the horizon. They had never seen such a scene before. Even though they had fought against the zombie tide before, the zombie tide they encountered had never been as violent as today. Damn it! What kind of thing did they provoke? Xiao Honglian's face also showed a look of fear. With their remaining combat power, it is absolutely impossible to deal with such a huge zombie tide. The black modified van drove into the Radiant Prosperity Base, and Xiao Honglian immediately led her men at the entrance, shouting, "Quick, come here!" The van immediately drove in the direction indicated by Xiao Honglian. With the gates opened, the van did not stop and quickly made its way in. Bienen Junwu, Bailey Chongqing, and Kong Sheng jumped down with weapons in their hands. "Hide in the shelter quickly, the zombies behind are too big." Xiao Honglian and the others had already seen it without them having to explain. The zombies followed closely, covering the sky and the ground, and will soon cover all the space around the refinery. With the tide's current number and aggression, Xiao Honglian felt like she was being stabbed with a sharp knife. She knew that, one way or the other, her refinery was completely finished. Once the battlefield was determined to be here, the entire refinery would definitely be destroyed. But now was not the time to think of such things. "Hurry up, we must hide immediately." Xiao Honglian could not think of resisting at all. Fighting against this scale of zombies was simply courting death. Everyone currently outside the doors killed some of the zombies in the front, and then quickly retreated. At the entrance of the shelter, several soldiers guarded the gate and shouted loudly, "Hurry! Come in!" Meng Xiu drove the van into the shelter. Then Bienen Junwu and the rest cleared some of the zombies that followed, and quickly jumped into the gate. Xiao Honglian gave an order to close the extremely heavy door of the shelter. It was a door made of 7 thick alloys. Once it was closed, no matter how large the zombie tide was, it would be impossible to break through. Not long after everyone hid in the shelter, the land was completely occupied by the zombie tide. They smelled the breath of the living, so they kept roaring and howling in the sky at the other side, and desperately attacked the door. And all this could be seen through the surveillance inside the shelter. Everyone, including Bienen Junwu, breathed a sigh of relief. Bienen Junwu noticed that Xiao Honglian's face was very ugly. After all, the base that she had worked so hard to build for so long was destroyed in an instant. How could she be happy? Bienen Junwu said to her, "I have notified Zhang Yi, Xing Tian, Wei Dinghai and the people of the Snow Worship Sect. They will soon bring people to help us. Then we can work together inside and outside to eliminate the zombie tide outside." Xiao Honglian slams the center console in frustration. She didn't need that false reassurance at the moment, because judging from the scale of the zombie tide outside, it is no less than the level they faced in the camp of the Snow Worship Sect that day. But now, their combat effectiveness is less than half of what it was before. How can we fight? Can't you apply for support from the Jiangnan region? Xiao Honglian stared at Bienen Junwu and asked with a serious expression. Bienen Junwu replied in his usual cold tone, "It's not that easy to transfer people from the Jiangnan region. Basically, every investigation team has a mission, and you can't just transfer people around. If you really need to transfer people, you need instructions from the higher-ups." Indeed, factually speaking, Bienen Junwu and his investigation team were one of the best combat forces in the Jiangnan region. And at present, it was a given that the problems they couldn't solve were not things that could be solved by transferring other teams, unless a large force is mobilized to come and annihilate the zombie tide. But to do so, it is necessary to get instructions from the highest level of the Jiangnan region, which is much more troublesome. Then what should we do? Are we supposed to just wait here to die? Xiao Honglian closed her eyes, her tone somewhat helpless. Did she blame the investigation team? There seemed to be no reason to blame them. After all, the zombie crisis itself was a problem that Tianhai City had to face on its own. Even if the investigation team had not come, they would have to solve these problems sooner or later. So she could not complain about them coming to help. She just felt a little sad. Meng Xiu turned on the computer and quickly obtained the footage outside the shelter through the satellite system. This is the situation outside. Bienen Junwu, Xiao Honglian and the others came to the computer to check the scene outside. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire refinery has been completely occupied by dense swarms of zombies. That feeling is like a farmland full of locusts. People with intensive phobia will have an attack of the disease just by looking at it. Well, now none of us can get out. Xiao Honglian said this with her arms folded as she sighed helplessly. Radiant Prosperity Base was completely engulfed by the zombie tide, and they were roaring and gathering outside the underground shelter of the base. They used various methods to attack the gate of the shelter. Fortunately, this was a military base prepared for war. Even if they attacked with missiles, they had to go through multiple rounds of bombing. With the simple offensive means of these zombies, they could not pose a threat at all. This gave the people in the shelter a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. However, judging from the current situation, it would be too difficult to get out of the shelter. Although the investigation team was composed of elite soldiers, they could only deal with tens of thousands of zombies at most. However, there were hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, and there were a large number of bronze-armored zombies with combat power comparable to that of mutants, as well as bronze-armored flying zombies that could fly. Together, they would definitely not be able to defeat these things. Bienen Junwu frowned slightly, and he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. "Boss! Captain, are you okay?" The subordinates next to him, Wu Di and Bailey Chongqing, looked at Bienen Junwu with concern. Bienen Junwu waved his hand. "It's okay. Now it seems that we have to rely on outside forces." A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, although the blood there had not been wiped clean. "Now that they are gathered together, we can apply to the headquarters for airstrike support." Xiao Honglian was refreshed. "Do you mean to say that we can let the Jiangnan district launch missiles here? Nothing is more useful than a missile." "Great. One missile will turn hundreds of thousands of zombies outside into ashes." Bienen Junwu nodded. At this point, this is the only way. They were forced into a desperate situation. They had no way to clean up such a large-scale zombie tide. Although Bienen Junwu was very proud, he would not joke about the lives of himself and his companions. Bienen Junwu took out his satellite phone and began to contact the highest level of the military region in the Jiangnan district. With his authority, he could directly contact Zhu Zhang, who was the highest commander of the Jiangnan region. Not long after, the call was connected. Bienen Junwu explained the situation at his end to Zhu Zhang. "We need support. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies outside our current location, and they have completely surrounded the shelter we're in." "Really? Has the problem in Tianhai City become so serious?" The scene shifted to 11 minutes earlier at the Jiangnan district headquarters in Blizzard City. This city, which was covered by huge gray walls, was snowing heavily. The outer wall of the command center was made of thick bulletproof glass, so that the people in the high rooms can clearly see the scenery of Blizzard City. In front of the glass wall stood a soldier in his 50s. And with an upright posture, he was wearing a brown trench coat, and underneath it was a green military uniform, which had a shining general star on the shoulder. His gray hair was combed meticulously, and his face was as firm as a sharp knife, with his eyes as sharp as an eagle. He was the highest commander of the Jiangnan district, Commander Zhu Zheng. After receiving the report from Bienen Junwu a day ago, Zhu Zheng's face showed a serious expression. I don't know how Bienen Junwu's team is doing in dealing with the zombies in Tianhai City. Why haven't they returned yet? But at this moment, a call came through from his satellite phone, interrupting his thoughts. It was a call from Bienen Junwu. So as Commander Zhu Zheng picked up the call, Bienen Junwu gave him a status update about their current situation. After receiving an affirmative reply, Commander Zhu Zheng was surprised that the problem in Tianhai City had become so serious that Bienen Junwu and his team, for the first time, needed their support. Tianhai City is only more than 300 kilometers away from Blizzard City. Once the zombie crisis there breaks out, it will affect Blizzard City in a few days. At the beginning, Zhu Zheng did not take the so-called zombies seriously. He only sent one of his most elite investigation teams to solve the problem there. But he didn't expect that Bienen Junwu and the others to be trapped in that place, that they even needed to ask for help from headquarters. He knew that the 7 people in that team are all first-class mutants in Blizzard City. Wait a minute. Zhu Zheng said this and turned to the back of the command room. There was a huge display screen on the wall. He said calmly, "Pull up the scene around the shelter of Radiant Prosperity Base." The artificial intelligence quickly pulled up the satellite image of that area. In the video, zombies gathered like ants on the vast snowfield, and the area was 10 kilometers in radius. After counting, the artificial intelligence gave a specific number. The number of zombies in the picture was 395,861. Among them, there are 395,521 humanoid zombies and 340 large zombies. Zhu Zheng was stunned. Such a number of zombies is like a huge army for war. Even if missiles are used for attack, it may be difficult to eliminate this large number of zombies in such a large area. Zhu Zheng's expression was very solemn. The seriousness of the situation was beyond his imagination. He picked up the satellite phone and said to Bienen Junwu, "There are too many zombies, and it would take hundreds of missiles to kill them all." Bienen Junwu heard Zhu Zheng's words and immediately understood what he meant at the other end. You see, missiles were also strategic weapons for large military regions. At present, it was almost impossible for one arsenal to even be produced. So one less missile is one less. Zhu Zheng can't use a large number of missiles to eliminate hundreds of thousands of zombies. To eliminate so many zombies, the most effective way is to use the God of Death of Love. The shelter of Radiant Prosperity Base is located 172 meters underground, and its defense was very strong. I plan to launch the God of Love directly to that place. In this way, this wave of zombies can be completely eliminated. Zhu Zheng decided to launch the doomsday weapon attack there without hesitation. Bienen Junwu's pupils shrank a little under his sunglasses when he heard this. But if that happens, the entire Tianhai City will become a wasteland. Zhu Zheng said coldly, "Aren't there only a few living people in Tianhai City? Sacrificing a small number of people now to prevent the zombie crisis from spreading to other cities is the most effective means at present." Bienen Junwu knew that what Zhu Zheng said was right. Currently, there may be only tens of thousands of living people in Tianhai City. Launching the God of Love is undoubtedly the wisest way. However, the problem is that wherever the God of Death of Love passes, radioactive gas will remain in the air for nearly 20 years until it disappears, which means they had to stay in the underground shelter for nearly 20 years. Bienen Junwu and his men have no way to leave the shelter and return to the ground. And in the shelter, those supplies will not last for 20 years. So this meant that they were going to die in a sunlightless underground. Bienen Junwu knew that he could not rely on the region at this time. "Zhu Zheng, please give us some time. I want to try again for one last time." Zhu Zheng heard this and was silent for a moment before whispering, "Okay, I'll give you some time. After 24 hours, if you can't solve the zombie tide, then I will deploy the Death of Love." Zhu Zheng knew that if Bienen Junwu and the local forces of Tianhai City could not solve the zombie problem within 24 hours, then giving them more time would be meaningless. As the highest commander of the Jiangnan region, he would not be so soft-hearted as to allow a possible crisis to spread to the entire Jiangnan region for the sake of a few subordinates, or even the whole country. Bienen Junwu ended the call, and his face remained expressionless, which made Xiao Honglian and the others anxious, wondering what the result of the inquiry was. In her anxious state, Xiao Honglian asked Bienen Junwu, "What did the region say? When will the missile support arrive?" She now placed all her hopes on the assistance of the Jiangnan region. Bienen Junwu glanced at her and replied coldly, "The news from the headquarters is that there are too many zombies, so they've decided to use the Death of Love to eliminate them." Hearing Bienen Junwu's words, everyone around him widened their eyes and couldn't help but shout simultaneously, "What? The death of love, also known as the doomsday weapon, is a forbidden weapon before the end of the world. Its power is extremely strong, but it will bring radiation effects to any piece of land it hits, turning it to a complete wasteland. So if Tianhai City is hit, directly or indirectly, by the death of love, it wouldn't matter if everyone in the shelter survives. Because the moment they step outside, they would die shortly after due to the existence of the radiation. How could this happen? Isn't this asking us to die underground? Xiao Honglian raised her angry eyebrows and shouted. Facing Xiao Honglian's anger, Bienen Junwu just said calmly, "At this time, anger is meaningless. We must find a way to deal with the zombies outside. Otherwise, we can only live underground until the supplies run out." He raised his wrist, revealing a black platinum Rolex watch. There are still 23 hours and 58 minutes before the death of love comes. Bienen Junwu didn't care about Xiao Honglian's emotions. After all, if anger was useful, then he would have been more angry than anyone else present. Xiao Honglian also quickly realized this problem, took a few deep breaths and tried to keep her emotions calm. None of them had the luxury of that anyway, and they needed to unite to solve the zombie crisis outside. Bienen Junwu said to Xiao Honglian, "Now, I need you to give me all the information in the shelter immediately, especially the weapons and equipment." Then he looked at Meng Xiu. "Xiao Yu, tell the other families everything about this matter. We have to let them know that if they don't do their best to help this time, everyone will be in dire straits." Meng Xiu nodded. "Yes, boss." Of course she knew that every bit of combat power was extremely important now. Bienen Junwu then pushed his frog mirror sunglasses and continued. "And we have to tell them that anyone who dares to escape will be hunted down endlessly by the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi, Xing Tian, Wei Dinghai and the Snow Worship Sect must be tied to their chariots." But at this moment, the scene shifts to Zhang Yixian, who was in thoughts with his eyes closed and arms folded. At this point, his emotions were even more complicated. Obviously, the tide of corpses was a monster created by them. However, with the current situation, it was a bit difficult to reverse. And they couldn't perfectly solve it either because it took a considerable amount of effort to get in touch with the corpse king through the bloodvine, and then control the entire group of corpses. With such a complicated information, it needed to be conveyed in a simple manner. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the corpse king to understand with its level of wisdom and intelligence. Also, letting the tide of corpses retreat like this will obviously easily arouse the suspicion of other forces. But just when Zhang Yixian was hesitating, he received a message from Meng Xiu. And after reading it, his expression turns pale. Love death? In 24 hours, the death of love would struck the entire Tianhai city. What he feared the most was eventually set in motion. The Jiangnan region, which had an absolute advantage in military force, could indeed easily wipe out all of them. Damn it! Zhang Yixian, who had always been relatively calm, was at this moment gritting his teeth in anger. He couldn't even help but hit the side of the car he sat nearest to. This must not happen. In 24 hours, what can I do to keep the members of the investigation team alive, make the tide of zombies retreat, and not arouse anyone's suspicion? He was in a dilemma, so with his brows furrowed, Zhang Yixian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he wanted to kill someone. Meanwhile, in the direction of Lujiang district, Zhang Yi and his team were also on their way when he received this news from Meng Xiu. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little surprised at first, but he soon began to smile brightly. That's right, instead of being afraid of the upcoming god of love, he smiled. Because all this, although it was different from what he expected, was generally not much different from what he planned. On the contrary, the existence of the death of love accelerated the progress of things. I wonder what the people of the Snow Worship Sect will do after they learn of the threat from the god of love. I'm sure they must have a way to influence the zombie tide, so they dare not let the investigation team die here. However, they must abandon these hundreds of thousands of zombies, which was their greatest asset. And once this wave of zombies is killed, at least in a short period of time, they will not be able to cultivate a large number of powerful zombies. Then we will have a chance to kill them. But Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the sky. Indistinctly, he seemed to see a death god holding a sickle falling from the sky and destroying everything. It's still a bit scary after all. The combat uniform does have some anti-radiation functions, and it is not a problem to resist low radiation intensity for a short period of time. He also has to make the worst plan. His alternate space is not suitable for living things to survive inside, but it is still no problem to hide for a short time. The time is about 1 minute, which Zhang Yi has tested personally. If he really senses that thing falling from the sky, Zhang Yi can take people to hide inside temporarily, escape the initial impact. Although it is not known whether it will work, it is at least a method that can be tried. The only prerequisite is that they cannot be in the central area of the descent. Zhang Yi took out a satellite phone and reminded Zhou Kier and the others who were still in the shelter. Kier, take the other people in the shelter and escape to the basement immediately, the third underground floor. Tianhai City may be hit. He also told the news to everyone in the car. And after the other three heard the news, their expressions became very nervous. Even though they were all extraordinary people facing this level of attack, they would be no different from ordinary people. And there was a high probability that they would all die. Liang Yu frowned and tightly grasped the steering wheel. She said nothing, thinking about how things had quickly developed. Chunlei, on the other hand, turned pale with fear. He placed his hands on his head and started shouting. It's over, it's over. This time I'm really going to die. Boss, how about we run away? 24 hours is enough for us to run out of Tianhai City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi turned his head slightly in his direction and said lightly, "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. They said that if we dare to run, we will be hunted down by the Jiangnan district in all directions without dead ends. Now, don't you think that the zombie tide is more terrible than the Jiangnan district?" Chunlei's face was ashen. Obviously, either of these two things can make him die without a burial place. Fighting with zombies, there is still a 50% chance of survival. But being targeted by the Jiangnan district, there is no chance of survival. After all, as long as the Jiangnan district wants them dead, they can always find them easily by determining their location through the powerful satellite monitoring system and network system. Isn't this embarrassing? Chunlei said this bitterly. Do we really have 24 hours left to deal with this? Uncle Yu sighed solemnly. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. How can that be done easily? Even if it is 300,000 pigs, we can't catch them all in 24 hours. Knowing that Tianhai City would suffer a devastating blow in less than a day, almost everyone was very nervous. Leaning back in his seat, Zhang Yi lowered his eyelids and said leisurely, "Don't worry. There is a solution to this zombie crisis. As long as we know that the Snow Worship sect is behind the zombies, then things will become much simpler. They didn't expect me to expose the location where they hid the corpses, and they must be in a mess now. But the trouble that comes next will not be ours, but theirs." Zhang Yi was not panicked at all. He knew that there must be a way to solve this zombie crisis. It depends on how the Snow Worship sect handles it. After all, they don't want to be destroyed by the god of love before they are about to fulfill their ambitions. A dark light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Everything is developing as planned, and it has not exceeded his guess. Now, it depends on whether the next event can achieve the effect he wants. Back inside the shelter at Radiant Prosperity Base, it seems that the shelter was naturally not just a bunker. As a fortress prepared for wartime, it also has a powerful self-defense system and powerful armed forces such as automatic machine guns. Bienen Junwu, Xiao Honglian and the others gathered around. And in front of them was a huge electronic information map. They began to formulate a plan to break out. Although it is extremely difficult to annihilate the zombie army of more than 300,000, there is still a chance, because those who survived are all top elites. Soon, a temporary plan was formulated. If you want to eliminate the zombies, the most important thing is to destroy their command center, that is, the Zombie King. But this time, we disturbed the zombies and they took the initiative to attack. Bienen Junwu pointed to Aoshan district on the map and said to everyone, "The Corpse King must be behind the zombies. So we must break out, confirm the location of the Corpse King, and kill him. The zombies are not so scary after losing their command. But how do we break out?" Xiao Honglian asked. "There are too many zombies. We can't do it with the firepower we have." Indeed, it was as she said. Among the zombies, there are a large number of bronze-armored zombies with combat power comparable to that of mutants. So even if Bienen Junwu and his people can deal with a few of them by themselves, there are hundreds more. And flying ones too. Bienen Junwu pushed his dark frog-shaped sunglasses and said calmly, "It seems we have to rely on that guy." And as he said this, a shadow of Zhang Yi emerged in his mind. Wu Di gritted his teeth, knowing who exactly his boss was implying. "I didn't expect that we would have to rely on that guy to save us at the critical moment." At this moment, Zhang Yi's vehicle had not yet reached Radiant Prosperity Base. His satellite phone suddenly rang, and the number displayed on the caller ID was Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, and the others looked over curiously. He knew that everyone was curious about the situation at Radiant Prosperity Base, so he turned on the loudspeaker when he took the call. "Captain Bienen, are you okay now?" Bienen Junwu's cold voice came from the phone. "It's okay now, but there is not much time left for all of us. Listen, Zhang Yi, don't rush to come to support now, go to the beach first. And use your ability to collect a lot of seawater." Zhang Yi and the others looked at each other and understood Bienen Junwu's plan. Facing hundreds of thousands of zombies, they did not have large-scale weapons to effectively reduce their number at the very least. But, with a large amount of seawater used as a weapon, its lethality was great in this current weather. And once most zombies are immersed in seawater, their movements will be greatly affected, and they will even be difficult to pose a threat to humans. Moreover, after a large amount of seawater is released onto the land, it will freeze in a short time. There is no doubt that this was a very useful method to deal with them. You want to take advantage of the extremely low temperature, release the seawater onto the land, and use the frozen seawater to weaken the zombies' mobility. Zhang Yi did not hesitate and continued with an affirmative reply that he got it. They should wait for him for 4 hours. He immediately asked Liang Yu to turn the car around and drive towards the East China Sea. Meanwhile, Xing Tian and the others were asked by Bienen Junwu to wait far away from Radiant Prosperity Base. They had to wait until everyone was ready before launching an attack on the zombies. The most important thing in this process was the seawater brought by Zhang Yi. 4 hours passed slowly, and every second of every minute was a torment for the people in the shelter. The people from the several major forces were also very nervous. They were very afraid of the arrival of the god of death of love. Especially Zhang Yixian, he was extremely entangled at this moment. He couldn't understand how the investigation team managed to find the zombies hidden by them. And now, a choice needed to be made. Either abandon the zombies in exchange for the trust of the Jiangnan district, so that there will be a chance to use the blood vine to slowly cultivate another batch of zombies, and strengthen their strength in the future. Or fight to the death and kill everyone in Tianhai City, including the investigation team. Obviously, the second approach was irrational. Not to mention the people hiding in the shelter. It would be difficult to break through and kill them in a short time with the zombies attack method. Also, it was extremely stupid to face the wrath of the Jiangnan district. Therefore, Zhang Yixian had to make the sad choice of abandoning the zombies to save the king. He would do nothing and let the zombies attack based on their instincts. And although it was painful for him, it was their only way. We have to act more realistically so that they can't find out that the zombies are controlled by us. Zhang Yixian remained seated in his vehicle, staring in the direction of Radiant Prosperity Base with cold eyes. He watched the dense group of zombies at a distance and became a bit resolved. Bienen Junwu and his team were not waste, and they shouldn't die so easily. On the other hand, Zhang Yi and his team had spent more than 4 hours. And finally, they brought enough seawater from the seaside. He contacted Bienen Junwu and told him the news. The seawater is ready, but we have to find a commanding height and then dump all of it. Don't have too much hope for the effect. It can only affect the formation of the zombies and slow down their movements. But the surroundings of the base were all flat land, and it is unlikely to completely submerge them. Bienen Junwu replied from the other end, "That's enough. It just need to buy us some time to break through. Only by breaking through first can we find the zombie king as an intelligent body and behead it. After killing the zombie king, the threat of the zombie group will be greatly reduced." And according to their search and analysis, it can be concluded that this was the last batch of zombies in Tianhai City. Not considering the people who secretly manipulated everything, at least after this battle, Tianhai City will not be troubled by zombies in the short term. Bienen Junwu's eyes were cold. He had made up his mind that after this zombie crisis, he would find the mastermind behind it all, the person who has the ability to control such a large group of corpses, and either let the person become a member of the Jiangnan region, or eliminate such person if there is any resistance. After Zhang Yi ended the call, he asked Liang Yu to drive towards the high point near Radiant Prosperity Base. Hearing this, she simply showed that he understands without uttering a word. A few minutes after, they made their way towards such area, and from a distance they could see a huge group of corpses a few kilometers away. A large black mass, and with just one look would make people feel fear. Fortunately, they were far enough away, and the attention of the corpses was still attracted by the shelter in the base. Otherwise, if they chased over at this time, it would also bring Zhang Yi and his team a lot of trouble. Bienen Junwu had contacted Xing Tian and the others to prepare for the battle. Once Zhang Yi started pouring seawater, the people in the shelter would start to fight back and try to break out. And at that time, they would need to create chaos outside to cover the investigation team and distract the core group combat forces around the base. So the 3 leaders from the other forces have already taken their positions nearby, just waiting for Bienen Junwu's orders, and they would launch a disruptive attack on the corpses outside. Although there are not many people left in the major forces, those who may have survived until now were all elites, so this task was not an inconvenience for them. Nearly half of them were captain-level mutants. Zhang Yi and his team stood to a cliff 4 kilometers away from the base, and looking down at the zombie scene there, Zhang Yi opened 2 huge dimensional doors. The next moment, 2 turbulent streams of water gushed out and poured down. Zhang Yi turned his head slightly towards his team with a smile. "Are you guys ready?" he said. Hearing this, the 3, with a resolved determination, nodded in unison that they are. The seawater flowed down from the cliff and immediately turned into 2 glaciers. There were many white ice flowers in the turbulent seawater, and then it flowed towards the flat land around Radiant Prosperity Base. Although these were all seawater taken from the deep sea area, and the salt content was very high. But even so, the surfaces of the seawater that quickly left the double doors quickly formed ice flowers after coming into contact with the air at -60 degrees. The roar of the seawater attracted the attention of some zombies. But when they turned around to look, they were immediately submerged by the surging seawater. Many others also turned around and roared at Zhang Yi and his team on the cliff. At this time, they were not actually commanded, so they didn't have the slightest intelligence, wisdom, or whatsoever. These batch of zombies were deliberately left dormant by Zhang Yi, so they only had the instinct to kill living people. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Yi and his team, a large number of zombies immediately rushed in their direction, heading directly towards the surging seawater. However, this mindless charge could not bring any threat to Zhang Yi and his team. Zhang Yi also discovered that the zombies were not as smart as in the previous actions. They did not even hide or avoid the turbulent seawater, which of course could not have any effect. Soon a large number of zombies were directly swallowed by the seawater. And in conjunction with it, the formation of the zombie tide was completely disrupted, like pushing down dominoes, causing the zombies to start chaos from the back. Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's really true. I knew that you, Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to fight to the death. Zhang Yi laughed. Then he dusted off his hands in a satisfied manner. You guys should just reveal your cards here, he thought. The seawater quickly submerged a large number of zombies. Tens of thousands of them. However, in this moment, they were still struggling desperately to rush towards Zhang Yi. But due to the surging seawater, they had no ability to move at all. Bienen Junwu saw this scene through the satellite and immediately gave the order. Begin the attack. The ground suddenly shook at the shelter. Then, cracks appeared on the ground, followed by dozens of cannons of various calibers which slowly floated up. Accompanied with a loud, continuous sounds of gunfire, the machine guns began to spew out flames and fired at the direction where the zombies were most densely packed. The large caliber artillery roared, and the shells exploded in the zombies, taking away hundreds of them in an instant. Xing Tian, Wei Dinghai, Zhang Yi and the others also responded to Bienen Junwu's call and launched attacks on the zombies from 3 different directions. The main attack methods are supernatural powers and explosives. After all, ordinary caliber firearms were useless against them. At this time, Wei Dinghai's ability played a great role. His Ice and Snow Lord was a powerful ability that combines offense and defense. But in fact, as an old sailor, he is best at sea combat. In an environment with ice and seawater, his ability is easier to play. Now that Zhang Yi has released a large amount of seawater, which has turned into a surging glacier on the snowfield, just created an excellent combat environment for him. Ice Age. Wei Dinghai controlled the surging glacier with both hands and turned it into his weapon. Then, he controlled it to attack the bronze-armored corpses in the corpse group. If the bronze-armored corpses are divided according to the standards of mutants, they are all under the strengthening type mutant. They just have powerful strength, defense, and speed. But facing this form of attack, they are also difficult to resist. After the surging icy sea water engulfed them, they began to freeze rapidly in the water flow and could not stand firmly on the ground. The 4 major forces outside joined forces and attacked the zombies by surprise. In just a few minutes, nearly 1/3 of the zombies were defeated. However, when the zombies discovered their position, this good battle situation was difficult to maintain. Because the attack using the glacier only disrupted the formation of the zombies, but could not kill them directly. After all, the gap in numbers was evident. If it took too long, the seawater will be released, and the zombies will be able to adjust their status and counterattack them. Zhang Yi said to Bienen Junwu, "It's impossible to stay outside for too long. You must get out quickly." "I understand." Bienen Junwu knew that this advantage was only temporary. They were also ready to break out. There were still thousands of people in the shelter, most of whom were the original workers of the refinery and their families. But they couldn't be taken along this time, so they could only stay. If Bienen Junwu and his team wins, these people could survive. However, if Bienen Junwu and his team loses, these people would have to live underground for the rest of their lives. But that was better than going out immediately and being eaten brutally by the zombies. "Get ready to break out. Pour out all the firepower," Bienen Junwu ordered. A cruel smile crept on the lips of Xiao Honglian as she commented lightly, "We only have one chance. Since we want to pursue excitement, then we must carry it through to the end." She walked to the console, opened a secret compartment of the console, found a button that was hidden very deeply, and then smashed it hard with her fist. The next moment, above the shelter of Radiant Prosperity Base, the huge refinery erupted with earth-shaking flames. Then, accompanied with a deafening explosion, the dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. The fiery red light hurt everyone's eyes, and the deafening sound made Zhang Yi feel like he was going to lose his hearing. From above the earth, a mushroom-shaped cloud slowly rose into the sky. The whole earth was shaking. Even though it was several kilometers away, the shaking felt like a magnitude 9 earthquake, making Zhang Yi and the others unstable. Oh my god! Zhang Yi widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Xiao Honglian. She actually detonated the refinery. It is said that there are millions of barrels of crude oil stored under the refinery, which is the foundation of Xiao Honglian's dominance in Tianhai City. But now, she actually detonated them. The terrifying hot wind blew around, and at least 82,000 zombies were burned to ashes or charred corpses by the thousands of degrees of high temperature. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and his team were all wearing high-temperature resistant combat uniforms. Otherwise, he felt that he would definitely be severely burned. She is so cruel. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Honglian is a woman who is cruel to others, and even crueler to herself. Although this approach is the most sensible at the moment, not everyone has this courage. The explosion did not end. After the first wave of explosions, there were a series of subsequent explosions. The huge flames swept around and turned the glacier into a lake again. The ice and snow on the surrounding land were also melted. The river was boiling hot, and the zombies in it were drifting with the waves, making miserable wails in their throats. The virus living in their bodies was not resistant to high temperatures and quickly inactivated and died. Zhang Yi and the others hurriedly retreated. The shock wave of the explosion was too strong and they dared not approach. After more than 10 minutes, the momentum of the explosion subsided, but the flames were still burning. The surrounding area turned into a huge swamp, and it was a boiling swamp. This explosion caused the zombie group to lose more than half of their number directly and indirectly. Back inside the shelter, everyone, including Bienen Junwu, was absolutely stunned by Xiao Honglian's action. And as she stares at the screen displayed, Xiao Honglian's eyes flashed with crazy light. This time, all the crude oil hidden in the oil depot was scrapped. However, no one knew that there was more than one oil depot in Radiant Prosperity Base. After all, not everyone puts all their eggs in one basket. Xiao Honglian had also hid 500,000 barrels of crude oil in other places. Otherwise, how could she destroy the foundation of Radiant Prosperity Base so easily? This move was a heroic act, something she had to do in order to seek a way out. And that's it. Bienen Junwu and the members of the investigation team were dumbfounded. None of them thought that Xiao Honglian had such a destructive trick up her sleeve. And not just having it, but to be able to go through with it. They were a little more awe in their hearts for the leader of Radiant Prosperity Base. Not only admiration, but also courage and a bit of fear. Bienen Junwu even gave her a salute and a title. Caption Xiao, a woman of unbelievable courage. If a person can be so cruel to himself, what about others? Xiao Honglian walked towards the gate of the shelter first and signaled for the rest to follow. Let's go, we have to take advantage of the chaos among the zombies and get out quickly. But there is already a vast ocean outside. How can we leave? Meng Xiu asked behind her. If we swim over, we will become targets of those bronze-armored flying corpses in the water. Xiao Honglian gritted her teeth. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to try. Now is the best opportunity. No one expected that the outside would become a swamp. But even if you think of it, you have to do it. Yijikong, a blasting expert and mechanic in the investigation team, took a few steps forward. We can temporarily assemble a speedboat and rush over. Zhuge Qingting asked quickly, is it feasible? We don't have much time. Yijikong said calmly and quickly. As long as you cooperate with me, give me what I need and some manpower, there will be no problem. Zhuge Qingting was on board when he heard this. Bienen Junwu glanced at his watch, and then at the situation outside. You have to complete this task within 15 minutes. Although the explosion destroyed half of the zombies on the snowfield covered a large area. As a result, the zombies in the outer circle were less affected. And the zombies in the water were also slowly crawling ashore. It won't be long before they will surround the lake around Radiant Prosperity Base. By then, it won't be so easy to run. Don't worry, boss. It will be done in 10 minutes at most. Yijikong just quickly rolled up his sleeves, said lightly, and walked quickly to the back. He immediately started dismantling all the stuffs he requested. But at the moment, Zhang Yi's voice reached Bienen Junwu's ears. How is it, are you guys coming out? Bienen Junwu picked up his satellite phone and replied. We will come out soon, Zhang Yi, you have good marksmanship. Help me snipe those flies in the sky. At the other end of the line, Zhang Yi looked over from a distance, and the zombies had not given up the siege on the people in the shelter. Hundreds of huge copper-armored flying corpses vibrated their wings, hovered above the lake, and screamed shrilly. The fire in the refinery continued to burn, and explosions were heard from time to time. Although the explosion was not as terrible as at the beginning, judging from the current fire, it would take a long while before it's extinguished. Zhang Yi then took out the anti-material sniper rifle from his alternate space. With Zhang Yi's precision shooting ability and special armor-piercing bullets, the investigating team didn't need to worry about its lack of firepower as support. Zhang Yi sighed lightly. If I do this, my position will be exposed eventually. However, for the sake of our friendship, I will do this. Bienen Junwu was an extremely important part of Zhang Yi's plan, so of course Zhang Yi had to help him. 10 minutes later, Yijikong finally modified a simple assault boat. The tools used were truck compartments, tires, and engines. This assault boat can only carry less than 12 people, and Bienen Junwu immediately allocated the quota. 7 people from the investigation team must go out, and there were also Xiao Honglian, Zhuge Qingting, and their 2 mutant captains. After the preparations were completed, Bailey Chongqing directly carried the assault boat to the front door. Bienen Junwu shouted to the several forces outside, "We are going to rush over. You are ready to cover." The families on the periphery responded quickly that they got it. They should just come out. Everything was ready, and Xiao Honglian opened the 7-layer alloy door of the shelter. The door slowly opened, and a heat wave suddenly hit the inside of the door. Although they were wearing high-temperature resistant protective clothing, they still felt the burning breath. This was the only way. The entire refinery was burning, and there was a sea of burning out fire. But the only good news was that the zombies around had died. Bailey Chongqing carried the speedboat and threw it into the water, and then less than a dozen people jumped on it. With all the 11 people on board, Yijikong, who assembled the speedboat himself, was obviously the one driving it. He started the engine, and the propeller under the water turned rapidly, taking them to the other side. The area near the base was already a huge swamp, and the area within a radius of approximately 8 kilometers was full of hot lake water. It was even bubbling out. After the speedboat rushed out of the range of the entrance of the shelter, the copper-armored flying corpses that had been waiting in the air all this while immediately swooped down with a howl. Bienen Junwu raised the black gun in his hand and calmly aimed at the bronze-armored flying corpse in the sky. Qi Guangming also followed suit. However, even with a special weapon, it was difficult for them to cause substantial damage to the bronze-armored flying corpse. Everyone on the speedboat was also fighting back. With each of them being a powerful mutant, it was quite easy to deal with a few copper-armored flying corpses around them. But the problem was their number. One even got close to Bienen Junwu, but just when it got within a striking distance, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance, and the copper-armored flying corpse fell from the air as if it was hit by a heavy hammer on the head. Zhang Yi calmly changed the bullets of his sniper rifle at the commanding height, and then continued to lock the area above the speedboat. Wu Di, although not a sharpshooter, noticed Zhang Yi and didn't want him in the spotlight, saving them again. So he also tried to shoot the bronze-armored flying corpses with a sniper rifle on the boat. However, he was not a space-based mutant and could not handle the huge recoil brought by the heavy sniper rifle. So when he fired, the whole boat would shake. Bailey Chongqing calmly grabbed his shoulder. "You're really not good at this. Don't use the sniper rifle. It's not convenient on the boat." Wu Di had no choice but to ditch the rifle to fight back. There were hundreds of bronze-armored flying corpses in the air, and they flew at an extremely fast speed. Except for snipers like Zhang Yi who had the ability to lock their heads, the abilities of other mutants were not very useful at this time. After all, they were in the water, and it was good enough to be able to exert 50% of their abilities. But then, bigger troubles came. Just as they were concentrating on dealing with the enemy in the air, huge waves began to form in the nearby waters. The speedboat suddenly stopped moving forward. It seemed to have been hit by some huge resistance, just like a small boat sailing into a seaweed bush, and it was difficult to move forward. It turned out that many zombies submerged by the flood were not dead. To be precise, they were dead things, so they just stayed under the water. Now that the speedboat appeared, they instinctively chased after it, and clung to it one by one. The zombies below pulled one after another, and there was no telling how many zombies were in the water, climbing up along the bodies of other zombies. No wonder the speedboat was subjected to such great resistance. Yijikong gritted his teeth and increased the horsepower. The propeller made a crackling sound, crushing the zombies behind. The speedboat moved forward with difficulty, but there were more zombies underwater in front. When they moved forward and closed in on the distance to the land on the other side of the lake, they saw that there were countless zombies staring at them, waiting for them to come over. Among them, there were the powerful bronze-armored zombies. At this time, Zhang Yi, Xingtian, Wei Dinghai and the others were also trying their best to clean up the zombies and attract their attention. But the external aid forces were also besieged by zombies. At this point, they still had to rely on their own strength. "We can only fight." Wu Di gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, and a huge ball of light condensed in his palm. At the same time, dozens of huge balls of light appeared around his body. The floating gun was indeed a very powerful ability, but it also has a big flaw. And that was, it consumes not only superpowers but also mental power. If used too much, it will cause irreparable injuries to Wu Di's body. In the end, he might just become a living dead with only an empty shell. Seeing that Wu Di was going to fight to the death, Bienen Junwu immediately reached out and pressed his shoulder. "Put away your floating gun. It's not your turn to fight to the death now." Wu Di's body froze, and he suddenly shouted angrily, "With such a large group of corpses, if I use my ability to open up a path, how can we survive? Don't tell me that you are going to use your life to open up a path for us." Among the investigation team, Bienen Junwu and Wu Di had the most similar abilities. They both have large-scale, high-damage abilities, and they need to pay the price of their health when using their abilities. However, even if they reach the shore, there are still hundreds of thousands of zombies waiting for them. It is a difficult situation to deal with. Bienen Junwu pushed his dark sunglasses and knew that he had to do something. With their current situation, Bienen Junwu thought of no other way other than to use his ability. He reached for his sunglasses, but unexpectedly, the deputy captain, Bailey Chongqing, was quick to grab his arm and tried to dissuade him. "Boss, please don't be impatient. Don't you see the scale of these zombies? Even if you use Nirvana, it's impossible to kill your way out in one go. And it is obvious that these zombies are more ferocious than the ones we encountered before." After thinking it over, Bienen Junwu lowered his arm. His face was cold with a hint of gloom. Bailey Chongqing was right, he thought. His ability was indeed strong, but he was only a Delta-level mutant and could not create miracles. With his power of destruction close to that of Epsilon, and the number of uses being limited, not using his ability in any little difficulty they encounter would be the right choice. After all, there were also a huge side effect to consider. Otherwise, Bienen Junwu would definitely be able to kill a way out of the army of hundreds of thousands of zombies in an instant. "Anyway, let's go ashore first." Deputy Captain Bailey Chongqing spoke to Bienen Junwu directly as he still remained silent, in thoughts. Everyone knew what to do now, and the water was definitely not their home ground. So, upon hearing the vice captain's words, everyone took out their weapons and started shooting at the zombies in and under the water. Fortunately, the zombies did not move quickly in the water, and the speedboat was not overturned. The peripheral forces were also in communication with Bienen Junwu, so they knew their current situation. But at this moment ashore, Wei Dinghai and Xingtian were really powerless. They themselves were also besieged by a large number of zombies and could not do anything. But Zhang Yi, on the other hand, had a worried expression when he saw the current situation the investigation team were in. And with the zombies not under his control, the situation was becoming more and more problematic. If he wanted to control the zombies, he had to return to the sect's headquarters and let a fellow member, Shueteng, give orders to the Corpse King. However, it was definitely too late to do so now. And if the 7-man investigation team were to turn over here, the result would not be something he was willing to bear. "Damn it," he cursed silently. "Couldn't you have just gone back after we all dramatically dealt with the zombies? You have to stay here and cause trouble. You asked for all this." Zhang Yixian's face was calm, but inwardly, his anxiousness was growing exponentially. However, he had no choice now, and could only say to his fellow priests, "We must do our best to rescue the members of the investigation team. At the very least, save the life of their captain." More than a dozen mutants from the Snow Worship sect fought hard, trying to break through the zombies, and open up a path to Bienen Junwu and the others on the speedboat. But it was too difficult. The ordinary zombies were easy to deal with, but the hundreds of bronze-armored zombies in the zombie group were the problem. After the numerous encounters, it was pretty obvious that an average mutant could not go toe-to-toe with the bronze-armored zombies. But due to Zhang Yixian's radical behavior at the moment, 5 of his priests had just died in the hands of the bronze-armored zombies. They died being brutally torn to pieces by them. But at this moment, Zhang Yixian, with cold eyes, didn't care about it, not even a little, because in his eyes, they were a waste. Fortunately, he thought maliciously, after they die, their superpowers would return to Yuan Konga's body. Otherwise, it would be a shame for those superpowers to have been wasted away. Meanwhile, at this same time on the cliff, Zhang Yi had observed enough and decided to finally join the fray. He told Uncle Yu to drive and the rest to get in the car. They were going to have some fun playing with the zombies. Inside, his instructions were to circle around the area of the fighting people below to attract the zombies. Shortly after, the plan was carried out successfully, because a few distance behind them were dense zombies, chasing. And judging from the number, there must be at least tens of thousands of them. They roared and ran on the snow. But even if they have no brains and have broken through the limits of the human body, they are still flesh and blood after all. How can two legs catch up with four wheels? What's more, it's on the snow. Zhang Yi and the other two, Liang Yu and Chunlei, leaned out of the window. And as Zhang Yi sniped the zombies chasing them, Chunlei and Liang Yu used grenades. After throwing them out, the zombies didn't dodge at all and rushed over directly. When they did, many of them were quickly blown to pieces. After he also sniped the flying and regular bronze-armored zombies in the zombie group, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, when he saw the zombies charging mindlessly, he knew they were more ferocious and much weaker than the ones they encountered in their previous battle. Also, they were more stupid. Sure enough, without the control of the snow worship sect, they had returned to their most primitive state. However, how are they going to solve the current situation? Is Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi just going to let the members of the investigation team die here? Impossible. They must have other ways to get them out at the very least. Although he didn't know how they controlled the zombies, he was sure that they would find a way to destroy the zombies before the 24 hours run out. But unfortunately for Zhang Yi, he absolutely guessed wrong about this aspect of the matter. Because although Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi did have a way to control the zombies at first, but now it was too late to use this method. So the real situation was more troublesome than Zhang Yi imagined. Of course, this can't be blamed on Zhang Yi. After all, he didn't have any accurate information about the relevant aspects. Meanwhile, on the lake, everyone struggled to defend. The dehydrated corpses in the water were relentless, giving no room for anyone on the boat to relax at all. Also, right on the shore, there were even more terrifying corpses waiting for them, especially those huge copper-armored corpses. One by one, they were baring their fangs and claws and making creepy roars and eerie noises. Zhang Yi saw the scene from a distance and was extremely anxious. He suddenly flew into the air and quickly rushed towards the direction of the speedboat. And not long after, he came to the sky above the speedboat. Everyone saw Zhang Yi and was quite envious of his flying posture. He then made a sturdy landing carefully in order not to rock the boat. Zhang Yi, who can control the force around him, can gain the ability to fly by controlling his body. Zhang Yi, why did you come here by yourself? Xiao Honglian asked. Zhang Yi stared at Bienen Junwu and said, the tide of corpses on the periphery is too huge, we can't break through it all. Mr. Bienen, let me take you away from here first. No matter what, you have to stop the destruction of Tianhai City by the Jiangnan district. Zhang Yi has completely lost control of the current situation. Well, to be exact, their control over the zombies was not complete when they woke up from their dormant state. Now, he had come to realize they could not control them as they wish at this point. In the current situation, he will be killed if he is not careful. So, in a hurry, he chose to come and take Bienen Junwu away, believing that, as long as Bienen Junwu is alive, the situation can still be saved. Bienen Junwu saw through Zhang Yi's thoughts and replied at once, do you think saving me alone can solve this matter? Don't be so naive, Bienen Junwu scolded. Jiangnan district has lost patience with the zombie problem in Tianhai City. If we can't get rid of the zombies within 24 hours, everyone will die here. Do you get it now? Zhang Yi's pupils shrank sharply, his expression like he had seen a ghost. What? How can this be? What a joke. You've got to be joking, right? There are still hundreds of thousands of zombies here, and we have exhausted all our strength. How can we deal with them? Bienen Junwu replied coldly. What else can we do? We can only fight for our lives. The expression on Zhang Yi's face was uglier than eating shit, and his facial features were almost twisted together. In his eyes, a sinister and disgusted look flashed. Damn you, Bienen Junwu, he cursed loudly in thoughts. You see, from Zhang Yi's perspective, if Bienen Junwu and his men had not come to Tianhai City, then their great goal would have been achieved long ago. Back on shore, Zhang Yi and the others could hear the conversation between the two clearly through the communication device of Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi frowned immediately when he heard this. He felt that the situation seemed a little different from what he expected. Zhang Yi's tone was anxious and impatient. He didn't seem to be joking, which was strange. Aren't the zombies controlled by them? Could it be that he was reluctant to sacrifice these things he cultivated with great effort, and was deliberately acting? Then, suddenly, with a shocked expression, Zhang Yi turned his head slightly when he heard Wudi's panicked tone through the communicator. Captain, he shouted. A minute ago at the base, the speedboat had made it ashore, and Bienen Junwu and the rest, including Zhang Yi, had also made it without any casualties. But immediately when they landed, an unexpected battle broke out, and all kinds of zombies roared and surrounded them. Bienen Junwu had taken off his sunglasses and activated his powerful and terrifying ability, turning thousands of zombies around them into ashes in an instant. This also made him cover his mouth and began to cough violently and continuously. Seeing Bienen Junwu's current state made Wu Di shout in horror. And as blood started to flow through his fingers, Bienen Junwu, sweating bullets, was finding it a bit difficult to stand upright. Wu Di lost it at this moment, and in a fit of rage, he became ruthless, and the floating cannon blasted violently in all directions. Even the copper-armored corpses with the strongest defense had a big hole in their bodies after being touched by the light ball. When Wu Di's violent outburst subsides, a narrow path was created through the hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding them. "Quick, we have to get out," Bienen Junwu said to everyone, enduring the discomfort of his body. At that moment, Zhang Yi used his telekinesis to also disperse the flying bronze-armored zombies in the air. This situation seems not quite right. Liang Yu looked at the zombies behind her and frowned slightly. "The zombies we encountered today are more aggressive than those we encountered before. But we only attracted a small part of the zombies this time. However, there are still hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding the investigation team. Can they still survive?" Zhang Yi's eyes condensed, and his expression became extremely serious. The situation seemed to be different from what he imagined. His original plan was to use this accident to force the Snow Worship sect to give up the zombies in their hands. And in this way, even if Yuan Konga has a powerful force, she may not have the confidence to turn against the other four forces. But it was obvious that the situation was heading in a direction that he couldn't guess. However, this current situation was either the people of the Snow Worship sect had gone crazy and really wanted to wipe out the investigation team and even their families in one fell swoop, or even the Snow Worship sect couldn't control the zombies. Zhang Yi tended to the latter. He didn't think Yuan Konga or Zhang Yi were the kind of fools who didn't care about the consequences. But right now, how to solve this huge problem is the most important thing. If there is really no other way, I'll go over and show off. When Zhang Yi said this, his eyes flashed with a bright light, but there was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. His teammate, Chunlei, looked in his direction and asked curiously, "Boss, what are you going to do?" Zhang Yi glanced at him and replied, "I'll use the power of the two-dimensional doors to shuttle over and save them." Zhang Yi opened his double doors immediately after. The release range of Zhang Yi's dimensional double doors was 300 meters around himself. Then within this range, as long as the two doors were opened at the same time, the space shuttle could be completed. Also, the opening of the dimensional double doors was free of consumption and had no cooling time. In other words, as long as Zhang Yi's speed was fast enough, he could achieve instant teleportation effect and reach the vicinity of Bienen Junwu and the others within a second. Zhang Yi's words made Chunlei a bit puzzled. He couldn't help but think of how Zhang Yi used his dimensional double doors to lead them to escape the zombies when they first entered the subway. But until now, Zhang Yi had never told any of them the specifics when it comes to using his double doors. None of them knew the distance it could cover, or the duration at which it could last, or whether it can be used multiple times. Basically, they knew nothing. "Why didn't you say so earlier? That way we wouldn't have had so much trouble in the beginning." After listening to Chunlei, he turned in his direction with a smile. "You seem to have misunderstood what I said. When I say save them, it's not the kind of rescue you think." Dumbfounded, Chunlei murmured, "Aren't they both saving? So what's the difference? Doesn't both of them mean using your space shuttle ability of the double doors to bring people out of the zombie tide?" Zhang Yi said lightly, "The last hope given to us by the Jiangnan district was not to ensure that all the members of the investigation team survive, but to eliminate all the zombies in Tianhai City within 24 hours. So, even if I rescue them from the zombies, it's meaningless and can't stop the coming of the god of death of love. Oh, and right at this moment, there's less than 16 hours left until the death of love arrives." The expression of Chunlei suddenly became serious again. "This is impossible," he said. "Although Xiao Honglian destroyed hundreds of thousands of zombies by detonating the crude oil within her base, most of the bronze-armored zombies and bronze-armored flying zombies survived. We can't kill all the remaining hundreds of thousands of zombies by ourselves." At this moment, Liang Yu leaned out of the window with a grenade in her hand, and with a serious look, she questioned if perhaps the 24 hours period set at the beginning was just an excuse given to the investigation team. The Jiangnan district judged that we could not solve the problem of the zombie tide at all. Therefore, they had planned to use the god of death of love already. And the 24 hours was just some sort of false hope given to Bienen Junwu and his investigation team. After listening to Liang Yu, Chunlei looked at Zhang Yi with trembling eyes and said hopefully, "Boss, Let's run away. There is still time, we can leave Tianhai City. Zhang Yi paused, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. I said if everyone has no way, I will go and show off. This is my last attempt and we still have time at the moment. But if we fail, we will leave immediately. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he jumped out of the car window. Boss! Seeing Zhang Yi disappear through his dimensional door, Chunlei was so scared that he shouted through the car window. Flower's eyes also widened like copper bells when he saw this. He pricked up his ears with an expression full of tension and disbelief. Zhang Yi didn't give them a chance to persuade him and jumped through one dimensional door after the next. In a flash, his figure disappeared in the group of zombies 300 meters away. And before the zombies could react, Zhang Yi's figure flashed towards Bienen Junwu and the others again. It's okay. Even if Zhang Yi's ability can't solve the zombie swarm, he can still escape safely. We will do as he said and wait for him to come back. Uncle Yu said to the others as he picked up a rocket launcher, aimed and fired a fierce shot at the zombie swarm behind. Instantly, a deafening explosion occurred a few meters away, and with it, dozens of zombies were blown away, and their limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground. None of Zhang Yi's teammates knew what he was going to do, because he left in a hurry and did not explain it in detail. But they all believed in him anyway. After everything they've been through together for almost half a year, living under the same roof, they all knew what kind of person he was. Zhang Yi was so steady and his ability was so perverted when it came to protecting his life that it was just simply outrageous. And one thing was also certain about him. Thus, if Zhang Yi was not extremely sure, he would never put himself in danger. So all they could do now was to trust him and try to attract more zombies on the periphery to reduce the pressure there. And speaking of pressure, it seems the pressure the investigation team was facing had not decreased at all. On the land of more than 10 miles around, the zombies had surrounded them densely, and there were also zombies climbing up from the lake with their bodies wet. Zhang Yixin flew in the air, constantly bombarding the zombies with a force, and each force wave could take away dozens of zombies. But this powerful ability was like a drop in an ocean in the face of a huge tide of zombies, and couldn't alleviate the current situation. Not even a little. There was also a group of bronze-armored flying zombies staring at him, constantly coming to attack, and they were all knocked away by his force. Gradually, Zhang Yixin also felt exhausted. He joined the rest on the ground. They stood in a circle with their backs to each other and moved forward with difficulty. It's obvious at this point that Bienen Junwu's ability was indeed terrifying, but it was very damaging to his body and could not be activated continuously. Also, with his current condition, using his ability one last time could be his last. So, if that's the case, he needed to only use it to clear a path in a critical moment, and it had to be worth his life. At this moment, everyone knew that once their superpowers were exhausted, they would die there. It seems that this time, I'm really going to die here. Xiao Honglian's demeanor was close to despair, and this always strong woman showed a tired look on her face. However, she didn't have any regrets. Since the end of the world, almost everyone she knew in Tianhai City was dead. Her relatives, friends, and comrades fell beside her one after another. Being able to live until now is already a blessing in a way. A thick haze enveloped everyone, and the feeling of despair was even stronger than the last battle at the camp in the snow worship sect. Again, Zhang Yixin tried to persuade Bienen Junwu to leave with him. Even if the Jiangnan district wants to destroy the entire Tianhai City, if they have the captain of the investigation team in their hands, they will have more bargaining chips to communicate with the Jiangnan district in the future. Captain Bienen, come with me. We still have hope if we leave here. Zhang Yixin, if you want to leave, just leave. I want to stay with my teammates. Bienen Junwu smiled slightly and rejected Zhang Yixin's proposal. After all, he was a dying man, so of course he would not give up his teammates. And he also knew that no one in the investigation team was willing to give up his teammates and live alone. They were either going to live together or die together. And that's it. Zhang Yixin's face showed a twisted expression. Damn you, he cursed. Damn you, you really don't know what's good for you. In that case, don't blame me. Zhang Yixin turned around and flew away. With a gloomy face, he thought, they are already doomed. If the god of death of love comes at this time, these hard-cultivated zombies will still perish. Instead of that, it's better to go back and communicate with the bloodvines and let these zombies end their lives on their own. But these people are definitely going to die. Bienen Junwu, if you don't appreciate this offer, it's your own loss. Zhang Yixin was resolved in this decision he made. Even if the investigation team is completely wiped out, it will only cause dissatisfaction in the Jiangnan region. But as long as the zombie tide disappears, Tianhai City will not be flattened in a short time. Then, they still have a chance to develop slowly. As long as they are given a few more months, they can still cultivate a huge zombie army. Tianhai City lacks everything else, but not the dead. After Zhang Yi left, Zhang Yi also came to the vicinity of Bienen Junwu and the others through constant flashing. The speed of his space shuttle was very fast. Even if he appears in the zombie group, he didn't need to worry about being attacked by them. With Bienen Junwu's location being extremely easy to find, Zhang Yi appeared in front of him and everyone else, scaring them. Zhang Yi, why are you here? Everyone was surprised and happy to see Zhang Yi's sudden appearance. What surprised them was Zhang Yi's ability, and what made them happy was that Zhang Yi's appearance might bring hope of survival. After all, Zhang Yi's strength was one of the best in Tianhai City. When Bienen Junwu saw Zhang Yi, he immediately asked, Zhang Yi, are you here to save us? Although everyone was trying their best to resist the zombies, everyone was paying attention to Zhang Yi. They were expecting a positive answer from him. Although they knew in their hearts that there was not much hope for this matter. People in despair would hold on to a straw even if they saw one. Zhang Yi gasped and said with a serious expression, the situation is worse than I thought. My teleportation ability can only take one person away from here at most. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone's mood instantly dropped. I can only take one person away. Who should I take? If the zombie problem cannot be solved, it will be useless for anyone to leave here. Bienen Junwu was also a little disappointed. However, he still asked rationally, what is your purpose in coming here? If you weren't sure you could rescue us, you wouldn't come here yourself, right? Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, I came here this time to give you a possibility. I have an idea. I am not sure whether it can produce results, but we can give it a try. Wu Di hurriedly said. Then tell me quickly. Everyone was waiting for Zhang Yi's life-saving straw. Zhang Yi continued in a deep voice. Do you still remember Yuan Konga's ice soul? Everyone naturally remembered that thing. Bienen Junwu vaguely realized what Zhang Yi meant. Zhang Yi said to them, you should know that ice soul has two abilities. The first is to help those who have not awakened awaken their abilities. The second is to help those who have awakened unlock their potential and increase their strength. He took a deep breath and looked at Bienen Junwu with an honest look. He didn't know if his high-tech glasses could see this look. To be honest, I got ice soul before and improved my supernatural power. That's why my supernatural power is still high in Tianhai City. Xiao Honglian also said, in fact, I have also used ice soul. If I'm not mistaken, Wei Dinghai and Xingtian have also used it. Zhang Yi was startled. This was the first time he heard of this news. Doesn't that mean that once they die, Yuan Konga will get their powerful supernatural powers? But if you think about it carefully, this makes sense. In the end times, strength is respected, and the leaders of the major forces will spare no effort to improve their strength in order to maintain their rule. Moreover, ice soul itself has no negative effects when the user is not dead. Zhang Yi lied that he had used ice soul because he knew that ice soul was not reliable. Once used, they would become Yuan Konga's prey. Moreover, he could not guarantee that ice soul had no side effects. Bienen Junwu replied coldly and calculating. So what you mean is for us to use ice soul to increase our strength and then break through? Zhang Yi nodded. Now there is only one way to go. You are all top mutants. If you use ice soul, you may be able to break through your limits and become a more powerful mutant. Then, we will have a chance to fight our way out. Bailey, Chongqing, and the others frowned, and they were a little tempted. After all, the situation is critical now, and they must consider using all means to break through. Anyway, it is difficult for them to leave the zombies alive. Wu Di said to Bienen Junwu anxiously, Boss, let's try it. Zhang Yi even generously took out an ice soul. This ice soul can be used by you. He had a total of 3 ice souls in his hand, and he didn't need too many of these unstable things. Bienen Junwu glanced at Zhang Yi. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Zhang Yi still felt that his eyes were particularly cold. Zhang Yi's heart could not help but feel cold. He had a feeling of being seen through. Couldn't his little thoughts be hidden from Bienen Junwu, an old man? At this moment, Bienen Junwu, still calculating, was silent as he just stared at Zhang Yi for a considerable while, before he reached out and carefully took the small black wooden box handed over by Zhang Yi. He opened it, revealing the ice soul inside given to them by Yuan Konga. An artless smile crept on the corner of his lips as Zhang Yi sighed heavily. Zhang Yi had 3 ice soul in total, and it was necessary for the investigation team to keep theirs for the research laboratory in Jiangnan district. Zhang Yi had this insinuation and had no problem with it. At this point, we can only give it a try. Bienen Junwu said this as he stared meaningfully at the white spherical meatball in his hand. It was soft, icy, and cool, and it seemed to be alive and moving slightly. But at this moment, Wu Di, worried about his health condition, hurriedly shouted, Boss, let me do this too. Immediately as those words were said, The others also shouted with unwavering determination, suggesting they all do it together. They have experienced many life and death ordeals, and naturally know that this so-called ice soul may have side effects. Currently, with the crisis ahead, none of them are willing to retreat. Even if there are risks, they have to face it together. No, it's enough for me to use it alone. Bienen Junwu took a deep look at Zhang Yi and thought that if he were to use the ice soul, then whatever the outcome may be, Zhang Yi will owe him a favor. So with this thought, Bienen Junwu did not hesitate and pressed the ice soul directly on his forehead. A deep smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. His goal was achieved. Bailey Chongqing looked at Bienen Junwu, opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. On the other hand, Wu Di's face was painful. "Boss, let me do it. I can do it." The investigation team deeply knew why Bienen Junwu did this, and the reason on the surface was also pretty obvious at this point. Bienen Junwu's ability seriously overdrew his body, and his life would not be too long. As early as a month ago, they knew that even if Bienen Junwu retired to the second line to recuperate, he could only live for 2 years at most. But in order to strive for better living conditions for his wife and children, Bienen Junwu resolutely chose to stay in the front line. This old captain always rushed to the front when facing danger, protecting everyone from wind and rain. The ice soul quickly merged into Bienen Junwu's forehead. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who saw this scene from a distance, was stunned for a moment, and then an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He didn't even dare to think that Bienen Junwu would actually use the ice soul. That kind of powerful superpower is something that Tianhai City has never had before, and the attack power is simply unstoppable. Zhang Yi knows even better that Bienen Junwu will not live long. As long as he dies, his power will fall on Yuan Konga. At that time, Yuan Konga will become a true Epsilon-level superhuman, the strongest level 5 known to mankind. And their wish will not be far away either. After Bienen Junwu completed the absorption of the ice soul, he did not feel the discomfort of fusion like Yangmin did. Soon, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his body, making Zhang Yi tremble a little. The others felt a chill down their spine, which was an instinctive expression when encountering a powerful species. Bienen Junwu straightened his body. He slowly took off the sunglasses covering his eyes, revealing a pair of gray-white eyes. But now, the gray-white eyes showed 2 bright lights, which were so sacred, as if they could see through everything. "I haven't seen this world with my own eyes for a long time." Bienen Junwu regained his light and eyesight, and he smiled with relief. At this moment, he felt that his condition was very good, and it seems that endless power emerged from his body. That's right, he was no longer at the peak of Delta level, but officially entered the level of Epsilon. However, as the huge power emerged, his body seemed to have a rapidly expanding hole. His power emerged from the depths of his body, and slowly flowed away as the hole grew. The ice soul stimulated his potential, but it could not make up for the defects in his supernatural power, but instead expanded it. Bienen Junwu clenched his teeth tightly as a stream of blood flowed from both corners of his mouth. "Boss!" Wu Di and the others shouted nervously. Bienen Junwu raised his hand, and he said to everyone in a low and gentle voice, "Close your eyes." Everyone closed their eyes obediently. They stopped their attacks, and the corpse tide that lost its obstacles roared and pounced on them, like a huge wave that was about to drown them. But the next moment, in the middle of the corpse group, a light that was brighter and more vast than the sun broke out. No one could see what happened at the scene. They couldn't even hear any sound, but just felt a gentle sound of footsteps in their ears, as if walking towards dawn step by step. Despite Bienen Junwu's warning, Zhang Yi still quietly opened the dimensional door in front of him and opened his eyes. He also wanted to see how strong Bienen Junwu was in a fully awakened state. With the defensive power of his dimensional gate, he was qualified to take a look. Even if this pupil technique was too powerful, it would not hurt him unless it was aimed at him. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and saw Bienen Junwu's back. He had his hands in the pockets of his white high-temperature, resistant protective coat and slowly walked forward. The bright golden light enveloped the entire world. There were many dark shadows in the distance. They were the hideous and terrifying corpse tide, dense and countless. But Bienen Junwu turned a blind eye to them, as if they did not exist. The moment the dense black shadows appeared, they suddenly dissipated like smoke. Zhang Yi couldn't help swallowing. Bienen Junwu? He was actually releasing his last glory, and it is truly a magnificent sight to witness. After clearing the zombies around him, he continued to kill them, to eliminate the biggest disaster for his teammates. This level of supernatural power release will definitely cause his hidden injuries to explode rapidly. Zhang Yi looked at his back, and a touch of respect appeared in his eyes. "Captain Bienen, thank you for your efforts. Your sacrifice will not be in vain." I will make sure of it. Meanwhile, on a cliff a few distance away was Zhang Yi, whose eyes were crazy, and the corners of his mouth were almost raised. No, I can't laugh yet. We are just one step away from victory. That idiot Zhang Yi actually helped us so much. Zhang Yi laughed mischievously and he continued. Now the leaders of the largest bases in Tianhai City and the border troops have all used the ice soul. We just need to kill them all, and we would be close to realizing our dream. It was unknown how much time had passed. Without Bienen Junwu's order, no one dared to open their eyes, because the destructive power of the pupil technique nirvana was too strong. Between heaven and earth, the dazzling golden light that enveloped everything on the battlefield moments ago was slowly disappearing. There was no trace of zombies around. Bienen Junwu turned around and walked towards the crowd. Zhang Yi quickly closed his eyes and pretended that he didn't see anything. But the next moment he felt a hand on his shoulder. The hand was steady and powerful, heavy like a mountain. Zhang Yi suddenly became a little nervous, and only heard a cold voice in his ears. Zhang Yi, stop pretending already. Haven't you been watching this whole time? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and slowly opened his eyes. It seems you discovered it all, Mr. Bienen. But when he saw Bienen Junwu's face, his smile was a little stiff, because his face was very cold, and there was even a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Captain Bienen, thank you for saving all of us. Zhang Yi quickly looked at Bienen Junwu with a sincere look as he said this. Bienen Junwu was unmoved, and his right hand was still on Zhang Yi's shoulder. A huge pressure enveloped Zhang Yi. Although he knew that Bienen Junwu was dying, it would be easy for Bienen Junwu to kill him at such a close distance after relying on an ice soul to break through to the Epsilon level. You are so calculating that even I fell into your trap. Bienen Junwu said to Zhang Yi with a knowing smile. Zhang Yi's face also became calm, and he whispered sincerely, sorry, I didn't want to do this at first. After all, this is a backup plan. With the way the situation developed, there was really no way. So I could only do this. Zhang Yi did not lie. Originally, he had prepared 3 plans, with the second countering the first and the third doing the same to the second if things goes wayward. These plans were just for the first stage, with the first 2 to eliminate the zombie tide, and the 3 to cut his losses and leave the city. The first plan was simple, and it was to use the fear of the snow worship sect against the Jiangnan district to force them to give up the zombie army in their hands. Unfortunately, he underestimated the snow worship sect's ability to control the zombie tide. In fact, at this time, when the zombie tide completely broke out, the snow worship sect could not control the zombie tide. Just like the previous battle the sect faced, the bronze-armored flying corpse even attacked Yuan Konga and her close followers. The second plan was to let Bienen Junwu and others use the ice soul to forcibly increase their strength to defeat the zombie tide. And as for the third plan, Zhang Yi and the others would give up Tianhai City and flee before the death of love came. If possible, he didn't want to do this. After all, he and Bienen Junwu had no grudges. But in the out-of-control state, he would not hesitate to do so, because nothing is more important than him and the people around him being alive. Bienen Junwu shook his head slightly. Anyway, let's forget about that. I'm not going to live long. So, in simple words, I want to thank you. Without your suggestion, I wouldn't have completed the most gorgeous bloom in my life. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Is this the power of level 5 Epsilon? It's really strong. It's a pity that there will be no next time. Suddenly, his tall body shook, and the hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder loosened. Zhang Yi hurriedly supported his body. Please rest assured, after you leave, I will solve the remaining problems in Tianhai City. Bienen Junwu couldn't help but glance at him, and a hint of doubt flashed in his gray eyes. So, you are still hiding a lot of secrets. What are they, I wonder? Bienen Junwu didn't wait for Zhang Yi's answer. He completed a gorgeous transformation at the last moment of his life, sublimated to the extreme, and released the power that truly belonged to level 5. But this also overdrawn all his life. He fell into Zhang Yi's arms, completely silent. Not long after, the others realized that the battle around them was over, and they opened their eyes one after another. The hundreds of thousands of zombies that had once appeared on the battlefield were almost gone at this time. Especially the powerful bronze-armored corpses and bronze-armored flying corpses. Not a single one was left. Xiao Honglian opened her eyes in disbelief, and her vocal cords trembled. It's over? Really? Is it over? Just now she was ready to die and be swallowed by endless zombies. But now that the crisis was over, she and the other 2, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian, were completely shocked and frightened by the scene in front of them. They shrank back a little and dared not approach. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives. It also made them see how terrifying the power of mutants could be. It turned out that mutants with an Epsilon level strength could really surpass conventional weapons. It can be called a humanoid nuclear weapon. But the investigation team, on the other hand, had no time to rejoice. They understood what this level of power meant to Bienen Junwu. Wu Di saw Bienen Junwu in Zhang Yi's arms and let out a desperate cry in the cold wind. "Boss!" He rushed towards Zhang Yi, and then snatched Bienen Junwu from Zhang Yi's arms. His eyes were full of fear, and he was panicking like a child. "Boss! Wake up, wake up! Don't sleep, you won't wake up if you fall asleep." He desperately shouted in Bienen Junwu's ear, but there was only silence in response. Soon, this arrogant and domineering investigation team member burst into tears, crying like a child. Zhang Yi silently retreated to the back. He knew that it was time for these people to say goodbye. Bailey Chongqing and the others hurried over and surrounded Wu Di and Bienen Junwu's body in the middle. Everyone had a sad look on their faces, but except Wu Di, no one cried, just put their right hands on their chests and silently saluted Bienen Junwu. In the end times, as fighters, they have experienced too many life and death separations. This scene is not the first time they have seen it. Perhaps in the future, this is the fate of each of them. There is no need for too much crying and words, only the eternal respect in the heart. Wu Di hugged Bienen Junwu's body tightly, crying non-stop as his shoulders shakes constantly. It was obvious at this point that he had a special relationship with Bienen Junwu. One after another, Wei Dinghai, Xingtian, Zhang Yi, and the others who were originally a bit further away came closer to the scene. They didn't expect that the matter would be resolved in this way. However, seeing that hundreds of thousands of zombies were wiped out, everyone was relieved. A few minutes passed by like this, and Wu Di held Bienen Junwu's body and sat on the ground in silence. Deputy Captain Bailey Chongqing had already frowned, and there was no sadness on his face. Now that the captain is dead, according to the regulations of the region, I will temporarily take over the position of captain. He took the communication device from Bienen Junwu and contacted the senior management of the Jiangnan region with a serious expression. Everyone stared at him with a serious face. Now that the zombie group has been eliminated, the Jiangnan region should cancel the launch of the God of Death of Love as it said before. Bailey Chongqing reported the situation there to Zhu Zhang. After hearing the news, Zhu Zhang said in a deep voice, "Is he gone?" Bailey Chongqing heard Zhu Zhang sigh softly. "That's good. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is his best fate. I believe he doesn't want to linger on in a hospital bed." Bailey Chongqing asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what is our next move?" Zhu Zhang looked at the big screen in front of him. Bailey Chongqing and the others were clearly visible on the screen. He slowly said, "Bring Bienen Junwu back." The investigation team lost its highest combat power and command, and it was no longer a complete organization. Zhu Zhang didn't want his elite soldiers to be lost again. What's more, the corpse tide in Tianhai City has been cleared twice, and there will be no major turmoil in the short term. Bailey Chongqing replied that he understood the order. Then Zhu Zhang ended the call. Bailey Chongqing turned around and looked at Zhang Yi and the others and said, "Blizzard City has cancelled the plan to launch the God of Death of Love." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tianhai City was saved, and the foundation and homeland on which they depended for survival were also saved. Zhang Yi came over, crossed his hands on his chest, and recited a eulogy, praying for Bienen Junwu and the deceased. But inwardly, Zhang Yi was extremely happy. Although hundreds of thousands of zombies were lost, this kind of thing can be recultivated sooner or later as long as there is enough time and nutrients. However, with the ability of Bienen Junwu, this kind of harvest cannot be exchanged for anything else. Big profit, he thought with a smile. At this time, he looked at the people in the field, silently counting the number of people who had used the ice soul. The scenario was like an old farmer who has cultivated for a season and is waiting for the harvest. Then, very abruptly, Zhang Yi suddenly took out a sword from his alternate space, shocking everyone, especially the guy who was closest to him. He shouted in a panicked tone, "Zhang Yi, what are you going to do?" This was because Zhang Yi had turned towards him with his sword in hand. The guy, who happens to be one of the captains of Radiant Prosperity Base, was scared shitless as he took a couple steps back. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill you," Zhang Yi sneered, then accelerated his movement at 8 times the speed with his ability, and stabbed forward fiercely. The sword, made of adamantium metal which was indestructible, coupled with Zhang Yi's supernatural power, made it possible for the sword to even cut through steel without difficulty. So this meant it could easily penetrate a body. Then, accompanied with a puff sound, the blade glowed with a strange blue light, and a wisp of blood slowly returned from the tip of the blade to the interface between the blade and the human body, soaking an already red cloak with fresh blood. The smile on Zhang Yixian's face disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at the tip of the knife that pierced through his chest, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't know where the knife came from, but in a flash he figured it out. because he saw Zhang Yi, who was clearly far away from him, stab the long sword in his hand towards the guy, but the blade strangely disappeared in midair. Zhang Yi pulled the long knife back directly. The existence of the blood groove made the knife more traumatic to the human body after it was pulled out, and the bleeding continued. Zhang Yixin fell to the ground forcefully, and with his chest pierced cleanly, he also began to cough out blood. At this moment, he couldn't raise his head to look at his attacker. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? With an accusatory finger pointed at Zhang Yi, Xiao Honglian frowned and scolded Zhang Yi in a loud tone. Everyone else looked at Zhang Yi, their eyes full of caution. Even if he'd had a bad relationship with the snow worship sect in the past, they were in the same boat and had just defeated the corpse tide. It should have been a time of jubilation, but Zhang Yi secretly killed someone, which was really despicable. Bailey Chongqing and the other members of the investigation team frowned and watched, but did not say anything. They would not participate in the fight between local forces in Tianhai City, so they stay in the background. Unexpectedly, Liang Yu, Chunlei and Uncle Yu suddenly appeared at the scene. They rushed from behind Zhang Yi, and a second later, they stood directly beside him, ready to fight at any time. The atmosphere at the scene was tense, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. The priests of the snow worship sect protected Zhang Yixin behind them with angry faces, and then made a posture of fighting to the death with Zhang Yi. Han Chong of the snow worship sect had the most explosive temperament. Damn you, Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Han Chong bared his teeth and roared, cursing loudly. The atmosphere at the scene still remained tense, and it seems that a fight hadn't broke out immediately because everyone was just waiting for Zhang Yi to explain his actions. Clenching his teeth tightly, Zhang Yixin stared at Zhang Yi in pain and asked honestly, Zhang Yi, why did you do this? Although he wasn't the most powerful person in Tianhai City, Zhang Yixin's ability was telekinesis, so his defense was somewhat decent, and his physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people. But Zhang Yi's move just now was too fast and went straight through his body. Unexpectedly, with the use of the double doors, the angle of the attack just now was not good enough, and due to this, Zhang Yixin's heart was not directly penetrated. However, with his chest pierced, he no longer had the strength to fight. So even if his fellow sect members fought, it would be very disadvantageous to them. After all, everyone knew how strong the combat effectiveness of Zhang Yi's team was. On the other hand, the other leaders, especially Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai, looked at Zhang Yi with dissatisfaction in their eyes. As Wei Dinghai's frown deepens, he coldly questioned, Zhang Yi, you need to give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will not sit idly by. Although they don't care about the life and death of the snow worship sect, Zhang Yi's approach was too dangerous. This also made them think that Zhang Yi wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate the major forces in Tianhai City. And for this reason, they had to be on guard. A sinister, yet mocking smile crept on Zhang Yi's lips as he calmly questioned Zhang Yixin. Although Zhang Yixin has lost his fighting ability and the current situation was slipping out of his control, he was still confident that no one knew about their secret. Zhang Yixin, at this point, are you still going to pretend? Zhang Yi held his long sword tightly in his hand, and with a sneer on his face and narrowed eyes, he pointed it accusatory at Zhang Yixin, and said word by word, Isn't the biggest behind-the-scenes mastermind of the corpse tide in Tianhai City your damn snow-worshipping cult? These words were spoken with great force, and the content expressed in the words shocked everyone present. Xiao Honglian widened her eyes. What? The mastermind behind the corpse tide is the snow worship sect? The investigation team and the other major forces, including the priests of the snow worship sect, also showed an expression of disbelief. Han Chong bared his teeth and rushed forward a few steps in the form of a flat-headed brother. He yelled at Zhang Yi, What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how many followers our sect has lost in this zombie tide? Xing Tian also said to Zhang Yi, Old friend, the snow worship sect suffered the most tragic losses in this zombie tide. If they were really the mastermind, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Zhang Yi turned his head and looked coldly at Zhang Yixin, who was kneeling on the ground, covering his chest. A gloomy and crazy look appeared in Zhang Yixin's eyes. He never dreamed that Zhang Yi would discover their secret. Shut up, you scoundrel. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you really think anyone will believe you? Zhang Yi laughed. Whether everyone believes me or not, they will naturally analyze it after I finish speaking. Zhang Yixin, what are you afraid of? After hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone was finding it difficult to believe it. And although none of them believed Zhang Yi's words to be true, they wouldn't lose anything if they hear him out. After all, Zhang Yi hurt Zhang Yixin, not them. And the information Zhang Yi said was too explosive. They all wanted to hear what was going on. Zhang Yi said loudly, Everyone, from the very beginning, all of this was a conspiracy of the snow worship sect. And it all started with the Ice Soul. It's true that the Ice Soul can awaken people's abilities and enhance their potential, but its real function is to allow the superpowers of the person who uses the Ice Soul to return to Yuan Konga's body after that person dies. That's why they've been so generous in giving us the Ice Soul, and they spared no effort to start a war in Tianhai City with the goal of killing more people. Even if it's their own followers, it doesn't matter if they are sacrificed. After all, ordinary followers will only be a burden and are inherently worthless. They absorb a large number of followers just to select those with potential to become mutants and then awaken their abilities. Then let them die so that their abilities would return to Yuan Konga. So, even if all the members of the sect died, it didn't matter to Yuan Konga, because from the very beginning, she didn't need so many followers. She has something better to use. That is the zombie army she created. Compared to ordinary humans, this undead army that completely obeyed orders was powerful and not easy to die, and that's her real trump card. Zhang Yi's words made the air quiet. This information was too explosive, and no one could easily believe it. Xing Tian, Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai, Bailey Chongqing and his team from the crowd couldn't help but look at him, wanting to get some answers from his face. Zhang Yixin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Slander. You are slandering us. How could the Snow Worship sect have such a thing? If we really have the ability to control the zombies, why were we suppressed by the other major forces in the first place? Without real evidence, you attacked me based on your own speculations. And based on your actions, I suspect you are the mastermind behind everything." Zhang Yixin pointed at Zhang Yi and said coldly. Everyone at the scene looked at Zhang Yixin, then looked at Zhang Yi and was immediately confused. Zhang Yixin's statement was obviously more in line with their understanding. Back then, the Snow Worship sect was squeezed out by the 4 major bases and could only survive in the cracks, using the Ice Soul to exchange for breathing space. How could the sect suddenly control hundreds of thousands of zombies in just a few months? If Zhang Yi and Zhang Yixin were more suspicious, then it would undoubtedly be Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi's power is still intact. Zhang Yi said calmly, "There is an abandoned building next to St. John's Cathedral, and there is a huge blood-colored vine in it. Its function is to absorb nutrients from corpses and the earth, and then cultivate corpse kings. The corpse kings have the ability to spread viruses and create zombies. The reason why the people of the Snow Worship sect did not use this trump card before could either be that they didn't want to, or it wasn't time yet, or because the blood vine has not yet fully matured." Zhang Yi pointed his finger in the direction of the headquarters of the Snow Worship sect and said seriously, "Since you say I have no evidence, do you dare to take us to the Snow Worship sect? Dig up the blood vine, and we will know the result at a glance." That's right, hearing is false, seeing is believing. In fact, they all had their eyes on the abandoned building when they were defending the camp of the Snow Worship sect. They also sent people to investigate secretly. It's just that the results of the investigation were not satisfactory. It was found that it was just a mutant plant that could produce food. But Zhang Yi's words immediately aroused their suspicion. Xiao Honglian crossed her arms and said to Zhang Yixin, "Zhang Yixin, if you have a clear conscience, just follow what Zhang Yi said and take us there to have a look." Wei Dinghai also said lightly, "Yes, we will know whether it is true or not. We can also clear your name at that time." Xing Tian nodded. "I agree with this approach." Zhang Yixin's heart sank. He endured the severe pain in his chest and said to Zhang Yi, "If you find that there is nothing there, how are you going to explain what you did? You can't stab me in vain." Zhang Yi's mouth curled up with a sneer. "If we find out that you are innocent, then I guessed wrong. You and your entire cult can come and fight me." Hearing this, Zhang Yixin's eyes became gloomy, and he was extremely furious. Zhang Yi's behavior was too shameless, but he had no other choice. Even the other forces around him didn't think Zhang Yi did anything wrong. It was the end of the world, and killing and looting were common. The major forces had fought to the death, and there were many grudges. They didn't care about Zhang Yi and the Snow Worship sect. They only cared about whether what Zhang Yi said was true. Was the outbreak of the zombie tide related to the Snow Worship sect? Han Chong said angrily beside Zhang Yixin, "Fine, we will do the right thing and take a look at the blood vine. We are not afraid of you, and if we find out that it is not what you said, I will definitely pull your intestines out." Zhang Yixin suddenly shouted in a low voice, "No, we must not let them get close to the blood vine." The group looked at Zhang Yixin, not quite understanding what he said. Although Bailey Chongqing and his team hadn't expressed their opinions all this while, it was not difficult to see from the expressions on their faces that they clearly planned to go there to have a look. After all, they also suspected that there was a problem there at the beginning. It was just that time was limited and they did not have enough of it to observe carefully. What's more, They still didn't know the cause of the corpse tide in Tianhai City, and their beloved captain, Bienen Junwu, even died in this whole conspiracy. They didn't want to leave any regrets. So, if they could investigate the cause of the corpse tide and report back, they would be worthy of Bienen Junwu's sacrifice and have a way to explain to the top leaders of the Jiangnan region. Bailey Chongqing and his team stared at Zhang Yi with serious eyes. Are we not allowed to go? Is there a ghost there perhaps? At this point, everyone present were all tempted. They wanted to know if what Zhang Yi said was true, and Zhang Yixian's earlier refusal had become suspicious. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai took on a fighting stance when they saw Zhang Yixian on his feet, and again, refused to let anyone investigate the blood vine. Although no one knew about the sudden attack on Zhang Yixian, they understood the problem of the snow worship sect. Therefore, everyone was not panicked, but took a stance to fight. Zhang Yixian claims that the blood vine is the foundation of their sect, and Zhang Yi must be planning to take the blood vine. What if we take them there and they try to snatch the blood vine? Han Cheng roared loudly. Zhang Yi, you are so despicable. We almost fell into your trap, but since you want to fight, then we will fight you. Zhang Yixian gave the order for Han Cheng and the others to attack Zhang Yi and his team. They should let them know that their sect was not so easy to mess with. The priests believed Zhang Yixian's words, and upon hearing Zhang Yixian's command, those who had been holding back to fight Zhang Yi immediately rushed up with a howl. More than a dozen priests roared and rushed towards Zhang Yi and his group. Zhang Yi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't take these scum of the snow worship sect seriously. At this time, Zhang Yi, who had always been steady, rarely walked to the front of the crowd. He covered his eyes with his right hand and said lightly, "Enough! I don't have so much time to entangle with you here now." When he put down his right hand, a white light flashed in the pupil of his eyes, and the people who were stared at by his eyes only felt that the entire space around them was distorted. Suddenly, an indescribable force began to tear their bodies from all angles in the three-dimensional space. Almost at the same time, the upper half of the bodies of the 7 priests exploded on the way forward, turning into blood-colored powder all over the sky. The other priests were so scared that they stood there stupidly. The terrifying scene in front of him made Han Cheng, the most courageous one, lose the courage to charge, and his feet halted on the ground uncontrollably. Bailey Chongqing was a little absent-minded when he saw this scene. It's that pupil technique? This was the first time Zhang Yi displayed his divine power in front of outsiders. He had used it during the battle of the 5 major forces, but at that time, his proficiency in his divine power was not high, and he only used it for targeted killing. But now, he has completely mastered this ability, and killed 7 priests of the snow worship sect in one shot. Such a terrible power made Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian, Wei Dinghai and the others dumbfounded. Only then did they understand how powerful Zhang Yi was. His ability had a strong offense and defense. And what's more, his sniping ability also made his long-range assault terrifying. All their previous thoughts about Zhang Yi's ability shuddered like a broken glass. At this moment, Chunlei suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted, "Boss, Zhang Yixian is running away." Zhang Yixian actually took advantage of the opportunity when the priests charged and turned around and ran away. Zhang Yixian, who has telekinesis, can control his body to fly at a very fast speed. Zhang Yi's eyes condensed and he said to Bailey Chongqing and the others, "Not good. He is going back to inform Yuan Konga. That woman is the most dangerous person in Tianhai City. We must get rid of her. Otherwise, everyone may die after the relationship is torn apart." Bailey Chongqing stared at Zhang Yi. "Why should we believe you?" Zhang Yi replied calmly, "Trust me, you will not lose anything. Whether it is true or not, you will know it when you go and see it yourself. The elites of the Jiangnan region will not be fooled by me so easily, right?" After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he took out his car without caring about them, and called on his team and everyone to head to the camp of the snow worship sect. As for the priests who were lucky enough to survive, such as Han Cheng, they were already scared out of their wits, so how could they dare to stop them? Bailey Chongqing thought about it and said immediately, "Let's go and take a look. It's time to put an end to this matter in Tianhai City. We have to find out truth about the situation, and can't let the captain die in vain." The investigation team immediately decided to go and take a look. As for Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian, and Wei Dinghai, they had the same idea. Anyway, so far, this matter has no conflict with them. Since Zhang Yi took the initiative to propose that the snow worship sect was suspected of manipulating the corpse tide, they would go and take a look. They would not suffer any loss. So, everyone found a suitable means of transportation and rushed to the snow worship sect. Meanwhile, at the camp of the snow worship sect, inside St. John's Cathedral Church, Yuan Konga knelt in front of the altar and prayed devoutly. Suddenly, She opened her bright eyes. Just now, she felt a powerful superpower returning to her body. Whose superpower is this? She questioned with an evident surprise. Pupil technique? It seems to be that of the investigation team leader Bienen Junwu. Yuan Konga's eyes flickered like stars, then calmly returned to normal, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She could clearly feel how strong Bienen Junwu's power was. But the next moment, she frowned again. Bienen Junwu is dead? How could he die? Who else in the whole Tianhai city can kill him, and who else dares to kill him? Bienen Junwu has a special identity and represents the Jiangnan region. His death will also attract the attention of the Jiangnan region. Yuan Konga frowned, and she vaguely felt that some situations seemed to have gotten out of control. Not long after, in the distance in the air, a figure flew quickly towards the St. John's Cathedral Church. Zhang Yi's current condition wasn't good. His face was even paler than the heavy snow between heaven and earth. His blood was bright red. A huge blood flower bloomed on his chest, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Although Zhang Yi's sword pierced his chest cleanly, if he had received effective treatment at the time, he could have saved his life. But he knew that if he continued to stay there, their affairs would definitely be exposed. So he had to come back and tell Yuan Konga everything so she could be prepared. He could die, but Yuan Konga must not be in trouble. Zhang Yi landed in front of the church, and as he approached the entrance, one of the mutants who stayed behind and was stationed to guard the entrance of the church saw Zhang Yi and was shocked by his injuries. But Zhang Yi didn't even look at him. The guy expressed his concern and offered his assistance. However, this actions only infuriate Zhang Yi. A murderous look flashed in his eyes that made the guard tremble in fear. Zhang Yi then walked past him to the door of the church. He didn't have much time, and he had to see Yuan Konga as soon as possible. He pushed open the door, and almost immediately, Yuan Konga seemed to feel something and turned around suddenly. She saw Zhang Yi, who was seriously injured. Yuan Konga's pupils suddenly shrank, and she walked quickly to his side. Zhang Yi saw his beloved, and his last breath was mostly lost, so he fell down all of a sudden. If it weren't for the belief in his heart that supported him, he would have died halfway. Yuan Konga reached out and caught his body. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? For the first time, there was uneasiness in Yuan Konga's cold voice. As she said that, she reached out to treat Zhang Yi's injuries. With her ability, as long as the person is still alive, no matter how serious the injury is, she can heal it. However, Zhang Yi grabbed her wrist. Don't waste your power on me. My injury is too serious. Saving me will consume too much of your energy. Danger is coming soon. If our affairs are exposed, they will kill you. You have to live well. Yuan Konga's arm stopped in midair and did not fall. Zhang Yi's face showed a weak smile. He looked at Yuan Konga's indifferent face, but saw a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Zhang Yi smiled, and in the end, he understood that Yuan Konga was not without feelings for him. You have to live well, for our ideals. He fell into Yuan Konga's arms and slowly closed his eyes. Being able to die in the arms of a loved one, such an ending is not a regret for him, but a kind of happiness. Zhang Yi finally died, and his superpower also returned to Yuan Konga. Not long after, Zhang Yi and the rest arrived at the camp of the Snow Worship sect. Led by Zhang Yi, Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian, and the others immediately walked towards the abandoned building next to the church. On the way there, they passed by the church. Zhang Yi noticed that the door of St. John's Cathedral Church was half closed. He knew that Zhang Yi must have come to find Yuan Konga. At this time, Yuan Konga would definitely be on guard, so it wouldn't be an easy task to attack her. Of course, Zhang Yi had no such plan, because at this moment, no one knew how many kinds of superpowers Yuan Konga had mastered and how powerful her was. He did not dare to attack rashly. At this point, the problem of the zombie tide should have come to an end. Whether the zombie crisis was caused by the Snow Worship sect, they could tell by looking at it. Zhang Yi led everyone. Come with me, I'll prove it to you. As the group reached the entrance of the abandoned building, the mutant guard in front of the building immediately raised his hand and told them to stop. Everyone, this is a restricted place of the Snow Worship sect. You are not allowed to. Before he could finish speaking, Kong Shang appeared in front of him like a ghost, grabbed his neck and squeezed slightly. Don't make noise. The guy rolled his eyes, and seconds after, he passed out. Zhang Yi and the rest walked straight inside the abandoned building. The abandoned building was still full of bloody brilliance, and the branches and vines of the blood vines were crawling all over the corners. However, since they came during the day, the scene in front of them was clearer and more shocking but expected. At this time, there were more corpses hanging on the ceiling and walls. After all, nearly 10,000 people died in the recent battle at this camp. So all those corpses had become the best nutrients for the blood vines. There was also a gloomy and weird atmosphere everywhere. Even if it was not the first time, some people still felt creeped out as a chill went down their spine. The dead are not scary, but what is scary is this weird and ominous scene that is almost like a religious ceremony. Xiao Honglian couldn't help asking Zhang Yi, "Where is the evidence you mentioned?" Actually, during their time there, Xiao Honglian also secretly took away the things hanging on the wall and studied them, but later found out that they were just ordinary shriveled corpses, drained of all nutrients. Therefore, they were not the root cause of the zombie tide. Zhang Yi turned slightly and said with a serious expression, "At the beginning, I also had doubts. We studied these corpses and the branches and leaves of this blood vine and found nothing similar to the zombie virus." He glanced at everyone, but I soon realized that they deliberately let us know. At least you have all secretly spied here, haven't you? If there is really a big secret, they can't be so lax in defense. Think about it. Do you think that a place where we can come and go freely is really as simple as it seems? Everyone looked at each other and tacitly moved their eyes away. That's right, they took the opportunity to help defend the sect and sneaked in here and took samples for research. Everyone soon came to the main body of the blood vine. The huge blood-red plant like a world tree stood upright, rooted deep in the earth, and the top of the abandoned building was above its head. Then, the branches and leaves spread from the ceiling of the highest floor, covering every space in the building. Zhang Yi continued lightly. Zombies like to live in dark and humid underground. This is the preference of the viruses that live in their bodies. So it can be concluded that the breeding environment of this virus must be the same. And in the entire Tianhai city, the scientific research sites that meet such an environment have long disappeared. Then there is only this place. Zhang Yi pointed to the underground where the blood vine roots were, and his eyes became sharp in an instant. This was his guess, but after combining various fragmented clues, this guess has become a realistic idea recently. And he came here this time to verify this idea. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, everyone couldn't help but look at the location of the blood vine's roots. Bailey Chongqing frowned, stepped forward, and then punched the ground fiercely. With a dull bang, the ground was instantly broken, and large pieces of cement and soil flew everywhere, swept in all directions by Bailey Chongqing's fist wind. Zhang Yi and his team couldn't help but take a few steps back, using various methods to avoid the flying soil and rocks. Soon, when the dust settled, everyone hurried forward to observe whether Zhang Yi's so-called evidence appeared. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened, and there was an extremely shocked look in their pupils, and there was a hint of fear surging. The roots of the blood vine, densely packed roots, have been spreading, and it is unknown how much land has been covered. And at the end of these roots, fruits are produced like peanuts. The fruit is surprisingly one corpse after another. Humanoid corpses covered with white hair, and huge, bronze corpses. Some have almost completed the transformation, while others are still in the process of transformation, still retaining the appearance of their former human bodies. Everyone was familiar with them. Aren't they the corpse kings and bronze-armored corpses that they had fought before? Unexpectedly, they all grew from the same tree. No, to be exact, they were cultivated, because it is clear that some of them still retain human characteristics and are transforming into zombies. So the root of the disaster is here. These snow-worshipping cult, you damn bastards. After understanding the truth, Xiao Honglian clenched her teeth and roared angrily. Not only her, but everyone present was filled with anger. If this was a natural disaster, it would be fine, they could only bear it. But this is a man-made disaster, and it is a long-planned, despicable and shameless man-made disaster. Since the end of the world, the snow worship sect has suffered the most casualties. Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi used the sacrifices of ordinary people to gain the trust and sympathy of other forces. At this time, everyone who understood everything felt that they were being played around by the snow worship sect, like a group of fools. If Zhang Yi had not exposed this conspiracy in time, what would the consequences be? Just thinking about it is enough to make everyone feel cold. It was at this moment that the other leaders of the various forces knew that once the investigation team left Tianhai City, Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi will reveal their true faces and then eliminate them in one fell swoop. The thought of being targeted by a giant python was not a pleasant feeling. Despicable and shameless villains. There are people in this world who can be so cruel that they even plot against their own people. Although no one in the investigation team spoke, their faces were terribly gloomy. The death of Bienen Junwu was a huge pain for them. Now that they happen to find out that the person who killed their captain has always been by their side. They also can't stand the feeling of being fooled. Bailey Chongqing slowly raised his head, squinted his eyes, and had a weird smile on his face. Suddenly he opened his mouth, showing his white teeth as he continued to smile. These guys really set up a big game and fooled us all, but I don't like to be fooled by others. None of us do. I'm going to kill them. We're going to kill all those bastards. The fierce killing intent began to spread around. After everyone present knew the truth, they all wanted to kill the people of the snow worship sect. Some people did it for their comrades, some for their families and friends, and some purely for the loss of their own forces. In short, now they have a common goal, which is to kill the person who played everyone. Although justified, everyone, with the exception of Zhang Yi, were seething with uncontrolled rage. They were all blinded with it to the point that it was not certain whether they were going to wipe out everyone. But one thing was for sure, and thus the snow worship sect would cease to exist when they were done. Zhang Yi looked at the murderous crowd and didn't say anything, but there was a gleam of light in his eyes, and he had a deeper plan in his mind. How strong is Yuan Konga, who has absorbed so many mutants' abilities that no one can estimate? Zhang Yi knows that she is very strong, but she is definitely not strong enough to ignore other mutants. And if that's the case, she would not have to look at the face of the Jiangnan region. Also, what about after getting Bienen Junwu's ability? How high will her threat index be? Everyone's anger value is maxed out, so no matter how strong Yuan Konga is, we all have a chance to test her. Let's wait and see, Zhang Yi said to himself. Bailey Chongqing carried his huge knight's lance and turned to walk outside. When he passed by the explosives expert Yi Jikong, he gave him a deep look. Old Yi, destroy this plant. Such a root of evil cannot be left. In fact, make sure nothing is left standing. Yi Jikong nodded that he understood. Leave it to me, he replied. The blood vine is the real mother of zombies. Only by destroying it can the zombie tide in Tianhai City disappear completely. Bailey Chongqing strode out of the abandoned building with high spirits, and the other members of the investigation team followed him. The people from several major forces followed them without any hesitation. Now everyone does not need to communicate with words about what to do. The culprit who caused Tianhai City to be almost destroyed must die. Zhang Yi also followed behind everyone silently. Before leaving, he looked back at Yi Jikong. Yi Jikong walked up to the blood vine and stretched out his hand to press on it. A golden light flashed by, and a strange black thing with an octopus-like shape appeared on the blood vine. A person with the ability to release energy. It seems that he has the ability to condense energy and turn it into explosives that can explode at a fixed time. Zhang Yi didn't look at it for long. Staring at other people's superpower research can easily give people an offensive feeling. He just committed Yi Jikong's ability to memory, and then followed Bailey Chongqing and the others out. Not long after, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the building. Then, the entire abandoned building collapsed. Yi Jikong walked out of the smoke of the explosion with a calm face. At this time, the remaining followers of the sect were startled by the loud noise and appeared outside. They watched the abandoned building slowly collapse, and then looked at Bailey Chongqing and other murderous people, and they were afraid to step forward. Bailey Chongqing didn't even look at them, carrying the knight's lance and walked towards St. John's Cathedral. Some of the believers saw this scene and mustered up the courage to step forward to stop them. If you want to see the leader, you must notify us first. Immediately after, a huge black shadow flashed in the air, and the bodies of those people turned into a residual shadow in the air and disappeared instantly. Zhang Yi only saw a large group of blood mist erupting in the air. Bailey Chongqing's speed of attack was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. But a few seconds later, a sound of breaking came from the wall of a building hundreds of meters away. From a distance, two huge pools of blood appeared on the wall. It was like a mosquito being slapped to death on the wall. Liang Yu stared at Bailey Chongqing's back and cautiously reminded Zhang Yi. This man is so strong. He's equivalent to at least 3 Ling Fengs, or even higher. In the past, in the eyes of Zhang Yi and others, Ling Feng was synonymous with a perfect warrior, because his speed, strength, and agility were all maxed out. But this was the first time they saw a powerful warrior who could completely surpass Ling Feng in the field of strengthening. When all the truth has been revealed, a war is absolutely inevitable. Both sides have lost something very important. Precious people, precious resources. These things are worth their lives. Or, in Zhang Yi's case, fighting in order to be left alone to enjoy a peaceful life. Separated by a gate, the atmosphere between the two sides has been tense like a bowstring that will break at the touch. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on the interior of the church. A few distance away, only a few combatants and the most devout believers gathered nearby out of curiosity. But most of the believers who had no fighting power huddled in their houses nervously, like ostriches, not daring to see what happened. Among them was Li Jian and his wife. Son, are you watching this? Your dad has avenged you, because today the lunatic Yuan Konga is going to die. Li Jian said this with a crazy look in his eyes. led by Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian, Zhang Yi, and the rest. A total of more than 30 mutants gathered here. They stared at the black gate decorated with sacred patterns, but no one rushed in rashly. Wu Di took a step forward, and a huge ball of light appeared all over his body. Then, like a sharp sword, the floating cannon blasted towards the door of the church. In a flash, a loud boom ranged out, and with that, the door of the church was shattered. The moment the door was broken, the group saw the scene inside. In front of the altar, Yuan Konga was sitting on the steps, holding the dead Zheng Yixian in her arms. After seeing Yuan Konga, Wu Di's eyes burst into strong hatred. To him, Bienen Junwu was like a father, and once Bienen Junwu died, he would blame anyone who caused this result. Of course, the one he hated the most was the leader of the snow worship sect. "Go to hell," Wu Di loudly declared. He stood in the front, and hundreds of light balls appeared around him at the same time, reflecting him like a god. The dense floating cannons shot out like a storm, carrying the terrifying power to destroy everything. At this time, Yuan Konga finally raised her head and looked at them, and her eyes were as cold as an iceberg that had not melted for millions of years. A strong hatred radiated from her. Yuan Konga was absolutely pissed at this moment, and this was because the last person in this world she could trust was dead. When Wu Di's floating cannon approached her, Yuan Konga placed Zheng Yixian's body on the ground and slowly stood up. Then, within 10 meters of her, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, and all the floating cannon were blocked by this invisible force. The powerful floating cannon almost destroyed the church, but it could not cross her telekinesis wall. Zhang Yi reminded everyone. She has at least dozens of superpowers. Everyone should be careful. Xiao Honglian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter how powerful she is, I don't believe that the power of all the mutants in Tianhai City can't kill her. Her whole body had long been covered with red flames, and dark red lines like magma flowed on the surface of her skin. She quickly ran in another direction and spit out a huge fire dragon towards Yuan Konga. No one needs to be ordered deliberately. The mutants present here are the elite among the elites who can survive until now and know how to fight and cooperate. The crowd divided into 3 directions and used long-range attack abilities to attack Yuan Konga. The melee-type enhancement and orc ability users were ready to wait for Yuan Konga to show an opening and rush up to give her a fatal blow. All kinds of superpowers flew towards Yuan Konga like a torrential rain. However, no matter what kind of attack she faced, Yuan Konga's face remained unchanged. There seemed to be a spherical field outside her body, which could block any attack. In Zhang Yi's eyes, white light was flickering. He really wanted to know whether his divine power could break through Yuan Konga's mental barrier. But this is his trump card, which cannot be used easily. He must wait until the right opportunity appears. But at this moment, Yuan Konga's body suddenly floated slowly into the air. She looked down at everyone from above like a god descending to the world. The believers of the sect in the distance saw this scene, and they immediately started to praise their leader excitedly, shouting the name of Snow God over and over and over again. They believed that what they were witnessing was the blessing of the Snow God. And currently, their leader had finally been worthy of being the human body of the Snow God. But Yuan Konga was using Zheng Yixian's ability at that moment, and Zhang Yi noticed. Zheng Yixian's telekinesis is very powerful. The most enviable thing is that he can control his body and get rid of the control of gravity to achieve high-speed flight. However, now this ability has appeared in Yuan Konga. The so-called Ice Soul was completely a huge trap to cut leaks. So, Yuan Konga's great mercy in granting anyone the opportunity to awaken their superpowers was all a lie. And now it was on display. However, it seems none of the believers present seemed to notice. At this moment, Yuan Konga, suspended in midair, looked down at all living beings like a god. She remained motionless despite all kinds of superpowers attacking her. Wu Di simply couldn't believe his eyes. His floating gun was more powerful than a sniper rifle, and even close to the power of a real rocket launcher. But why was Yuan Konga able to take on so many floating cannons so easily? Zhang Yi realized that something was wrong and quietly retreated behind everyone. Yuan Konga looked at them and said coldly, "Foolish and insignificant people, you don't understand what kind of existence you are fighting against. I am the apostle of God in the world, the messenger who exercises divine power. All acts of blasphemy against divine authority must be punished by heaven." After she said that, she suddenly opened her arms slowly. "Let me cleanse this world without faith." As her arms began to rise, the ground under the feet of everyone suddenly began to tremble violently. Zhang Yi and the others were unstable and almost fell to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, like an earthquake. In Zhang Yi's surprised eyes, the ground began to float up. Zhang Yi had already turned on the eightfold speed, and his figure retreated like a ghost. Others also felt something was wrong and moved away from Yuan Konga's position. However, all the surrounding buildings were collapsing, the ground was breaking, and huge rocks rose into the air, like meteorites all over the sky. Such a powerful ability made the pupils of every mutant present shrink. They knew that Yuan Konga was very strong, but they didn't expect her to be this strong. They had seen this kind of world-destroying power an hour ago. Unexpectedly, they're seeing it again so soon. A level 5 powerhouse. The power of the Epsilon-level mutant. After absorbing the abilities of Bienen Junwu and Zhang Yi, Yuan Konga successfully broke through to this level. Yuan Konga looked at everyone with cold eyes and pressed down hard with her right hand. The huge rocks in the sky smashed towards the people on the ground like meteors. Countless boulders rose high into the sky and then quickly fell to the ground in the horrified eyes of the crowd. Within a radius of several kilometers, this was an indiscriminate attack, like a meteor shower. But it was not beautiful, but full of the horror of destruction. Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly, and the huge knight's lance in his hand danced like a windmill. Facing the boulders that kept falling from the sky, he used his lance to pick them up and fly them out. Those were boulders weighing several tons or even dozens of tons. Not to mention people, even if a truck was hit, it would be crushed into a discus. But Bailey Chongqing relied on his powerful strength and his powerful spear skills to make them deviate from their original trajectory. He stood in front of everyone and did not retreat a step, because at this time Bienen Junwu was already dead, and he was the captain of the investigation team. He had to protect the team members from wind and rain. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, the others, who were trying to get to a safe area, started to try their best to resist with their own abilities. Zhang Yi was the easiest to deal with this kind of attack. His dimensional gate opened, and no matter how huge the rocks were, they would just disappear silently into another dimension. Compared to the two of them, the others looked much more embarrassed. Xiao Honglian's fire attack had little effect on the boulders. She could only use the purgatory furnace to strengthen her body and quickly dodge in the meteor shower. But the rocks flew through the air, and the boulders fell one after another, making her extremely embarrassed. Many mutants were hit by the boulders because they could not dodge in time, and they did not even have the chance to scream, and they turned directly into a pool of meat paste. "Everyone, come to my side and stay behind me," Zhang Yi shouted to everyone. At this moment, in order to deal with Yuan Konga, everyone's strength must be gathered. If everyone else was killed, Zhang Yi would be alone, and he had to try his best to protect these people, for now at least. Seeing Zhang Yi easily block the rain of boulders with his dimensional gate, the others immediately gathered in his direction. Once as enemies, they hated Zhang Yi's space ability. But now as comrades on the same front, this ability gave them a great sense of security. Everyone quickly ran behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi opened a huge dimensional door and blocked it above his head, like a big umbrella, so that the raindrops would not fall on everyone's heads. But the raindrops were not water, but boulders that could turn people into meat paste. However, they could hide under the dimensional door, but some people had no way to avoid it. They were ordinary believers and mutants of the Snow Worship sect. When they first saw Yuan Konga display her magical means, they all rejoiced and were extremely delighted. But Yuan Konga's attack was indiscriminate, covering them as well. They were defenseless and were wiped out in an instant. As of now, everyone, including the remaining mutants of the sect, are no longer of any extra value. It would be better to let them return to the kingdom of God, and then their power will be gathered on Yuan Konga. Zhang Yi is dead, and Yuan Konga must win this battle. Only in this way can they build a world without filth. Come back to where you belong, Yuan Konga said lightly, and all the mutants killed but had taken her ice soul at some point returned to her. Everyone, including any of the believer currently alive at a safe distance, saw the current demise of their fellow worshippers and were shocked greatly. Seeing Yuan Konga kill all those believers together with her enemies, their faith completely collapsed. How could this happen? Why is the leader killing the devout believers as well? Some cried desperately, and others could only grit their teeth but do nothing other than to quickly retreat to avoid the attack of the boulders. It turns out that Yuan Konga was not a savior at all, but a devil. A lunatic to be exact. Yuan Konga ignored all of them, but her eyes were as cold as the extremely cold snow. Fortunately, her attention was on Zhang Yi and the others at this time, and she did not deliberately wipe them out. Otherwise, with her current strength, killing them would be a piece of cake. Yuan Konga lowered her head and stared at Zhang Yi, and whispered, "I want your spatial power too." She slowly raised her hand like a god, stretched out her hand and aimed at Zhang Yi and the others. Above the ground, the boulders that had already fallen shook violently, and then rose into the air again, turning into a huge storm of rocks around Zhang Yi and the others. There were flying boulders in all directions, and Zhang Yi and the others were in the center of the storm. Zhang Yi's eyes condensed. His dimensional gate could only open 2 at the same time, and it was impossible to defend all directions. Yuan Konga's telekinesis was many times stronger than Zhang Yi's. They are not even on the same level at all. Not even a little. Is this the end for us? He questioned himself with a gritted teeth. At this moment, the others were not idle either. Xing Tian activated his Legion ability. As mentioned earlier, this supernatural power of his can be blessed on everyone to improve their combat effectiveness. With this blessing, the combat effectiveness of the remaining strongest mutants in Tianhai City raised to a higher level. Xiao Honglian and Waiting Hai activated their Flame Dragon Breath and Ice and Snow Blizzard abilities respectively, and attacked at the same time. The flames and blizzards swept in 2 directions, impacting the incoming rocks from those directions. Qi Guangming of the investigation team raised the black sniper rifle in his hand with a serious look. And as he aimed at Yuan Konga in the air, he knew that in order to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. It was useless to deal with the rocks alone. Only by solving Yuan Konga can everything end. As long as Yuan Konga falls, the boulder storm will naturally disappear. A stream of golden light shot out from the muzzle of his gun. Yuan Konga's eyes were cold, and she didn't care about the bullet at all. But the next moment, her brows frowned slightly, because this bullet actually penetrated her telekinetic barrier. However, it stopped when it was less than a meter away from her. Qi Guangming frowned even deeper. She has too many types of abilities, so I can't deal with her at all. Zhang Yi saw the entire scene, so with a curious look, he asked what kind of bullet Qi Guangming used that could actually penetrate Yuan Konga's telekinetic barrier. After all, he clearly remembered that Wu Di's countless floating cannons could not affect the telekinetic barrier at all. Qi Guangming glanced at him and said it was an origin bullet. They were specially designed and used to deal with mutant creatures. Indeed, mutated creatures also naturally include humans with superpowers. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but inwardly sigh slightly. Jiangnan District is really Jiangnan District indeed. In less than half a year after the end of the world, even bullets specifically used to deal with mutants have been developed. But thinking about it carefully, this thing has no effect on me. Because strictly speaking, my dimensional gate was not a defensive ability, but a door to another dimension. Origin bullet was probably used to attack mutants who rely on superpowers for defense, such as the strengthening system, the orc system, and this kind of mutants with telekinetic barriers. At this time, Bailey Chongqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. We can't let her control the rhythm like this. From now on, everyone should listen to my command. He stared at Yuan Konga in the air, his eyes more focused than ever. Even if her current superpowers are powerful, this young girl still lacks combat experience. She would eventually reveal flaws. Bailey Chongqing quickly made a battle plan for everyone. He had discovered a weakness of Yuan Konga. That is, she could not do 2 things at the same time. When Qi Guangming attacked her with the origin bullet, her telekinesis control ability was obviously reduced, and the speed of the rock storm slowed down. So, apart from Qi Guangming, who will use the origin bullet to contain her actions, the rest of you will continue to attack her with long-range skills. I will be responsible for the main attack. As for the ultimate move, Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi next to him. From the beginning till now, Zhang Yi hadn't even made a single attack. But Bailey Chongqing knew that he had an ultimate move hidden, his divine power. Although the attack range was not very large, but in terms of power, Zhang Yi's divine power was definitely not inferior to the destructive power of Bienen Junwu. We will fight for you to use your pupil technique to deal a fatal blow to Yuan Konga. Bailey Chongqing even added with a serious expression. I will go over to entangle her, and if necessary, you can kill me along with her. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard this. It was obvious at this point that Bailey Chongqing was so determined to kill Yuan Konga that he was willing to sacrifice himself as well. However, the other members of the investigation team seemed to be used to it when they heard this. They had already put life and death aside in order to carry out the mission. And it wasn't that they were not afraid of death, but they understood that sometimes sacrifice was necessary, otherwise it will cause greater losses. They understood the bigger picture that if they couldn't kill Yuan Konga, no one will leave alive. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile and reply that he got it. Bailey Chongqing chose to bear the greatest pressure alone, because among the people present, no one can even approach his level in terms of close combat ability. Well, let's start, he shouted. Xiao Honglian and Waiting Hai quickly took action and launched a fierce attack on Yuan Konga. Qi Guangming also raised his gun and fired another origin bullet. Yuan Konga knew that the golden bullet should not be taken lightly, so she frowned slightly and raised her left hand to condense a huge wall in front of her. Although the origin bullet had special functions for mutants, it was still just a bullet in the end, and its physical attack ability was relatively ordinary. So the huge wall blocked it easily. Yuan Konga then waved her other hand, and all the superpowers that attacked her were extinguished in the air like a flame being poured with water. But at this moment, Bailey Chongqing suddenly jumped high from the ground, disappearing from where he was initially like lightning, and holding his huge knight's lance with killing intent. He decisively attacked Yuan Konga from the back. Yuan Konga's eyes condensed. She did not look back, but she had already noticed Bailey Chongqing's attack. Silently moving like thunder, the lance stabbed Yuan Konga's back with tremendous force. An invisible ripple swayed in the air, and the telekinetic barrier blocked her back. The huge knight's lance stabbed over and actually broke through half a meter from the barrier, stopping a few centimeters away from her back. Even though he held the knight's lance tightly with both hands, Bailey Chongqing couldn't continue to exert force in the air, so his charged attack failed to deal any significant damage. But it did, however, distract Yuan Konga. And at this moment, Zhang Yi made a move. The moment when Yuan Konga was distracted by everyone was the moment when he made his move. White light flashed in his pupils, and then aimed at Yuan Konga in the air. This even covered Bailey Chongqing behind her. With a fight of this magnitude, life and death are determined in just a matter of seconds. The moment when Yuan Konga was distracted allowed Zhang Yi to lock on her. The terrifying pressure distorted the space around her, and finally a look of shock appeared in Yuan Konga's eyes. Zhang Yi actually has a pupil technique skill? Yuan Konga silently thought in astonishment. Between her and Zhang Yi, a strange distortion appeared in the space. It was like a rag being twisted in opposite directions by two people. Well then, let's see whose pupil technique is more powerful, Bienen Junwu's or yours. At this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from Yuan Konga's eyes, covering the surrounding world between them. Silently, a bizarre sphere appeared in the space between the two people, and even the light was distorted. But after a moment, the dazzling light dissipated in the air. Everything returned to calm. Only the ground under the ball of light, like cheese scalded by a red-hot iron, had a huge and smooth spherical depression. Accompanied with a loud boom, a figure fell to the ground like a meteor, and Bailey Chongqing, who was wearing a white combat uniform, was thrown to the ground. This man of steel and iron actually spilled a trace of blood from his mouth at this time. Has the captain's annihilation been mastered by her so quickly? Bailey Chongqing said this with a solemn face looking at Yuan Konga. He was very familiar with that power just now. It was Bienen Junwu's pupil technique, Nirvana. She even mastered Bienen Junwu's ability, Xiao Honglian said in astonishment. They have seen how strong Bienen Junwu was. That is a terrifying ability that can kill hundreds of thousands of zombies by one's own strength. Now that Yuan Konga has obtained that ability, how can they fight? Bailey Chongqing stood up and said loudly, "No! She is not the captain. She just got the captain's special ability and doesn't know how to use it properly yet. We still have a chance to defeat her." He was very sure of this, because if it was the ability used by Bienen Junwu just now, he would not be alive to be able to speak, let alone stand up. The appearance of Zhang Yi's divine power made Yuan Konga feel a sense of pressure, because that kind of power was enough to fight against her. Yuan Konga's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi at this moment, a bit taken aback with Zhang Yi's sudden appetite. Zhang Yi silently took out several meat buns and stuffed it into his mouth. His divine power consumed too much of his energy, so he had to replenish his superpowers in time. Fortunately, he was a space-based ability user, and fighting a war of attrition was his strong point. Suddenly, with a murderous intent, Yuan Konga's eyes were full of rage. At first, she didn't take these people seriously. With her powerful strength, she thought she was close to the realm of God, and these weak mortals could not do anything to her. However, Zhang Yi's divine power made her feel a little scared. Perhaps these mortals really had the ability to hurt her, and this fear made her angry. So angry that she decided not to play anymore, but to kill everyone in front of her as soon as possible. Storms, bigger than the size of the destroyed church, spun around her. The terrifying whirlwind carried countless gravel, ice and snow, and even everything around it, turning into a huge tornado. Then this huge tornado hit everyone hard. The tornado attracted everything around it, and everyone's feet began to become unstable. They hurriedly retreated to avoid being swept into the middle of the tornado. Once they entered it, it would be a certain death. But when they thought they had run far away, the raging snowstorm rolled over the earth again. Wind, snow, gravel, all kinds of terrible abilities were displayed by Yuan Konga. For a time, no one could resist. Their abilities were certainly very powerful, but the level was completely different. When a mutant reaches level 5, the Ypsilon level, which is the strongest level of mutants in the world. He or she is no longer in the same dimension as the lower mutants. With only just 2 legendary Ypsilon mutants in the entire country, including the recently deceased Bienen Junwu, Yuan Konga was now the 3rd, and upon facing her terrifyingly powerful strength, everyone was struggling to resist. Zhang Yi's dimensional gate could not protect everyone. This bug defense method that can defend against all physical attacks can keep him safe. His team was currently safe as well. But how can they fight this? Yuan Konga has too many abilities, so it was impossible to even find her weaknesses, if she has any, that is. Boss, let's run away, Chunlei suggested. Escape? Where to? Do you think we can still escape now? Zhang Yi stared coldly at Yuan Konga in the center of the storm. If he was alone, there would be no problem escaping. But it would not work with them. After all, he could react to the speed of space travel, but they couldn't. Any delay in the middle would delay time, and then Yuan Konga would quickly catch up. Now there is only one battle. If you win, Tianhai City will be peaceful from now on. If you lose, well, we can think about losing later. Zhang Yi stared at Yuan Konga in the air, with the power in his eyes ready to go. Yuan Konga felt this power, and her figure suddenly became illusory, as if countless afterimages overlapped, making it impossible for Zhang Yi to lock her position. However, the biggest advantage of Zhang Yi and everyone was their number. Bailey Chongqing said that Yuan Konga's combat experience was not rich enough, and he was right. Even though she has enough power, it is still flawed. Now with Zhang Yi's divine power as a restraint, Yuan Konga can't concentrate on dealing with everyone at the same time. So this gave them the opportunity to attack from the side. Xing Tian activated his supernatural power to the maximum extent and blessed everyone. Qi Guangming raised the sniper rifle in his hand, aiming the origin bullet at Yuan Konga's head, which also brought her a little pressure. Although she is not afraid of Qi Guangming, if she accidentally gets shot, it is not something she is willing to accept. Bailey Chongqing also held his knight's lance and patiently looked for an opportunity to attack with one shot. Although his defense was very amazing, if he is attacked by another pupil technique at close range, his defense would definitely be broken, along with his life. What annoying bugs. Do you really think you can resist me? What a joke. I'm a god. Yuan Konga's voice echoed coldly in the sky. As she waved her hands, an even more terrifying storm swept in all directions, as if to kill everyone with one blow. The main targets of the attack were Zhang Yi and Qi Guangming. Zhang Yi sensed this and immediately opened his double doors, taking his entire team away from the spot. The moment they left, the place where they previously were was smashed by countless rubble from all directions. However, Qi Guangming did not have the convenient ability to escape like Zhang Yi, and Yuan Konga's power covered every corner around him. As long as he looked up, he could see a giant whirlwind hundreds of meters high trapping him in the center. There was no escape. Yuan Konga was like a creature from a higher dimension, playing with his life at will. Unexpectedly, just when he was at a loss, a familiar roar came from his side, and a huge and familiar knight's lance tore a hole in the storm. "Captain, why are you here?" he questioned with an evident surprise. Although grateful, Qi Guangming thought at that moment that he was truly done for, and never expected his captain to appear suddenly at a critical moment. Bailey Chongqing, wearing a white combat uniform, rushed in, then clamped Qi Guangming under his arm, and rushed out through the storm. Oh, such a strong defense. Yuan Konga saw this scene. She recognized that it was the deputy captain of the investigation team, a top-level enhancement ability user. But how long can you resist my attack? Within a radius of 3 kilometers, rocks flew through the air, and everything in the world became the object of her control. Her energy seemed endless, and she continued to attack everyone. Suddenly, she felt Zhang Yi's attack again from behind. Yuan Konga's attention has always been on Zhang Yi. Seeing this, she did not hesitate to use Nirvana to fight against it. The sudden clash of the two forces created a massive explosion in the air. At this point in the battle, the biggest threat to her was this person who has the ability to kill with one blow. These two forces burst out with strange light in the air and then annihilated. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said to Liang Yu and the others at an extremely fast speed, "You guys need to leave here quickly. The current battle is no longer something you can intervene in. Indeed, the human wave tactics have no effect on the mutants who are beyond the general meaning. Now, on the entire battlefield, there are probably only a few of them who can have a certain impact on Yuan Konga. Anyone else who stayed there were just living targets for Yuan Konga and add burden to their teammates. Therefore, Zhang Yi asked Flower to take everyone else away. Even for Liang Yu, her melee ability would hardly play a big role at this time. Liang Yu wanted to argue, but then she saw Zhang Yi's serious and scary face. Time was running out. and Zhang Yi didn't want to waste words with her. She had to obey his orders. Liang Yu took a moment to control her emotions and think rationally about the situation. It was obvious at this point, and she figured out that her ability would not be of much help to Zhang Yi, and would even affect Zhang Yi's ability to use his space shuttle. Okay, let's go. She reluctantly agreed and jumped on Flower's back, joining Uncle Yu and Chunlei. Before departure, Uncle Yu told Zhang Yi to be careful. The three people, together with Flower, looked at Zhang Yi worriedly, and then fled away. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai, Xing Tian, and some members of the investigation team became the main force. After Yuan Konga mastered telekinesis, she could float in the sky and look down at everyone to fight. Therefore, all the enhancement-type ability users except Bailey Changqing chose to retreat to the back to provide assistance and protection to the main attackers in front. And the support-type mutants, such as Meng Xiu and Yi Jikong, left the battlefield without hesitation. Wu Di's eyes were filled with hatred. He was surrounded by floating cannons, and the dazzling light balls emitted a terrifying impact force, shooting at Yuan Konga like a rainstorm. At the same time, Xing Tian used his own abilities to bless everyone, refueling them to keep fighting. Wei Dinghai's Ice and Snowstorm and Xiao Honglian's Flame Dragon were all trying their best to consume Yuan Konga and distract her attention. Without question, everyone knew that the only way to defeat Yuan Konga at this point was Zhang Yi, and his divine power was the key, because only his attack can pose a threat to Yuan Konga. So everyone, even Wu Di, tried their best to create an output environment for Zhang Yi. Yuan Konga felt irritated in the face of the attacks of more than a dozen mutants. These attacks were nothing to her, but she must always be on guard against Zhang Yi, who has the ability to kill with one blow. Once she has any defensive air raids, Zhang Yi's divine power will hit her, which may cause her serious injuries. It's obvious that the ending is certain to be your deaths. So why are you still struggling? Forget it. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Yuan Konga's cold voice came from high in the sky. She didn't like the appearance of something that was out of her control. Let me purify you completely with one blow. Yuan Konga continued, and in the pupils of her eyes, a sharp golden light quickly burst out. She was hanging high in the sky, like a sun, and the holy light swept in all directions. The annihilation power of Nirvana was stimulated to the maximum by her. The power that was enough to destroy everything reminded everyone of the famous scene where Bienen Junwu killed hundreds of thousands of zombies alone. Bailey Changqing and the others turned pale, because they felt that the power of this attack was already at the level of Bienen Junwu. Run away. Everyone, run away as far as possible. Bailey Changqing held Qi Guangming with one hand and Wu Di with the other, and his figure turned into a residual shadow as he ran to Zhang Yi's side. Xiao Honglian and the others also made the same move. They knew that now they could only rely on Zhang Yi's dimension gate to try to resist this power. Zhang Yi raised his right hand and opened the dimensional door to the maximum, and a huge dimensional door like the South Heaven Gate opened in front of him. However, several soldiers of the various major forces, who were not fast enough, were attacked by the burst of golden light and disintegrated into nothing. As the golden light of destruction disappeared from the earth, Zhang Yi exhaled a long breath, relieved that his dimensional door was able to block Yuan Konga's attack. After all, this kind of large-scale attack could not concentrate all the power in one place like his divine power. And due to this reason, the annihilation power of Nirvana was difficult to pose any threat to his dimensional door. However, among the group of survivors, Wei Dinghai was the most unfortunate. Using his frost armor to the maximum, his heavy armor covered him like a Gundam. But when the golden light of annihilation swept across the earth, his armor was shattered like a confetti. Wei Dinghai subconsciously stretched out his right arm in front of him. But to everyone's horror, his arm was directly destroyed as if it was fake. It turns out that he was able to save his life by hiding within the range of Zhang Yi's dimensional door at the last moment. Unfortunately, his whole body didn't make it. Wei Dinghai used ice to seal the wound on his arm, but fortunately he was not a melee-type mutant, and he could still fight even if he lost an arm. With just this one blow from Yuan Konga, she managed to kill almost all the mutants who were not many on the field. Only the leaders of a few forces and the few people from the investigation team were still alive. But everyone had no time to grieve because right now, whether they could survive or not was a huge challenge. The mood of despair began to spread in everyone's heart. They had tried their best, but they did not cause any harm to Yuan Konga, and they suffered heavy casualties. How can we fight next? Are we going to just wait to die? Are mutants of Ypsilon level really invincible? These thoughts raced in everyone's mind as they stared at Yuan Konga from below. Yuan Konga exuded a sacred and soft light, looking down at Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi, you are very capable. However, I have absorbed the abilities of 36 people, including the ability of Bienen Junwu. How are you going to deal with it? She stared at Zhang Yi. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, stretching out her index finger, she pointed at Zhang Yi with a crazy look in her eyes. I also want your ability too. Zhang Yi silently stared at Yuan Konga, his eyes full of fear and caution. He said to everyone in a deep voice, "Now, we have to give everything and fight hard. Take out whatever trump card you have and fight with everything you have. Otherwise we might all die here." Wu Di gritted his teeth and roared from behind. "We know it without you telling us." He said nothing else, but inwardly he was in a dilemma. That is, even if they fight hard like Zhang Yi just said, can they really win? As a member of the investigation team, Wu Di didn't want to say such discouraging words, but he clearly thought of this over and over again. With a gloomy expression, Zhang Yi continued, "There is still a glimmer of hope if we fight with all our might. Otherwise, we will be doomed to fail and die." But at this moment, the group's brief moment of respite was over as a new round of attack was upon them again. Yuan Konga did not have the patience to wait until Zhang Yi and the others finished chatting. This time, the attack unexpectedly came from underground. The ground under their feet exploded, and hundreds of thorny vines with white frost stabbed at everyone from the soles of their feet. This is the ability of Dai Mei, who was once a priest of the snow worship sect. Originally, she was just an ordinary special ability user who could breed thorny vines from her body as a means of fighting. There was nothing remarkable when she died. In the zombie war just now, she was gnawed to the bone and there was no bone residue left. But her ability, in the hands of Yuan Konga, had become extremely powerful. This attack caught everyone off guard, and Zhang Yi decisively opened his space shuttle and left the original place. On the other hand, the others hurriedly used all means, even if they fell into the icy rocks. They tried their best to block the attacks from the thorns that were harder and sharper than steel. Perhaps it was Zhang Yi's words that inspired their fighting spirit, or it was the idea that the army of the underdog must win, and they lived to the death. These top-level mutants who were in the limelight finally started to fight for their lives. Wu Di gritted his teeth, and suddenly a surging spiritual power surged out of his body, rushing his hair high into the sky. In an instant, his blonde hair became whiter than snow, and the surging spiritual power wrapped around his body and made him fly high into the sky. Seeing this scene, Bailey Chongqing, Qi Guangming, and the rest of the investigation team who were hiding and watching the battle behind the building in the distance all showed expressions of reluctance. Wu Di's floating gun consumes spiritual power, but once this power is used excessively, it will consume his life. At this time, Wu Di had already disregarded the consequences and began to burn his mental power like crazy. However, this approach allowed him to briefly reach the threshold of Epsilon. Wu Di's change attracted Yuan Konga's attention. She frowned, not expecting this new trouble to arise. In the air, Wu Di laughed wildly like a madman. He knew what this approach meant to him, but now he had no other choice. Actually, to be precise, he didn't give a shit. After all, Bienen Junwu could sacrifice for the team, so why couldn't he do the same? Die, you damn rotten bitch. Die, die, die. Wu Di lost it at this moment as countless balls of light were hurled at Yuan Konga in quick succession. This time around, the power of the attack was completely different from the previous ones. At least it was improved by several levels. However, they still couldn't penetrate Yuan Konga's telekinetic barrier. Realizing this, Wu Di changed his form of attack. He raised his hand high, and actually condensed a huge spiritual light ball with a radius of several meters, and then swung it towards Yuan Konga fiercely. The huge floating cannon was extremely fast, and it contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. The others below were not idle either, and they cooperated with Wu Di to attack Yuan Konga from all directions. Especially Zhang Yi, who actually went around behind Yuan Konga and started to attack after he had a lock on her with his divine power. Zhang Yi and Wu Di used their strongest attack from two different directions. Yuan Konga's frown deepens, not daring to be negligent. She suddenly felt the threat of death and used her destructive power to counter. The terrifying light of destruction once again swept in all directions with her as the center, and then silently began to annihilate everything around her. The collision of these terrifying powers intertwined, causing a huge deafening explosion around Yuan Konga. Outside afar at a safe distance from the battlefield, the other members of the investigation team watching the scene couldn't stand it anymore. Although their abilities were not suitable for fighting Yuan Konga, they couldn't bear to see their teammates die tragically with their own eyes. Also, at some unspecified location, Liang Yu, Uncle Yu and the others saw the colorful luster in the sky and wondered if it was finally over. Although they fully trusted Zhang Yi, they also knew that he was most afraid of death. and he would do whatever it takes to survive, so dispatching them to safety with such confidence meant that he must have a way. He definitely has to, because Zhang Yi was never the hero type and had never cared about being shameless in order to survive. After that intense round, Yuan Konga's face finally showed a trace of fatigue. She can have countless superpowers, but the superpowers in her body can be exhausted. Facing the joint attack of two top mutants at the same time, even she couldn't be calm. However, after that attack, Wu Di's state took a sharp turn for the worse. His face became vicissitudes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his eyes were a little dim. The next moment, he fell headfirst like a crashed plane. This attack exhausted everything he had. Bailey Chongqing rushed over and caught him. On the other hand, Zhang Yi quickly stuffed numerous supernatural food into his mouth while fighting. He was not afraid of a war of attrition. Even if he continuously displays his divine power, his superpowers can be quickly replenished. Zhang Yi and Wu Di's combined strongest attack finally made Yuan Konga look a little tired. However, the current situation was not optimistic, because except Zhang Yi, everyone else has suffered injuries of varying severity. Wu Di was completely useless and can no longer fight. A large pool of blood gushed out from the corner of Xiao Honglian's mouth. Even with the battle armor condensed by the purgatory furnace, she could not withstand the aftermath of the power of annihilation. As for Wei Dinghai, one of his arms was broken and the whole person was almost useless. Only Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing were still standing in the field. But how could the two of them defeat the nearly invincible Yuan Konga? Despair. Complete despair. The strength of high-level mutants were such a complete crushing to lower-level mutants. Just a few days ago, if it weren't for Bienen Junwu's death, Bailey Chongqing would even want to win Yuan Konga over and become a member of the Jiangnan region. But he couldn't do that now, because that would be a betrayal to Bienen Junwu, a brother in life and death. Also, it's obvious at this point that Yuan Konga has serious mental issues. Why do you have to struggle so hard? That will only increase your pain. It's better to let me kill you quietly, so that you can all be free. Yuan Konga's voice came like a god. She saw that the people in front of her were no longer a threat to her. Even though Zhang Yi was a bit weird, his only threatening means could not break Yuan Konga's own. At this moment, Yuan Konga enjoyed this powerful feeling very much. This feeling of being able to dominate everything and destroy everything was really great. But at this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke up, and his next words made everyone stare at him with a surprised look. Zhang Yi sighed softly and said to Bailey Chongqing and the others with a cold look, "Well, it seems that your limit has been reached. Although what you have done is a little less than I expected, it is almost enough." Zhang Yi's tone was a little loud, which made the people around him feel stunned after hearing it. Yes, they admitted that Zhang Yi's divine power had a great restraining effect on Yuan Konga. But in their impression, Zhang Yi's strength lies in defense, not attack. If it was a one-on-one today, he might be killed by Yuan Konga within 5 seconds. So they didn't understand why Zhang Yi suddenly changed his attitude. Zhang Yi waved to the others, but his eyes were always fixed on Yuan Konga, not leaving for a moment. "You guys should leave here. The next battlefield will be taken over by me." Things have developed to this point, and everything has developed as Zhang Yi thought at the beginning. The significance for bringing all these mutants along was to help him consume Yuan Konga's power as much as possible. Perhaps it can be said that from the very beginning, Zhang Yi did not expect to rely on them to defeat Yuan Konga. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. "Zhang Yi, you are not kidding, right?" Zhang Yi replied calmly, "Of course not. No one would seek death at this time. They also don't think Zhang Yi would be the kind of great man who would sacrifice himself to fight for others to survive. But since Zhang Yi said so, they can only choose to believe it now. Then we will leave it to you." Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai did not hesitate, and decisively dragged their injured bodies away. Xing Tian glanced at Zhang Yi and said calmly, "Old friend, our last hope is placed on you." He gathered all his remaining energy, and then blessed them all on Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi feel that his body was stronger and faster, and even his 5 senses became extremely sharp. Bailey Chongqing sent Qi Guangming and Wu Di, who was completely exhausted, away, while he remained on the battlefield. His injuries were not light, but he was still capable. Zhang Yi saw this scene and did not stop it. On the other hand, Yuan Konga did not stop them from leaving. In her eyes, they were all insignificant insects she could crush at any time she wanted. Also, no one in the entire Tianhai city could escape from her anyway. She was just very curious about Zhang Yi's sudden attitude, and didn't know what this man wanted to do, so she simply observed. After all, her biggest threat was him, and once she was done with Zhang Yi, she could handle the rest with ease. With his dimensional door open between himself and Yuan Konga, Zhang Yi took no chances and wasn't complacent. However, he thought that since Bailey Chongqing was willing, he would let him fight alongside with him. But he did not expect him to play a big role. Bailey Chongqing suddenly threw a black pistol over. Zhang Yi recognized it at a glance. It was the sidearm of their captain Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. A gun? Bailey Chongqing said seriously. There are about 20 origin bullets in it. The name of the origin bullet made Zhang Yi a little tempted. It is a bullet specially used to deal with mutants, and it can even pose a certain threat to Yuan Konga. Okay, I'll take it. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at Yuan Konga, squinting slightly. Everything should have an end, right? Yuan Konga's mouth curled up slightly. She was suspended in the air, and the sacred light was shrouded around her. Who gave you the confidence? Zhang Yi, you know nothing about power. I haven't used my full strength yet. Yuan Konga opened her arms, and the majestic supernatural power formed a violent storm around her. And this time around, lightning was added to the mix. Now, I'm slowly getting used to having so many abilities in my body. Don't worry. I'll kill you soon and take away your power too. With Yuan Konga in the center, more terrifying storm emerged. And the ground beneath Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing's feet was even more broken, with countless broken stones floating in the air. Bailey Chongqing used his flexible speed to jump away, stepping on one boulder after another in the air, trying to attack Yuan Konga. Yuan Konga's eyes were full of fierceness, and she pointed his 5 fingers of her left hand at him, and a huge telekinesis swept him away directly. Even the most powerful enhancement ability users cannot use their own power in the air. Zhang Yi ignored Bailey Chongqing. When the vibration under his feet began, his figure flashed in the air and appeared on a rooftop opposite Yuan Konga. The vector direction of the alternate space is not affected by the outside world. Therefore, as long as Zhang Yi controls the direction of the dimensional door, he can achieve any teleportation within a range of 300 meters, or even stagnate in the air. Yuan Konga waved her right hand, and a violent tornado several thousand meters long hung upside down, like a sword of Damocles, stabbing Zhang Yi fiercely. But Zhang Yi didn't even dodge. He stood on the ruins of a building and opened his right hand. The violent tornado completely sank into Zhang Yi's dimensional door. The next moment, a second door suddenly opened on the right side of Yuan Konga, and the tornado she released turned around and began to attack her. Yuan Konga gave a look, and the huge tornado shattered. Dimensional door, huh? Then can you handle this move? Yuan Konga asked coldly. The next moment, with Zhang Yi as the center, hundreds of hurricane-shaped spears suddenly appeared in countless directions. They rushed towards his position in an instant. With a loud boom, the hurricane swept through the space wildly, and the rooftop had been smashed to pieces. But Zhang Yi appeared from another place the next moment. He was safe and sound, and even his expression was the same as before, a look in his eyes of utter indifference. Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian and the others in the distance were all surprised to see this scene. Xiao Honglian was stunned and couldn't help whispering. Turns out that, in the past, he has never used his true strength in front of us. Perhaps only Liang Yu and a few others knew how terrifying Zhang Yi's ability to save his life was. His dimensional gate was already perverted enough, and now he has the ability to travel through space, which is enough to make him immune to almost all physical attacks. Yuan Konga saw that Zhang Yi was safe and sound, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon she sneered disdainfully. You can only run away. Although Yuan Konga hated Zhang Yi's ability, she was not afraid. In the past, the Jiangnan region completed the collection of intelligence on the abilities of the mutants in the entire Tianhai city. Regarding Zhang Yi's ability, they had analyzed it a long time ago. The conclusion was that the defense was full, but the offensiveness was insufficient. Even now that Zhang Yi has the ability of his divine power, this skill of his consumes too much energy and has a significant pre-swing. Unless it is a sneak attack, it is impossible to kill Yuan Konga in a head-on battle. Yuan Konga believes that she is invincible. Of course, Zhang Yi also thinks so. The sharpest spear versus the strongest shield. Which one will win? The people watching the battle from a distance were extremely nervous, but they could only pray for Zhang Yi. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Zhang Yi sneered and made a provocative gesture to Yuan Konga. In return, it is naturally a more fierce attack. Zhang Yi's figure kept flashing in the air. With the ability to shuttle through space, his ability to save his life was really first class. Yuan Konga could not lock him to attack, and ordinary physical attacks would be absorbed by the dimensional gate. Therefore, she could only expand her attack range so that Zhang Yi could not escape from her attack area. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Yi actually showed a new ability at this time. Although the dimensional gate has a huge area and strong defensive ability, its weakness is that the defense range is one way and cannot be moved. After obtaining this ability, Zhang Yi has been constantly improving it. Finally, he has opened a more flexible defensive skill-dimensional shield. He can compress the two-dimensional gates to the size of a shield and then control it with both hands. Although the area is reduced, it is more flexible and convenient to defend against attacks from all over the body. Moreover, he does not need to free his hands to launch an attack. In the battle with Yuan Konga, his only effective means of attack is the pupil technique, Divine Power. This battle was fought to the border of the Snow Worship sect, and the avenue had almost been wiped out. With the defensibility with almost no dead angles, no matter how terrible the attack of Yuan Konga was, it will be absorbed by Zhang Yi with the dimensional shield and then bounced back. Zhang Yi is not always in a passive state of being beaten. Once he finds Yuan Konga's gap, he will use his Divine Power to attack. Yuan Konga has always been afraid of Zhang Yi's Divine Power, and the attack cannot be too wanton. Whenever Zhang Yi uses his Divine Power, she must also use Nirvana to counterattack. With the ruins of the Snow Worship sect as the center, the area of 10 kilometers became the battlefield for the two. Spherical illusory light balls appeared in the air, and everything within the range would be devoured. Logically speaking, Zhang Yi's current combat power is far inferior to Yuan Konga, and he can't sustain such a long battle. However, on the one hand, he has the blessing power of the Xingtian Legion, and on the other hand, he has stored a large amount of supernatural food in his alternate space. While fighting, he will eat to restore his physical strength and supernatural power. If not, he will be completely exhausted after using at most 5 rounds of his Divine Power. And because of this, he felt the horror of Yuan Konga. After fighting for so long, her supernatural power is still as terrifying as the ocean. Zhang Yi has a profound experience of the power of level 5. This is based on the fact that Yuan Konga is not proficient in combat experience. As for the others, they can only watch the battle. Even Bailey Chongqing gave up joining the battle later. In his opinion, in a battle of this level, he could only be a burden, and was not qualified to join in. Because of this, everyone's attitude towards Zhang Yi changed from being unfavorable at the beginning to being shocked now. This defense is too terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't keep fighting with Zhang Yi, otherwise, we would have been the ones to be destroyed in the end. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai had the same idea in mind. But even if they continue to fight like this, it's not a big deal. Meng Xiu looked solemn. The difference in the amount of superpowers in the bodies of mutants of different levels is also extremely huge. Especially after reaching level 5, it can't be understood from the perspective of ordinary mutants. Zhang Yi's attack has no effect on her. Even if it can delay her time, he can't win. Once Yuan Konga gets tired, he can just leave him and attack us first. Everyone's heart sank. What Meng Xiu said does make sense. Zhang Yi's defense is just strong, so Yuan Konga can't kill him for a while. But if Yuan Konga wants to leave, Zhang Yi can't keep him. With telekinesis, her flying speed is not much different from teleportation. She can completely abandon Zhang Yi and kill the others first. Except trusting Zhang Yi, we have no other choice. Bailey Chongqing said in a deep voice, "If Yuan Konga really wants to kill us, we will never be able to escape from an Ypsilon." They had even heard of the first Ypsilon mutant, the mysterious strongman in Shangjing district, who can even kill people thousands of miles away. Everyone knew that Bailey Chongqing was right. Under the absolute power gap, all small thoughts were in vain. Unless Zhang Yi can beat Yuan Konga, or at least consume her so much that she can't chase him, otherwise there is no point in them running. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi and Yuan Konga have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. Yuan Konga's eyes gradually showed an anxious look. She has used dozens of methods to deal with Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi's dimensional shield and space shuttle are simply bugs. You can't hit him and you can't catch him. This made Yuan Konga, who thought she was close to a god, very angry at this point. Her attack became more terrifying. She even began to use Nirvana to attack Zhang Yi. Obviously, he also counters with his divine power. Then, another big move between the bombardments. Colorful colors appeared in the space again. A building was affected, and a spherical hole was melted directly from the waist, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. Yuan Konga couldn't defeat Zhang Yi for a long time, and her mood became more and more anxious. At this time, she missed Zhang Yixin more and more. She only needed to be a symbol of the snow worship sect and worship her snow god all day long. Zhang Yixin, if you were still here, you would definitely know how to solve such troubles, right? Yuan Konga couldn't help but sigh slightly. But suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Because of her impatience before, she was entangled by Zhang Yi. However, thinking about it now, what would Zhang Yixin do at this time? She believes that she was in luck, so she momentarily gave up on pursuing Zhang Yi to find trouble with Uncle Yu and the other two. Yuan Konga thought that as long as she captures and attacks the people Zhang Yi cares about, He would have no other choice but try to save them. Only by this strategy will Zhang Yi reveal his flaws. Unexpectedly, Yuan Konga only realized at this time that Uncle Yu and the others had long disappeared. Huh? Where are they? She questioned herself with an evident shock itched on her face. It's too late for you to learn to be smart now, Zhang Yi said from below. Yuan Konga turned her murderous gaze towards him. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed at this very moment, but there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. All this was arranged by him, because at this precise moment, Uncle Yu and the others were long gone, and nowhere to be found. It was obvious at this point that Yuan Konga, who had been fighting with Zhang Yi, didn't notice this at all. Only Xiao Honglian and the others were still nearby. When they saw Yuan Konga rushing towards them, their faces changed drastically. Yuan Konga glanced at Zhang Yi angrily. Zhang Yi looked indifferent. Anyway, he wouldn't put himself in danger to save these people he hardly gave a shit about. If Yuan Konga wanted to kill them, she could do so with his blessing. However, if Yuan Konga wanted to kill Bailey Chongqing, Xiao Honglian and the others, she would expose her back to Zhang Yi. And this would be a great opportunity for Zhang Yi to attack her by surprise. Yuan Konga had to think about how to solve this dilemma quickly. What a hateful guy, she shouted in anger. Yuan Konga's calm and composed expression disappeared from her face. Even though she had the power to push everything, she had no way to deal with this bug-level defense. Zhang Yi was like a warlike black tortoise at this time, with a hard tortoise shell all over his body, and you couldn't break it no matter what. But once you reveal a flaw, there is a snake hidden in the tortoise shell, which will bite you hard. It's really annoying. Yuan Konga tried to calm herself down. She wouldn't let Zhang Yi dictate the battle anymore. She must definitely find his weakness and be done with him. Yuan Konga knew she lacked combat experience, but as the actual combat progressed, she'd slowly learned a lot. She judged the characteristics of Zhang Yi's defensive ability. Zhang Yi's range was limited, and his space travel was limited to a range of 300 meters. The dimensional shield was also limited to protecting the space around him. So if she wants to defeat him, she must use a large-scale range attack, and the power must be strong enough. Yuan Konga has been using this method, but it has not worked well. Unexpectedly, a flash of inspiration sprouted in her mind, and suddenly she had a new way. As long as she restricts Zhang Yi's ability to travel through space and then break his shell, everything will be solved. Her gaze gradually turned serious. Her hair moved slightly without wind, and with her as the center, a raging golden flame suddenly emerged, turning into hundreds of fire dragons covering over 300 meters. This high-temperature attack was something Zhang Yi couldn't avoid. Fortunately, he was wearing his combat uniform. This combat uniform was specially made to withstand temperature of thousands of degrees in a short time. Zhang Yi used the dimensional shield to block the attack in front of him. But the next moment, the hundreds of huge fire dragons actually bypassed him, and then suddenly slammed into the ground. Zhang Yi frowned when he saw this scene. It was not a direct attack on him, so what is the purpose? He silently thought. The huge fire dragon rushed into the ground, and suddenly thick white smoke spread. With ice and snow everywhere in sight, they instantly melted into thick water vapor, and also blocked Zhang Yi's sight. Are you trying to sneak attack me? Zhang Yi was immediately alert, and soon he felt like he was in a foggy valley, and he couldn't see anything. The temperature around him was getting higher and higher. Zhang Yi wanted to escape from this area, but the huge space around him had been affected by the high temperature, and there was white fog everywhere. Zhang Yi couldn't even tell the direction. Suddenly, waves of water sounded in his ears. A huge lake had appeared on the ground. In front of Zhang Yi's eyes, a very strange scene appeared. Drops of water quickly rose into the air and came to his surroundings, filling up the entire space. Not good. Zhang Yi immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, even if he used his space shuttle, he could not escape the range covered by these water drops. More and more water drops floated into the air, turning into a long river in the air with a wide coverage. In the sky, Yuan Konga exhaled downwards. It was a white smoke, and after it came out of her mouth, it quickly turned into a huge ice and snow storm, and the long river began to freeze in an instant, and in less than a second or two, it all condensed into one giant piece. The drop in temperature caused the mist to turn into ice particles and fall. As the mist dissipated, an unimaginable spectacle appeared on the battlefield. A huge cube of ice, with Zhang Yi trapped inside, stood in the center of the battlefield, and its length reached several thousand meters. Yuan Konga's expression showed a trace of fatigue. Even with her current strength, it would be extremely consuming to use such a large-scale supernatural power. However, Yuan Konga neither cared nor thought of it, because at this very moment, she had a happy smile on her face. Even if you are very good at dodging, you can't avoid from such a large-scale attack," she declared in full delight. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a dimensional door was opened above the huge ice block, and seconds after, Zhang Yi walked out of the dimensional door. He exhaled a long breath, and then looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. "This combination skill is very creative," he said. "But it's a pity that it's useless against me." You see, his alternate space was not a suitable environment for survival. It is a pure blank area, and there is also no air in there. However, entering it for a short period of time will not pose a threat to your life. Therefore, it can be used as a temporary space to avoid attacks. Zhang Yi used this ability to dodge Yuan Konga's assault just now. "That's impossible." Yuan Konga was stunned for a moment, and her eyes shook wildly like a dark tide. She finally thought of this method and believed she'd succeeded. But not only was Zhang Yi unharmed, but she was out of great ideas to take him down. "Zhang Yi, I don't believe I can't kill you," Yuan Konga roared. This devout believer of the snow god, the cold leader of the snow worship sect, was as furious as an ordinary 20-year-old girl throwing a tantrum. But just when she was about to attack again, a strong sense of discomfort suddenly rose in her mind, and her vision began to blur. Yuan Konga frowned and rubbed her forehead with her hand, not taking this feeling seriously. But this subtle change was captured by Zhang Yi. A smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth, and then he hooked his finger at Yuan Konga in a rampant manner. "Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill me. Oh, by the way, I'd like to inform you that the wound on Zhang Yixin's chest was caused by me." Immediately upon hearing this, Yuan Konga's expression became absolutely ferocious. She gritted her teeth with an uncontrolled fury. "Fine. If that's the case, then I'll make sure you don't get an easy death. You will suffer and join him soon." Yuan Konga condensed a huge golden fireball in her right hand and hurled it at Zhang Yi with an impressive speed. But with the activation of his eightfold speed, Zhang Yi's figure moved to the side like a ghost, dodging the assault with ease. "Let us wait and see," he said. Yuan Konga continued her relentless onslaught as she became more and more irritated about the ineffectiveness of her long-ranged attacks. It was not that Yuan Konga's strength was not strong enough, but her actual combat experience was too weak. Nonetheless, she was determined to kill Zhang Yi here and now. However, as Yuan Konga fought further, her body showed more obvious discomfort. The world was spinning in her mind, and she felt a strong nausea as if she was carsick. And the scene in front of her began to blur, especially when her current output went up like crazy. This feeling became more obvious. She suddenly realized that this feeling was not caused by her emotions, nor was it that she had a sudden illness. After thinking about this, she suddenly stopped in midair, covering her forehead with one hand, and asked Zhang Yi through her gritted teeth, "You scoundrel! What did you do to me?" After seeing Yuan Konga's reaction, the smile on Zhang Yi's mouth gradually became rampant. Sure enough, has it started? No, I can't laugh yet. I must slowly lead her into the abyss step by step. So, with these thoughts, Zhang Yi said sarcastically, "It seems that you can't control your own power yet. Perhaps it's the dead whose powers you have absorbed, and their wronged souls are also entangled in you." Yuan Konga stared at Zhang Yi fiercely, and her body was in great pain at this time. But Zhang Yi's words touched a nerve, making her feel uneasy. After all, in order to achieve her goal of becoming stronger, she used too many means and killed many mutants who had used her ice soul. "Shut up! You know nothing about me?" Yuan Konga gritted her teeth, endured the pain of her body, and launched a fierce attack on Zhang Yi. Suddenly, the icy earth broke, the dark clouds rolled back, the wind was howling, the flames were boiling, and the ice and snow were surging. Countless powerful powers. She had them at her fingertips. But all this could not cause any substantial harm to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is like a small tumbler. Even if he is under an extremely powerful attack, he can't be knocked down in the midst of the storm. The only weakness in the stalemate between him and Yuan Konga is that the supernatural energy in his body is far less than that of Yuan Konga. But he'd certainly made up for it with Xing Tian's blessing and the supernatural food in his alternate space. Zhang Yi knew from the very beginning that the strongest power in his arsenal, his divine power, would not be enough to kill Yuan Konga. So he secretly devised a way that was strong enough to aid him. This aid, although it had to slowly build up, was the changes in Yuan Konga's body. This was Zhang Yi's grand finale in his second plan among his 3 plans. Supernatural toxins. The third plan was to cut his losses and immediately leave Tianhai City when the first 2 plans failed. The first plan was based on the premise that Yuan Konga and Zheng Yixin could perfectly control the group of corpses. So under the threat from the Jiangnan region, they were supposed to sacrifice the entire army of undead in exchange for a short peace in Tianhai City. And during this brief period, Zhang Yi will then find a way to use the power of the Jiangnan region to get rid of the snow worship sect. However, this plan failed when Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi never sacrificed the entire army, but kept a majority of them, meaning that the exact moment the investigation team left Tianhai City, there would be no short peace because Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi would attack immediately. Due to this, Zhang Yi was only left with the option of keeping the investigation team in Tianhai City at all cost. Unfortunately, things spiral out of control when the investigation team disturbed the group of corpses and were later trapped in Radiant Prosperity Base. And on top of that, Zhang Yi found out that Yuan Konga and Zhang Yi never had complete control over the group of corpses. So under the threat of the god of death of love, the second plan was naturally launched. And the key was Bienen Junwu, who has supernatural toxins in his body. It has been said before that there were countless mutations in this world, and these mutations were not all positive, there are also negative ones. Bienen Junwu's ability had a flaw, and that was, every time he releases a skill, he will lose his light and suffer incurable injuries to his body as a price. Mutation was at the genetic level, so it could not be cured by modern medicine. So, when Yuan Konga absorbed the supernatural power of the host of an ice soul, she also naturally gets its negative effects as well. Zhang Yi didn't just guess about this matter. In the letter that Li Jian wrote to him, he made mention of a female priest of the snow worship sect that had the ability to control ice and snow with her breath. Her supernatural power had a negative effect, which was that it damages her lungs. Therefore, once she uses her ability, she will cough frequently. Yuan Konga got her ability when she strangled her to death. A day not long after that, she used her ability in public and showed miracles to the church members. But she found herself coughing a few times, and the movement was exactly as that of the female priest she killed. Based on this, Zhang Yi judged that Yuan Konga not only absorbed the superpowers of her victims, but she also absorbed the mutated negative energy. A carefully planned strategy with Bienen Junwu as the core. Zhang Yi was the only one in Tianhai City who knew about the defects of Bienen Junwu's abilities. Therefore, neither Yuan Konga nor Zhang Yi knew about the price of using nirvana. When Yuan Konga got this powerful ability that could destroy everything within her sight, she was extremely excited and couldn't wait to use this power to wipe out everyone. Not knowing that for an Epsilon-level mutant, the stronger the power she used, the greater the backlash caused by the side effects. This was the reason why Bienen Junwu was slowly dying away, but the moment he used nirvana at an Epsilon level, he died immediately. What Zhang Yi needed to do was to fight a protracted war with Yuan Konga and force her to keep using her abilities. The people in Tianhai City were fighting a round-robin battle with Yuan Konga. The investigation team, together with a few dozens of mutants from the several major forces, had already consumed a wave of Yuan Konga's energy. After they were defeated, Zhang Yi made up for it. The smile on Zhang Yi's face became more and more intense. In this way, as long as Yuan Konga is killed, not only can the crisis in Tianhai City be completely resolved, but with the others being beaten and disabled, no one can snatch Yuan Konga's essence from him when she dies. The essence of a mutant at the level of Epsilon. Once Zhang Yi absorbs her ability, it is equivalent to absorbing the abilities of dozens of mutants at the same time. He could probably use this to advance to the level of Epsilon. At this moment, Zhang Yi was taunting Yuan Konga, deliberately trying to provoke her to use her powers excessively for obvious reasons. I know you hate this world and want to destroy everyone, but you are not innocent. If your parents had not founded a cult and defrauded many believers of their money, making them bankrupt, you would not have ended up like that. Yuan Konga's pupils shrank suddenly. That period of history is the biggest shadow in her heart that she has never wanted to face. Zhang Yi's words made her recall those fragmented fragments of memory. How her parents died in a plane crash. At her parents' funeral, angry believers rushed over and overturned her parents' coffins. Among the believers who had nowhere to vent, some people pushed her down viciously. Then, there was endless inhumane torture. Zhang Yi rushed over like a wounded beast to save her, but was knocked to the ground by someone who held his foot down on him. No matter how he begged, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and those people did not stop what they did to her. For a whole day and night, the pain had penetrated deep into her bones, and she once doubted that she could survive. Yuan Konga suddenly hugged her head tightly and uttered a loud and desperate cry. A powerful force swept out like a storm, with her as the center. Yuan Konga's vision had begun to blur at this time. She looked at Zhang Yi but couldn't see his outline clearly. Her head hurt more and more, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped her heart. Zhang Yi, what did you do to me? Answer me. Zhang Yi looked at Yuan Konga from a distance. At this time, he was not in a hurry. This kind of backlash of superpowers cannot be treated. As long as Yuan Konga starts to attack, it will only develop towards a worse situation. Guess whether I will tell you or not. Zhang Yi said with a smile. He couldn't give Yuan Konga a chance to crack his tricks. Although at the moment, his painstaking plan was about to take effect. But a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. He couldn't be careless at the last moment. Yuan Konga stared at Zhang Yi fiercely. She had already concluded in her heart that Zhang Yi must have used some kind of ability on her at some point, causing her body to have problems. "You'll pay for this, you opinionated bastard," Yuan Konga scolded coldly. Her body suddenly began to emerge with a vast golden light, wrapping her whole body. This was her blessing ability, which could cure all diseases and injuries of the human body. But this time, the moment Yuan Konga's ability just started, she felt that the situation was unexpected. Not only did the discomfort in her body not disappear, but as she increased the output of her supernatural power, her vision became more blurred, and her headache became more severe. Her chest suddenly hurt, and she couldn't help coughing. Taking the advantage created from her sudden illness to kill her, Zhang Yi would not miss such a good opportunity. He would not leave Yuan Konga any room to breathe. Only the dead can be trusted. His divine power was activated again, piercing through Yuan Konga's defense. Yuan Konga sensed this huge crisis and used Nirvana to resist at the same time. This attack, she blocked again, but her body became worse and worse, and her coughing intensified as well. In the distance, everyone who had almost lost their fighting spirit and power was watching this battle. Seeing that Yuan Konga suddenly had problems with her body and coughed violently, everyone felt incredibly astonished, because from beginning to this very precise moment, they did not see what means Zhang Yi used. Moreover, they have known Zhang Yi for such a long time, so they are more familiar with Zhang Yi's abilities. He is a space-based mutant, and he doesn't have the ability to poison people. Besides, it is almost impossible to poison an Epsilon-level mutant during a battle. When Bailey Chongqing saw Yuan Konga coughing, he suddenly understood everything. It's the captain's ability. Not only him, but all the members of the investigation team understood this. The mutants in Tianhai City, who neither knew nor understood the defects of Bienen Junwu's abilities, suddenly seemed to have grasped the concept now. Meng Xiu murmured, after she absorbed the captain's abilities. She also got the side effects of the captain's special abilities. Is Zhang Yi doing it on purpose? Or is it a coincidence? She looked at Bailey Chongqing and the others, with a bit of astonishment in her eyes. Is it really a coincidence? She questioned again because it doesn't look like it at all. But if Zhang Yi planned it from the very beginning, then it meant that when he asked Bienen Junwu to use the Ice Soul, he had actually calculated Bienen Junwu as well. Wu Di, lying in his sleeping bag, cursed weakly. That bastard, he actually plotted against us. No, he did nothing wrong, Bailey Chongqing said calmly. Under the circumstances at that time, he did the right thing. The only way to survive was for the captain to sacrifice himself using an Ice Soul. I think the captain also guessed Zhang Yi's plot against him, but he did what was needed of him anyway. He stared at the two people on the battlefield and actually felt a kind of admiration for Zhang Yi. But this guy was able to set up such a big chess game. It's really amazing. Even we have become chess pieces in his hands. Although being used by others would be a little unpleasant. Bailey Chongqing admired Zhang Yi's scheming and skills. But Wu Di cursed, awesome? This guy, I must. Wu Di was already close to exhaustion, and at this time he was so angry that he almost fainted. Meng Xiu comforted him. Okay, the things there have nothing to do with us for the time being, you should rest first. Seeing that Yuan Konga finally had problems, everyone was very excited and somewhat in awe of Zhang Yi. It felt like they had finally seen a hope of life. But this hope depends entirely on Zhang Yi being able to thoroughly defeat Yuan Konga. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Everyone knew this very well and watched the battle silently. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yi's side on the battlefield, he ate to replenish his physical strength while fighting Yuan Konga from a distance. Yuan Konga was in serious health problems at this time. Her vision was blurred, and she was also feeling very uncomfortable. However, she continued to attack and defend desperately. Zhang Yi reduced the rate at which he used his divine power. He knew that although this ability consumed a lot of energy for him, he couldn't abuse it by constantly replenishing it through eating. After all, he still needed to maintain a strong enough fighting capacity until the very end of the battle. He also knew very well that once Yuan Konga was really defeated, the group of people around him would never miss such an opportunity. After all, this was the origin of the mutant at the level of Epsilon. However, Zhang Yi was dead set on making this origin power his and his alone. Zhang Yi took Bienen Junwu's pistol and used his ability to jump through space to dodge Yuan Konga's attacks. With the black pistol in hand, Zhang Yi's offensive method was changed to the origin bullet. This black pistol, previously used by Bienen Junwu, was larger than the general model of pistol and also had a longer barrel. After the black bullet was fired from the barrel, it carried a destructive force. Against ordinary people or objects, its power is no different from that of ordinary bullets. But once it encounters a mutant, its destructive power is unimaginable. Even if it was in Qi Guangming's hands, it would have a certain impact on Yuan Konga, not to mention that it was in Zhang Yi's hands at this time. At the same time, he took advantage of her physical pain and inability to concentrate to shoot her. The power of each origin bullet cannot be underestimated. Yuan Konga could have used telekinesis to move at high speed and dodge the attack of the origin bullet. But at the beginning, she was unwilling to dodge, because once she began to actively dodge Zhang Yi's attack, it meant that she entered the defensive stage. This was something she, who claimed to be the apostle of God, absolutely could not accept. So her choice was to use telekinesis to take the origin bullet. But in this way, her ability consumption speed was greatly accelerated. And the side effects of Bienen Junwu's ability were even more intense. Later, Yuan Konga finally realized the crux of the problem. But she'd already gotten her foot off the tiger's neck, and now she was paying for the consequences with a massive interest. Yuan Konga noticed that using her abilities made her weaker and weaker. However, if she doesn't use her abilities, she would be killed quickly by Zhang Yi, not to mention that there were many mutants around, waiting for her to fall. Damn it! Does this mean I'm going to lose? This thought emerged in her mind for the first time, and she was unwilling to admit it. After all, she and Zhang Yi had been planning for so long until his unexpected death. She has obtained the abilities of dozens of mutants, including the abilities of top mutants like Bienen Junwu. She thought she was invincible, and no one in the entire Tianhai city could withstand her attack. However, the appearance of a single mutant, Zhang Yi, had forced her into a desperate situation. If it was just about attack power, Zhang Yi would not have been a threat to her. Although Zhang Yi's divine power was strong, the attack range was limited. So as long as Yuan Konga wanted to leave, Zhang Yi would definitely not be able to stop her. Although Zhang Yi had a bug-level defense and was being aided by the supernatural toxins in Yuan Konga's body, he was able to get this far mainly on Yuan Konga's inexperience in combat. If it were a combat-experienced mutant with this power, Zhang Yi would not be able to achieve his goal so easily. After all, Epsilon represents the highest level of mutants in the world. And the supernatural energy in Yuan Konga's body was so much that even with Xing Tian's blessing, Zhang Yi had to constantly replenish his energy with supernatural food. Yuan Konga, what's wrong with you? We've only been fighting for such a long time. Are you going to surrender? Zhang Yi attacked Yuan Konga, not giving her room to breathe, and mocked her as well. As long as you surrender to me and abolish your supernatural powers, I can consider leaving you alive. Zhang Yi tempted her, trying to disturb Yuan Konga's mind. With his dimensional door wide open in front of him, he started firing rapidly at Yuan Konga. Now, although Yuan Konga's vision was blurred, her fighting power was still extremely strong. She could still sense the surrounding things through the enhanced physique of her power. She never expected that someone would use her ice soul to set up a game and deliberately give it to a mutant with huge negative effects. It was too late to wake up at this time. The negative effects had already broken out, causing serious damage to her body. It can't even be alleviated by her healing ability. After all, as mentioned earlier, mutations at the genetic level were irreversible. Even though she knew using her abilities was the cause of her present situation, she still hasn't figured out that it was the use of nirvana that initiated all her pain. Yuan Konga's expression gradually twisted, and she asked Zhang Yi fiercely, "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel! When did you attack me? Tell me, I want to know the answer." Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. "Go and ask the King of Hell when I send you off to meet him." After that, he fired another origin bullet at Yuan Konga's head. Yuan Konga waved her hands immediately, and a huge golden wall appeared in front of her, blocking the origin bullet. But after using her superpower, her head also started hurting like crazy. Yuan Konga covered her head in pain, her body swaying in the air. "No, I can't continue to waste time with him." Yuan Konga finally realized that it was not a solution to fight like this. The man in front of her perfectly restrained her ability. She had to leave and take time to solve her physical problem. After she fully adapted to her new power, she would come back and kill everyone. Thinking of this, Yuan Konga endured the severe pain, suddenly turned in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi and fled. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. He had predicted all the choices Yuan Konga might make. No matter what, Yuan Konga must die in his hands today. Even Jesus can't stop him. He said, "Aren't you called a god? Why are you running?" Zhang Yi calmly replenished his energy while chasing after Yuan Konga. But in order to prevent Yuan Konga from suddenly killing a carbine, Zhang Yi neither hung far away from her nor did he get too close to her. Because Yuan Konga has absorbed a lot of supernatural powers, including powerful enhanced mutants, her melee ability must be very strong. Zhang Yi would not take any risks. As long as the injuries in Yuan Konga's body erupted, she would die. Zhang Yi was a qualified hunter and had plenty of patience. Yuan Konga flew very fast. With telekinesis, she quickly swept across the sky and turned into a stream of golden light. But no matter how fast she was not as fast as Zhang Yi, who had the ability to jump through space. Just as Yuan Konga fled far away, Bailey Chongqing and the people from several major forces who were watching the battle became excited. Yuan Konga escaped. That means that Zhang Yi won the battle, right? Bailey Chongqing stared at Yuan Konga in the air. His eyes were low, and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. If he could seize the origin of an Epsilon-level mutant who was seriously injured and was on the run, it would undoubtedly make his power even stronger. Not only him, but everyone at the scene thought of this. Everyone's eyes sparkled with greed for such power. In these end times, a person's strength was directly correlated to their power and equivalent to his or her level of significance. They have seen the power of Yuan Konga. An Epsilon-level mutant was a super powerful gap that completely crushes the lower-level mutants. Who doesn't want to become such an existence? At this time, Zhang Yi was not nearby. He was like a patient fisherman, hanging around Yuan Konga from a distance. In the ruins far away, Wei Dinghai took a look at his disabled arm, gritted his teeth, and made a decisive decision. Even if Tianhai City is in ruins, I will not be able to maintain my position after losing an arm. I might as well give it a try. His eyes were filled with ice blue color, and a storm was condensing in his pupils. The next moment, he merged into the vast white snow on the ground, then suddenly shot up across the sky with a massive leap. Subsequently, just as Yuan Konga was escaping, a huge vortex suddenly formed from the ground, and then quickly turned into a sharp spear and was directly aimed to stab her in the sky. Although Yuan Konga's vision was completely blurred and she almost lost the ability to see, her perception was still there. Facing this level of attack, she punched it with little effort. Then the giant spear, condensed from ice and snow, seemed to have hit an iron wall. An invisible force also quickly pressed down on it. And with a loud bang, the entire storm spear shattered into countless ice and snow fragments. Wei Dinghai's body was slammed deeply into the ground, and the frost armor wrapped around his body shattered like glass. Seconds after, a massive spear of ice and snow pierced his stomach as streams of blood spread out from the ground, dyeing the surrounding snow red. Wei Dinghai wanted to take advantage of Yuan Konga's serious injuries to launch a sneak attack and seize her origin, but he didn't expect that Yuan Konga was still powerful even in her current state. This scene also awakened the people watching the excitement around. Even the injured Yuan Konga was not something they could contend with. They were not Zhang Yi and did not have such a huge logistical supply, and they did not have the kind of space-based ability with sky-high defense. Yuan Konga could not deal with Zhang Yi, but killing the others was as easy as killing ants. With just one move, Yuan Konga killed Wei Dinghai in seconds and quickly fled into the distance. Zhang Yi chased her slowly. He glanced at the people in the distance lightly and smiled slightly. Everyone, Yuan Konga is seriously injured at this time. If you want to obtain her origin, please do so. Zhang Yi's tone was light, but in everyone's ears, there was a sense of playfulness. He seemed to be mocking Wei Dinghai's self-importance. Of course, although the others did not make a move, they all had such thoughts to some extent. Everyone was silent, knowing that they were not qualified to compete with Zhang Yi. It was obvious as day and night that an injured Epsilon was not something that ordinary mutants are qualified to think about. The next moment, Zhang Yi started a space jump to chase the direction where Yuan Konga escaped. He was not in a hurry at all because even if he caught up to her, he wouldn't be able to kill her, not yet at least. And Yuan Konga could not kill him given her current condition. But at the end of the day, they were all humans. They would get tired and would need to rest and eat. Yuan Konga was now sort of blind. In the state of not sleeping or eating, even if she was a powerful mutant, it was an impossible task. While Zhang Yi, on the other hand, had a lot of supplies on him. He even had military stimulants that could forcibly boost his spirits. At this point, he was competing with Yuan Konga in endurance. As both Zhang Yi and Yuan Konga disappeared from the battlefield, the others just subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey Chongqing stared at the direction where Zhang Yi was going, and couldn't help saying, in the end, he turned out to be the biggest winner. If Zhang Yi really absorbed the essence of Yuan Konga, then he might even be promoted directly to the level of Epsilon. And with that power, Zhang Yi would also become the most powerful mutant in the entire Jiangnan region. At that time, they could only look up to his existence. Bailey Chongqing sighed slightly and continued. The captain originally said that he would let him join the team when the time comes, But now, if Zhang Yi really joins the team, I'm afraid he will be our leader. It's a pity for the captain. Perhaps he could have lived longer. A sad look flashed in Yi Jikong's eyes. Bienen Junwu was their spiritual pillar, and his death was a huge blow to every team member. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Most of them had conflicted feelings, but they couldn't really blame Zhang Yi for Bienen Junwu's death. It's a given that their captain might have lived a little longer if it weren't for Zhang Yi. But they also knew that the hidden injuries in his body had long been suppressed. Without Zhang Yi, he would have died soon anyway. However, dying on the battlefield and blooming the last glory before his death may not be a bad thing for him. Yi Jikong came over and said to Bailey Chongqing, "But why do I feel that everything was designed by him now? All of us have become his pawns and have been used by him." Bailey Chongqing placed a hand on Yi Jikong's shoulders and replied helplessly, "Used? There's nothing we can do about it. He is more skilled than us and have taken all of us into account." Bailey Chongqing was more open-minded about the situation. In his eyes, even if he was used by Zhang Yi, he wouldn't mind as long as the result was good and their original purpose was achieved. He was not jealous of Zhang Yi either, but a little thankful to him for everything he did. Because without Zhang Yi, they would not have discovered the secrets of the snow worship sect. And not only that, but would also fail to complete their mission, leaving a huge disaster for the entire Jiangnan region, no, even the entire country. On the other side, Yuan Konga was on the run. Unable to really outlast Zhang Yi, Yuan Konga urgently needed to find a place to recuperate. She has dozens of superpowers, including a variety of healing abilities, so she believes that if she gives herself enough time, she will be able to find a way to heal herself. However, behind her at a distance, there was a pair of eyes staring at her, not giving her any chance to breathe. And although Yuan Konga couldn't see Zhang Yi clearly, she knew he's been lurking around like a vulture, waiting for her death. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry at all, and his patience was outrageous. He has always maintained a proper distance, just watching Yuan Konga silently. Once Yuan Konga wants to stop and rest, he will use an origin bullet to force her to fight. If Yuan Konga becomes extremely angry and comes to him to fight, he will run away without looking back. And every time after such consumption, Yuan Konga's hidden injuries will erupt more seriously. In order to stay up all night, Zhang Yi injected himself with stimulants to improve his physical fitness, and also made his nerves excited. It didn't matter if he stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights. He could afford it. This grand hunt, if he waits till the end, he will get a huge reward. The next day, Yuan Konga instinctively found a department store buried deep in the snow. She made her way inside, and surprising enough, the food, although spoilt, was still pretty edible. Also, Yuan Konga had no choice in the matter anyway. However, just when she was about to grab some food to replenish her energy, a rocket was launched, accurately hitting the intended spot. With a loud boom, the deafening explosion destroyed the entire department store, burning all the supplies in the process. Yuan Konga had long been numb as she came out from the debris, but she was still a little broken in the face of this scene after being hungry for a day. She turned her head and looked into the distance with her gray eyes. Zhang Yi stood on a low hill, carrying a rocket launcher in his hand, staring in her location with a smile. A wisp of white smoke came out of the rocket launcher, and the smell was called despair. Yuan Konga's face was expressionless. She raised her right hand and countless golden beams shot out in quick succession, as if to destroy the entire mountain. But no matter how raging the attack was, it could not get close to Zhang Yi. After all, he had been invulnerable to all her methods. In front of him, 2 huge dimensional gates formed a giant sphere to protect him. "Are you still not giving up?" Zhang Yi asked lightly. "Everyone around you is dead. Your parents are dead, Zhang Yixin is dead, and even tens of thousands of followers of the Snow Worship Sect were also killed by you. If you survive, will anyone still love you? You will be a lonely person. In fact, so many people died because of you. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you think you are the one who deserves to die the most?" Yuan Konga listened to Zhang Yi's words silently, her face expressionless, without any answer. Staggering a little, she turned around and continued to flee in the wind and snow. Yuan Konga, who had lost her direction, was like a headless fly, running completely on instinct in her hazy state. Zhang Yi didn't care and chased slowly behind her. "You can really run. Well, let's see how long you can hold on." On the 3rd day, she came to the edge of Tianhai City. At this time, she was extremely weak, and her small face, the size of a palm, was whiter than snow. She hadn't eaten anything in 3 days. Every time she found something, it would be destroyed by Zhang Yi. She couldn't stop to rest, because she knew that Zhang Yi's gun was secretly pointed at her head. Despair, incomparable despair. This feeling is like being cut by a very blunt knife. It will slowly pierce your skin first, and then cut your flesh and shave your bones bit by bit. If Yuan Konga met a stronger mutant than her and was killed directly by the other party, her fate might not be so pitiful. However, what she encountered was a dogskin plaster. This made her extremely unwilling and helpless. Zhang Yi, it would be great if you were still alive. Yuan Konga staggered to a snowy mountain and walked slowly up the mountain. Zhang Yi was just several meters behind her, slowly following her. Compared with Yuan Konga, his condition seemed very full. He had injected himself with 2 shots of stimulants, so his nerves were more active than usual. He had enough confidence to drag on until Yuan Konga couldn't stand it first. But looking at Yuan Konga's condition, he knew that he was not far from the final victory. Yuan Konga walked to the snowy mountain and felt the cold wind blowing across her cheeks. Although there was a hint of cold, it didn't make her feel uncomfortable. But she was too sleepy. Even the severe cold wind and snow couldn't stop her sleepiness. Countless times she couldn't even lift her eyelids. But every time she was about to fall asleep, a black bullet would attack from a distance and aim at her head. "I'm so tired, but I shouldn't fall asleep," Yuan Konga murmured to herself as she shakes her head in a desperate attempt not to fall asleep. At this moment, she was desperate and pitiful, and her palm-sized face was full of grievances. It was as if she was a girl next door who was bullied and wanted to seek protection. "God, am I not your most loyal believer? Please save me." Yuan Konga put her hands together and prayed to her God in her heart. But no voice responded to her. Why? Why doesn't God give me instructions? Did I do something wrong? But everything I did was to create a pure and unpolluted world. Zhang Yi, what should I do? Can you tell me? At this moment, Yuan Konga was no longer like the cold and holy leader of the snow worship sect, but just a helpless girl. In a trance, many faces appeared in front of her. Her parents smiled and stretched out their palms to her. "Sweetheart, come with mom and dad. Let's go to heaven together." The next moment, Zhang Yi suddenly appeared at the scene and shouted seriously, "No! You need to wake up. Wake up quickly." Seeing Zhang Yi again made Yuan Konga realize how lonely she'd been. She desperately rushed forward and hugged him tightly in a calm embrace. Yuan Konga suddenly thought to herself, maybe giving up isn't such a bad thing. After all the people I cherish are dead, and all the people who love me are dead because of me. What is the purpose of me living? I can see them. I can see them all when I die, right? A lullaby suddenly sounded in her ears. Yuan Konga could no longer hold on. She was sleepy and hungry, and her body had become an empty shell. The lullaby greatly calmed her shaking body. At this moment, Yuan Konga was on her knees, hugging the dead tree tightly in a calm embrace. "Zhang Yi, I'm hungry." She chanted Zhang Yi's name a few more times and then slowly closed her eyes. It took less than a second for Yuan Konga to fall asleep. In the distance, Zhang Yi saw Yuan Konga fell asleep. He silently raised the gun in his hand, pointed at Yuan Konga and fired a shot. But the bullet stopped about a meter behind Yuan Konga's head and then fell onto the ground. "Not dead yet?" Zhang Yi said lightly. He stared at Yuan Konga cautiously, but did not dare to approach rashly. After all, an injured beast was the most dangerous. If Yuan Konga was really going to die, then her counterattack before death must be the most violent. He was not in a hurry at all. But the origin bullets in Zhang Yi's hand have been used up. So he took out an anti-material sniper rifle from his alternate space and aimed at Yuan Konga's body. He only aimed at the body, not the head. Because this thing is too powerful, if it hits the head, it will definitely destroy it directly. That will affect his absorption of her origin. Yuan Konga had lost consciousness at this time, and her defense was completely based on instinct. Zhang Yi did not dare to get close, and he fired a shot from where he was. Yuan Konga, the current Epsilon-level mutant in Tianhai City, was finally exhausted by Zhang Yi. The large-caliber sniper bullet penetrated her body. No, to be exact, it tore her body apart. This scene looked a bit cruel. The young girl was torn in half. But facing such a powerful and terrifying mutant, Zhang Yi had to do this. There was no mercy on the battlefield. Even the dead had to be treated with caution. And such an ending was not inhumane to her, because she was the biggest black hand behind the zombie-tide turmoil in Tianhai City. Because of her, at least millions of people in Tianhai City died in the mouths of zombies. All this was the price she needed to pay for ignoring human life. Seeing the last scene, Zhang Yi finally confirmed that Yuan Konga was dead. His eyes were already bloodshot. He hadn't closed his eyes for 4 days and 3 nights. If he hadn't relied on drugs to support him, he would have fallen to the ground like Yuan Konga, or even worse than Yuan Konga. Zhang Yi stood up, suppressed his excitement, and slowly walked towards Yuan Konga. Again, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, and the last step to success is the farthest. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Zhang Yi carefully observed the surroundings and confirmed that no one was chasing him. Even if someone came, he was not afraid. Although his spirit was almost at its limit, his supernatural power was still abundant. No matter who came, his divine power could annihilate them. After the death of Bienen Junwu and Yuan Konga, no one in the entire Tianhai city could be his opponent. Next, as long as he absorbed Yuan Konga's essence, he would become a more powerful and unparalleled mutant. I'm not very interested in how powerful I become, but if having power is the only way to protect myself and survive, I will pursue a stronger power. Zhang Yi walked step by step to Yuan Konga, and he was very careful throughout the whole process. The distance wasn't far, but it took some time to get to her corpse. When he arrived in front of the broken girl, her upper body was close to the dead tree. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and placed his right hand on Yuan Konga's head. The next moment, an indescribable huge force flowed into his whole body along his palm. It was like a rushing river roaring in his body. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, and his right eye burst into a dazzling golden light. Then, an immense burst of radiant energy lights up the surrounding space. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi absorbed all of Yuan Konga's remaining abilities. He felt that his power had become even stronger. No matter from which level, it had been enhanced at an epic level. Even the simplest dimensional gate had a greatly enhanced threshold of defense. And his grasp of the power of space had also become more delicate, and it seemed that in the future, he could develop more powerful abilities. However, there was one thing Zhang Yi didn't know. As an Epsilon mutant who was promoted the day after tomorrow, Yuan Konga's abilities also had flaws. Because all of her abilities were plundered, she didn't really have her own power. In addition, she had just been promoted, and her origin had not yet been stabilized, and she had experienced a war, which caused her origin to be severely damaged. So to be precise, Zhang Yi only absorbed a small part of Yuan Konga's original power. But this part of the power alone was far beyond the power of any Delta-level mutant in Tianhai City. And next, what Zhang Yi had to do was to completely turn this power into his own. Zhang Yi sat in a lotus position and closed his eyes. He carefully felt the changes that this power brought to himself. He sat in the snowstorm and opened his eyes after a long time. Then he slowly opened his palm. A black and golden electric light condensed in his palm, which was like a flickering spark at first, and then quickly grew and turned into a dark substance that looked like flames and lightning. With a crackling sound, the distorted sound continued. Zhang Yi controlled this power, and soon it became solid in Zhang Yi's palm. Finally, it turned into a dark and unstable spear. Even Zhang Yi felt that he could not control this power. He quickly raised his hand and threw the spear into the distance. Accompanied with a swish sound, the black spear penetrated the void and fell on the mountainside in the distance, sinking into it silently. But the next moment, a dark substance burst out from that direction and turned into a huge black sphere, which was thousands of meters in radius. When the black sphere disappeared, it also left a huge circular hole on the mountainside of the short mountain. It was a huge round pit with a radius of hundreds of meters, and the surface was smooth, as if it had been directly wiped out by something. The power of the void, Zhang Yi murmured. When he got this power, he instinctively understood the function of this ability. It was a void that could devour everything, and it was an upgraded version of his divine power, with more terrifying lethality and more terrible power. Zhang Yi stared at his left hand in amazement. If I use the void that can devour everything with my double doors, is there anyone in this world that I can't kill? He even felt that this power could allow him to transcend the concept of human beings, and have the power to control the life and death of all things. When a person suddenly gains extremely powerful power, his heart will also expand infinitely. However, this complacency was quickly suppressed by Zhang Yi. There are too many strong people in this world. I can't be too self-righteous. Otherwise, complacency will lead me to destruction. Yuan Konga is the best example. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence. Thinking of the terrifying power that Bienen Junwu exploded before his death, and the scene of Yuan Konga manipulating dozens of superpowers and wantonly killing the mutants in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi felt that he had to calm down. The current world was still full of dangers, so he needed to be careful. With his current strength, even if he encounters a mutant who was more powerful than him, he could, at the very least, protect himself. Bienen Junwu even mentioned that there are other mutants of the Epsilon level in the world. And one was in Shangjing district not far away that can even kill people thousands of miles away with a single thought. In addition, there's also the Jiangnan district. However, even if he faced a monster-level powerhouse like the Jiangnan district, he would not be afraid. And this wasn't due to his arrogance, but a strategic play from him. He knew that the Jiangnan district would definitely try its best to win him over when they learn of his current power. Subsequently, his involvement in Bienen Junwu's death would naturally be overshadowed. Zhang Yi turned on the communicator and contacted Uncle Yu. "This is Zhang Yi. Yuan Konga has been killed by me. We are safe now." On the other end, Uncle Yu, on the phone, sat on the sofa at the lounging room, surrounded by the rest of the family. He seemed to let out a long breath. Then, after a few seconds, replied, "That's good. That's really great. Where are you now? What's the situation with the forces in Tianhai City and the investigation team?" During the 4 days and 3 nights of pursuit, Zhang Yi focused all his energy on Yuan Konga and did not contact his family. But now everything has settled, but there were still some things to be done in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu continued in his usual tone, "We've returned to the shelter. And, except for Wei Dinghai who died, everyone else has returned to their respective bases. His deputy, Chun Jingguan, is still alive, so he took the remaining few people back to Morning Dew Base. In addition, the members of the investigation team went to Emerald Waterside Base. Their people were also seriously injured, especially Wu Di, who looked like he was about to die. They are recuperating there. At the moment, we are all waiting for you to come back home." With this update, Zhang Yi nodded and replied that he was on his way. They would talk about it some more when he gets there. Zhang Yi took out his car from his alternate space, turned on the automatic driving, and began his journey back to the shelter. It was obvious at this point that the other forces can no longer make much trouble. After the zombie saga and the battle with Yuan Konga, the entire Tianhai City was almost destroyed. Among the 5 major forces, except for them, the combat members of the other forces were almost dead, and only a few mutants remain. From now on, they will not pose any threat to him. His primary concern at present was the investigation team and the Jiangnan region. It took about an hour for Zhang Yi to return back to the shelter. Inside, everyone at home were waiting impatiently for him to enter. When he walked through the door, his most trusted bodyguard was the first to greet him. In this crisis in Tianhai City, they almost lost their homes and even their lives. In the end, it was Zhang Yi's strength that saved everything. Everyone's face was full of excitement as they rushed over, especially Zhou Qi and Yang Min. But as they closed in to hug Zhang Yi, he refused their hugs and cheers. Flower was the only exception, and the situation quickly turned awkward. Zhang Yi waved his hand and spoke with his eyes closed. "I want to rest now. Let's talk about everything after I wake up. Stimulants were like coffee. They can boost your spirits, but they will burst out fatigue all at once later." After returning home, Zhang Yi's mental strength has reached its limit. He walked past everyone and returned to his room. His room was still warm and gorgeous. The huge Hasten's bed was neatly covered with a white velvet quilt. The light was warm yellow, snowflakes were flying outside the window, and everything was so quiet and peaceful. Zhang Yi took off his clothes, locked the door with his backhand, and threw himself on the bed. Now, he just wanted to have a good sleep. Zhang Yi slept for 2 days. When he woke up, he still felt dizzy and his back and waist were sore. This was inevitable. After all, after such a long battle, his body was overdrawn to the extreme. He was not a strengthening person who was good at physical strength, so it was natural for him to be physically tired. Zhang Yi had changed into his usual set of home clothes as he opened his bedroom door. But at this moment, he had a satisfied smile on his face. Zhang Yi looked more relaxed and happy than ever before. The conspiracy of the Snow Worship sect was crushed. With his strength raised to an unprecedented level, he was also more confident than before. And although it may be worse than the amazing power shown by Yuan Konga, it has at least reached the level of Bienen Junwu. There should be nothing in Tianhai City that can threaten him. But then Zhang Yi wondered, what is the standard of the Epsilon level, anyway? I am probably close to this level now, in terms of destructive power alone. As soon as Zhang Yi walked out and closed his door, he lowered his head and saw Flower squatting at the door, looking up at him. There were complicated emotions, worry and joy, coexisting in its eyes. It seemed that it was afraid that its master would not wake up. But it was no wonder. Not only it, but everyone else in the shelter was also very worried about Zhang Yi's physical condition. After all, Zhang Yi left everyone this time to face a powerful opponent alone. And as soon as he came back, he headed straight to his room without saying a word, and hadn't come out for 2 days. He also locked himself in order to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Given a go-ahead, Flower quickly jumped into his arms and then purred into his arms. After confirming that Zhang Yi was safe and sound, Flower squinted its eyes and smiled sweetly. Zhang Yi stroked Flower's head and walked towards the lounging room slowly, step by step. In the lounging room, Zhou Qi, Yang Min, and Zhou Haimei were sitting on the sofa chatting. In their words, they mostly expressed regret for the current situation of Tianhai City and worry about Zhang Yi's health. The former was because after this battle in Tianhai City, most of the remaining survivors died again. The latter was easy to understand. The women were delighted when they saw him. Zhou Qi rushed over in worry. Zhang Yi, you finally woke up. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights in an instant, and we were scared to death. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell? Let me do a detailed physical examination for you. Zhou Qi tried to take Zhang Yi to the infirmary to examine him. With a warm smile, Zhang Yi said calmly that he's fine. He was incredibly tired before, but after his 2 days rest, he feels much better, although he's still a little tired. He sat down on the sofa, and while petting Flower, he asked them about the recent situation in Tianhai City. However, seeing their skeptical look made him reiterate that he was seriously fine. Very good, actually. Hearing the confident tone of Zhang Yi's voice made everyone feel relieved. Zhou Qi suggested Yang Xinxin report everything to him since she was better equipped to do so. As the network security consultant in the shelter, Yang Xinxin was responsible for monitoring the networks of other forces. So she knows the most about the intelligence of various forces in Tianhai City. But before that, Liang Yu, ever impatient, was curious and couldn't help asking, "Has Yuan Konga been killed by you?" Zhang Yi stared in her direction, thought for a while, and then shook his head slightly. Can't be considered that she was killed by me. She died of overdrawing her mental and physical strength. After that, the side effects of Bienen Junwu's supernatural power broke out, and the 4-day and 3-night chase battle exhausted all of her energy. In despair, Yuan Konga died miserably. After confirming Yuan Konga's death from Zhang Yi's mouth, everyone nodded, and the 2 cousins could not help but sigh heavily with emotional relief when they suddenly realized it. If they had not heard it with their own ears, who could imagine that an extremely powerful being with abilities close to that of a god would eventually die from her own abilities? Also, the deeply hidden leader of the snow worship sect really killed too many people. There may be as many as 1 million survivors in Tianhai City who died because of her. Without her cultivation, there would be no such terrible thing as the corpse tide. At that time, Liang Yu felt extremely powerless, and whenever she thought of the battle that day, Yuan Konga hanging high in the air, raising her hand casually as the world was being torn apart. It was beyond her understanding of the capabilities of mutants. This was why she, at this very moment, was very determined to ask all the questions she needed answered. But how did you kill her? They knew that Zhang Yi was very powerful, but there was still a clear gap between Zhang Yi's power and that of a mutant of the Epsilon level like Yuan Konga. So there must be some secrets. Zhang Yi looked at everyone in the living room and explained slowly. Strictly speaking, it was not my ability that really killed her. It was her own ability. She absorbed the abilities of too many people, which included some side effects of those abilities. The more she swallowed, the more toxins she deposited. When her energy was stronger, the more violent the explosion of this ability toxin would be. That's why I was able to defeat her in the end, although he did not clearly and directly say it. It was implied that he planned everything himself and used Bienen Junwu's ability to kill Yuan Konga. Then, her origin has also been absorbed by you, right? Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi with a fiery gaze, and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Yuan Konga died, but Zhang Yi was still alive, so it was natural for Zhang Yi to absorb Yuan Konga's power. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a smile on his lips, and slowly raised his hand in the expectant eyes of everyone. That's true. I've indeed become a little stronger now. He indicated with his fingers, just a little bit. Zhang Yi didn't know what went wrong. When the others heard this, they suddenly realized it and looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. There was joy and excitement in their eyes. They all knew how powerful Yuan Konga was. So how powerful would Zhang Yi, who had swallowed Yuan Konga's origin, be at this time? Chunlei clenched his fist in amazement and loudly praised Zhang Yi on how powerful he might be. Brother Zhang Yi, you are super strong now, right? Yang Min was the first to ask, followed by Uncle Yu saying it was great news. With your power, aren't you invincible in the world? Let's see who dares to interfere with our lives in the future. After obtaining Yuan Konga's origin, he didn't become as powerful as Yuan Konga showed. Perhaps it was because she was promoted too quickly and her foundation was unstable. It may also be because her power was plundered, and with her death, the origin dissipated very quickly. Therefore, Zhang Yi only intercepted part of her origin. In addition, the transformation of power is inevitably consumed, and he can't become Epsilon who can destroy the world in one fell swoop. But that part of the origin has already greatly improved him. There was a jubilant mood in the shelter. Everyone felt that Zhang Yi had become stronger, and they were safer. But Zhang Yi still had a pressing matter that concerned him. and this matter was undoubtedly the investigation team sent by the Jiangnan district. They could more or less feel that Bienen Junwu's death was related to him. And after the situation in Tianhai City was resolved this time, they would definitely report to the top leaders about him when they returned to Blizzard City. This was not good news for him. In the past, his strength was not very conspicuous, and Jiangnan district would not care much about him. But now that he'd killed Yuan Konga and obviously absorbed her essence, the Jiangnan district would not ignore an existence of this level. They would definitely send someone to recruit him. If he goes, he might be like Bienen Junwu, dealing with crisis everywhere and walking on the edge of danger. If he doesn't go, well, it's a given that he would offend the Jiangnan district. If the senior officials of Jiangnan district were narrow-minded, they might even attack Zhang Yi with the idea of, if I can't use it, then no one should. Zhang Yi didn't dare to gamble on this possibility. Whether he is recruited by them or have to fight against them, everyone, including him, will definitely suffer. He had to control the situation by taking the initiative into his own hands as soon as possible. After thinking about it, he took out his communicator and decided to confront the investigation team. He would achieve his goal through them. So after Zhang Yi talked to everyone for a while, he abruptly got up and headed straight back to his room. This sudden action made everyone curious, so Chunlei asked what he was doing. I'm gonna change my clothes and then go talk to the investigation team about something. Zhang Yi replied casually as he made his way. Hearing this, Liang Yu quickly got up, saying she would also get ready right away. And almost immediately, Uncle Yu and Chunlei did the same with the same enthusiasm. But Zhang Yi calmly raised his hand to stop them. He wanted to handle this matter alone, so he told them that their assistance was not needed. They should take a good rest in the shelter. A while later, he got ready, drove out of the shelter alone and headed for Emerald Waterside Base. On his way, he contacted Xing Tian and Bailey Chongqing. Xing Tian naturally had no objections. Moreover, his attitude towards Zhang Yi on the communicator was particularly enthusiastic, even a little flattering. Zhang Yi was not surprised by this. The current Tianhai City, to put it bluntly, was Zhang Yi's territory. So the 5 major forces in the past are now only in name. The Snow Worship sect has been completely destroyed, and the combat effectiveness of the other 3 major bases was currently almost non-existent. Zhang Yi, who had outstanding strength, has become the undisputed king of Tianhai City. Even Bailey Chongqing was very gentle when talking to him. There was some meaning of winning over in his words, and even implicitly stated that the 2 sides could work together in the future. After all, we are all in the Jiangnan district, he said. And after reporting to Blizzard City, we would take a look here in the future. The captain's death also meant that we needed fresh blood. When Zhang Yi heard this, he raised the corner of his mouth coldly. Indeed, your captain died, so you should add a new captain. Bailey Chongqing's face changed slightly on the other end of the satellite phone, but he could only respond awkwardly. We'll talk when you come over. Agreeing to this, Zhang Yi hung up the phone in a cold tone. Bailey Chongqing frowned deeply, with a heavy look of worry on his face. The death of Bienen Junwu caused the strength of their team to drop significantly. Originally, he hoped that Zhang Yi would join their team to make up for some of the strength. After all, Zhang Yi was a very smart person, and he was also strong enough in their recent battle in Tianhai City. In addition, he absorbed the essence of Yuan Konga. If he could join their team, they might be able to keep their status as an elite team. In Blizzard City, all living materials need to be divided according to contributions. Only by keeping the status of the elite team can the living materials of each of their team members be guaranteed. However, judging from Zhang Yi's tone during the call, he did not hide his ambition. If he came, he would want to be the captain of the investigation team. A newcomer who had just arrived and was thinking about the position of captain, and his ability was very strong, which naturally caused Bailey Chongqing's concern. After all, according to the order of the investigation team, after Bienen Junwu's death, he was the most likely person to take over the position of captain. This kid, he is very ambitious. Bailey Chongqing sighed, and even hesitated in his heart whether to let Zhang Yi join their team. But if Zhang Yi doesn't join, how can Bienen Junwu's loss be compensated? As a mutant at the peak level of Delta and close to the level of Epsilon, Bienen Junwu was one of the top combat forces in Blizzard City. Naturally, Zhang Yi might be of this level or even higher, and such a person is the captain in other ace teams, which was not easy to find. After all, it was the captain's position. Bailey Chongqing was a little upset. He came to the room where his team members were. At this time, Wu Di had recuperated for a few days and his physical condition was much better, but his hair had been dyed silver and could not be restored to its original condition. The others were injured. They were hit by the aftermath of the battle. Bailey Chongqing walked into the room with a bad look on his face. Seeing this, everyone knew something was wrong, but Meng Xiu was the first to ask what was wrong. Bailey Chongqing thought about it and said what Zhang Yi implied, which was that if Bailey Chongqing wanted him to join their investigation team, he has to be the captain. I just spoke with Zhang Yi and he's on his way here. But what he meant was that if we wanted him to join our investigation team, he had to be the team leader. After Bailey Chongqing said this, he saw a complicated look on the faces of the team members. Some were angry, specifically Wu Di, and angrily accused Zhang Yi of being ambitious. Some were silent, as if they thought Zhang Yi was qualified to compete for the captain's position. After all, everyone knew that he had devoured Yuan Konga's essence, so who knows how strong he is now. Bailey Chongqing spread his hands, looking reasonable. In my opinion, he is right to want to move up, and he was the biggest contributor to Tianhai City's action this time. If he wants to be the captain, I don't think there will be much problem in terms of strength. However, after all, he has no experience of cooperating with us. If he joins our team, it will take time to get used to each other. Being a captain is not just about strength. He cited Bienen Junwu as an example. Our captain used to convince us in both ability and personality. But this Zhang Yi, we still know too little about him. When Bailey Chongqing finished speaking, Wu Di's patience was at its limit, so he couldn't help but shout on top of his lungs. Who the fuck does Zhang Yi thinks he is? Even if he wants to join our team, why should a newcomer be the captain as soon as he arrives? If he comes, I won't stay. With a frown, Kong Shang also crossed his arms and said calmly, "Did he tell you that? He's too arrogant." Qi Guangming also directly added, "Everyone present knows the only person who is qualified to take over the captain's position is Uncle Bailey. No matter how good Zhang Yi is, he has to abide by the rules when he comes." Yi Jikong frowned but said nothing. Meng Xiu looked at everyone in the room and did not express any opinion. They knew that Bailey Chongqing must want to take over the position of captain, and they didn't have much objection to this. After all, he had always been the deputy captain in the team, and his strength and character were worthy of everyone's respect. So naturally, they thought that Zhang Yi can join the team to supplement the combat power. Bailey Chongqing smiled and waved his hand. Who will be the captain is still up to the top management. It doesn't matter whether I am the captain or not. What matters is that the team can have better development in the future. However, Zhang Yi will come over to talk to us later. I think we should first see what his attitude is. At this moment, Zhang Yi arrived at Emerald Waterside Base and was immediately warmly welcomed by Xing Tian. He brought dozens of his men to greet Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi got out from his car, he raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene and asked with a smile, "So many people came to greet me. I am really a little flattered." Xing Tian was stunned for a moment, realizing that although Zhang Yi was so powerful, he was still on guard against him. He couldn't help but reply with a nervous smile, "After so many years, your cautious character has really not changed at all. But don't worry, I don't have the courage to fight you." As he said this, he walked up to Zhang Yi and asked curiously, "After all, your current strength is probably no less than that of Yuan Konga back then, right?" Everyone in Tianhai City knew that Zhang Yi killed Yuan Konga, so obviously, they thought that Zhang Yi absorbed Yuan Konga's power, and his current strength had undoubtedly reached her level as well. Zhang Yi put his right hand in his pocket, sighed and said softly, "It's not as simple as you think. That battle, oh, let's not talk about it. Take me to see the investigation team first." If it were in the past, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind Xing Tian and the others thinking he was very strong. But now it's different. Currently, he is really strong, but he has to pretend not to be that strong. Zhang Yi doesn't want to be remembered by the Jiangnan district because of his strength. But he also knows that even if he explains it, Xing Tian may not believe it. So Zhang Yi only said half of the words and let Xing Tian think about it himself. As for whether he believes it or not, it's up to him. At the moment, the most important thing for Zhang Yi is to communicate with the investigation team first. Xing Tian smiled and said, "Come with me." He made way for Zhang Yi to walk past him, and then he followed Zhang Yi half a step behind. As Xing Tian followed, he said to Zhang Yi, "That battle was too tragic. Wei Dinghai died in the battle, and more than 90% of the mutants under our command were killed or injured. Even the investigation team, which was so strong, suffered very serious injuries. Old classmate, you will be the boss in Tianhai City in the future, and we all have to rely on you." Zhang Yi glanced at him and smiled faintly without any comment. He had no interest in expanding his power. After all, the effect of expanding power also meant that he had to manage more and more people and things, but there is no benefit at all. How could it compare to his freedom now? The two chatted casually on the way. Zhang Yi basically knew what Xing Tian meant by his words, but what he truly wanted to hear was the situation of the investigation team, to which Xing Tian did not dare to disclose, so all in all, he did not get any useful information. Soon, Zhang Yi came to the place where the investigation team was recuperating. This place is located in the underground shelter. It is a very high-level sanatorium. Although it is not as good as Zhang Yi's big villa, it is already the top treatment in the entire base. After directing Zhang Yi, Xing Tian left consciously. Opening the door, Zhang Yi's appearance made the atmosphere of the investigation team become a little solemn. Among the 6 people, some were examining him, while others had a hint of hostility in their eyes. Without a doubt, Wu Di, who had always had a problem with Zhang Yi, had the most vicious look in his eyes. He was also the first to greet Zhang Yi. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di. The guy's hair was all white, and the last battle had greatly damaged his vitality. But now when he looked at Zhang Yi, although he still looked unhappy, he was not as hostile as before. In the past, Zhang Yi never understood why this guy treated him so badly. Could it be that he was jealous because he was too handsome? Zhang Yi had this thought with an awkward expression. However, he still raised his eyelids slightly and said leisurely, "The battle is over. Can't I come to see the wounded? After all, we may have to work together in the future. If I am too indifferent, people will inevitably say that I am unkind and don't know how to sympathize with the team members." As soon as these words came out, almost everyone in the investigation team frowned. The phrase "sympathize with the team members" seems to imply that he was now the captain. Although some people in the investigation team are more welcoming to the idea of Zhang Yi as a member of the team, it did not mean that they were willing to accept a domineering person, even if Zhang Yi now has the power to be domineering. Wu Di was furious, pointing angrily at Zhang Yi and scolded, "What are you proud of? Just because you want to join our investigation team? Do you have the qualifications?" Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly. His eyes were calm, but there was a kind of condescending look. "Well, I did just solve the problem related to Yuan Konga. Don't you think that's enough to qualify me?" This sentence choked Wu Di. When they fought Yuan Konga, the investigation team didn't get any advantage, and even he himself almost died. If Zhang Yi wasn't there, they would have died in the battle. From this perspective, they all undoubtedly owed Zhang Yi a favor. But Wu Di was unwilling to admit this, so he turned his head to the side with a dark expression on his face. Seeing this, Zhang Yi's smile became even stronger and more condescending. He puffed out his chest as his eyes swept over everyone. "After you go back, don't forget to explain the situation in Tianhai City to the top leaders of Jiangnan District, so that they know my contribution. Of course, I am also very sorry for the passing of Captain Bienen Junwu. If I have the opportunity, I hope to inherit his legacy, defend this land, and bring a harmonious and happy life to the people of the Jiangnan region." These words made everyone's scalp numb, and they suddenly felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This time, everyone's favorability towards Zhang Yi dropped even more seriously. At this moment, Zhang Yi spoke in an official tone, with a completely smug look on his face. Compared with the humble and cautious appearance when the investigation team first came to Tianhai City, he was completely different. Bailey Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but he still forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, we will not forget your contribution. It's just that the matter of joining the investigation team has to be decided by the top management." Zhang Yi laughed and replied, "It's just one more process. Who else can do it but me?" In a flash, he came over and placed an arm around Bailey Chongqing's shoulders. "Brother Bailey, let's go out and have a chat. Some things are not suitable to be said to ordinary team members." When he said this, he did not forget to glance at the other people in the room. Everyone gnashed their teeth. If they hadn't considered that Zhang Yi's strength might have reached a level that they couldn't imagine, they would really come up and fight. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi, and in his heart he also wanted to test Zhang Yi's attitude. So he nodded and said with a smile, "Well, since you want to talk to me alone, I will accompany you." The two of them walked out of the room arm in arm. As soon as they left, the room exploded. Zhang Yi took Bailey Chongqing away from the team members' sanatorium. The two went to the next door and found a quiet room, which happened to be a billiard room for entertainment on weekdays. Zhang Yi leaned on the table and put away the arrogant smile on his face. His sharp eyes fell on Bailey Chongqing's face. "Brother Bailey, do you support me to be the captain?" Bailey Chongqing heard this, and a hidden dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes. With his arms leisurely folded, he replied calmly, "You have made such a great contribution. You will be chosen by the higher-ups without my support." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's right. As long as you report my contribution truthfully, and with my current strength, the higher-ups will definitely appoint me as the captain." Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath and sighed heavily. "Although I don't want to discourage you, this matter may not be as simple as you think. In the Jiangnan region, there are only 6 special investigation teams like ours. Each one is a team composed of the most elite mutants after layers of screening. Especially the selection of the captain is so strict that it is outrageous. Although you have made great contributions, you are a newcomer after all, Bailey Chongqing continued, scratching the back of his head with a simple smile on his face. Of course, it's not impossible. I'm just afraid that your expectations are too high, so I'm giving you a heads up in advance. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. That's really troublesome, and thank you for the warning, but I am confident that I can be your captain. Bailey Chongqing couldn't hold back his curiosity. He looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, can I ask you a question? What is your current strength? It's only stronger than Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi gave the answer directly before he finished speaking. Now he has a more powerful ability, which is no less than Bienen Junwu's Nirvana, and it is a perfect ability without side effects. So at this time, he has surpassed Bienen Junwu in terms of comprehensive combat power. Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment. Then an expression of, as expected, appeared on his face. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but soon loosened it. He looked at Zhang Yi and said calmly, perhaps you have now reached the level of an Epsilon mutant. In this case, you are indeed capable of becoming our captain. Epsilon mutants were no longer be guessed by common sense. So if Zhang Yi is in existence of this level, no matter how many problems he has, he is definitely qualified to be the captain. Zhang Yi thought about it with his arms folded. It shouldn't be that level yet. Bienen Junwu said that Delta is a watershed in the level of mutants. There was a very obvious difference in the middle, that is, whether or not they have the ability of co-devouring. However, the distinction between other levels is vague. Generally, the professional scientific institutions of the major forces themselves divide them according to the strength of their abilities. Otherwise, only mutants at the Epsilon level can judge the level of their abilities. But Zhang Yi judged based on his experience that he definitely could not reach that standard at this time. After all, Yuan Konga, who had just been promoted to the Epsilon realm, showed a power that could destroy the world. When Bailey Chongqing heard this, he replied with a smile. The more you say this, the more confident you seem. Zhang Yi saw a trace of regret on Bailey Chongqing's face. If his level of strength was similar to Zhang Yi's, then he could still strive for the position of captain. But now, he knew that his strength was far worse than Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi was young and strong. If Zhang Yi got promoted, he might not have the chance to become a captain in his life. But at this moment, Zhang Yi's mouth showed a meaningful smile. Why? You just give up? Bailey Chongqing frowned and asked in surprise. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yi casually responded, okay, stop pretending. Don't you really want to be the captain yourself? Bailey Chongqing laughed. Maybe I had this idea at the beginning, but his expression became more serious as he continued to stare at Zhang Yi. The investigation team needs a strong person to lead. You are more qualified than me at present. The investigation team is a team walking on the edge of life and death. Although they are all elite, they dare not claim to be invincible in this doomsday world. In order to maintain the order of the entire Jiangnan region, they often have to face some unknown existence. They have personally sent off several teammates, such as their most powerful captain. At this time, the idea of struggling for power and profit can exist, but it must never override the survival of the group. Things are not what you think, Zhang Yi replied. In fact, my contribution in Yuan Konga's death was apparently not the greatest. He looked at Bailey Chongqing's eyes seriously and said word by word, actually, it's your investigation team. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chongqing was shocked greatly, and an incredible expression appeared in his eyes. In fact, although their mission was completed this time, the death of Bienen Junwu and Zhang Yi's first-class credit both hit them hard. But Zhang Yi actually said that they were the biggest contributors to the success of this operation. Zhang Yi, what do you mean? Everyone knows that it was you who killed Yuan Konga. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had any way to deal with a mutant of the Epsilon level. Zhang Yi said to Bailey Chongqing calmly. But without you, I alone would have no way to defeat her. The most crucial thing was Bienen Junwu's contribution. Moreover, the existence of the investigation team itself was an important force in restraining the Snow Worship sect. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in Tianhai City, Yuan Konga would have started a large-scale purge of other forces long ago. Of course, Zhang Yi deliberately said this to Bailey Chongqing for his own purpose. Inwardly, he also believed this to be a fact. If it weren't for the recurrence of the side effects of Bienen Junwu's supernatural power, it would be a bit difficult for me to kill Yuan Konga. In general, Bienen Junwu should be the first-class meritorious service. So I hope that my credit can be credited to him. Bailey Chongqing was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears at all. The disaster level in Tianhai City this time can even be evaluated as the highest A-level crisis at present. Zhang Yi is the biggest hero. If he goes to the Jiangnan district, the top leaders will definitely give him a very generous reward. He could obtain supplies, women, residences, genetic drugs, and a reputation in Blizzard City. These were all at his fingertips, but he easily gave them up. Wait, this is strange. He gave up so readily. Could it be that Bailey Chongqing was not stupid? After getting over his initial shock, he quickly thought about the reason of this matter in his mind. Not long after, he suddenly realized the obvious. You don't want to go to the Jiangnan regional headquarters. Zhang Yi stared at Bailey Chongqing, and the smile on his mouth became even stronger. With his arms folded, he leaned on the billiard table and replied calmly, "It's convenient to deal with smart people. That's right, I don't want to go to Blizzard City." Bailey Chongqing was a little surprised, but when he thought about Zhang Yi's living conditions in Tianhai City, he felt it was understandable. The living conditions in that shelter were better than most areas in Blizzard City. And most importantly, it was in Zhang Yi's territory. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. He was the king in Tianhai City, but once he goes to the Jiangnan district, no matter how high his level was, he would eventually be someone else's subordinate. Oh, I see. I get it now. The main purpose of your coming this time is to ask us to help you conceal the truth of this incident, so as to avoid being noticed and summoned by the Jiangnan district, right? Zhang Yi did not admit it readily. To negotiate, you must take the initiative in your own hands. Otherwise, the other party will definitely push forward and make more demands. So he crossed his arms with a sneer on his face. Not entirely. I don't have any resistance to Blizzard City. To be honest, Bienen Junwu once suggested that I go there to try my luck, and I was quite tempted at first. But seeing how hard you guys fought for your lives, I hesitated, so I'm trying not to go if it can be helped. But Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with cold light, staring straight at Bailey Chongqing, and a sense of oppression suddenly rose from Bailey Chongqing. Zhang Yi said word by word, "If I really go to Blizzard City, I must seek a captain's position. There are only a handful of captain-level mutants." Once Bienen Junwu died, Bailey Chongqing's ability was barely enough to take on this position. But if Zhang Yi joins the team, Bailey Chongqing's chances will be slim. After all, his strength is far from being comparable to Zhang Yi's current strength. Zhang Yi came over and patted Bailey Chongqing's heavy shoulders. He said to him meaningfully, "I am very hesitant now. It's okay to go, but it's also better not to go. I have a fear of making choices when it came to matters like this. After all, it's a difficulty choice. So why don't you make this choice for me? Actually, it's better to put it this way. Do you want to continue to be the vice captain of the investigation team? Or do you want to be the captain?" Zhang Yi's words were clear enough. Of course, he saw through Bailey Chongqing's desire to be promoted. Bailey Chongqing was very moved when he heard this. Zhang Yi gave him such a good opportunity, so of course he wanted to be the captain. After all, the difference in treatment between the captain and the deputy captain was quite large. In the entire Blizzard City, there are a total of 6 captain-level figures, and they enjoy the A-level material distribution treatment of Blizzard City, second only to the commander-in-chief and a group of senior officials. Bailey Chongqing frowned and looked at Zhang Yi. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his expression was serious. If headquarters finds out that we have concealed information from here, we will be severely punished. You see, the system of Blizzard City is militarized management with clear rewards and punishments. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and asked in surprise, "Conceal? Why conceal? When did I ask you to hide information from the top leaders of Blizzard City?" Of course, this question from Zhang Yi only confused Bailey Chongqing. Zhang Yi smiled cunningly. "Did you see me kill Yuan Konga with your own eyes?" Bailey Chongqing was stunned. "That's not the case." Zhang Yi continued to ask, "Do you know my current level of strength?" Bailey Chongqing was stunned again, and shook his head after a moment of silence. "I don't know. If he didn't fight him in person, he certainly couldn't judge how strong Zhang Yi is now. But according to logic..." Zhang Yi raised a finger and interrupted Bailey Chongqing. "We can't talk about logic, we need to talk about evidence. You can't be sure of what I said. So not reporting it cannot be considered as concealment. Although Zhang Yi's logic is a bit speechless, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it." Bailey Chongqing was almost confused by Zhang Yi's logic. "Although I get what you're implying. But how was the mission of Tianhai City completed then? We still need to explain this." Zhang Yi made a slight gesture with his hand and replied that he'd also thought of an answer to this question for him. The greatest credit should be given to the sacrificed Captain Bien. Zhang Yi thought of the time when Bienen Junwu died in front of him. In fact, when Zhang Yi asked Bienen Junwu to use the Ice Soul, Bienen Junwu probably saw through Zhang Yi's thoughts. It's just that the situation was critical at the time and he had no other choice. Speaking of it, Zhang Yi still felt a little guilty about Bienen Junwu's death. Not much, but still a little. Although he is a self-centered person, He is still unwilling to easily harm people who have no grudges against him, unless his life is threatened. I would not pluck a hair to benefit the world, nor would I want the whole world to serve me. This is Zhang Yi's basic principle in dealing with people. So now, he decided to give the credit for killing Yuan Konga to Bienen Junwu. At least it would give his wife and children, whom he cared about so much, a better life. Without the influence of Bienen Junwu's ability, Yuan Konga would not have died. So Bienen Junwu has made the greatest contribution. And Yuan Konga's death was not caused by me. Instead, under the leadership of your investigation team, all the mutants in Tianhai City worked together to help Yuan Konga's ability to be overconsumed, and the side effects of the ability broke out and she died. What do you think of this explanation? Zhang Yi told a story to himself. Bailey Chongqing sighed deeply after listening. You don't look like a warehouse manager, but a writer of online novels. Zhang Yi smiled mischievously. What a joke. Those who write online novels are all poor and would starve to death. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I can't control your thoughts, you decide what to do. Zhang Yi has already expressed his desire. He believes that Bailey Chongqing and the others will make the right choice. After all, no one will go against their own interests. At this moment, Bailey Chongqing finally understood why Zhang Yi put on an arrogant look as soon as he came there. He deliberately left a bad impression on the team members. Currently, none of them was unwilling to accept Zhang Yi as their captain. So now, as long as Bailey Chongqing goes back and uses his prestige in the team to guide them, the team members should agree to this matter readily. There is another key point here. Zhang Yi completely gave up this credit, so the credit will fall on the investigation team. The team members can also get generous rewards. Zhang Yi saw that Bailey Chongqing was moved. He knew that if nothing unexpected happens, then he had successfully made Bailey Chongqing his mouthpiece. Seeing that Bailey Chongqing was still thinking, Zhang Yi reached out and took out a black pistol from his alternate space. It was Bienen Junwu's pistol, which was lent to him during the battle. The gun was specially made, and Bienen Junwu's name was on it. Zhang Yi felt that he should return it. The key is that there is nothing special about the gun. What is special is the bullet inside. Bailey Chongqing saw Bienen Junwu's pistol and couldn't help sighing. His old friend of many years just left forever. Zhang Yi looked at him and asked, the bullet I used before was called the origin bullet, right? Zhang Yi was very interested in the origin bullet. It could actually threaten high-level mutants, so of course he wanted this good thing. After all, among his means of attack, guns were very important. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi and said seriously, don't even think about it. Origin bullets are strictly controlled strategic materials even in the regional headquarters. I can't give it to you. Zhang Yi laughed. Can't we talk about it? Bailey Chongqing teased. There is only one possibility for you to get the origin bullet. That is to join the headquarters and become a member of the investigation team. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. Sure enough, as he thought, this kind of thing is not so easy to get. Forget it. I won't sacrifice my future for a bullet. Then the matter is happily decided. I'll go back first. See you if you have time. Zhang Yi paused here and changed his words. Forget it. It's better for us not to meet again in the future. If he saw Bailey Chongqing again, it could only mean that something had happened again. Zhang Yi didn't want so many troubles again. He walked to the door and prepared to leave. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi's back and suddenly stopped him. Zhang Yi, you have such a strong power now. Are you really willing to live in a corner and be an ordinary person? In troubled times, you could have done something great. Zhang Yi said without looking back. I'm not interested. He enjoys his current life and didn't want any change. Zhang Yi was too lazy to explain more to Bailey Chongqing. After all, everyone has a different way of living. However, the most important thing is to live a life you truly desire. Zhang Yi headed outside and planned to go back to the shelter. Xing Tian had been waiting for him outside. Seeing Zhang Yi on his way to his car, Xing Tian went over to greet him enthusiastically. Old classmate, you guys are done talking already? Zhang Yi replied calmly. I just chatted with them about some things, and I came out after I was done. Zhang Yi didn't plan to talk to Xing Tian much, but Xing Tian smiled flatteringly. Why don't you stay for dinner or something? Don't play tricks on me. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I will help you solve them if it is convenient. Of course, you and everyone in the base must listen to me. Do you understand? Xing Tian smiled nonchalantly. Power is very useful, but I was born not to be a leader. You are smarter and more powerful than me. I have nothing to worry about handing over the base to you. Xing Tian's greatest advantage was that he knows himself, so he was okay surrendering his base to Zhang Yi. At least there will be a big backer to rely on in the future. Zhang Yi said his goodbye and got inside his car. Now the 5 major forces in Tianhai City are almost wiped out, and their fighting power has plummeted. The surrounding cities must be eyeing the fat piece of meat of Tianhai City. It's really troublesome. Zhang Yi exhaled. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Although I am not afraid of the threats from the surrounding cities, I am always fighting and cannot enjoy life. Now it seems that the existence of such a force in the Jiangnan district is indeed necessary and inevitable. The scene shifts and we are introduced to a shy race in an unspecified location of the ocean where the cold wind was like a knife, and the blurred dusk sunlight stays at the end of the sea and sky. The sea level was terribly cold and calm, leaving only the vast silence between heaven and earth. On the vast ice ocean, this huge icebreaker slowly approached. It has been drifting on the sea for several days. If it weren't for this huge icebreaker, it would never be able to traverse the deep sea in such a cold ice apocalypse. But at this time, there are few crew members on this huge icebreaker. However, the entire shy race has always been unmanned. Currently, artificial intelligence had replaced most of the work in the mechanical field. Inside the cabin, a woman, Mayumi Bambuchi, was wearing a Hashur Shrine maiden costume, sitting at a round wooden table. In front of her was an ancient scroll. She was holding a brush with a goblin statue on the head, and dipping it into the ink in the box right next to her. But the ink was not black, but red as blood. A man in a newsboy cap half knelt in front of her, looked up and smiled and asked, "How is my fortune today?" The shrine maiden bowed respectfully to the man and said, "Good luck it seems." The man nodded with satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. If we keep going this way, we will be able to land in the city called Linhai soon." He turned his head and looked at the sofa not far away. A man who was nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a brown bear. But the man was wearing a black suit and flipping through a sailing magazine with his thick hands. The picture was somewhat incongruous. "Degongxiang, how far do we have to go?" The man named Degongxiang Yanjin didn't even raise his head and said, 3 days. The man in the newsboy cap raised his head with a smile and said with emotion, 3 days left, right? 3 days later, we will land in the place called Shenzhou. Then, write a legendary story that belongs to us. Meanwhile, the investigation team's mission in Tianhai City was over. Bailey Chongqing led the team back to Jinling, back to the super military fortress located on the east side of Jinling, which was built at a huge cost. The snow was all over the sky, and this gray super building was crawling on the ground like a beast. The tall city wall was more than 50 meters high, and every 3 meters there was a soldier with live ammunition and wearing black combat uniform guarding it. There was a tower every 10 meters, with a high-speed machine gun inside, with a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, which could instantly tear apart all carbon-based organisms. This super fortress covering thousands of square kilometers began to be built decades ago. Bailey Chongqing and his team drove their car under the tall city wall, and after inspection, they drove into the heavy metal gate. Inside Blizzard City, a comprehensive militarization management was implemented there. After Bailey Chongqing and his team returned, the staff immediately came and took them for examination. These team members who fought outside needed to ensure that their physical condition was normal after returning, and they would not bring in unknown infection from the outside world. After a complicated examination, a young female officer appeared in front of Bailey Chongqing and the team. She was wearing a neat brown military uniform, a neatly back hair, and a pair of expensive gold-rimmed glasses. After seeing Bailey Chongqing, she said, "Lieutenant Colonel Bailey, please follow me." Bailey Chongqing nodded and quietly followed the young female officer. The identity of this officer was not ordinary. She was the secretary of Zhu Zheng, the supreme commander of Jiangnan District Lan Xinqing. Born as a civilian, she has an extraordinary family background and is very trusted by Zhu Zheng. As usual, after they complete the assigned tasks and come back, they need to report the situation to Zhu Zheng in person. What's more, this time the problem in Tianhai City was more serious. After all, the death of a captain-level figure is enough to alarm the entire Blizzard City's top leaders. Although the entire team followed behind Lan Xinqing, Bailey Chongqing was the only one needed at the command center. Lan Xinqing reported to Zhu Zheng through the communication device outside, and after getting Zhu Zheng's affirmative answer, she gestured for Bailey Chongqing to go ahead. Bailey Chongqing walked into the command center, but the moment he entered through the doors, he subconsciously glanced around. Commander-in-Chief. Saluting solemnly, Bailey Chongqing came to the office and stood behind Zhu Zheng at a distance. Zhu Zheng was about 50 years old, with gray hair and a thin body, but his face always had a steely look, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Bailey Chongqing was slightly younger than Zhu Zheng, in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a pair of old-fashioned round glass lenses and a small braid behind his head. But Bailey Chongqing knew that this gentleman's strength was probably ranked among the top 3 in the entire Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng nodded at him with his hands behind his back. "You have done a great job on this mission. I originally thought that you would temporarily withdraw and let headquarters launch a devastating attack on Tianhai City." Zhu Zheng's tone showed that he didn't care much about Tianhai City. He already knew that almost all the people in Tianhai City died in the zombie tide, and only 1 out of 100 people survived. So this city can be completely abandoned. Bailey Chongqing replied at this moment. This operation was thanks to Team Captain Bien. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to contain the cult leader of the snow worship sect, I'm afraid we would have all died there, they reported to the headquarters before returning. As for the statements in the report, they were almost the same as what Zhang Yi said, just a little polished. But the main credit still went to their investigation team, especially Bienen Junwu. Hearing Bienen Junwu's name, Zhu Zheng couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on his face. Bienen Junwu was once a good soldier in the army. After the end of the world, he also made very important contributions to the Jiangnan region. His death was an irreparable loss for the Jiangnan region. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, Zhu Zheng couldn't help but feel sorry for it at this moment. He looked at Bailey Chongqing and waved at him. "Come sit down and let's talk." After the two sat down, Zhu Zheng continued to ask, "During your visit to Tianhai City, did you come across any good talents that you can bring to the headquarters for training?" Bailey Chongqing had already reported to Zhu Zheng by email, recounting everything about the various situations of the Tianhai City mission. So at this time, Zhu Zheng didn't talk about the mission anymore, but was very concerned about talented mutants. Although there are many talents in the Jiangnan regional headquarters, people are often sacrificed, resulting in insufficient income. Therefore, it is particularly important to absorb fresh blood from surrounding cities. Bailey Chongqing sat upright in the chair, and the first thing that came to his mind was the shadow of Zhang Yi. Currently, Zhang Yi's strength was definitely not inferior to that of Bienen Junwu. And putting aside his strength in terms of strategy and temperament, he is definitely worthy of attention. But according to the agreement between them, he cannot expose Zhang Yi's strength. After thinking for a while, Bailey Chongqing said to Zhu Zheng, "Tianhai City does have several powerful people. After our investigation, there are 7 people I think have the ability to join the investigation team. Xing Tian from Emerald Waterside Base, Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting from Radiant Prosperity Base, Chun Jingguan from Morning Dew Base, and Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Yang Mi from Zhang Yi's team. Most of these people are powerful combat characters. However, Yang Mi's ability is very strong in supporting the team." Zhu Zheng nodded slowly after listening. "You have already said all this in your report." He crossed his hands casually and suddenly said, "I am very interested in this young man named Zhang Yi. Can you tell me more about him?" Bailey Chongqing was a little nervous and thought, "Sure enough, it's about him. How? How to explain this?" Bailey Chongqing knew that some information couldn't be hidden. After all, everything Zhang Yi did in the zombie crisis was too eye-catching, and the strength he displayed was also obvious. Can be said that if Zhang Yi was not there, the mission in Tianhai City would definitely fail, and they would not even be able to save their lives. With so many brilliant deeds, even if Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing wanted to hide them as much as possible, it would be impossible to hide them all. Therefore, with complete resolution, he decided to only conceal the fact that Zhang Yi killed Yuan Konga alone in the final battle. As for his previous contributions, there was no way to hide them. But this was enough to make Zhu Zheng interested in Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhu Zheng seriously. Zhang Yi is indeed a talent. He is very capable and has extremely rare space-related abilities. If he can come to the Jiangnan district headquarters with his ability, he will be an elite even in the investigation team. Bailey Chongqing first praised Zhang Yi, but soon he changed the subject and his tone even became more serious. But this person's thoughts and personality made everyone, including his own teammates, feel uneasy and not very reassuring. With his arm leisurely folded, Zhu Zheng's eyes condensed. "Oh, what does this mean? Is he a bad person?" The first criterion for recruiting people in the Jiangnan district investigation team was not ability, but absolute loyalty. This was not a decadent ideology, but mainly due to these turbulent times. If the people inside have the wrong ideas, it is likely to cause huge troubles internally. Bailey Chongqing knew this and decided to use it to his advantage. So he continued, "Zhang Yi is an extremely selfish person. He is exactly like the mutants in other cities. Perhaps because he has experienced too many bloody and cruel things in the apocalypse. He has no collective consciousness. Even in our battle with the zombies, he always puts his personal interests first, and is always ready to abandon his teammates and escape. In addition, This person will do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of everyone's life except his own. To put it bluntly, he had no faith. Not even a little. As soon as Bailey Chongqing said this, he suddenly felt that maybe he had gone too far. Although he deliberately discredited Zhang Yi to prevent Zhu Zhang from being tempted by him. However, slandering others behind their backs can easily affect his impression in the leader's mind. So he quickly made up for it, but to be honest, his mentality is a bit understandable. After all, we're currently in the apocalypse, and it is difficult to find a few people with firm beliefs. After listening to this, Zhu Zheng's thoughts on Zhang Yi did fade quite significantly. An unstable mutant, even if he is strong, he doesn't want to use him. In Zhu Zheng's eyes, Zhang Yi is just an ordinary Delta-level mutant. And although there were not many mutants of this level in their headquarters, there weren't very few either. However, if he knew that Zhang Yi had devoured the incomplete essence of an Epsilon-level mutant, then the situation would be difficult to say. Also, about the origin of Yuan Konga, Bailey Chongqing explained in the report that Yuan Konga died without a complete body, and her origin also dissipated between heaven and earth. Zhu Zhang did not have any doubts about the report mainly because of two reasons. First, he believed in the loyalty of the investigation team, and they also had no need to hide anything. If they got the origin and became stronger, they, including their family, would directly benefit and be the focus of training in the region. Second, in the past missions with fierce battles, mutants died without a complete body and their origins also collapsed as a result. So, a battle of this magnitude with countless casualties and millions of dead people. It wasn't unreasonable that Yuan Konga's origin dissipated. Although it was a pity, no one was to be blamed. Zhu Zhang looked at Bailey Chongqing, and a thoughtful light appeared in his eyes. Each of the 6 major investigation teams must have a powerful mutant as their leader. However, Blizzard City had not found any mutant with similar strength to Bienen Junwu at present. So Bailey Chongqing was quite capable and the best candidate to replace the captain. And although he was not as good as the captains of the 6 major investigation teams, he was still better than any of the ordinary team members. The key was that Bailey Chongqing was experienced in carrying out tasks and has considerable prestige in the team. Therefore, Zhu Zhang raised his head and said to Bailey Chongqing seriously, "I am also deeply saddened by the death of Bienen Junwu, but his position cannot be vacant. Bailey Chongqing, from this moment onwards, you will be the captain of the Black Robe Squad." Bailey Chongqing's majestic body trembled slightly as he got up. His eyes couldn't hide his excitement. After all, the treatment between captain and deputy captain was vastly different. And this meant he and his family would now enjoy the A-level living treatment of Blizzard City. Bailey Chongqing's eyes were filled with tears from his excitement as he saluted Zhu Zhang. "Thank you for the cultivation and trust. Commander, I will do my best to contribute all my strength to the commander and Blizzard City." Zhu Zhang nodded slightly. "Well, the official appointment documents will be in your hands in the next 2 days, and your Black Robe team will be awarded first-class merit. In addition, Bienen Junwu would be awarded a first-class individual merit, and since his family already enjoys the treatment of martyrs' relatives, they would also continue to enjoy the A-level living supplies from the headquarters." Bailey Chongqing nodded slightly and bowed excitedly. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." Bailey Chongqing left Zhu Zheng's office. When he walked out of the door, although the weather outside was gloomy, the light was particularly abundant. He was in a very good mood. Although he had just lied to Zhu Zhang by omission and carefully concealed some of Zhang Yi's information, this result was a win-win for everyone. Zhang Yi did not have to come to Blizzard City as he wished, Bailey Chongqing became the captain, and the fallen Bienen Junwu inexplicably got the first-class merit, and from now on his wife and children will have no worries about food and clothing. This result couldn't be better. Suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away. "Deputy Captain Bailey." "No, I guess I should call you Captain Bailey now." Bailey Chongqing turned his head slightly and saw a woman in a white coat walking towards him. She was tall, with a lazy expression and a hint of indifference, and her long hair was casually tied up with a ballpoint pen. When Bailey Chongqing saw her, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Oh, it turns out to be Professor Shin," he said. Her name was Li Lingxue, the chief professor of the Scientific Research Department of Blizzard City. In Blizzard City, there are not many people who dare not give face to the Scientific Research Department, because after the arrival of the era of Great Mutation, the role they currently play was even stronger than the army. Li Lingxue came over and said lazily, "Where's the thing you were talking about?" "Oh, here. I was going to deliver it to you in person after reporting to the commander." Bailey Chongqing took out a tightly closed glass container from the pocket of his combat uniform and handed it to Li Lingxue. Li Lingxue looked at the glass container curiously. "Is this the mutant plant you talked about?" Bailey Chongqing nodded. "It has a very strong growth ability, and can also produce zombie viruses that can infect the host. Li Lingxue raised her eyebrows. It doesn't sound very powerful. Hearing this, Bailey Chongqing was dumbfounded and looked a little embarrassed. This thing almost wiped out the entire Tianhai city. But in Li Lingxue's eyes, she was not impressed at all. But it's no wonder this Professor Li has studied too many strange things after all. Li Lingxue put away the glass container with the bloodvine rhizomes and went back without even saying hello. Bailey Chongqing was used to her attitude. This person was not arrogant. She was just not very interested in anything other than scientific research. He shrugged and turned to walk towards home. Subsequently, immediately after Bailey Chongqing left the office, Zhu Zheng sat in a chair with an extremely solemn expression. The crisis level in Tianhai City this time was much higher than he had imagined. The death of a captain-level figure was the first time since the end of the world. And now, it has only been half a year away since the end of the world. Even if Blizzard City is full of talented people, it cannot withstand such consumption. An idea that had long occurred in his mind resurfaced at this time. Zhu Zheng crossed his hands and looked at the Blizzard City covered with snow outside the window. He muttered to himself, "It is difficult to maintain the stability of the Jiangnan region for a long time relying solely on the power of Blizzard City. It seems that we have to rely on the power of various places." He used the communicator to call his secretary Lan Xinqing. Lan Xinqing respectfully responded from the other end of the line. "Commander-in-Chief, what do you want?" Zhu Zheng said seriously, "Xinqing, issue a notice in my name immediately. The target is all forces of a certain size in the entire Jiangnan region. Tell them that in 10 days, I will hold a meeting for mutants in the entire Jiangnan region in Blizzard City. Please be sure to come and participate." Lan Xinqing was slightly startled, and in a respectful tone once again, asked Zhu Zheng if he was finally planning to integrate the forces of the Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with absolute determination. "I have been thinking about this plan for a long time. It's just that the death of Bienen Junwu made me realize that I must speed up the pace and can't delay it any longer. The reason why Zhu Zheng didn't do this in the past was because the timing wasn't right. However, countless forces of all sizes have formed in various cities, and are constantly fighting and killing each other. Even if the Jiangnan region obstructs them with absolutely powerful forces, it requires so much energy to manage them. And there were other pressing matters that needed his attention and energy." Zhu Zheng also added that, if necessary, they can eliminate some of the troublemakers first. This meeting was convened by force, and no one was allowed to not come. Otherwise, it would be regarded as disobedience to the Jiangnan region. And if that happens to be the case, then there would be no need for them to exist. With everything in Tianhai City seemingly being developed towards a stable and peaceful state, the scene shifted back to Tianhai City, specifically the Luck Manor. At this moment inside the shelter, Zhang Yi was in his room, observing the 2 ice soul currently in his possession. 10 days had passed by in a flash, and Yang Min, who awakened her superpowers using ice souls, had not shown any abnormal changes, nor had she lost her ability after Yuan Konga's death. Although, it was unknown what changes would have occurred to the mutants who awakened their superpowers using ice souls. Zhang Yi can create 2 new mutants with these ice souls. Zhang Yi feel at ease at this point. In other words, an ice soul just had a catalyst-like effect. It could stimulate the potential for human mutation without any side effects, with the only drawback which seemed to have also disappeared with the death of Yuan Konga. So, as of now, it's a pure treasure. After numerous contemplations, Zhang Yi had decided to give them to the people around him. A knock on his door suddenly sounded, and seconds after his permission, Yang Xinxin, Zhou Qir and Lu Karen entered. Zhang Yi expressed his meaning in the most tactful way possible. "Now I have confirmed that the Ice Soul can still play a role after Yuan Konga's death. I still have 2 of them in my hand, which can be used, but there are 3 of you and only 2 Ice Souls. You are all very important to me, and I don't want to favor one over the other. So how to distribute it is up to you 3 to decide." Yang Xinxin is a think tank and a top hacker, Lu Karen is a mechanical engineer, and Zhou Qir is a doctor. All 3 are very valuable to him, and he didn't want to ignore anyone and cause them to be dissatisfied. So, he simply let the 3 women decide how to distribute it. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Karen and Zhou Qir's eyes showed excitement. Unexpectedly, only Yang Xinxin said calmly, "No, I give up. Leave the opportunity to them too." Zhang Yi and the other 2 were a little surprised. This is a treasure that everyone wants in the end times. And Yang Xinxin actually gave up just like that? Yang Xinxin explained, "My brain is the best superpower. Compared to me, you need its power more. So I'll leave it to you too." Indeed, Yang Xinxin's mind was her best ability. She has been paralyzed for many years and has become accustomed to acting with her mind. As a logistical player, she will not be able to use her superpowers. Lu Karen looked at Yang Xinshin and couldn't help asking, Xinshin, have you thought it through? Yang Xinshin smiled and raised her head. I've thought it through. You don't have to worry about me. Just go and get the superpowers you want. A gentle look flashed in her eyes, and the two looked at the open black wooden box containing the silver-white ice souls in Zhang Yi's hand with fiery eyes. You all know how to use it. Just put it on your forehead. Zhang Yi said this as he stared at the two of them seriously. Just in case, you guys should also lie down first. Lu Karen and Zhou Qi excitedly took the ice souls, pressed it between their eyebrows, and soon it merged into their heads. As the two laid on the bed, Zhang Yi and Yang Xinshin waited nervously, patiently and expectantly. The process of the two people fusing the ice soul was very fast. Their physical fitness was relatively good, so they were not as uncomfortable as Yang Min at the beginning. But even so, they still lay on Zhang Yi's bed to let their bodies accept this foreign thing. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Karen was the first to return to normal. She was sweating profusely, and fine beads of sweat covered her face, neck, arms and chest, as if she had just finished a marathon. There was no change in her body when she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be brighter, like a black shining diamond. How was it? Was it successful? Zhang Yi asked curiously, leaning forward. Lu Karen sat up and gave Zhang Yi an affirmative look as she clenched her fist, unable to hide her excitement. Big brother, I have successfully awakened my superpowers. Under the expectant eyes of Zhang Yi and Yang Xinshin, Lu Karen explained her ability. She took a spoon from the table, and then in front of the two people, without using any physical force, she quickly bent the spoon downwards. My ability is related to metal and machinery. It seems that I can control the metal that my body touches. With this ability, I can create many powerful weapons in the future. Zhang Yi smiled and asked in a deep voice, in other words, your ability is related to machinery. Can you improve the performance of weapons? Lu Karen answered without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the spoon in her hand and said with a smile, moreover, I can perfectly grasp every detail of the weapon and adjust it to the best performance. Also, not only weapons, all mechanical creations will be transformed into the most perfect form in my hands. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't contain his excitement and said, that's great. Your ability hasn't deviated from your job as a mechanic. You can help me strengthen my guns. Lu Karen continued to smile from ear to ear, her face full of unstoppable excitement. I guarantee to complete this task, she replied. By the way, boss, can you help me come up with a name for my ability? Lu Karen suddenly asked. Zhang Yi was a bit taken aback with this, and replied that this is her own ability, so she should name it herself. But who knew that Lu Karen would seriously be against that idea, and solemnly insist that Zhang Yi does it. My life was saved by the boss, and my superpowers were also given by the boss. So my abilities should also be named by you, big brother. Zhang Yi understood that Lu Karen was expressing her gratitude and loyalty to him. He nodded, and after thinking carefully for a while, he said that since Lu Karen's ability is to operate machinery, why not call it Divine Machine Control? Lu Karen liked this name very much. Her eyes were sparkling, and she kept reciting this name a few more times before commenting that it was a good name. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinshin looked at Lu Karen with a smile. The two of them were already thinking about how to maximize Lu Karen's abilities. At this time, Zhou Qi also returned to normal, but she sweated more than Lu Karen, and her whole body was wet, making her skin look shiny. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yi felt that her skin was fairer and softer than before, and her originally attractive body had even become more charming in proportion. Zhou Qi blushed slightly when she saw Zhang Yi staring down at her. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I look good? Zhang Yi couldn't help but nodded and smiled. You look good. You've always looked good. Yang Xinshin and Lu Karen next to them looked jealous. Zhou Qi was embarrassed to show off her love in front of her two younger sisters. She sat up with her slender body. Have you succeeded? What is your ability? Lu Karen explained her ability honestly. Zhou Qi smiled and said, Divine Machine Control? It's a really useful ability, and it suits you very well. Then what is your ability, Sister Qi? Lu Karen asked curiously. Zhou Qi explained calmly, my ability is related to medical skills. She explained her abilities to them without reservation. My ability can accelerate the activity of my own cells and allow cells to repair and regenerate quickly. This ability can be used not only on myself, but also on others. Hearing this, everyone finally understood why Zhou Qi's body became more perfect. Yang Xinshin and Lu Karen were really jealous, because this ability was what every woman wanted. As long as Zhou Qi was willing, she could change her body proportions at will and become a real devil figure, Another aspect is my hands. She stretched out her slender and white right hand, which was covered with a green aura. This is a pair of surgeon's hands, clean, white, and calm. My hands can cure other people's pathology, and it can even replace the scalpel to perform surgery on the human body. Zhou Qi said this and slowly walked to Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin looked at her in surprise. Sister Qi, what are you going to do? Zhou Qi squatted down with a smile. I want to try to see if I can cure your legs. Before Yang Xinxin could refute, Zhou Qi suddenly stretched out her right glowing hand. Under the eyes of everyone, the hands suddenly became transparent, and the glow became even brighter and thicker. Then, her hands slowly sank into Yang Xinxin's waist. They slowly climbed from Yang Xinxin's waist all the way to her back, specifically her spinal cord. Yang Xinxin could feel something stirring inside her body, but that feeling did not make her feel painful. Instead, she felt something being removed from her body. Not long after, Zhou Qi took her hands out of Yang Xinxin's spine. Along with it, there was a large mass of gray-black mucus. While cleaning the blood on her hands, Zhou Qi said to Yang Xinxin, Xinxin, you can try to see if you can stand up. The light in Yang Xinxin's pupils suddenly shook. After being paralyzed for many years, what she wanted most in her heart was to have a pair of healthy legs so that she could walk like a normal person. Lu Karen hurried to Yang Xinxin and looked at her with encouraging eyes. Xinxin, give it a try. As she said that, she reached out and held Yang Xinxin's arm. Yang Xinxin looked at her legs nervously, and then began to exert force unskillfully. The legs that had not felt for many years actually produced a kind of power at this time. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at Zhou Qi, and then at Yang Xinxin. Is this the legendary medical miracle? If Zhou Qi can even cure paralysis, there is probably no surgical injury that she can't cure. This ability is simply too powerful. Supporting her body, she slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Ah! I stood up! I stood up! I can feel them! Letting go of Lu Karen's hand, Yang Xinxin shouted with extreme surprise, completely losing the appearance of the high IQ sick girl in the past. Without the support of Lu Karen, she walked forward step by step and soon adapted to walking. Yang Xinxin's eyes were full of tears, and as she smiled, she continued to shed tears. She rushed over to the others quickly. Zhou Qi had a smile on her face and reached out to catch her. But unexpectedly, Yang Xinxin passed her and dived into Zhang Yi's arms. Brother, I can stand up. I'm a normal girl now. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qi with an embarrassed expression and wanted to laugh. Well, very good. That's very good. From now on you will be able to walk on your own two legs. With her legs fully healed, Yang Xinxin was as happy as a flying butterfly. And in an excited demeanor, she left Zhang Yi's room, intending to let everyone know that she was now able to walk. Zhang Yi watched her disappearing figure and loudly cautioned her to run slower to avoid any unexpected accidents. Immediately as she stepped out of the room, she ran all over the shelter for the first time and told everyone the good news that her legs was fully healed. Even Chunlei, whom she chatted with the least, was not left out. Her behavior rubbed off on everyone as they congratulated her, especially after learning that Zhou Qi and Lu Karen had awakened their superpowers. The others were even more impressed that there were more talents in the shelter. Right after, the two in question, together with Zhang Yi, appeared at the scene with evident smiles on their faces when they saw Yang Xinxin running around on the first floor. Zhang Yi was very delighted to see that Yang Xinxin's legs were healed. Having superpowers were indeed very convenient. This allows humans to do things they couldn't do in the past. This should also be considered as species evolution, right? Although it caused the death of most people on the planet, the remaining people became the fire, evolved superpowers, and reproduced a stronger and more excellent population. I think I seem to have grasped the law of evolution. Zhang Yi continued lightly as he entered the lounging room. I have previously speculated that each person's awakened supernatural power is related to that person's temperament. Lu Karen and Zhou Qi couldn't help but cast a curious look at Zhang Yi when he turned to face them. Witnessing the changes in you two, I finally confirmed this speculation. Zhang Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Qi and Lu Karen. Zhou Qi is a doctor, so her awakened ability was healing. And Lu Karen is a mechanic, so her awakened ability was obviously related to machinery. This made me understand that what you want deep in your heart were these desired abilities, and these desires even goes as far as determines your level. To be precise, the stronger this desire is, the more powerful the supernatural power you get will be. The two couldn't help but ponder after hearing what Zhang Yi said. After a brief pondering, Zhou Qi replied that it might indeed be the case. Zhang Yi continued, Uncle Yu's awakening was caused by the shooting. He wanted to get a tougher physique due to this, so his ability naturally became a body-strengthening type. Chunlei's superpower awakened when he was on the verge of freezing to death, and he hoped that he could withstand the severe cold. As a martial arts fanatic, Liang Yu, as a teacher, hoped to get faster speed and stronger power. Now that I think about it carefully, everyone's changes are indeed related to their desires. Hearing this, Lu Karen couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi. Big brother, you awakened a space ability. Why is that? Is it because you were a warehouse manager? Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What did he want most back then? The extremely strong resentment and the wish for a do-over after death made him reborn. However, it was also coupled with his intense suffering from lack of supplies in the end of the world from his previous life, directly awakening his space ability to stock up after rebirth. Wait, so is my rebirth a kind of ability? Zhang Yi thought of this but couldn't come to a definite conclusion. He subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his left eye. This is indeed a very interesting conjecture. We must have a better understanding of our own abilities and try our best to develop them. Only in this way can we survive longer in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi put down his left hand, smiled and waved to Lu Karen, beckoning her to come over. Karen, come here, he said. I just happened to have an opportunity to verify the strength of your ability. Lu Karen rushed over to Zhang Yi's side with an expectant look. She was curious and hopes to do more for him. Opening his alternate space, Zhang Yi reached out and slowly took out a dark bullet and handed it to her to have a look. With your new acquired ability, can you replicate this origin bullet? The origin bullet is a special product of the Jiangnan Regional Headquarters, and only special soldiers such as members of the investigation team are qualified to use it. Its production process was extremely complicated and the materials were very rare. Ordinary arsenals could not produce it. It has been confirmed that the origin bullet was specially built to deal with mutants, however, the quantity was limited. So, if Lu Karen succeeds in replicating it, the combat effectiveness of Zhang Yi's entire team would obviously be improved by several levels. At this moment, she reached out to take the origin bullet, but the moment her fingers touched it, an intense aura enveloped the entire bullet and her hand as her brain immediately began to analyze its material ratio. After a moment, she frowned slightly and said to Zhang Yi, "This bullet is very special. 12 kinds of rare metals were used in making it. Titanium, tungsten, and radium, just to name a few, and the cost of one piece alone is probably not less than 100,000 yuan. Rare metals? Zhang Yi murmured. That's no wonder, he thought. How about it? Can you replicate it? Lu Karen's mouth curled up slightly into a proud smile. Of course there is no problem, but the materials are more difficult to deal with and not easy to find either. I'm afraid I have to go to several major laboratories in Tianhai City or university research centers to find them. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiled happily. As long as it can be made, it's fine. Materials are not a problem at all. Just give me a list of what materials are needed, and I will ask Xingtian and Xiao Honglian to find them for me. Rare metals had many uses, and no one would suspect that Zhang Yi wanted to use them to make the origin bullet. Then again, even if they knew, what would happen? Even the Jiangnan region could not be so overbearing as to not allow others to produce the origin bullet themselves, right? At least the current Jiangnan region does not have this level of control. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Lu Karen reassured Zhang Yi as she continued to inspect the origin bullet some more. Zhang Yi was going to add many other rare substances to the list and sent it to the three forces, asking them to help collect these rare items, the more the better. Tianhai City used to have a prosperous economy, and there were many scientific laboratories and top universities. Therefore, collecting enough rare metals was not a problem. He silently thought of this as he turned his gaze towards his family. Anyway, while we are still in a state of rest, we must quickly upgrade our equipment. So the next time danger comes, the chances of everyone being safe will be much higher. Within a few days, the entire Tianhai City was plundered for these large amount of rare materials and were sent to Zhang Yi. It's revealed that after the three forces received Zhang Yi's news, they could not analyze anything based on this list. However, they were very happy that Zhang Yi had finally asked them to do something, because it was a manifestation of treating them indirectly as his own people. Zhang Yi praised their contributions, and after many days since he sent these rare materials to Lu Karen's studio, the control room, asking her to start replicating the origin bullet, it was finally done. At this moment in the control room, Zhang Yi paid her a visit. Although it was a bit challenging, Lu Karen successfully replicated the origin bullet. Zhang Yi also tried to let Lu Karen build a new set of combat uniforms for him based on this concept. But Lu Karen voiced her opinion for Zhang Yi to give up on this idea. If the materials used to make the origin bullets were used to make protective clothing, the defensive power may not be as effective as ordinary bulletproof vests. To put it simply, it's like physical resistance and magic resistance. If you use the materials of the origin bullets to make a battle suit, the defense against a mutant's power will be stronger. But if you encounter someone with a gun, or an enhanced or orc-type mutant who is good at strength, this material is not as good as the current protective clothing. With this explanation, Zhang Yi was curious about the material being used to make a lining, and wore inside the protective clothing. "It's indeed a very good idea," she replied, but then poured cold water on Zhang Yi again by reminding him that it was easier to make bullets, but more difficult to make a new suit. There was the need to spin a thread and then weave it into clothes. It was easier said than done. Zhang Yi remembered at this moment that Lu Karen was a mechanic, not a tailor. She was asked to replicate the origin bullet first. As for the suit, she can spend more time to figure it out later. Lu Karen opened a box with rows of silver bullets densely packed inside. "Well, what is this?" Zhang Yi saw the silver bullets and couldn't help but be surprised. "I remember the origin bullet should be black." Lu Karen replied proudly, "I made some improvements based on the original bullet. In order to improve the rigidity of the bullet, I added rhodium element. There are also heavy metal toxins in the bullet. Once the enemy is shot, his injury will be aggravated by the heavy metal infection." Zhang Yi heard this and halted his hand in midair when he was about to take the bullet. "Poisoned? That's good. It's very much my style." Lu Karen quickly replied in a playful manner, "I made this because I knew Big Brother would like it. After all, your usual style is quite unconventional." Lu Karen changed her choice of words abruptly, but what she really wanted to say was, unscrupulous or shameless. Zhang Yi had a few dark lines beneath his eyes. "I'll take it as a compliment, but if it's poisonous, how can I use it?" Lu Karen replied that the poison was inside. Only after it leaves the gun and the gunpowder burns and encounters blood, then the toxin will be activated. If it is not activated, it will have no effect on the body. I'll name it the Holy Silver Bullet. In this way, it can also be distinguished from the origin bullet, and no one would be able to find out that you copied the ammunition from the Jiangnan district. Zhang Yi couldn't help but praise his genius engineer. Lu Karen handed a Holy Silver Bullet to Zhang Yi. However, the moment Zhang Yi touched it, he felt a slight discomfort. The Holy Silver Bullet did have an effect on his superpowers. Fortunately, with his spatial ability, special bullets or ordinary bullets made no difference to him. But he made a mental note not to hold it with his bare hands in the future. When Zhang Yi was studying the bullet, Lu Karen brought over another huge wooden box. The box was nearly 2 meters long and looked very heavy that even Lu Karen, who did manual work all day, had a hard time carrying it. "Big brother, there is another thing here I made especially for you. Take a look and see if you like it." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the length of the box. "Could it be a new gun made for me?" he wondered aloud. Lu Karen's divine machine control can polish a machinery to the most refined level, which means that she can greatly improve the performance of a weapon. When Lu Karen heard Zhang Yi's question, her eyes widened slightly with a joyful smile. "Big brother, you are still so smart. You know what it is at a glance." Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He reached out and opened the weapon box. What immediately caught his eyes was the complete set of dark silver weapons. A pair of silver pistols with mysterious dark patterns on them. A heavy sniper rifle with the bracket and the wall separated was Zhang Yi's favorite anti-material sniper rifle. Zhang Yi was very fond of weapons now. When he saw them, he immediately picked them up and played with them. An expert knows whether they are good or not as soon as he makes a move. When the weapons were in his hands, the perfect weight and perfect feel make Zhang Yi so excited that he wanted to hug Lu Karen and give her a brotherly kiss. "Great! These weapons are really great," Zhang Yi said happily. Lu Karen quickly added, "The weapons and the Holy Silver Bullets are used together. In other words, even if the weapons or bullets are separately picked up by someone, they cannot be used normally. This is a private customization for you, big brother." Lu Karen's little face flushed. Zhang Yi's love for weapons greatly satisfied her vanity. As a top mechanical craftsman, seeing her work appreciated by others was her proudest thing. Then, she told Zhang Yi the name of her set of weapons. The 2 dark silver pistols were named White Owl, and the anti-material sniper rifle was named Thunder. At this moment, Zhang Yi had quickly figured out how to use them skillfully. In his excitement, he did not forget to reward Lu Karen. So he walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand and gently patted her on the shoulder. "Karen, you are truly a unique genius. You have made great contributions this time. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Lu Karen blushed even more after being praised by Zhang Yi. But she still said excitedly, "Big brother, I want to build a mecha. Is it okay?" Zhang Yi's eyes were slightly startled. Mecha? In Zhang Yi's impression, that kind of thing has always existed in science fiction movies. Of course, in their current time, 2051, humans had indeed developed the prototypes of various mechas. But they are too expensive, and their performance does not meet the requirements of mass production. So far, no country has heard of a large number of mecha troops. Some scientific studios have made some exoskeleton-like things because of their hobbies. At that moment, Lu Karen seemed to sense Zhang Yi's doubts, and she continued embarrassedly. Actually, I work in mechanical engineering because I like robots. Being able to build a mecha was my biggest dream. I didn't dare to think about it before. After all, the structure of the mecha is too complicated, and the required components are as many as tens of thousands. Zhang Yi smiled. If you want to do it, just do it. I'll support you. Lu Karen couldn't help but hold her hands tightly together, her aura full of confidence and excitement. Great. I will definitely live up to my brother's expectations. The magic machine operation ability will definitely allow me to build the mecha that I want most. At this moment, Zhang Yi's satellite phone suddenly received something somewhat unexpected. It was an email from the Jiangnan district. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and saw the email, signed by Office of the Commander-in-Chief of Jiangnan Region. Zhang Yi immediately became alert. Could it be that Bailey Chongqing did not keep his promise and leaked my information? Zhang Yi was a little worried. Currently, his life was very comfortable, and he didn't want to be someone else's younger brother at all. He clicked on the email, read the content carefully, and his brows relaxed, because the content of the email was not directed at him personally, but an open letter. Big brother, what's wrong? Lu Karen asked in a worried tone when she saw the sudden change in Zhang Yi's mood. Zhang Yi replied lazily that everything was okay. I'll go back to the bedroom first, you can go and continue with your work. So with that, Zhang Yi turned and left the underground control room. In his room, Zhang Yi looked at his phone lazily and knew he had no way to refuse this matter. Even if he was currently very powerful, he didn't want to go against the strongest force in the region. However, he had to find out the situation in advance, so he directly called Bailey Chongqing. At this time in Blizzard City, Bailey Chongqing was wearing casual clothes and sitting at the dining table at home waiting for dinner. It was snowing heavily outside, and there was a warm scene inside the house. His son, Xiaohu, was only 8 years old, with a chubby face, and was picking up food in the bowl with chopsticks. His wife was cooking in the kitchen. When he picked up his mobile phone and saw that the person calling was marked as Zhang Yi, the smile on his face froze immediately. Xiaohu next to him looked at his father's strange expression and couldn't help asking, "Dad, what's wrong?" Bailey Chongqing looked at his son and smiled. "Nothing. Dad has something to do at work. You and Mom can eat first." He took the phone and went to the bathroom, locked the door, carefully observed the surroundings, and then answered the phone. "Hello, Zhang Yi? Who else can it be but me? Captain Bailey, how are you these days?" Bailey Chongqing heard Zhang Yi's teasing tone and took a deep breath. "Thanks to you, I've become the captain. What do you want to talk to me about?" Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "What's the matter with the call from the Jiangnan region? Tell me about it." Bailey Chongqing smiled when he heard that the reason for Zhang Yi's sudden call. It turned out to be because of this, he thought. "Have you received the email?" "Of course I received it. The commander has just made a decision to integrate all the forces that can be integrated in the Jiangnan region. We have also been notified of this matter. On April 8th, many mutants from all over the country will come, and we need to maintain stability in Blizzard City. By then, there will be at least 2 investigation teams." Zhang Yi knew there are a total of 6 investigation teams like theirs at the headquarters, and any investigation team was a powerful existence that is enough to sweep across an area. Not only are all their team members high-level mutants, but they also have the most advanced equipment and scientific technology provided by the Jiangnan region. However, Zhang Yi didn't care about this. What he cared about most was the purpose of this rally. "Are you calling us over this time to recruit us? Unify us into a unit of mutants and manage us under the region?" Bailey Chongqing replied calmly that he wasn't sure about this matter. After all, the will of the headquarters was not conveyed to them directly because they were frontline combat personnel. "But I think you're probably overthinking it." Zhang Yi's eyes condensed. "Oh, how should I put it?" Bailey Chongqing said truthfully, "It takes a lot of resources for the headquarters to support a mutant. If the forces of the entire Jiangnan region are concentrated, won't your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and training resources all be provided by the region? Although Blizzard City is big and powerful, it can't withstand such consumption." Zhang Yi sneered. "At most, there are only a few thousand people. You can't even afford to feed them?" Bailey Chongqing laughed when he heard this. Although mutants have a big appetite, a little food is not a problem for the headquarters. We have our own agricultural plantations and can achieve self-sufficiency. However, what is really scarce is the medicine used to cultivate mutants. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. Is there such a thing? Of course. The forces at the regional level have the most advanced technology in the country and the most professional means of cultivating mutants. Otherwise, why do you think the mutants in Blizzard City are generally stronger than those in other cities? Zhang Yi was a little knowledgeable, but he was not envious. If becoming stronger requires sacrificing his freedom, he would rather not. Anyway, he is strong enough now. After listening to Bailey Chongqing, Zhang Yi relaxed greatly as they continued to chat. In short, can I understand that the Jiangnan district requires us to obey management, but is unwilling to provide us with supplies? Bailey Chongqing shrugged. That's not the case. Now is a time of chaos, and the mutants from the outside world are also very powerful. The commander wants to make good use of this power and prevent it from getting out of control and becoming a problem. So when the time comes, I will definitely give you an acceptable condition. Zhang Yi's heart was slightly relieved. If that was the case, he now knows what was going on, so there wouldn't be anything wrong in going over to take a look. As long as he just hides his true strength and don't let anyone know. Zhang Yi agreed. After all you've said, I still have to go over and take a look to know the details. Bailey Chongqing said with a smile. I'll treat you to a drink when you come. Okay, you don't have to tell me. I'll go find you when the time comes. Zhang Yi also replied with a smile. After ending the call, Zhang Yi stretched and decided that it was time to let the others know about the news. A while later, everyone gathered at the lounging hall as Zhang Yi displayed the email on the large screen for everyone to see. The content of the letter was an order to all the mutant organizations in the entire Jiangnan region. They must report at the Jiangnan district headquarters on time on April 8th. This is an order from Zhu Zheng, the commander of the Jiangnan district. Upon seeing the worried looks, obviously thinking that there was another conspiracy, Zhang Yi said calmly, I have confirmed the situation with the people over there. This time we were asked to go there because the Jiangnan regional headquarters is holding a meeting to confirm its authority and unify the management of all forces in the region. There is basically no room for maneuver in this matter, and we can't refuse it. We have to go, so I'm telling you in advance, be prepared. However, it's not as if they're going to recruit us and let us leave Tianhai City and go over there. Zhang Yi spread his hands. After all, if we leave, Tianhai City will really become a dead city. Maybe other people will be thinking about it. I believe the Jiangnan district will not make such a decision. Okay, next we have to decide on the candidates to go there. Zhang Yi glanced at everyone and continued lightly. Let's do it the same as usual. Uncle Yu, Chunlei, Liang Yu and Flower will go to Blizzard City. The others will stay behind. Rushing to Zhang Yi's side, Zhou Qi suddenly grabbed his arm and eagerly protested. Zhang Yi, it's a rare gathering of mutants in the entire Jiangnan region. I also want to go and take a look. Maybe I can help. Zhang Yi was puzzled and asked, You are a doctor and we are not going there to fight. What are you going to do? That's hard to say. Zhou Qi continued to hug Zhang Yi's arm and said coquettishly, You also said that there will be a lot of good and bad people there. What if there is a conflict with them and a fight? You have a personal doctor here. Don't you feel relieved? But Zhang Yi countered, still not understanding what she was getting at. How can there be no doctors in Blizzard City? Zhou Qi raised a finger and said meaningfully, Are you assured to let their doctors treat you? Zhou Qi's eyes were filled with some unusual meaning. Zhang Yi frowned and thought for a moment, and immediately realized the problem. Are you insinuating that if I accept their treatment, I might inevitably expose my own information? The Jiangnan district has extremely advanced science and technology, and there were also special institutions made specifically to rate extraordinary people. In other words, if Zhang Yi gets medically examined by them, the level of his strength and even the specific situation of his supernatural powers might also be thoroughly checked by them. Zhou Qi shook her pretty little head slowly and replied with a serious expression. Not only that, I'm mostly worried that they would get your genetic sample and make a weapon against you based on it. Zhang Yi's eyes became deeper. He naturally thought of the origin bullet. This weapon was specifically developed to deal with mutants. So what would be the ramification if his genetic information was obtained by the Jiangnan district? It was almost certain that they would use it to develop a weapon specifically for him. At this moment, every mutant in the shelter, including Zhang Yi, felt the danger. They instinctively felt a chill down their spine just imagining it. That certainly would cause a serious complication. Uncle Yu, with his brows furrowed, said solemnly, If that's the case, even if we go there, we must be careful and not leave any information behind. That's right, they must resolutely not leave any DNA there. Zhou Qi's words successfully convinced Zhang Yi. He felt that it was most reassuring to use his own people as doctors. So with a slight smile, Zhang Yi nodded and told Zhou Qi that she would go with them. Great. Zhou Qi laughed happily, giving off a radiant smile in the end. It was a rare opportunity to go far away, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. But at this moment, Lu Karen suddenly walked up to the two, clearly envious that Zhou Qi get to tag along. If that was the case, then she wanted to go as well. Big brother, I want to join too. Take me with you. Zhang Yi glanced at her and couldn't help rubbing his head. He was genuinely puzzled. Stop it. Don't make this troublesome for us. If you all come with us, how can we take care of you all? Lu Karen gave Zhang Yi a reason that he couldn't resist. Big brother, she said, the Jiangnan district has so many advanced weapons besides the origin bullet. Don't you want to get them? She placed her right hand on her unremarkable chest and said confidently, as long as I have a chance to touch them, I can analyze their structure and material composition. Then, there is a high probability that I can replicate them. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was absolutely sold. He hugged her from behind with an evident joy like a child excited about opening his Christmas presents. Go! Zhang Yi shouted. You're definitely going. Anyone can choose not to go, but my dear little sister can't choose not to go. So with that, the candidates for the expedition was happily decided. As for the others, they had no intention of going. Yangmin and Zhou Haimei always preferred to stay at home and enjoy the good years quietly anyway. Yang Xinxin also wanted to stay home where she would be most effective. After all, she and Zhang Yi were the only ones familiar with the various systems at home. She would also provide any necessary information and technological support within her limits for Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi left everything in her care. At this point, it was an undeniable fact that the safety of the shelter had primarily depended on her. A total of 6 people and a cat was decided to go to Blizzard City. After Zhang Yi confirmed the number of people going to Blizzard City, he replied to the other party with a word. Received. This was basic courtesy. After all, reading but not replying could easily give people the impression of arrogance. Soon, a reply came from the other side. The content was very simple. Please wait at Xiamayashan subway station in Lujiang district at 2:30 p.m. on April 7th. Someone will come to pick you up at that time. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. He thought he had to drive there by himself, but he didn't expect that they would arrange a special transportation system. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If everyone drove there would be too many people and cars, which would be difficult to manage. Zhang Yi told his family the details and the selected people to pack up their things. At this time, there were still 2 days left before April 7th. Then he directly started a conference call and pulled Xing Tian and Xiao Honglian. Chun Jingguan apologized but couldn't join them. However, the other two did not dare to neglect his call and immediately appeared in front of the camera. Zhang Yi said calmly, I have replied to the email from the Jiangnan district. They said that they would arrange someone to pick us up. How is it going on your side? The two expressed the same meaning and said the time and address given to them by the other party. There was no suspense, it was the same as the one given to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. If he was careless and didn't reply to the email, it might cause misunderstandings. Is there any news about Xiamayashan subway station? Can we just take the subway there? Zhang Yi asked them. Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian was momentarily confused for different reasons. But then Xiao Honglian spoke up. There are 2 types of transportation lines in the country. One for civilian use and the other for the military. There were some transportation lines, including railways and subways, which were not open to the public. Their construction was also relatively secret, and ordinary people could not access them at all. I remember correctly, there was a special train passing by Xiamayashan. Not many people knew about this, but being a former police officer before the end of the world, Xiao Honglian briefly had some encounters with the military and had come to know about something about this. Zhang Yi couldn't help but nod, I see. Since it is a dedicated line, it can also operate normally in the end of the world, right? It's really amazing. After a brief and awkward pause, Zhang Yi reminded them not to bring too many people when they go, just a few elite mutant followers. Immediately as the call ended, Zhang Yi lazily slams in his sofa and silently hoped that nothing goes wrong when they arrive at the Jiangnan regional headquarters. 2 days later, at noon on April 7th, Zhang Yi arrived at Xiamayashan subway station with his family. The Xiamayashan subway station was only more than 30 kilometers away from the shelter, so it takes less than an hour to drive there. Zhang Yi calmly put the car back to his alternate space when everyone got out. They were obviously the last group to arrive. And although Zhang Yi repeatedly told them not to bring too many people, it seemed that each family brought no less than 10 people, all of whom were fully armed elite warriors or mutants. Xing Tian and his team saw Zhang Yi from a distance and hurried over to offer their greetings. Zhang Yi, you're here. Zhang Yi smiled and looked at them. Judging from the current number of people, I am afraid that if each force does the same, then the number of people who will eventually gather at the headquarters will be at least 10,000. With her arms leisurely folded, Xiao Honglian smiled and spoke nervously. We are a little scared now, so it's better to bring more people to be safe. Zhang Yi understood Xiao Honglian's concerns. Tianhai City has been in constant war since the end of the world, and the few people left had almost died. Now going to a strange place and meeting so many large and small forces, it is inevitable that anyone will feel uneasy. You're right, it's better to be cautious. It's almost time. Let's go. Zhang Yi said lightly without much comment. The crowd, led by Zhang Yi, was about to head towards the entrance when Xiao Honglian came over and said with a smile, Zhang Yi, why don't you help us by collecting our cars? Otherwise, if they are left here for a long time, they might be severely damaged. Xing Tian and the rest agreed when they heard this, pleading for Zhang Yi to do them this favor. However, this sentence also showed some degree of trust, because, after all, their vehicles were also important strategic resources. Zhang Yi simply smiled and nodded without any objections. If you can trust me, then I will do you this little favor. Zhang Yi walked over and simply waved his hand, and all the vehicles they drove were collected by him into his alternate space. When everyone arrived at the entrance of Xiamayashan subway station, it had already been buried by heavy snow. Chunlei walked over and urged the snow on the ground. He raised his hands, engulfed by a blue aura, and immediately activated his snow-blowing ability. Then, almost immediately, the thick snow on the ground was blown away from the center of a circle as if it was blown by a hurricane. Soon, the entrance of the subway station, which was several meters underground, was revealed. Zhang Yi and the others walked in and saw that this subway platform was different from the others. They observed their immediate surroundings and noticed that the walls were wider and thicker, and the material used was also of a higher-grade concrete, capable of even withstanding any severe impact. And this was of no surprise. After all, it was a military railway line, and the construction level was naturally different from that of civilian railways. Uncle Yu took out a flashlight, and as it illuminated the area below, he led the way. Just follow me, he confidently said. Everyone followed the path to the platform. It was cold and dry below, and it was dark. It was hard to believe that there would be a train passing here. Everyone did not dare to come on time, so there was still an hour left before the appropriate time. As continuous chatter ensues, it became apparent that Xing Tian had no knowledge of the Jiangnan district. But who would have known that Zhang Yi actually got some useful information from Xiao Honglian? She suddenly spoke up. I contacted my former colleagues and roughly learned that the purpose of Commander Zhu Zheng's gathering of all the big and small forces in the Jiangnan region is to unify the management of foreign invasion or mutated creatures causing chaos. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi glanced at Xiao Honglian and asked curiously, I can understand mutant creatures causing chaos, but what does foreign invasion mean? Blue Star Planet has entered the Ice Age, and everyone is facing problems of not being able to fully protect themselves, so what other countries even have the energy to harass us? When the two talked, the others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Xiao Honglian spread her hands and said calmly, a large-scale war will definitely not break out. However, small-scale conflicts in border areas are said to have never stopped. And the key point of the problem lies in the country's geographical location. As everyone knows, there are too many countries, big and small, on the edge of our border, and our country has a vast territory. Although the high-level military force is still strong, the military strength is not as good as before. Therefore, we are busy dealing with numerous small-scale harassment around us. Xiao Honglian then continued with her serious tone. Of course, this situation is not unique to our country. In fact, this situation exists basically all over the world. Even some small countries have perished. Zhang Yi felt a little overwhelmed when he heard this. He rubbed his temple and said lightly, there are really too many snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and we can't kill them all. However, national affairs don't need to be considered by small pawns like us. We just need to do what we can because those decisions are made by the top leaders of the region, and they are more experienced than us in handling these matters. Just as everyone was talking about it, Flower suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring straight ahead at the subway tunnel. A faint light suddenly illuminated from the tunnel indicating that there was movement in front. Seconds after, the faint light from the darkness became brighter, and the sound of a train approaching at high speed reached everyone's ears. Xiao Honglian, Zhang Yi, and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look at the end of the subway tunnel. Here it comes, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Everyone continued to look at the tunnel curiously with both excitement and nervousness. Soon, the lights of the subway broke through the dark tunnel and shone on everyone. It was a military gray special train, like a long dragon running underground, and soon drove to the platform in front of everyone. It was very fast, just like a high-speed train running underground. Speed was of the essence in war, so it was not surprising that a military train has such speed. After the special train stopped, there was a sound of steam. Then the doors of the special train slowly opened. Behind the door, a tall and straight conductor in a brown uniform stood in front of everyone with a smile. When Zhang Yi saw the conductor, he felt a chill on his back. Because she was a woman nearly 1.9 meters tall, with skin as white as snow, and a bright smile on her face, but it was terribly cold. It gave people the feeling that she was not like a living person. Sure enough, Lu Karen whispered to Zhang Yi from behind, "This is a robot." Zhang Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he had such a gloomy feeling, and the lady in front of him didn't look like a living person. This was probably the uncanny valley effect. The conductor bowed to everyone and saluted. "Everyone, please board the Blizzard train number 13. After that, she walked to the side and made way for everyone. Zhang Yi walked up first with a calm face. After getting on the train, everyone found that this place was indeed different from an ordinary subway. From the seats to the floor and interior, it was completely different from the civilian subway. There was no station broadcast and no route map. Soon, the door closed again with a swish. Then, the train turned into a long dragon in the dark again, rumbling and roaring forward. The conductor stood by the door, looking straight ahead with a signature smile on her face. This carriage was relatively spacious, so Zhang Yi naturally found a seat in the middle and sat down. And immediately upon doing so, Zhou Qi and Lu Karen hurriedly sat next to him on both sides. The two sat casually in the carriage and could rest by leaning against Zhang Yi. They were both tense at first, but later they were so bored that they fell asleep on Zhang Yi's shoulders. But Zhang Yi folded his arms and didn't sleep. Thinking that they were about to reach the legendary Blizzard City, he wasn't feeling sleepy at all, and he didn't know how long it would take to get there. After the train had been running in the dark for an hour and a half, it suddenly stopped midway. However, only the door at the conductor's side in another carriage opened. Zhang Yi and his companions could vaguely see the cold light outside through the window, and saw a group of people rushing into that carriage. Inside, when they passed by the carriage Zhang Yi and his companions were currently occupying, they were wearing clothes that were completely different from theirs. However, they also seemed to be special clothes with advanced cold-proof capabilities. Zhang Yi could not see their appearance clearly, but he could feel the murderous aura in the air in waves. Obviously, this group of people were the doomsday rulers of another city, and they were also ruthless characters who had fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses. Sure enough, all these people who came to Blizzard City this time are ruthless people. Zhang Yi couldn't help murmuring to himself as he quietly observed everything. But when the others heard Zhang Yi say this, Xing Tian and Xiao Honglian looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Ruthless people? They silently thought. Are you referring to them, Zhang Yi? If they are ruthless people, then you are Satan. Satan ancestor. Although Zhang Yi was currently powerful that it was unimaginable. He always felt the need to behave like a frog in a well when compared to others. The reason is because Zhang Yi always feels that he is just an ordinary person, and he often reminds himself of this. Only in this way can he not be proud and complacent and make mistakes like Yuan Konga did. This scene continued for 9 more times. At some point, Zhang Yi didn't even know which city's batch of passengers were on the train with them, but according to the geographical location, it shouldn't be too many. Through this, he can judge how many cities in the Jiangnan region have large-scale mutant forces, because small-scale forces would obviously not be summoned by the Jiangnan region in person. After a long journey, the train finally stopped at a brightly lit platform. At this time, the voice of the robot conductor rang throughout the entire terminal station. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final stop, Blizzard City. Please pack up your luggage and get off as soon as possible. It then proceeds to repeat itself for an unknown number of times. Zhang Yi and his team knew they must be in Jinling, because only Blizzard City in Jinling was still able to maintain the normal operation of subway traffic. Zhang Yi checked the time and noticed that the trip took more than 3 hours due to the detours to other cities on the way. Zhang Yi slowly stood up and said lightly, "Let's go." The eyes of the others were a little nervous. They also stood up involuntarily and waited for Zhang Yi to lead the way out. Zhou Qi and Lu Karen were even more cautious, not leaving Zhang Yi's side for a moment. When Zhang Yi stepped out of the subway and came outside, he saw that the doors of more than a dozen carriages were opened, and groups of warriors dressed in combat uniforms and armed to the teeth walked out. Everyone seemed like an ancient heavy armored warrior, wrapped in heavy combat uniform. People stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other with fearful and cold eyes. Among this group of people, there were also people with unique clothes and even thin clothes. There were even some giants who were 4 or 5 meters tall and had to squat and crawl out. There were all kinds of people, making the entire subway platform look like an international exposition. A solemn and strange atmosphere filled the place. Amidst the crowd, the mutant forces in Days City immediately drew everyone's attention. Gu Hongdai, Chun Liangyu, and Sun Jiaming were the leaders of the factions in Days City. Zhou Qier and Lu Karen's faces were pale, and they could not bear the murderous aura that permeated the place. It was not that these warriors were deliberately releasing murderous aura to deter others, because murderous aura itself was a kind of breath that would naturally appear on the body after killing too many people. The nose cannot smell it, the naked eye cannot see it, but the body can instinctively detect it. Of course, it also cannot be ruled out that some people deliberately show their aura in order to show their strength at the rally. But Zhang Yi was obviously not among these people primarily because he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. In essence, he only plays defensive counterattacks and attacks those who attack him. In addition, he also conceals the little murderous aura he has to the best of his ability. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt that there were several unfriendly eyes coming from the side, looking at them. He subconsciously looked over. The factions in Days City were staring at them without any hesitation. Not only Zhang Yi, but the others also slowly discovered the unkindness of this group of people. Xiao Honglian frowned and reminded Zhang Yi, "They are from Days City. Did you see that bald guy? His name is Sun Jiaming, and he also controls a fleet. He had friction with us at sea before." Days City. Zhang Yi was very familiar with this city, because it was just southwest, right next to Tianhai City. He used to visit this city often. After feeling their unfriendly gazes, Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance at Xiao Honglian. Are they coming for morning dew base? If it was a personal conflict, Zhang Yi wouldn't want to get involved. But Xiao Honglian calmly continued that although Wei Dinghai had some conflicts with Sun Jiaming in the past, they were definitely not just hostile to just morning dew base at the moment. As I said before, there are many people who think that our Tianhai City is currently weak and have ideas about us. Without him saying anything, Zhang Yi had already felt many eyes around, looking at them. He told everyone to not pay attention to them for now. They should just finish dealing with things here first. They were in Blizzard City, and no one would dare act rashly. Moreover, if these people really don't know whether to live or die, Zhang Yi was not afraid of them. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, the rest felt a little relieved. The stability of Tianhai City was now primarily dependent on Zhang Yi and his team. The mutant forces in Days City saw that Zhang Yi and his companions did not react to their blunt hostility, and thought it was a sign of their weakness. Sun Jiaming sneered and said with a mocking smile, "It seems that Tianhai City has really been beaten to pieces. They were very arrogant in the past. I heard that Wei Dinghai is dead. How can a mere Chun Jingguan lead and support an entire base? When Tianhai City was strong in the past, every force was strong. When Sun Jiaming's forces collided with Morning Dew Base on the sea, they had to actively avoid them every time. Now that the forces in Tianhai City have declined, he can just get back on track. He can even consider going to Tianhai City to plunder the resources there." Not far from Sun Jiaming was Gu Hongdai, who could easily be noticed with her elegant wavy and flaming red hair. Gu Hongdai smiled coquettishly. "Look at their team. There are only a few people here. It seems that the rumors are true. Tianhai City is so big. It was so prosperous in the past, but now it is dwindling. What a waste." In addition to the two was Chun Liangyu. His clothes were wrapped tightly around his body, with a brown scarf wrapped around his neck. He looked at Zhang Yi and the others with a sinister look, and also proudly mocked Tianhai City's downfall, commenting that they should just willingly give up their resources to avoid any further embarrassment. These remarks piqued the interest of several other organizations in the surrounding cities of Tianhai City. Unbeknownst to everyone, Zhang Yi had a smug look on his face when he heard their remarks. These idiots really think there is no one left in our Tianhai City. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Blizzard City's subway station, several sounds of heavy footsteps suddenly came to view. And with that, a group of soldiers wrapped in gray combat uniforms, holding black rifles, appeared in front of the platform. These soldiers even wore black helmets and black leather gloves on their hands, without even a trace of skin exposed. They stood there, as majestic as iron towers, motionless, as if rooted to the ground. Although they did nothing and just stood there, the momentum they displayed shocked the mutant forces in the 12 cities that emerged from the subway station. Zhang Yi frowned at the first sight of their clothes and thought it was strange. Compared to the customized clothes of the investigation team, it seems the clothes of the defense force in Blizzard City were standardized. So this is Blizzard City's defense force. Yan Yun, They were the elite among the elites in the Jiangnan region, the special forces among the special forces. The Yuan troops were all pure soldiers, and after the end of the world, it's not an exaggeration to call them pure killing machines. The entire Blizzard City has 300,000 defenders, of which only 5,000 were elites. They were different from ordinary defense forces, and exist only to deal with the problem of mutant creatures. Also, among the 5,000 elites, people like Bienen Junwu, Bailey Chongqing, and a few others had a strong and enough desire to walk out of the army to join the investigation team. On the platform, although everyone was shocked by the momentum of the Yuan troops, they were not afraid. Instead, some were even calculating their strength with their sharp gaze, silently measuring the strength of the Jiangnan region. In the crowd, a beautiful woman with a towering figure and flaming colorful hair looked at the Yuan team members strangely. Then, with eyes full of fiery color, she licked her lips. So majestic, I really want to taste them. But at this moment, a pair of black long leather boots stepped heavily on the floor, drawing everyone's attention. Puzzled, Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and just like everyone else, he turned his gaze towards the owner of the pair of black long leather boots. A tall figure slowly walked out from behind the Yuan team members. Zhang Yi saw a tall and thin middle-aged man, wearing a green military uniform, and the golden star on his shoulder was particularly conspicuous. A wide white robe was worn over the military uniform, and half of his face was hidden in the collar of his uniform. All that can be seen is a high nose bridge and a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle. But when these eyes swept across everyone present, they actually made everyone feel as if a knife had cut through their bodies, and their backs went cold. So strong. Zhang Yi immediately had such a feeling in his heart. Just a glance made him feel a sense of danger. And the person in front of him is the commander of the Yuan troops, and his strength is probably not weaker than Bienen Junwu. Probably stronger than Bienen Junwu. After all, when Zhang Yi met Bienen Junwu, he was already terminally ill, not in the most perfect state. The Jiangnan regional headquarters is indeed not to be underestimated. There are so many masters here. I have to keep a low profile, Zhang Yi immediately reminded himself. He remained calm and quietly retreated behind the crowd. At this time, the man slowly spoke. His voice was gloomy and muffled, like it came from the barrel of a cannon. Everyone, welcome to Blizzard City. I am Tu Yunlai, the director of the Jiangnan District Operations Department, and I am here to receive you on behalf of the Jiangnan District. He spoke calmly and slowly raised a finger. Here, I want to tell you about the rules of Blizzard City first. Always remember that these rules are extremely important and absolute, and anyone who violates them will face severe punishment. This is your first time here, and you may have been used to being lax outside. But here, control your personality. Tu Yunlia's words were very blunt, without any mercy, and he wanted to set rules for everyone right away. These words really made many people frown and were obviously unhappy. But Zhang Yi understood that this move was just a show of power to prevent them from messing around in Blizzard City. After all, in the past 6 months since the end of the world, they have been kings and hegemons in their respective spheres of influence, and this process must be accompanied by all kinds of bloody violence. If the Jiangnan district does not strongly deter them, Zhang Yi was afraid that there will be restless guys among this group of people who will disrupt the public security of Blizzard City. Fortunately, these people are not fools. Although they are somewhat dissatisfied with Tu Yunlia's statement, no one dares to stand out at this time. Tu Yunlai continued, I will arrange a place for you to rest tonight. The commander will personally hold a meeting tomorrow. Everyone must attend on time. Finally, he emphasized in a very stern tone, remember, don't make trouble here. Contain those habits you have in the outside world. After Tu Yunlai finished speaking, he turned around and left the subway platform regardless of everyone's reaction. To be honest, he was a little disappointed, because if someone stood up to provoke him just now, he could just take the opportunity to kill that person to deter everyone. But he didn't expect that these mutants from the 12 cities were so restrained. It's good that they are obedient and can save a lot of trouble. After Tu Yunlai left, someone came up, smiled and guided everyone in each city to their resting places. The one who led Zhang Yi and the others was a female waiter in black and white uniform. As she came over with a bright smile, she bowed respectfully. Hello everyone, please follow me. I will be responsible for entertaining you during your stay in Blizzard City. You can ask me questions if you have any. In addition, I will send the rules of Blizzard City to your communication devices. Please read them carefully. Blizzard City implements military management, and there are many rules. Please be careful not to violate the rules. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiled and spoke up, thanking the lady. They left the subway station under the guidance of the waitress. After a brief moment outside, everyone saw the full picture of Blizzard City. This city was located in the east of Jinling. It is a city within a city, and its area was only about 1/5 of the entire Jinling. The whole city was surrounded by a wide and thick wall tens of meters high. As for the interior, the city buildings are not much different from other places. It's just that patrolling soldiers can be seen everywhere on the streets. They carried loaded guns and were extra vigilant when it came to newcomers. Zhang Yi asked the female service staff, "Miss, what are the ordinary people here doing? Why can't I see anyone?" Hearing this, the female service staff replied without any emotion, "They are all working." She led the way and said slowly, "In Blizzard City, everyone is assigned a job according to their talents. To keep the city running, someone needs to work 24 hours a day. So most ordinary people work more than 14 hours a day. That is to say, apart from the time for rest and meals, the rest of the time needs to be invested in labor. Of course, this is only for grassroots staff. For those technical rare talents who work in special positions, they can enjoy a good standard of living. The more outstanding the ability, the better living conditions they can enjoy. However, most people are just ordinary workers, so they spend most of their time working." Hearing the introduction of the service staff, a curious light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "Then what about the elderly and children who are unable to work? What should they do?" Lu Karen interrupted, "They should be given special care, right? After all, the physical conditions of the elderly and children are different from those of young and middle-aged people." The smile on the corner of the waitress's mouth became thicker, but there was a hint of bleakness in her smile. It looked a little too professional, without any emotion, as if a smiling mask was put on her face. "That's not the case," she replied. "No matter how old or young they are, unless their families can make enough contributions to make up for their lack of space, they are not qualified to live in Blizzard City." "What?" Lu Karen was shocked and couldn't help but stating that it was too cruel. "This is just a simple rule of survival in the end times." Zhang Yi calmly told her, "There is no need to make a fuss. Even though the Jiangnan regional headquarters has a lot of supplies, they must strictly control the number of residents in the end times. Since they can only take care of the lives of some people, they must leave the quota for more valuable people." "This is reasonable." Lu Karen sighed lightly. "I understand the reason. But shouldn't this place retain the social state of human civilization at the very least? I thought it would be different from Tianhai City. At least they should take good care of the children." Zhou Qir and Liang Yu both had a look of reluctance on their faces. Indeed, at the very least, they believed that children should be cared for, because children were the future. If children were driven out of Blizzard City because they cannot provide enough labor value, what will happen in the future? The waitress said disapprovingly, "This is not a problem at all. Wouldn't it be better if we just let those couples who can provide more value have more children? In that way, we would have a fertility quota in Blizzard City. When necessary, having children is also a task that must be completed in the end times." Lu Karen opened her mouth, unable to imagine that such a law would be implemented here. Only Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. Zhang Yi and his companions, led by the service staff, came to the resting place. This was a house similar to an apartment complex, and there were soldiers strictly guarding the surroundings. The environment in the building was pretty good, and everyone was assigned a single room. The waiter also sent everyone their corresponding matters in the apartment through the communication equipment, including food supplies and other services. You can contact them. Zhang Yi and his companions, as well as members of the mutant organizations in other cities, entered the apartment one after another. It was still early, and no one planned to rest for now. Soon, the waitress brought Zhang Yi to a room. "This is the room for you," she said. Zhang Yi thanked her and went in. Inside, he checked the room for any surveillance, and when he found none, he decided to have some rest. In bed, he wondered how far his place was from Bailey Chongqing's. A while later, Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian came to Zhang Yi's room to discuss the upcoming meeting with him. But on the way, they encountered Zhou Qir and Lu Karen also heading for Zhang Yi's room. When Zhang Yi opened the door, he was puzzled to see the four of them there. "What are you all doing here?" Xiao Honglian was the first to speak up. As soon as she entered Zhang Yi's room, she said worriedly, "I have been observing the other cities when we came here. We brought the least number of people. The number of people coming from other cities is often hundreds. And I can feel that they have more mutants than us. More than that," Xing Tian added in a serious tone as the three took a seat, "I noticed a lot of prying eyes, and almost all of them were malicious." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Obviously, he had this feeling too. After all, among the factions within the 12 cities, only theirs was small. And the news that Tianhai City had experienced a zombie crisis must have spread to the other cities. Tianhai City had lost its talents and the number of mutants were pitifully small, so it's indeed an easy target for the foolish. Cursing, Xiao Honglian was somewhat indignant. Damn it, if it were the previous times. Would they dare to do this to us? Thinking back to the time when there were 4 major bases, 1 sect, and Zhang Yi's team, Tianhai City's combat power was very strong. But with about 80 to 90% of the mutants in Tianhai City killed by Yuan Konga, the remaining power was indeed pitiful. So is no wonder they were looked down upon by others. However, knowing all this, Zhang Yi was relatively calm. He told them not to worry. This was Blizzard City. Even if they have ideas about them, they dare not take action here. Before we figure out the intentions of the Jiangnan region, no one is allowed to take action here without authorization. Otherwise, I cannot protect you if you violate the rules of the Jiangnan district. From their brief encounter, Zhang Yi hadn't taken the other 11 cities seriously at all. He might have acknowledged their existence but never felt any overwhelming sense of danger like he did with Tuyunlai a while ago. With his current strength, he is definitely a first-class level in the Jiangnan district. If any of these small fries are really blind and comes to provoke him, he will make the other party regret their stupid decision. After all, the only thing he needed to be careful about was the Jiangnan district. It's not that the Jiangnan district has any ill will towards them, but simply that their power was unpredictable. When Xiao Honglian heard what Zhang Yi said, the resentment on her face was still evident, and in a worried tone, she said, "I'm afraid they would be aggressive while we are being tolerant. After all, people don't have the intention of hurting tigers, but tigers have the intention to hurt people." Zhang Yi looked at her and questioned, "You mean, they will take the initiative to attack us?" Xiao Honglian crossed her arms and replied seriously, "After all, Tianhai City has a prosperous economy and abundant resources. But now, there are only a few of our forces guarding it, and there may be less than 10,000 surviving humans. It is inevitable that they will not be remembered by others." Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He had indeed considered the problem that Xiao Honglian just mentioned. Like I said earlier, let's not think about it for now. We need to deal with the problem at hand first, and focus on tomorrow's meeting. Other things will be discussed when we go back. The two followed Zhang Yi's lead this time. They knew that the peak combat power of Tianhai City relied on Zhang Yi, so naturally, they had no other opinions. After Zhang Yi escorted the two out of his room, Zhou Qir and Lu Karen rushed over. Although both of them had their own rooms, perhaps because they were frightened by the strictness of Blizzard City, they ran to Zhang Yi's room to find a sense of security. Seeing their frightened expressions, Zhang Yi told them they could rest in his room. They should wait a moment while he makes a call. A few distance away, he called Bailey Chongqing. After receiving Zhang Yi's call, Bailey Chongqing was not surprised. He smiled enthusiastically and said, "You live in District B, and I live in District A nearby. I will send you a temporary electronic pass. You can come directly and find me at the password bar." Zhang Yi replied that he understood, and the call ended shortly after. Soon after, he also received the temporary pass sent by Bailey Chongqing. As Zhang Yi came back to the bedroom, Zhou Qir and Lu Karen were sitting on the bed with their frightened demeanor completely evaporated. "You rest here first. I'm going to go out to meet an old friend." Zhou Qir smiled and asked if it was the Black Robe investigation team. Zhang Yi just nodded to the question. "Then go ahead. Karen and I will wait for you here." Knowing the importance of what Zhang Yi was up to, Zhou Qir and Lu Karen did not shout to follow him. Zhang Yi left the room and walked out of the apartment building. At this time, he just realized that he was not the only one who did this. Although the service staff warned them not to leave the apartment building easily. But how could they be frightened by a mere service staff? In the corridor, many people had been communicating, and some people had walked out of their apartment and planned to go to Blizzard City for a stroll. When Zhang Yi was about to leave the building, a waitress at the entrance anxiously tried to block him. "Sir, although the curfew time is midnight, I don't recommend you go out now. Because there are patrols all over the city, if you are discovered by the patrolling city defense army." Zhang Yi interrupted her. "As long as I don't violate the rules of Blizzard City, it will be fine. The rules you sent us don't seem to say that you are not allowed to leave this apartment." Hearing this, the waitress's face was more worried. "But if something happens to you outside, the higher-ups may blame me." Zhang Yi thought to himself, "You have a lot of rules, but don't think of using them to restrict my freedom. I will abide by the rules of Blizzard City." He stared at the waitress and continued in a stern tone. "But please remember one thing, we are here as guests, not subordinates of anyone, let alone prisoners." After saying that, Zhang Yi ignored the waitress's ugly face and walked straight past her. If only the waitress knew that what the person in front of her absolutely loathed was his freedom being restricted, she definitely wouldn't have the courage to stop him. Zhang Yi could go as far as wipe an entire faction or even a whole city when it came to his freedom. After Zhang Yi walked out of the apartment building, there was a light snow outside, and the road was clean with few snowflakes. Zhang Yi saw many fresh footprints on the road ahead, and he knew that there were already people like him who went out. After all, among the forces in the 12 cities of Jiangnan district, there are many people like Xiao Honglian who have special relationships. Zhang Yi turned on the satellite phone, which had the map and direction prompts of Area A given to him by Bailey Chongqing. He walked towards Area A according to the prompts above. The scene shifts to Blizzard City Government Affairs District. Inside Commander Zhu Zheng's office, Zhu Zhang was sitting on a chair, and in front of him stood Tu Yunlai, the Minister of Operations. Tu Yunlai stood straight, and his face was buried deep under his high collar. Zhu Zhang just finished listening to Tu Yunlia's report, and his face couldn't help but show a hint of solemnity. Are you saying that among the 13 cities we notified, only 12 cities have mutants? Where are the people in Linhai City? Why didn't they come? Tu Yunlia's dull voice came from his coat. According to the conductor's records, when the special train stopped at the Linhai City station, no one appeared on the platform. Zhu Zheng's face was a little complicated. He was not angry, but keenly aware that something was wrong with this matter. Linhai City was on the northeast of Tianhai City and was also a coastal city. However, compared with Tianhai City, its prosperity and city scale were much inferior. According to the information of Jiangnan District, the strength of the mutant forces in Linhai City was not particularly strong. They had 6 organizations of decent size, and no matter whether they were individual organizations or united, they had the strength to go against the will of the Jiangnan District. And in the face of a call from the Jiangnan District, none of them came, which was very strange. Are they crazy? They dare to compete with the Jiangnan District? This was extremely unlikely. Zhu Zhang looked at Tu Yunlai and said seriously, "Send someone to investigate this matter carefully. Try to contact them and see if you still can." Tu Yunlai replied immediately, "I have communicated with them, but I have not received any response. But I can be sure that they have received our message." Zhu Zheng's face became more solemn after hearing this. "Did they say something?" Tu Yunlai replied respectfully, "I will send someone to investigate. If they really dare not obey the order, then they would just be eliminated directly." Zhu Zhang looked at Tu Yunlai and nodded slowly. "Fine, let's do that." As Tu Yunlai left the office, Zhu Zhang stared at his reflection in the mirror, silently reassuring himself. "It would be better if nothing unexpected happens before everything is on track," Zhu Zhang murmured. The scene cuts back to Zhang Yi. He came to Area A according to the instructions on the map. All areas of Blizzard City were divided according to levels. Each level of living area was separated by thick high walls, forming a natural hierarchy. But here, the hierarchy system depends more on your contribution to Blizzard City. Although the wall was very high, Zhang Yi can clearly feel that the life behind the wall was much better than that of Area B. This can be determined by the lighting. After the end of the world, energy was very precious. Although the lights in Area B were bright, they were only the light source for life. Area A was much richer, with colorful lights spreading out along the high walls like a rainbow. Zhang Yi can guess that life there will probably be like the downtown area before the end of the world. Not only can you enjoy the quality of life, but there are also many spiritual and entertainment facilities. However, there are more armed guards at the door of Area A. After they saw Zhang Yi, they immediately stopped him with a stiff face. "Please show your ID." Zhang Yi turned on the communication equipment and gave the temporary pass issued to him by Bailey Chongqing to the other party for verification. After the guards at the gate verified and confirmed, they immediately changed their attitude and respectfully invited Zhang Yi to come in. As guards, they were not qualified to live in Area A. Therefore, everyone who can enter Area A was naturally envied by them. Zhang Yi walked into the gate of Area A. After arriving in Area A, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Buildings are towering, and colorful neon lights are all over the streets. All of a sudden, he seemed to have returned from the end of the world to the prosperous city of the past. Although there were fewer pedestrians on the street due to the cold weather, there were still some. There were even brightly lit shops on the roadside. Zhang Yi thought of what Bienen Junwu had said before, that in Blizzard City, there were indeed streets as prosperous as before the end of the world. This time, he really believed it. But this kind of beauty only belongs to a few people. Zhang Yi followed the map given to him by Bailey Chongqing and came to the door of the bar called Password. When he came here, he found that the Password bar was different. There were many modified vehicles parked around, similar to the ones driven by Bienen Junwu and his friends. And most of the people who came in and out were people with a fierce aura. If they are not high-ranking members of the defense army, they must be members of the investigation team. It seems that this is a place similar to the Veterans Club, but it is normal for Bailey Chongqing to like to come to this kind of place. He was originally from the military. Zhang Yi came to the entrance of the bar and was immediately stopped by a guard in gray combat uniform. "Excuse me, are you a member here?" The password bar was a membership system, and those who can come here are basically familiar faces. Zhang Yi was stopped and questioned because he looked unfamiliar. Zhang Yi calmly replied, "Wait a moment." He called Bailey Chongqing, who told him to give the phone to the guard. Zhang Yi handed the phone to the guard, and after he took it, his expression soon became respectful. For them, the captain of the investigation team is almost the pinnacle of their career. "Sorry, sir. I didn't know you were a friend of the VIP. Please come in." The guard respectfully made way for Zhang Yi. This also made Zhang Yi see that Bailey Chongqing's current status in Blizzard City was nothing short of amazing. No wonder he wanted to be the captain so much at the beginning. It's true that there are many benefits, and his status has been improved by several levels. Zhang Yi walked into the bar, and a waitress in a burgundy uniform immediately came to greet him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Yi? Captain Bailey asked me to show you the way." Zhang Yi replied with a slight nod. The waitress turned around with a smile. "Please follow me." After entering the bar, Zhang Yi felt the chaotic atmosphere inside. The smell of alcohol filled the air, and the men's hearty laughter were particularly clear. But the waitress in black took Zhang Yi to an elevator. Seeing Zhang Yi's puzzled eyes, the lady smiled and said, "The first floor is for ordinary customers, and the upper floors are for VIP customers. After all, those big shots with status and position can't drink in a noisy place like ordinary people, right?" Zhang Yi kept a straight face and simply said the hierarchy in this city was really strict. The lady simply nodded with a slight chuckle. Of course, no matter when, social stratification is an inevitable event. A strange light flashed in her eyes. With her experience of seeing countless people, she could naturally see that Zhang Yi was extraordinary. Although Zhang Yi didn't have the demeanor of a nobleman, his calm attitude didn't seem like a disguise at all. She believes Zhang Yi must be an experienced man. As a waitress here, she would not miss any opportunity to please the big shots. She just hopes that one day she can climb up the ladder and become someone who can live in Area A. "You look unfamiliar. You must have just come here from the outside world, right?" she asked with a smile. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, but he just smiled faintly, but did not answer her question. Inquiring about his information, "Do you really think he is a novice?" Zhang Yi has always been strictly confidential about his personal information and will not easily reveal it to anyone. Seeing that Zhang Yi ignored her, the waitress's smile became more intense, but a fleeting displeasure flashed in the depths of her eyes. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 13th floor. The waitress smiled and stretched out her hand and said, "We are here. The person waiting for you is here. Please, sir." Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, nodded politely to her, and walked out of the elevator. He thought he would see the familiar face of Bailey Chongqing, but he didn't expect that after walking out of the elevator door, he entered a very large and empty room. In the middle of the room was a luxurious sofa, on which sat a man with long golden hair and a handsome and strange appearance. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, sitting lazily on the gorgeous chair, looking at Zhang Yi with a smile like a gentleman. Zhang Yi had a puzzled look on his face when he saw him. He had clearly come here to find Bailey Chongqing, so how come there was a strange man or woman in front of him? He looked around in surprise and made sure that there was no one else in the room. Zhang Yi scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, the waitress seems to have taken me the wrong way. I'll leave now." Hearing this, the man, Deng Shintong, told Zhang Yi that he wasn't in the wrong room. He personally asked the waitress to bring him here. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. He furrowed his brows, trying to recall if he'd ever encountered this person before, but nothing came to mind. "Sorry, but I don't seem to know you." Deng Shintong placed his wine on the table in front of him and said casually, "Your name is Zhang Yi, right? A person who can be personally received by Bailey Chongqing should still have some ability. Of course, I don't particularly recognize him as the captain, but I have heard a little about your affairs." Zhang Yi's expression became serious. The other party's tone was a bit loud and obnoxious, and he actually didn't take Bailey Chongqing seriously. Moreover, he even bypassed Bailey Chongqing to get him there. What was his intention? Did he know my background? "Who are you?" Deng Shintong glanced at Zhang Yi. His peach-like eyes were filled with a playful smile. "You should have heard of my legend. My name is Deng Shintong." Zhang Yi didn't know where the man in front of him got his confidence from. When he spoke, there was an air of inexplicable self-confidence about him. And about his name, it was as if knowing it was a matter of course. Well, it didn't matter. I just need to personally go find Bailey Chongqing. Zhang Yi could only smile awkwardly. I've heard a lot about you, but this perfunctory tone obviously made Deng Shintong very dissatisfied. His face changed and he frowned. You haven't heard of my name, have you? Zhang Yi was nearing his limit. He didn't want to talk anymore with this self-absorbed person. After all, he brought him there without his permission, delayed his search for Bailey Chongqing, and was still being self-indulgent here. It was really perverted. Sorry, I'm not from Blizzard City, so it's not surprising that I haven't heard of your name. I have to go meet my friends, so I won't accompany you. After Zhang Yi said this, he had already turned around and was about to leave. But the next moment, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Zhang Yi's eyes tightened, and he instinctively reacted, but was easily blocked by the other party. Don't be nervous. I just want to see what kind of person Bailey Chongqing's guest was. Deng Shintong said, not feeling the least bit threatened. Facing Deng Shintong, Zhang Yi was surprised to see two of them. As one held his hand, the other was still sitting on the sofa, with his arms leisurely folded. Twins? Zhang Yi murmured, curious and uncertain. But upon hearing what Zhang Yi just asked, Deng Shintong initially said nothing, his eyes full of amusement as he stared at Zhang Yi. When he eventually spoke up, the room echoed with the sound of the two speaking simultaneously, saying the exact same words like they were one person. The voice echoed in the air, and suddenly it seemed as if countless people were speaking at the same time. Originally, there were only 2 figures in the room, but suddenly they turned into 10, then 20. They all looked the same, and the voices were erratic and no one knew where they came from. Zhang Yi had no idea what the other party's ability was, and he felt unease and became more cautious the more things developed. I heard that you are a space-based mutant. Can you let me see your ability? I really need such a member in my team. If your ability is good, I can consider letting you be a substitute for the god team. Zhang Yi said nothing. He was a little pissed off at this point. The fucker in front of him had maintained a high profile from beginning till now. He also spoke arrogantly, and ignored Zhang Yi's thoughts and presence at all. Although he didn't know what the other party's ability was, he was never a person who could be manipulated at will. There was a glimmer in his eyes, and he intended to make Deng Shintong regret his actions. He had already prepared to distance himself and then defend and counterattack. If necessary, it was not impossible to use his divine power at this distance. But just when the situation grew too tense, the elevator door suddenly opened, and Bailey Chongqing's sturdy body hurried out. Zhang Yi, why are you here? Bailey Chongqing walked over with a nervous smile and put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulders. Come back with me quickly. I was waiting for you to have a drink. Deng Shintong saw Bailey Chongqing and still maintained his playful smile. His eyes were a little disappointed. He said lightly, Bailey Chongqing, I found your friend very interesting and wanted to chat with him for a while. You don't mind, do you? With his arm still leisurely resting on Zhang Yi's shoulders, Bailey Chongqing, still with a nervous smile, laughed awkwardly and said it was an honor for Captain Deng to actually be interested in his friend. But, suddenly, Bailey Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his nervous demeanor completely gone as he stared at Deng Shintong with a playful smile. At least you should tell me in advance about this kind of thing, right? After all, we are all captains of the investigation team. Isn't it a bit against the rules for you to do this, Captain? Deng Shintong's mouth curled up slightly, with obvious contempt. He raised a finger to make a point. If it was Bienen Junwu who said this, I might have given him some face. But your strength doesn't seem to be up to par. It's obvious you're not qualified. Bailey Chongqing was immediately furious after being mocked by Deng Shintong, and an astonishing aura was released from him. Deng Shintong, are you going to make a big fuss in Blizzard City? Deng Shintong frowned. He seemed very unhappy with Bailey Chongqing's attitude towards him. How dare he question me? Deng Shintong thought silently. His playful demeanor was momentarily gone. What's more, with Bailey Chongqing here, he couldn't continue to question Zhang Yi. After all, if he made a big fuss here, he would be blamed by his superiors. Deng Shintong just thought Zhang Yi was an interesting person with some potential, and he could become a reserve member of his Tianxin team to help store things. Although he was not afraid of making a big fuss for Zhang Yi, he didn't want to add trouble to himself. So with some reluctance, Deng Shintong waved his hand. Forget it. You may not know what kind of opportunity you missed. Our Tianxin team is the strongest in the Jiangnan region. After saying that, he relaxed lazily on the sofa, closing his eyes. Then, the countless figures also did the same as they all disappeared in an instant without any trace. Zhang Yi listened to Deng Shintong's words, and the only thing that piqued his interest was the mentioning of the strongest investigation team in the Jiangnan region. Bienen Junwu once said that there were 6 investigation teams in Blizzard City, and Deng Shintong was obviously the captain of another investigation team. Zhang Yi already had some understanding of Deng Shintong's ability. With the departure of Deng Shintong, Bailey Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and apologized to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I'm sorry that you encountered this kind of thing just after you arrived. Zhang Yi smiled lightly, glanced casually in the room, and replied that it was okay. It wasn't a big deal, and it actually also allowed him to meet another captain-level figure. He turned around and said they should leave. Bailey Chongqing took Zhang Yi to the elevator. Inside, they descended to a lower floor. Bailey Chongqing decided to tell Zhang Yi the identity of Deng Shintong. The man just now was Deng Shintong, the captain of the God Squad, and one of the 6 major investigation teams. He is very capable, but his temperament is extremely arrogant. He was born in the Deng family, a big and influential family in Jinling. Relying on his strong talent and family background, he always looks arrogant. But he's not a bad person, just a super rich second generation with talent and background. Zhang Yi replied lightly that it didn't matter. He could feel that Deng Shintong had no ill will towards him, but the feeling of looking down upon by someone from a high position really made him very unhappy. By the way, tell me about your 6 investigation teams. I'm quite interested. In case I encounter them in the future, I'll be mentally prepared and not offend them. Zhang Yi spoke in a calm tone. And to this, Bailey Chongqing was very generous, saying that it doesn't matter because, in Blizzard City, everyone knew their names. Anyway, the 6 investigation teams were personally established by Commander Zhu Zheng. They were God, Demon, Iron Blood, Black Robe, Rose, and Samsara. Each team had its own style and was very easy to identify. Our Black Robe team is all in black combat uniforms. The God team is in silver combat uniforms, which is the highest technological masterpiece of the Deng family. The other 4 investigation teams are all on missions outside and are not in Blizzard City for the time being. The characteristics of the Rose team are the most obvious, because all their members are women. Zhang Yi nodded slightly and committed everything to memory. Obviously, it can be seen that the affairs of the Jiangnan region are indeed very busy. Otherwise, there would not be a regional conference held here, and there would not be 4 investigation teams, currently on missions outside. In other words, people think that 2 investigation teams are enough to guard here. Deng Shintong. Zhang Yi thought of the arrogant guy just now and couldn't help but recite his name silently. How does this man's strength compare to Bienen Junwu? Zhang Yi stared at Bailey Chongqing with a serious expression, already having a basic judgment of Deng Shintong's ability. However, Zhang Yi did not know the level of Deng Shintong's strength. Bailey Chongqing's face became serious when he heard Deng Shintong's name. I said that he was very talented. This was not an exaggeration and is all related to the Deng group behind him. The Deng group has a very terrifying foundation, and its industries involve many high-tech fields. Among them is biotechnology. Deng Shintong's current strength is inseparable from the full training of their family. If we only talk about superpowers, he is stronger than Bienen Junwu. After all, he does not have huge superpower side effects like Captain Bien. Zhang Yi's heart trembled. He knew very well how powerful the destructive power of Bienen Junwu's ability was. If this Deng Shintong's ability was even better than Bienen Junwu, then it also meant that his strength was not inferior to his own. Armed with this information, Zhang Yi thought of Deng Shintong definitely being a dangerous person, so he'd better not to provoke him. His thoughts were cut off as Bailey Chongqing continued. Of course, strength cannot be generalized by the strength of superpowers. In terms of combat experience, Captain Bien has no problem leaving him 10 blocks behind. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, having strong abilities was one thing, but whether you can fully utilize your strengths and abilities in battle was also another very important thing. But at present, we have to reiterate the theory of shuriken and pebbles. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing with interest. Then, do you know what his ability is? Bailey Chongqing glanced at Zhang Yi suspiciously. Why are you asking this? Even if you know, I advise you not to fight him. Zhang Yi spread his hands and said with a smile, I'm just a little curious. He played me around just now, and I'm a little worried that he will do something to me in the future. Bailey Chongqing smiled with his arms folded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. You don't have to worry about this. As the captain of the God Squad, although he is conceited, he will not attack you as long as you don't violate the rules of the region. As for his ability, I really don't know, because there are only a few people in the Jiangnan region who can make him take action. When Bailey Chongqing said this, the smile on his face was clearly bitter. I don't know how long I can continue to do this as the captain of the Black Robe team. Although he was now the captain of the Black Robe squad, it didn't mean that his strength was enough to compete with the other 5. The gap between him and Bienen Junwu, or Deng Shintong, was too big. A barely detectable smile passed through the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. Bailey Chongqing didn't know Deng Shentong's ability, but he was aware of it. The ability of multiple figures was not a clone, but some sort of illusion. From the beginning, the image of him sitting on a sofa in front of Zhang Yi was false. Zhang Yi was a space-related mutant, and he was most sensitive to the fluctuations of space. So he knew that Deng Shentong had been hiding in the room, and then suddenly appeared behind him, pretending to have thousands of incarnations. The reason why Zhang Yi let him touch his shoulder was just to hide his ability. But to be honest, this ability was indeed very powerful. If used well, it can kill people silently. But if it was against Zhang Yi, the outcome was hard to say. At least his invisibility was not very effective for Zhang Yi. Of course, with him as a captain, and with his strength at the level of Bienen Junwu, Deng Shentong must definitely have other abilities. If it was not necessary, Zhang Yi was unwilling to mess with him. It would be best if they can become friends. But when he thought of his arrogant temper, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, he had no interest in currying favor with the powerful. The elevator came to an expected stop on the 7th floor, and Bailey Chongqing brought Zhang Yi to a bar. At first glance, you can see the fun and lively scene where you can indulge your inner desires. There were several fierce men, holding bottles of wine in one hand and hugging a charming woman in the other, doing whatever they want under the dim lights. The neon lights were shining on the central stage, and the scene was erotic and the desire was sinking. It's really lively, Zhang Yi commented with a smile. How about it? Do you like it here? There is no such place in Tianhai City, right? Zhang Yi glanced at him with a mischievous smile and questioned lightly. If I want to do this in Tianhai City now, can't I do it in minutes? Bailey Chongqing thought about it helplessly. Well, I almost forgot that you are already the local emperor of Tianhai City. Bailey Chongqing then offered Zhang Yi the VIP menu and asked, "What kind of wine do you like to drink?" Zhang Yi politely waved his hand. Forget about wine. Drinking will delay things and inevitably lead to trouble. After all, you can rest in Blizzard City. But I came here as a guest to do something. Bailey Chongqing nodded and sat down. Okay then, what do you want to know from me? But let me make it clear first. There are some things I can tell you, but there are other things I can't tell you. Zhang Yi sat lazily on the sofa, crossing his legs with a faint smile on his lips. Don't worry, what I'm asking is not a secret. He looked at Bailey Chongqing and said with a meaningful smile, "You know, I'm not interested in coming to Blizzard City. I just want to confirm what this meeting requires of us." Bailey Chongqing's expression slightly became solemn. This matter is actually related to the death of Captain Bien. This is the first time that a captain-level figure has died. It has caused concerns among the top leaders of the headquarters. If they continue to send troops out to perform missions in the future, there may be casualties among the top mutants. That is why it is necessary to integrate local forces. One is to preserve the existing mutant strength in Blizzard City, and the other is to facilitate management of the entire Jiangnan region and avoid internal friction. Zhang Yi had thought about what Bailey Chongqing said, but this was not what he was most concerned about. I want to know whether you guys will conduct a compulsory conscription. Zhang Yi's strength was first class in the entire Jiangnan region, so it couldn't be hidden forever. If the headquarters forces him to Blizzard City and become a member of the investigation team one day, he would certainly be despondent. Bailey Chongqing was silent. He thought for a while and replied that he didn't know about that. But what he can tell Zhang Yi was that absorbing powerful forces from the surrounding areas was what they have always been doing. Blizzard City has a permanent population of more than 1 million. Most of them are not locals. We have strict screening criteria for every resident. If the contribution is not enough, they will be expelled. And if we find very capable people in the outside world, they will be absorbed by us. That's why even a strong mutant like Captain Bien has to work hard to complete missions, because he has a family, and if he wants to maintain a high standard of living for his family, he must continue to complete tasks to obtain points. When it comes to points, Bailey Chongqing explained to Zhang Yi that money was useless in Blizzard City. Even jewelry, gold and silver are just scrap metal. Only points are the universal currency. Zhang Yi took a sip of his hot water, looked at Bailey Chongqing and asked leisurely, "So that means that the Jiangnan region will most likely select some members to join the headquarters investigation team this time, right?" "That's hard to say," Bailey Chongqing replied seriously. "At least for an outstanding mutant like you, I'm afraid the top management will do everything they can to keep you." Facing Bailey Chongqing's ridicule, Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, "If I came to Blizzard City, it would be difficult to explain the mission report on killing Yuan Konga." Zhang Yi was marginalized when it came to his strength, so Bailey Chongqing couldn't explain it to Zhu Zheng. Sure enough, Bailey Chongqing's face was slightly uncomfortable. Bailey Chongqing took a sip of his glass of hot water and spoke dismissively. Don't worry. I told the commander about your problem, emphasizing that your loyalty was not high enough, although your strength is not bad either. But joining the region may become an unstable factor. This is what the commander fears most. As long as you don't perform too well, he won't force you to stay. Zhang Yi was a little relieved. That's naturally best. While the two were talking, a waiter rang the doorbell and came in. Mr. Bailey, someone is looking for you. It's Mr. Wu Di from the Black Robe team. Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard the name. Wu Di's attitude towards him had always been poor, with an inexplicable hostility. So Zhang Yi didn't like this person very much. Why is he here? Hearing this, Bailey Chongqing calmly explained. Members of our team often come here to have a drink and relax. After all, you know that members of the investigation team like us who are fighting on the front line are all on the verge of life and death. So we indulge in pleasure when we have free time. But I don't want to see him, Zhang Yi said lightly. Bailey Chongqing feigned a sudden realization, and he slapped the side of his head slightly. Oh yes, there is a reason why Wu Di has been targeting you before. But now I am the captain of the Black Robe team. In order to prevent you from having a gap with my team members, there is something I must explain to you. It's about Wu Di. Zhang Yi looked uninterested. However, he leaned on the sofa and with his legs leisurely crossed, he gestured for Bailey Chongqing to explain. Bailey Chongqing's eyes were somewhat nostalgic as he slowly spoke. It turned out that Wu Di was not a member of Blizzard City. Before Wu Di awakened his special powers, he was almost buried to death in the snow. It was Captain Bienen who saved him. After Wu Di woke up from the verge of death, he had accidentally awakened his supernatural powers that time, but he didn't know how to use them. It was Captain Bienen who guided him, so Wu Di always followed Captain Bienen. In Wu Di's view, Captain Bienen is not only his savior, but also a father-like figure and his mentor on the road to developing supernatural powers. Captain Bienen knew that he was seriously injured and would retire sooner or later, and be replaced by a new team member. His appreciation for you is the main reason why Wu Di targets you. His hostility is not towards you personally, but it's towards anyone who might replace Captain Bienen. Maybe he believed that Captain Bienen wasn't supposed to die until a new team member was found. After listening to Bailey Chongqing's explanation, Zhang Yi shook his head slightly with his arms folded. It turned out that Wu Di had suffered an unexpected disaster. With his eyes closed, he seemed a little speechless, but there was no way to really care about a childish man. In short, as long as he doesn't come to trouble me, it's fine. As for how he sees me, that's his own problem. Bailey Chongqing shrugged, but he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between the two, so he sheepishly said, I think you two can have a chat. Maybe you will find that he is actually a very good person. It's just that his mind is a little too simple sometimes. But at that precise moment, Wu Di confidently walked in. He was wearing his usual outfit with the only change being the color of his hair. When he saw Zhang Yi, there was no surprise in his eyes. Instead, his eyes were bright and he walked straight towards him. Zhang Yi, I guess that you would come to see Captain Bailey. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this point, both Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing felt something was wrong. Wu Di's appearance was no coincidence. Wu Di came for Zhang Yi. In a caution manner, Bailey Chongqing hurriedly blocked his path and tried to reason with him. Xiao Wu, what are you going to do? You should understand that the captain's death has little to do with Zhang Yi. And if it weren't for him, we might all have died in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little cold, and they didn't leave Wu Di's figure for a second. Wu Di bared his teeth and looked at Zhang Yi with a murderous gaze. Who said that the captain's death had nothing to do with him? If he hadn't instigated the captain to use an ice soul, the captain would have at least a few months to live. During that time, he could at least return home, see his wife and children for the last time, and live with them for a while. But this happiness was taken away by him. Zhang Yi did not refute this. He admitted that the only thing that was a bit unfair about him in this matter was that he did not send Wu Di off with Bienen Junwu. Zhang Yi gave the main credit for Tianhai City to Bienen Junwu as compensation, so that his family would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Using Bienen Junwu's life for a few months to exchange for a military merit that could protect his family's happiness for half their lives. Although he did not ask Bienen Junwu's opinion, it was generally a fair deal. But Zhang Yi did not feel the slightest guilt towards Wu Di, Bailey Chongqing, and the others, because they, like Zhang Yi, were all vested interests. If you are here to cause trouble, I'm not interested in playing along. Zhang Yi had already gotten up from the sofa, turned around and planned to leave. He needed to go back to the apartment to rest. Who knew that Wu Di would suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Zhang Yi. Wait a minute, I finally met you today, so I won't let you get away easily. Zhang Yi looked at the arm blocking him, and a hint of murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. "You want to fight me?" Bailey Chongqing was also anxious. He didn't know how strong Zhang Yi was at this time. Although Wu Di was a genius, it was difficult for him to fight against Zhang Yi. "Wu Di, don't be impulsive." Captain Bienen chose to use the ice soul himself. "You can't blame Zhang Yi for this." Wu Di smiled, but his eyes were cold as he looked at Zhang Yi. "I know, but when I think of the boss dying in Tianhai City, I feel unwilling to accept it." Zhang Yi, before the boss died, he kept saying that he admired your ability, and he intended to recruit you to become one of us. So I've always wanted to fight you and see how strong you are. I didn't have this opportunity before, but now you and I are both free. So how about a friendly duel? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. "Since you already know that the main responsibility for Bienen Junwu's death is not my doing, why bother to pick a fight with me?" Wu Di grinned and replied that he just wants to prove that he's stronger than Zhang Yi, and more worthy of Boss Bien's expectations. Bailey Chongqing cut in. "Wu Di, don't be impulsive. You are no match for him now." Hearing this, Wu Di just replied smugly, "We have to fight to know." He looked back at Zhang Yi next to him and continued, "I have already understood your ability when I was in Tianhai City. Of course, you also know my ability. So the fight between the two of us is fair." Wu Di was certain of one thing, and that was, Zhang Yi would not reveal his true strength in Blizzard City. At most, he would show the level before absorbing Yuan Konga's strength. "Just use your original strength to fight me." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. "What's the point of such a fight? I can't think of any reason to fight you." Unlike Wu Di, Zhang Yi doesn't indulge in pointless fights such as what's currently being proposed. "Oh, there is no reason." Wu Di replied with a knowing smile. "If you don't agree to my duel request, I will use the advantages I have here in Blizzard City to make your stay a living hell." Wu Di's tone was threatening, and as a member of the investigation team, it would not be a difficult task. Zhang Yi's eyes became solemn. "You are playing with fire," he said. Out of concern, Bailey Chongqing told Wu Di to stop with this duel. Wu Di shook his head firmly. "Captain Bailey, although you are the captain, you can only control me when I am on a mission. I must do this, otherwise I will always have an obsession in mind. So I hope you don't try to stop me." His gaze shifted back to Zhang Yi. "So, do you accept my duel request?" Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, and he could practically feel the heat and madness from Wu Di in waves. He is really a fanatical lunatic. It seems that he can't leave without being beaten. So don't blame me for taking advantage of this. His mouth curled up slightly. "Well, I'll play with you, but there has to be some stakes. At the very least, we need to add some excitement to this duel." Zhang Yi hadn't seen such a fool for a long time, but he couldn't fight in vain. He had to get something useful in return. Facing the aggressive Wu Di, Zhang Yi had to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. When Wu Di heard that Zhang Yi agreed to fight him, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. "You agreed? Good. As for the prize, tell me, what do you want?" Zhang Yi thought for a while with his arms leisurely folded. "I'm only interested in weapons and armor. The technology in the Jiangnan region is so advanced. So, I guess they must have outstanding equipment as well. Obviously, with Lu Karen there, Zhang Yi just wants a brief access to the city's top-quality equipment. And this idiot was handing it over on a silver platter." Wu Di calmly spread his hands with a smile. "You want weapons? Oh, it's not impossible. But for mutants like us, weapons and other external objects don't mean much." Bailey Chongqing covered his forehead helplessly. Wu Di really had no idea about the weapons in Blizzard City. Many weapons were highly confidential. Although they were very convenient to use most of the time, they were absolutely not allowed to be leaked. Bailey Chongqing stepped forward to warn worriedly. "Don't be impulsive, you two can just have a simple exchange. Like a friendly spar, but you must not get angry. Otherwise, I will not sit idly by. As for the prizes, Zhang Yi, you can choose any cold weapons you're good at using. But you can basically forget about hot weapons." Zhang Yi was a little speechless. Cold weapons? He was best at using guns, and cold weapons were at most used for self-defense. But at present, cold weapons hadn't been useful to him. Bailey Chongqing noticed Zhang Yi's expression and continued with a smile. "Don't worry, we won't fool you with scrap metal. There are many good things in our Black Robe team's arsenal, such as weapons made of adamantium. You must have heard of it, right? Adamantium?" Zhang Yi was very familiar with this material. Liang Yu's Dragon's Roar uses this material. Unfortunately, according to Lu Karen, this material was extremely scarce. However, it seems that it was not scarce in the Jiangnan district. "I like using knives." Hearing this, Bailey Chongqing immediately opened a holographic screen in front of Zhang Yi. On the light blue screen, Bailey Chongqing stretched out his hand and swiped it across, and immediately all kinds of weapons appeared in front of Zhang Yi. The weapons we use daily are made of adamantium. This is the standard weapon used by the investigation team. You can pick one you like, regardless whether it's a prize or not. I'll give it to you, Bailey Chongqing said to Zhang Yi with a smile. Among the black robe team, Bailey Chongqing was the only one who relied more on equipment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. He didn't want to accept other people's favors for no reason. No need. Since it's a bet, I will get it based on my strength. He walked over and searched among the many weapons. The shapes of these weapons were very peculiar. Unlike traditional cold weapons, they had a very distinctive cyberpunk metal style. Zhang Yi quickly found a long sword in it. It was a straight sword with a blade of only about 1 meter, which was much shorter than the dragon's roar used by Liang Yu. It has a slightly thick back with a full sense of modern technology. Zhang Yi pointed at the horizontal knife and said, I choose this one. After confirming it, Bailey Chongqing smiled and put away the image of the weapon. But he still advised, this time it is just sparring. I hope you two don't go too far. When necessary, I will also intervene. Wu Di said with a smile. Don't worry, boss. I know what I am doing. As long as I beat him into submission, his life will not be hurt. Wu Di and Zhang Yi had no personal grudges. So this battle was just Wu Di's personal obsession and a purpose that cannot be told to others. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly and said that he too would reply in kind. But where should we fight? Bailey Chongqing looked at the two of them, and seeing that the duel could not be stopped, he had to make the duel process as peaceful as possible. So he spoke up. There is a training ground in Blizzard City that is specifically used for combat training, and it is the only place where fighting can be carried out legally. Zhang Yi glanced at Wu Di and raised a finger. Okay, let's go over there. Wu Di grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Wu Di and Zhang Yi insisted on having a fight to resolve his worries and obsession. And Bailey Chongqing had no choice but to act as a mediator. So Bailey Chongqing took them out of the password bar and went to the martial arts training ground specially provided for soldiers in the district. This place was located in the combat center. Even at night, it was still brightly lit and guarded by elite soldiers. Bailey Chongqing led Zhang Yi inside without any obstruction. Zhang Yi was also observing this place along the way. The entire place gave him a sense of fantasy that transcended his time. All the things inside were made of dark silver metal-like materials, and even felt more advanced than the materials of his shelter. The defense was not at the same level. The height of the platform alone was more than 10 meters. People who were here could clearly feel their own insignificance. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something and said to Bailey Chongqing with a smile, Can I call my friends over? Bailey Chongqing looked at him in surprise. Why? Are you still worried about us? Zhang Yi shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that if I get hurt, I need my personal doctor to treat me. Bailey Chongqing smiled when he heard this. Don't worry. There are special doctors in this place. And he glanced at Wu Di and didn't say the second half of the sentence. What he wanted to say was, with your strength, Zhang Yi, is it possible to get hurt? Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully. I only accept my own doctors to treat me. After thinking about it, Bailey Chongqing probably understood Zhang Yi's concerns. Although ordinary people are not allowed to enter the combat center, the core area was not a martial arts arena, so it is harmless to call others to come and watch the battle. Okay, you can call your friends over. I will give them temporary passes. Zhang Yi nodded, and then asked Zhokir and the others to come over. In fact, his most critical purpose was to get Lu Karen there. She could use her ability to analyze the materials of the entire place for him. Then, if it can be imitated, it would be the best, and he can also strengthen his shelter in the future. After the call, Zhang Yi turned to Wu Di and asked if he wanted to get ready right away. I hope you can give your best on the field. Wu Di replied with a confident smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yi agreed and hopes Wu Di does the same. The two even fist bump like they were best of friends. A mischievous smile crept on their lips for different reasons. Zhang Yi already knew that he couldn't give it his all in this duel, and also knew Wu Di was counting on this. It was a smart move, however. Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin from ear to ear as he thought of this. Wu Di was doing a light warm-up as they wait patiently for Zhang Yi's team. Area A and Area B were considered high-level areas in Blizzard City, and they were relatively close to the combat center. So it didn't take long for Zhokir and the others to get there. When they first arrived there, they were also full of curiosity and were shocked by this spectacular building. They hurried over to ask Zhang Yi what the matter for his sudden call was. Zhang Yi pointed to a corner and motioned for everyone to gather there. He had something to tell them. Wu Di watched them curiously and wondered what they were doing. After all, a simple duel such as the one they were having didn't need this much spectators and secrecy anyway. On the other hand, Zhang Yi simply told them about his duel with Wu Di. Everyone looked very strange when they heard this. Wu Di wants to duel with Zhang Yi? Isn't he a little overconfident? Or did Wu Di want to meet Bienen Junwu in advance? Zhang Yi saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. It wasn't even difficult to guess anyway. And it was obvious they hadn't considered the level of restraint Zhang Yi must have in order not to reveal his true strength. You don't have to think he's stupid, Zhang Yi continued. On the contrary, he's very smart. You know, in Blizzard City, I can't use my full strength to do anything to him, so he can provoke me without any worries. Lu Karen frowned when she heard this, and commented with some disgust. Then he is so despicable. Uncle Yu also asked in confusion. What's the point of him doing this? Fighting against you who is not fighting at full strength? It would be shameful even if he wins. Zhang Yi replied calmly. I don't know, maybe he wants to prove that he is stronger than me in the Battle of Tianhai City. This is his obsession, or maybe he has other hidden motives. Zhang Yi lowered his eyebrows and whispered in a deep voice. In short, I must beat him without exposing my true strength. This is a little bit challenging for Zhang Yi, but not much. He already knows Wu Di's abilities very well. But then again, without the addition of his new abilities, Wu Di also knows a lot about Zhang Yi's abilities. If he continues to provoke me like this after leaving Blizzard City, I will definitely... Zhang Yi made a gesture of killing Wu Di if this obsession of his continues after this duel. He then raised his head and looked at Lu Karen. The main point for asking you all to come here is not to watch the fight between us, but to see Lu Karen. Me? As she points to herself, Lu Karen exclaimed in surprise, thinking that she was just here to watch the fun, but never expected to be on a mission. It was rare to be able to enter the interior of the combat center, so Zhang Yi wanted her to take this opportunity to get in touch with the various materials there. This task was her first challenge after awakening her ability, so she was beaming with confidence. After all, her favorite thing at present was to study new materials and make new machinery and weapons and equipment. And as usual, she placed her right hand on her unremarkable chest and replied excitedly, Okay, big brother. I promise to complete this task. Several minutes passed, and as Bailey Chongqing stole a glance at Zhang Yi and his team, he wondered what the group could possibly be chatting about to take this long. But what he was most concerned was if Wu Di was confident in defeating Zhang Yi in this duel. He pulled Wu Di aside, and with a slight frown he asked worriedly, Xiao Wu, Zhang Yi is now stronger than before. He can even withstand Yuan Konga's attack when no one could. Can you really beat him? Wu Di had changed into a pure white and black tight leather combat outfit with a noticeable button on his wrist. When Wu Di heard the question, his eyes began to shimmer with a burning desire, and his previous arrogance was no longer evident. I understand your worry, Captain, but I have already figured out Zhang Yi's ability in the battle with Yuan Konga. Wu Di's eyes continued to burn with insatiable desire. Zhang Yi's ability is based predominantly on incredible defense, not offense. And if Yuan Konga's combat experience was not too lacking, she would not have been defeated so easily. When Captain Bien was alive, he always warned me that the strength of ability cannot determine everything. The key to victory is to rely on this. He pointed to his head. I have thought of a way to beat him. As Wu Di said this, a smug smile crept at the corner of his lips. This time, at the very least, I must beat him, even when it's just this one time. Otherwise, I will never accept it in this lifetime. What Wu Di most wanted was the recognition of Bienen Junwu. And it didn't matter if Bienen Junwu was dead, because as long as he defeated Zhang Yi, who was highly praised by his mentor, Bienen Junwu, he would be satisfied. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Yi would not exert his full strength here. In any case, it was enough for them to fight on equal levels, and he was going to win. In Wu Di's opinion, this move he managed to pull off was not shameless. After all, with the right time, the right place, and the right people, those who were good at taking advantage of these things had excellent judgment and were also amazing fighters. Bailey Chongqing could do nothing but sigh helplessly and heavily. He knew from Wu Di's expression that there was really nothing in the world that could stop him. I hope so, he murmured. Bailey Chongqing also felt that Wu Di's analysis made sense. Fighting with a man like Zhang Yi who has max defense, as long as you are not particularly stubborn and consume him, there will not be too much danger. Of course, this premise is heavily based on the fact that Zhang Yi does not use his extremely lethal space-killing skills. Seeing his sudden expression, Wu Di, again, reassured him not to worry. He'd got this. Oh, and speaking of Zhang Yi, are they not done? Bailey Chongqing turned around to find Zhang Yi. He had to give him a few words and help him change his clothes. He should also do some warm-up exercises first. Bailey Chongqing called out to Zhang Yi with an expressionless face. It's almost time, so let's go. I'll take you to change clothes first. I also recommend you to do some warm-up exercises before the duel. Hearing this, Zhang Yi asked with a smile if he really needed to change clothes just for a duel. Of course, Bailey Chongqing, in a serious tone, said earnestly. When dueling in the martial arts arena, you need to wear special training clothes to protect your body from harm. As soon as Bailey Chongqing's voice fell, Zhang Yi saw Wu Di, wearing a black and white tights at a distance not far away. Zhang Yi immediately agreed when he spotted Wu Di's outfit. Okay, let's go. Soon, Zhang Yi, accompanied by Bailey Chongqing, entered the locker room. There were grids on the cabinets by the wall. Bailey Chongqing walked over, placed a finger on a fingerprint identification button on a cabinet. Seconds after, the identification was successfully confirmed, and inside the cabinet was a set of training outfit identical to Wu Di's. He took it out with his authority and then handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the training clothes and first carefully inspected it to see if there were any special devices. The feeling of this special set of clothes was very strange. It was much heavier than ordinary tights and much thicker than ordinary fabrics. It was obvious at this point that the outfit was made of some special high-tech materials. Zhang Yi then heads inside a cubicle for changing clothes. He knew that the moment he wears the outfit, his personal data will probably be recorded. Fortunately, he was not a strengthening mutant, so it was harmless to just collect his physical data. Donning them on, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with eerie brilliance as he checked his new appearance. He did not feel any discomfort. And as for whether his supernatural data would be collected, he figured he couldn't hide his usual health, strength, and any other common attributes any longer. After all, his basic abilities and attributes must be counted in the Jiangnan district. Anyway, his only secret and trump card was the new fighting methods he awakened after absorbing the origins of Yuan Konga, and that can be hidden without any difficulty. This suit was very interesting. It had no zipper or anything like that. Instead, after putting it on, all you needed to do was to press a button on your right hand, and the tights will automatically fit tightly on your body. Immediately upon pressing the button, Zhang Yi was completely stunned. He moved his body and actually had a strange feeling. His body seemed to become more flexible and his strength became stronger. This kind of training suit actually has such an effect. Zhang Yi commented in wonder as he came out of the cubicle. Bailey Chongqing, who was patiently waiting outside, gave an approving smile when Zhang Yi expressed his doubts. The training suit is actually made with the same material as our investigation team's uniforms, which can significantly improve our overall quality in attributes. We usually wear a set of built-in uniforms when we go out on missions. It's no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary person wearing it can achieve the most basic alpha-level enhanced mutant physical fitness. Zhang Yi looked at the training suit on his body in surprise, then back at Bailey Chongqing with a smile. There are such magical clothes? With his arms leisurely folded, Bailey Chongqing saw Zhang Yi's envy and reminded him that this kind of training suit was very precious. In Blizzard City, only the Yenyun troops and the 6 major investigation teams were qualified to use it. If Zhang Yi likes and wants it, he can consider joining his Black Robe team. Zhang Yi curled his lips slightly. He knew where this conversation was heading, and it was better to avoid it. Let's forget about this, shall we? Bailey Chongqing shrugged and led Zhang Yi outside the locker room. He knew that Zhang Yi didn't like being constrained, so any effort would be pointless. Alright, let's go to the martial arts arena. When the two came out, Wu Di was already waiting for Zhang Yi's arrival in the center of the martial arts arena. He folded his arms, already adjusted himself to the best condition. Zhang Yi, remember, stop when you are done. Bailey Chongqing did not forget to remind Zhang Yi. He was very worried that Zhang Yi would get too excited and accidentally use his divine power. That attack would probably kill Wu Di in one blow. Bailey Chongqing, who had a high defense than Wu Di, could not guarantee that he could survive after taking that move. Left alone Wu Di. Zhang Yi told Bailey Chongqing not to worry, he hasn't forgotten. Anyway, I'll hand over my satellite phone to my teammate for safekeeping. His satellite phone, which contained his personal secrets, wasn't something he would leave in the locker room. Bailey Chongqing knew that Zhang Yi did not trust the safekeeping mechanism in Blizzard City, so he could only smile and replied that it was fine. After all, this was a normal thing to do for someone as extremely cautious as him. Zhang Yi smiled and casually replied that it was better to be safe than sorry. Details determine success or failure. His words were a double entendre, and Bailey Chongqing did not realize the deep meaning of his words. Zhang Yi walked up to the others and handed the satellite phone to Lu Karen. Karen, he whispered, please keep this thing for me. Zhang Yi turned his gaze to his wrist, then back at Lu Karen with a weird look. Lu Karen understood and reached out to touch the training suit on Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi chatted with her for a few words, delaying for a while. After Liu Karen finished analyzing the material structure of the training suit, Zhang Yi turned around and walked towards the martial arts arena, as Liu Karen shouts loudly from behind, "Go on, big brother. I know you will win." Seconds after that, Bailey Chongqing walked up to the group and told them that they would be watching the battle on the second floor. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. The entire martial arts arena was about a quarter the size of a football field, and its shape was similar to that of a football field or the ancient Roman Colosseum. The outer area was a dozen-story building, and the battle scene in the field can be clearly seen. Zhang Yi stood dozens of meters away from Wu Di. He looked at the surrounding space and frowned slightly. This place seems a little small, and there is not much room for maneuver. A battle between high-level mutants will cause large-scale destruction at any time, and this small space was obviously not enough. Hearing this, Wu Di replied lightly with a smile. "Oh, you don't have to worry about this." Then, he suddenly snapped his fingers, and before Zhang Yi could realize what had just happened, the entire scene in front of him were pulled away in an instant. Wu Di, who was originally dozens of meters away from him, was suddenly hundreds of meters away. The entire experience felt like a magic show, and the martial arts field, which was about a quarter of the size of a football field, has become more than 10 square kilometers. Zhang Yi was deeply startled, but he finally understood seconds after. "Is this a space ability?" he asked as he turned his head from side to side. This is the first time he has seen a space ability being used other than his own. At this moment, it wasn't the arena that had suddenly become larger, but the entire building had undergone a weird change. On the second floor viewing platform, the scene in front of Liu Karen, Zhokir, and the others had also become vast. However, rather than saying that the scene has become larger, it is better to say that everything in front of them had shrunk. Wait, how come the martial arts arena had suddenly become bigger? Zhokir questioned in astonishment. Bailey Chongqing explained to them, "This is the ability of the martial arts field administrator. Its actual name is the martial arts field, and it's a very functional spatial ability." A mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in the ears of Zhang Yi and Wu Di to ready themselves for the duel. On the other hand, no one noticed at that very moment that there were actually other spectators at the scene besides Bailey Chongqing and the others. You see, the use of the martial arts field was very high, and only members of the investigation team and the Yenyun troops were qualified. Nevertheless, the level of battle that happens on it were not often in the entire Blizzard City. So, when the martial arts field was applied for activation, it naturally attracted many people to watch the battle. And one of these people was Deng Shintong, the captain of the God team, who was on the third floor at that very moment. He was watching the battle upstairs, looking at the two on the martial art field with interest. He was more or less curious about Zhang Yi. If he can really beat Wu Di, then it is not impossible to give him a chance to become a substitute for the God team. Deng Shintong had his arms leisurely folded and with his eyes narrowed, a playful smile crept on his lips. Behind him were two members of his team, a short-haired strong man with a beard, and a feminine man in black. Several members of the Black Robe team also arrived and watched the scene below from the background. It was rare to have such a battle, so of course they would not miss it. But among these spectators, the most impressive one was Commander Zhu Zhang of the Jiangnan region, who was currently in the exclusive VIP room on the 5th floor. The entire room was well furnished, and Zhu Zhang was sitting on a sofa with his arms and legs leisurely crossed. On the sofa to his left sat Tu Yunlai, the Minister of Operations. And behind them was two Yunyan guards and Zhu Zheng's secretary, Lan Xinqing. Can be said that at least half of the bigwigs in the entire Blizzard City was there. It is indeed unusual that a simple duel can attract the attention of so many people. A glass in front of them turned into a huge screen, which had zoomed in on the martial art field, observing the two people in the field from a perfect angle. The mechanical and emotionless voice, once again, sounded in the ears of Zhang Yi and Wu Di, and the battle immediately begun. The distance between the two sides was hundreds of meters, but since both of them were long-range attack types, this distance seemed to not be an issue. Zhang Yi took out two white owls with both hands, aimed at Wu Di and pulled the trigger. With his precision shooting activated, the bullets automatically locked on Wu Di's position. Zhang Yi was mindful not to use the holy silver bullet that were deadly to mutants, but a special armor-piercing bullet with similar design, developed by Liu Karen. Using the holy silver bullet in Blizzard City would easily make people suspect that it was a replica of the origin bullet. Zhang Yi would not make such a rookie mistake. But even if it was an armor-piercing bullet, it also had extremely powerful lethality under his supernatural power. In an instant, the two fired bullets was a few meters from the locked-in target, who stood there, currently motionless. Then, hundreds of white light balls appeared around Wu Di's body, covering him up. When the bullets approached the white light balls around him, they were directly melted in the air. This scene was expected, And Deng Shintong nodded slightly. This kid has a very good talent and ability. Wu Di's talent was very high. Even Bienen Junwu was very optimistic about the floating cannon that converts mental power into energy. After the battle in Tianhai City, it was obvious that his combat effectiveness has been raised to a higher level. Zhang Yi was unmoved. Wu Di knew his ability and would definitely be wary of his incredible skills with guns. It would be strange if Wu Di could not defend himself. But so what? Zhang Yi knew everything depended on whether he had more bullets or Wu Di had more mental strength. Zhang Yi kept pulling the trigger with both hands, slowly moving his position while shooting at Wu Di. All the bullets were fired at the same position, trying to break through the defense area of the floating gun. It's useless. I already know your attack methods and patterns. It's impossible to hurt me with these predictable attack method. Wu Di stretched out his right hand, and more than a dozen light balls condensed into a huge floating gun, which blasted towards Zhang Yi fiercely. In an instant, a white beam of light penetrated the space and came to Zhang Yi, but the beam of light suddenly disappeared in midair. Same as always, Zhang Yi had already opened his dimensional door at the beginning of the battle. And Wu Di knew of this, but he also kept using a predictable attack. Zhang Yi smiled with a knowing look because it was obvious at this point that he too knew Wu Di's ability and attack methods. At this time, the two of them were competing in trump cards and the ability to counter moves. The ability of the space system can absorb attacks, right? Deng Shintong was genuinely interested to the point that he couldn't take his eyes off Zhang Yi and the battle for a second. However, with his arms folded in a relaxed manner, he continued curiously with a smile. I wonder if his absorption is infinite. If it is, can it take my attacks? Hearing Deng Shintong's question, the bearded man beside him suddenly spoke up. Space-related abilities rarely have powerful attack methods. However, I am very interested in sparring with him. Right on cue, the feminine man smiled faintly upon hearing this and also shared his thoughts. There are only a few people with the ability of the space system like you who are close combat type. If you fight him, isn't that just bullying? The bearded man laughed loudly. That's right. It was indeed bullying for him to fight with Zhang Yi, a mutant outside Blizzard City, because he was the deputy captain of the God Squad, the God Fist Liao Honglei. Deng Shintong lazily said that it doesn't matter. All he needed was Zhang Yi's ability to store items. This will make it much easier for our team to carry out missions in the future. However, if he can give me a little surprise from his space system, it will be even more interesting. Deng Shintong looked at Zhang Yi on the martial arts field with a slightly expectant look in his eyes. In the first wave of attempts, neither Zhang Yi nor Wu Di's assaults could do anything to the other, but the two continued with their attacks anyway. Only by continuing to attack can the other party be forced to reveal flaws. Zhang Yi had used up all the bullets in both pistols. Then he immediately pressed the button on the gun handle, and the empty magazine fell off. Suddenly, two full magazines appeared out of thin air. However, they appeared precisely from beneath the two guns and inserted directly with enough force. The entire scene felt like witnessing a magic trick. Accompanied with a resounding and continuous bang, Zhang Yi's shooting never stopped. Even if he was a mutant, he couldn't remain indifferent to such an attack. Wu Di's aperture defense was really powerful, and no bullets were allowed to get close to him. But for Zhang Yi, it didn't matter. As long as he could consume Wu Di's self-proclaimed invincible superpower, it was enough. Even a little bit was valuable. Wu Di stared at Zhang Yi, not daring to be careless. He knew that Zhang Yi was good at defense and not very good at attack. But Zhang Yi had his divine power, which could directly hit him hard. However, this skill was not an option in this duel, and its lethality was almost impossible to avoid. After Wu Di came back to Blizzard City, he studied Zhang Yi's information carefully, and found out that before Zhang Yi used his divine power, there would be an obvious skill pre-swing, and the distortion of space was not in place in one step. Moreover, the divine power extremely consumed his superpowers. After releasing it, Zhang Yi's body would be in a state of short-term superpower emptiness, and he would not be able to use his divine power for the second time immediately after. This observation was greatly flawed, of course, but only Zhang Yi's team knew of this. Wu Di thought that as long as he stayed alert and avoided the attack in time, he could take advantage of Zhang Yi's attack gap to counterattack. Obviously, this is based on the premise that Zhang Yi decides to use that skill. Wu Di didn't trust Zhang Yi not to, so he thought of a way to survive that skill. Wu Di sneered and spread his hands. Look at this move of mine. It's specially prepared for you. At this moment, droplets of light slowly appeared around his arms, densely packed. There were thousands of them. This is a small floating cannon. Although it is not as powerful as the previous light ball, it is more numerous and difficult to defend. Then he waved his hands towards Zhang Yi, and the thousands of light spots instantly broke through the space and shot towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and opened his dimensional gate to block the numerous light balls in front of him. However, those light spots did not directly sink into the dimensional gate, but suddenly scattered in the air and flew in all directions around Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi smiled, not the least bit bothered. Nice! Is this going to launch an area of effect attack on me? Zhang Yi immediately understood Wu Di's intention. Wu Di's mouth curled up with a knowing smile. Captain Bienen once said that your ability can restrain my floating cannon. But this kind of attack from all directions without dead ends, how can you defend? Thousands of light spots were suspended in the air, covering the so-called directions around Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yi's sharp eyes, they became brighter and hotter. Then, there was a series of amazing explosions. With a deafening boom, thousands of micro-floating cannons exploded around Zhang Yi, and the bright light illuminated the entire space, causing dazzling light that was almost blinding. A few seconds earlier, from Wu Di's perspective, he sneered with his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of mockery in his eyes as a cruel smile crept on his lips, and with his arms spread leisurely, numerous droplets of light slowly appeared around his arms, densely packed. There were thousands of them. This was a small floating cannon and difficult to defend. Wu Di spoke in a gleeful tone. This time, even if you use your weird spatial ability, you won't be able to defend against it. Then, with a crush of his fist, these thousands of micro-floating cannons instantly broke through the space between them, exploding and covering every direction around Zhang Yi. Then, these series of deafening explosions rained down on Zhang Yi, illuminating the entire martial art field with a dazzling and almost blinding light. As a martial art fanatic, Liang Yu couldn't help but comment that Wu Di was indeed well prepared. So it was difficult for Zhang Yi's double doors to play a defensive role. Hearing this, Uncle Yu also folded his arms and added with his brows deeply furrowed. Zhang Yi's defense is not very strong, so even if these micro-floating cannons explode, Zhang Yi would not be able to escape unscathed. He would definitely suffer with some injuries. But can Wu Di really beat Zhang Yi in this way? Uncle Yu and the others weren't particularly worried about this new development, because they knew that this large-scale area of effect attack wasn't enough to deal with Zhang Yi, although he might suffer from some injuries. But if there's anyone who knows how to deal with these types of situations, it was definitely their leader. On the other hand, Deng Shintong's eyes lit up slightly. He was thoroughly interested in how Zhang Yi would survive this attack. If he indeed survived the attack, of course. But the next moment, he saw that Zhang Yi was nowhere in sight. Then, almost immediately, everyone, including Deng Shintong, saw Zhang Yi's figure emerging from a distance, totally unharmed. Zhang Yi immediately pulled the trigger with both hands and shot at Wu Di. I like your new move, but I'm sorry, it's gonna take more than that to defeat me. A whole lot more. Although it was impossible to use the two-layer door to absorb this indiscriminate attack, it was still possible to escape from the attack range. Oh, space shuttle? What an interesting life-saving ability. Deng Shintong spoke up, smiling from ear to ear. One might even believe that Zhang Yi's performance was aimed to impress him. At this moment, Liao Honglei shared his thoughts. This skill only proves that he knows how to run for his life. Although it is a very powerful skill in these end times, but if you only have this, you are still not qualified to be an official member of the investigation team, right? The investigation team needs people with combat capabilities to carry out their missions. So, just knowing how to defend was really useless for them. Meanwhile, in the exclusive VIP room on the 5th floor, Commander Zhu Zheng and the others were also watching the battle with keen interest. Zhu Zheng's eyes were mainly on Zhang Yi. Seeing that Zhang Yi's spatial ability tends to be defensive, Zhu Zheng immediately saw the characteristics of his ability. Zhang Yi's ability should be able to connect to a different dimension outside of this world. Whether it is absorbing attacks or traveling through space, he needs to use the different dimension as a medium. But what method will he use to attack? Most mutants only have one ability. Even if they can develop multiple skills from it, they are all expanded from that one ability. Zhang Yi's ability did not seem to have strong offensive capabilities. No matter how much he develops, it was mostly used for storage and defense. How can he defeat Wu Di, who had strong offensive capabilities? Is he just going to defend endlessly? This current predicament was what piqued Zhu Zheng's interest. A Yenyun guard behind Zhu Zheng bowed slightly and respectfully shared his thoughts on the matter. Commander, I think Zhang Yi must have a powerful killer move. Zhu Zheng was surprised to hear this evaluation. This guard's strength was also among the top few in the entire Blizzard City, and only Zhu Zheng knew how strong he was. Being evaluated by him personally, it was enough to show that Zhang Yi was qualified enough to be noticed by him. What's the reason behind your evaluation? Zhu Zheng asked curiously. The guard stared back at the screen and saw Zhang Yi's calm and resolute profile. This is a feeling. But this Zhang Yi is too calm, way too calm actually. And he's even giving people a feeling of being confident. This can't even be called self-confidence, but rather the feeling and belief of taking his victory for granted. Like it's a matter of fact. If he is not a real strong individual who has completely grasped the situation, he would not have such an expression. Hearing this, Zhu Zhang and Lan Xinqing stared at Zhang Yi's expressionless face on the screen. Sure enough, in the motion pictures, Zhang Yi was calm and indifferent, like he was a pro gamer playing against a human computer in the easiest settings. Lan Xinqing was stunned. Being Zhu Zhang's secretary, she'd naturally encountered many powerful mutants, but at this moment, it felt like Zhang Yi had a similar aura and same air of confidence to most of the powerful mutants she'd encountered. Tu Yunlai hid half of his face under his high collar. Although he didn't say anything, he also looked at Zhang Yi with interest. This is quite interesting. Zhu Zhang smiled and crossed his legs, intending to quietly enjoy this entertaining battle. I knew that this kid was not as simple as Bailey Chongqing said. This style of play is indeed interesting. He has a large space and can store a lot of weapons and ammunition. In other words, he is a huge arsenal. Fighting a war of attrition is also a good choice. No matter how powerful a person is, his power will be exhausted. And no one knows how much ammunition Zhang Yi had. If Wu Di continues to consume Zhang Yi like this, he will definitely be the loser in the end. On the martial arts field, Zhang Yi's counterattacks were still dense and fierce. His energy was not fully focused on the battlefield. This was not arrogance. It is because he was very clear about his own strength and Wu Di's. If he really goes all out, he can even kill Wu Di in seconds. After all, in this limited space, Wu Di, who is not good at running, can't avoid his killing move with a huge attack range. However, he can't do that, because he has long realized that this duel would definitely attract a lot of attention. Among them may be the top leaders of Blizzard City. If his performance is too outstanding, he may be forcibly recruited to Blizzard City. After all, for the region, it is impossible to allow such a powerful existence outside the regional headquarters. He wants to win, but he wants to win so that people will not doubt his strength. After thinking about this, Zhang Yi gradually had a calculation in his mind. He knew how he was going to fight Wu Di. The thought in his mind was only a moment, and the bullets in his hand had already shot out dozens of times at a rapid speed. Although they were all blocked by Wu Di's aperture, Zhang Yi quickly replaced the bullets, and his attack did not even pause. It seems that you want to exhaust me to death. Wu Di also realized Zhang Yi's plot. If he really lost like that, he would lose face. The core combat force member of the dignified Black Robe team was defeated by someone with a gun. If he told others about it, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Blizzard City. I'm sorry, but all this is within my expectations. Wu Di tapped the ground with his feet and began to retreat quickly in the air. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Although Wu Di and Zhang Yi are both long-range offensive combat types, Zhang Yi has mastered the use of his double doors within his limited range to the point that he can change the distance between them at will. So what was the point of Wu Di pulling away and increasing the distance now? Zhang Yi was genuinely curious but not in a hurry. He was silently waiting for Wu Di's attack. He kept his pistols aimed at Wu Di. At this time, he really had some impulse to change the bullets to holy silver bullets, but he refrained from it. Of course, this sudden attack would expose the existence of the holy silver bullet. The holy silver bullet has a good effect in breaking mutants' defenses, but its armor-piercing ability was not as good as ordinary armor-piercing bullets. And Zhang Yi was almost certain that the holy silver bullet could not penetrate Wu Di's training suit to cause any substantial harm, but it could cause some injuries to Wu Di for the duel to end. However, was Zhang Yi really desperate? Was it really worth it? With the help of the training suit, Wu Di's speed became very fast, and he quickly opened up a distance of about 800 meters between himself and Zhang Yi. This distance is the limit of your space shuttle, isn't it? Wu Di stopped there, and the entire scene was identical to Zhang Yi's solo fight with Yuan Konga, using his space shuttle. Wu Di figured out that Zhang Yi's original shuttle distance was only about 300 to 400 meters. Even if his strength was significantly stronger now, the 800-meter radius was definitely enough. And from the looks of it, Wu Di had been preparing for this opportunity for a long time. This included every means he could use to defeat Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I dare you to try this move of mine. If you can take it, I will admit that you are stronger than me. With a distance of 800 meters gap between them, Wu Di opened his arms, and with a light rebuke, countless tiny light spots suddenly emerged from his body. There were so many of them, like countless rainbow bubbles, densely packed, and soon they soared into the air, almost completely covering the entire area of the martial arts field. A moment later, they flew around Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stared at them cautiously, but they did not explode immediately. Like a large ball of foam, A spherical cloud with a radius of 800 meters formed around Zhang Yi. Wu Di looked at Zhang Yi and murmured, "This is the second move I prepared specifically for you. It is called Floating Bubble Shadow. There are a total of 300,000 micro-floating cannons, and the continuous explosion time is 2 minutes straight. This time, even if you use that weird space ability, you absolutely can't defend it." Although the floating cannons were turned into tiny particles, their lethality was strong enough. However, Wu Di had no intention of killing Zhang Yi. As long as he could make Zhang Yi be beaten to a pulp, he would be considered the winner. Wu Di knew he could use this move 3 times and he planned to make them count. He said nothing after, and immediately as the bubble cloud surrounded the target perfectly, he began to gradually detonate those micro-floating cannons. 300,000 floating cannon light particles gradually exploded, covering a range of 800 meters. Even if Zhang Yi, who had mastered the art of running away, wanted to escape, he couldn't. And he couldn't hide in his alternate space either, since the duration he could spend there was a minute at most. In other words, Zhang Yi had to take this move head-on. The explosion was countless times bigger and intense than the previous one a while ago, lighting the entire arena like the sun. Everyone stared at the scene on the martial art field, hoping to know how Zhang Yi would deal with such a move. Even in the eyes of Deng Shintong and Zhu Zhang, this move was difficult to dodge, and only a strong defensive ability could be used to resist it. But, not knowing the full extent of Zhang Yi's ability, they could only wait with little certainty. Although the training suit could protect his body, it would also directly determine how and why he lost the duel based on the degree of his injury. Uncle Yu and Liang Yu, who were the most confident in Zhang Yi, could not help but worry when they saw Wu Di use this move. Deng Shintong immediately got up, and with a strange look on his face, he asked excitedly, "What do you think will happen to him? Will he get away with it, or will it just end like this?" This move was created completely for Zhang Yi. Liang Yu shared her thoughts as Lu Karen and Zhou Qir listened worriedly. It was in this moment that they finally understood why Zhang Yi was so strict about keeping his information secret. He was so adamant on this matter that even the people around him could not grasp the full picture. The reason was once your ability was known to others, your weaknesses will be infinitely magnified in the eyes of your opponents. Even Epsilon mutants were no exception, left alone high-level Delta mutants. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the martial arts field. They all wanted to see if Zhang Yi had any way to resist this move that was specifically aimed at his ability. The 2-minute floating bubble explosion created a dazzling visual effect and hindered everyone's ability to observe the scene in the field. However, as the 2 minutes passed, the mechanical voice Wu Di wanted to hear from the martial arts field system did not appear. Anyway, after the light and smoke dissipated, Zhang Yi stood there intact. His expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? The smug look on Wu Di's face immediately shifted to absolute disbelief. Everyone was also completely stunned by this scene. Their initial thought was of how much damage Zhang Yi would take from this move, but they could never imagine that he could take it so perfectly without being hurt at all. For the first time, Deng Shintong was sold. His eyes flashed with surprise and undeniable interest. This is interesting, really interesting. It seems that he is stronger than the information recorded in the regional intelligence. Commander Zhu Zhang, on the other hand, was genuinely puzzled at this moment. How did this kid do it? How is it possible for his ability to have such perfect defensive capabilities? Hearing this, the guard behind him couldn't help but smile. "I can see what's going on." Tu Yunlai also nodded secretly. It is indeed a very interesting defensive skill, and it seems this guy has maxed out his defensive skills. Seeing Zhu Zhang and Lan Xinqing puzzled, the guard explained, "Just when the explosion happened, he opened a perfect defense wall and absorbed all attacks from all directions." When Zhu Zhang heard this, he told the AI system of the martial arts field to analyze the battle scene just now. Since the martial arts field was used by mutants for fighting, every training or duels were monitored and recorded. As soon as Zhu Zhang said this, there was a response from the other side. Then, a 3-dimensional footage was presented. In the illustration, when the 300,000 floating light particles began to gradually explode, Zhang Yi suddenly opened a spherical membrane barrier around him. It was a door to his alternate dimension. Unlike the dimensional door he mostly used this time around, he created a dimensional door in a form of a spherical bubble, completely wrapping him up. Zhu Zheng's eyes widened in shock. "Isn't this absolute defense?" Hearing this, the guard corrected that there was no absolute defense in this world. If there was, it's just that the offensive power was not strong enough. Lan Xinqing, who didn't know how cautious Zhang Yi was, frowned slightly and asked, almost disappointed, "From the beginning till now, he has been using various means to defend. Isn't this person too cowardly? If he just defends blindly, then how was he going to win the duel? Everyone was very curious about this question. However, when Zhang Yi appeared in the martial arts field intact, everyone had realized that Zhang Yi was at least invincible. Indeed, a person with absolute defense was somewhat invincible. Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di calmly. He saw his shock, unease, and unwillingness in his eyes and remained silent. Wu Di gritted his teeth and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? How can you withstand my attack? I have studied your ability thoroughly. There was no way you could have completely blocked this move. Even if the power of my floating light particles was greatly weakened, you should get hurt. I don't believe it. It might work if I try again." Wu Di was a little panicked. He took off to the sky and repeat the same process as several floating bubbles form in the sky. "Enough with this pointless attack. It's useless against me." Zhang Yi looked at Wu Di coldly. He had to admit that if it was a month ago, he would be very embarrassed to encounter such a move. But after absorbing the origin of Yuan Konga, his skills had also evolved, which was an upgrade of the subtle operation of his supernatural powers. Zhang Yi's body did not move, and as the spherical dimension wall appeared directly around him, wrapping him tightly, he was separated from the real world by an entire different dimension. Unless the energy limit of the attack exceeds the range of his dimensional gate, nothing can pass this defense to attack him. This move was his absolute defense, a perfect barrier called Two Worlds Barrier. Wu Di's attack came again and again, but this level of attack could not cause any damage to Zhang Yi. Sighing softly, Zhang Yi knew that his battle would definitely be watched by others. Therefore, he could not fight for too long to avoid exposing his strength. However, he was done using any new skill he'd recently learned or his divine power. After all, he had no intention of killing Wu Di, so he replaced the magazine of his pistol with another, loaded with origin bullets. Then, Zhang Yi just calmly raised it, aimed it at Wu Di, and fired with his precision shooting. Facing Zhang Yi's shooting, Wu Di, still in shock, subconsciously used the ability of the aperture to resist. But this time, the black bullet directly penetrated his aperture defense and hit him squarely on the chest. He immediately felt the pain in his body, and as his expression twisted, he fell back on the field, holding his chest in pain. The broadcast of the martial arts field rang in everyone's ears, announcing that the performance was over and Wu Di lost. Wu Di couldn't believe his ears, but the sudden end of the battle did not surprise anyone. After all, in a battle between high-level mutants, a brief moment of absent-mindedness, or a tiny weakness exposed, can decide the outcome in an instant. Wu Di stared at the silver bullet in his hand. It was this bullet that had just broke through his defensive halo and landed on his training suit. Because of the protection of the training suit, the bullet did not penetrate his body, but the system of the martial arts field had already given him a judgment of defeat based on the degree of damage. Original bullet. How can you have such a thing? In disbelief, Wu Di shouted at Zhang Yi from behind. Hearing this, Zhang Yi just smiled faintly and responded that the winner had already been decided, and this battle was over. After saying that, he continued to walk away. Deng Shintong and the two men behind him stared at Zhang Yi as he left. This guy is really smart. First, ordinary bullets were used to make Wu Di careless, and then the origin bullets were mixed in with the ordinary bullets. Such an attack can be easily overlooked. However, in the final analysis, Wu Di's combat experience was too shallow. Liao Honglei looked down on Wu Di in his words. He crossed his arms and smiled faintly. For veterans like us in the army, this mistake could never have happened. We would never give Zhang Yi a chance to shoot. Bai Chunyu, who looked feminine next to him, calmly added, "But this Zhang Yi is indeed a person with great combat talent, isn't he? He knows how to use his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, which is quite rare." Deng Shintong ignored the words of the two men behind him, as he stares at Zhang Yi with full appreciation in his eyes. Then he thought to himself, the establishment of the investigation team is fixed, and the number of people cannot be increased at will. However, this Zhang Yi is already qualified to become a formal member of the God team. Why not kick the annoyance Lu Winghao out of the official team? His strength is already a bit of a drag after all. On the 5th floor, Zhu Zhang came to terms with Zhang Yi's victory. This duel proved that Zhang Yi had the strength to be an elite member of the investigation team. After all, Wu Di is also one of the strongest members of the Black Robe investigation team. It seems that our intelligence on Zhang Yi is indeed wrong. Zhu Zhang frowned slightly. He just don't know whether Zhang Yi was good at hiding his strength, or Bailey Chongqing concealed something when reporting to him. Bailey Chongqing had already reported Zhang Yi's ability truthfully. He was indeed a defensive mutant. From the perspective of attack, he used his brain more, due to the lack of strong attack attribute. It can only mean that this person's ability was not very offensive, but he is too good at fighting. But why does he have the origin bullet? Zhu Zhang said, looking at the secretary Lan Xinqing next to him. The origin bullet was a secret of the country, and it was jointly developed by the technical departments of the 6 major regions. The materials used were incredibly rare, and both the materials and the production process are kept absolutely confidential. Lan Xinqing hurriedly reported, maybe he accidentally got a few when the Black Robe Squad was on a mission in Tianhai City. I will go to Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing to confirm it. Zhu Zhang nodded. That's fine. It's alright if a few of them were lost. We can consider Zhang Yi in the future. He may be useful when the time comes. Lan Xinqing saw Zhu Zhang's appreciation for Zhang Yi and couldn't help asking, Commander, do you want to transfer him to Blizzard City? Let someone train him, and then consider incorporating him into the Yenyun army or assigning him to a certain investigation team. Zhu Zhang thought about it, but waved his hand. For the time being, let's not use him. After all, he is the leader of the mutants in Tianhai City. Today's Tianhai City is in ruins and its combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. If he is transferred away again, Tianhai City will not be peaceful in the future. Lan Xinqing heard this and replied that Zhu Zhang seems to be considering it. Lan Xinqing has been with Zhu Zhang for many years and knows his temper. The subtext of this remark is that although he admires Zhang Yi a little, he has not yet reached the point of liking him. After all, the strength shown by Zhang Yi is at most above average in the investigation team and the Yenyun army. Zhang Yi left the martial arts arena and came to the 2nd floor. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi without any surprise in his eyes. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly that it was nothing. Wu Di was just a nobody, and Zhang Yi didn't take him seriously. As for the weapons, what do you say? Bailey Chongqing saw Zhang Yi's eagerness and said, if you are so anxious, I can take you there to get them later. The weapons depot of the investigation team was in the combat center, not far from there. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. Speaking of the training suit on his body, Zhang Yi really couldn't let it go. Although the protective suit he wore before had strong defense and was equipped with many modern technology equipment, it was definitely not as powerful as this white and black tights. Not only is it strong in defense, the key is that it can improve a person's basic physical fitness, which was terrifying. Fortunately, he has Lu Karen, so he can ask her to help him get a set. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen next to him. Lu Karen slightly nodded at him, reassuring Zhang Yi not to worry. Zhang Yi raised a smile with a confident look in his eyes. It seems that a similar outfit will be in his hands soon. Later, Zhang Yi came out of the locker room, fully changed out of the training suit. Wu Di was already outside, and you could clearly see the annoyance on his face, but he no longer had the hostility towards Zhang Yi. After the fight, the unhealthy obsession of his was finally let go. He also understood that he couldn't even beat Zhang Yi when he didn't even use his full strength. When Zhang Yi came out, he heard him speaking to Bailey Chongqing. I thought I was well prepared this time and would have a chance to beat him. Bailey Chongqing comforted him. You joined the investigation team not long ago. What you lack is practical experience. You just need to practice more in the future. As Zhang Yi approached them, he called them out. Are you guys done chatting? If you are, please take me to get my spoils. Bailey Chongqing waved to a distance and saw Meng Siyu, a member of the investigation team, coming over with a long wooden box. She confidently walked over and handed the box to Zhang Yi. This is what you want. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he wanted to open it to see his new weapon. But Bailey Chongqing reached out and pressed the box, stopping him covertly. Let's take a look after we go back. Although the standard adamantium metal weapon was not the top secret of Blizzard City, ordinary soldiers were not qualified to use it. In principle, it was not good for Bailey Chongqing to give one to Zhang Yi, but the temporary rules of Blizzard City do not specify this in detail. Therefore, Zhang Yi can use it, but there is no need to be too ostentatious. Zhang Yi understood and reached out to put the weapon box into his alternate space. If I open it here, it's too conspicuous. After all, it's an adamantium weapon. Bailey Chongqing leisurely spread his hands and said with a warm smile, after this fight today, the past grievances will be written off. I hope you guys can be friends in the future. Friends? This word suddenly made Zhang Yi a little gloomy. After all, his standards for choosing friends were extremely high. Anyway, they're just some nice words, and it won't cost him anything. Besides, he still had to give Bailey Chongqing some face. Zhang Yi revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth and took the initiative to extend his hand to Wu Di. We have to take care of each other in the future. The two really had no personal grudges. And after the fight, Wu Di personally felt the gap between himself and Zhang Yi. Although Wu Di might indeed be arrogant, but he admires and respects the strong. With the initiative already being taken by Zhang Yi, Wu Di simply stretched out his hand a little embarrassedly and shook hands with Zhang Yi. Nodding slightly, Wu Di was on board. Outside the martial arts arena, it was nearly dawn at this moment. There was a curfew in Blizzard City, but due to the duel earlier, Zhang Yi and his team were pardoned just this once. And as for the investigation team, this curfew naturally had no effect on them. As the group parted ways, Zhang Yi waved at Bailey Chongqing and said, "We'll go back and rest first before the meeting." Bailey Chongqing nodded and replied that after the gathering is over, they can find time to get together. "To be honest, I didn't let you drink good wine today, and I'm sorry as the host that I haven't entertained you well enough." Walking away, Zhang Yi smiled faintly, replying that if Bailey Chongqing indeed have time then, they can have a few drinks together. So with that, Zhang Yi and his team left the combat center. Unbeknownst to everyone, Deng Shintong was watching the entire interaction with some interesting thoughts. He had the idea of winning Zhang Yi over, but he had already met Zhang Yi not long ago, and confronting him again would feel a bit rushed, which was not his style. Surprisingly, Zhang Yi had never heard of his name, but it wasn't that hard to guess why. After all, Zhang Yi came from a small city. After thinking for a while, Deng Shintong turned to Bai Chunyu and ordered, "Go find Zhang Yi later and ask him to come to my house to meet me after the gathering." Bai Chunyu was careful and cautious in doing things, unlike Liao Honglei who was reckless, so it was best for him to find Zhang Yi. "Oh, and don't forget to take him to the leaderboard on the way to let him know who I, Deng Shintong, am." Bai Chunyu nodded with a smile on his face. "Yes, Captain." And with that, he turned and left the scene. You see, the hard currency in Blizzard City was personal points. The easiest and fastest way to get these points was to go out on missions. And the leaderboard was the ranking list with scores, known as the heavenly ranking, which also indicates a person's strength. Deng Shintong's points have always been the first on the heavenly ranking, so naturally he had to let Zhang Yi know his strength. Seeing the obvious relationship Zhang Yi had with the members of the Black Robe team, Deng Shintong believes this action would influence Zhang Yi in joining his team. If he was fooled by Bailey Chongqing and joins the Black Robe team by accident, it would be a waste of talent. This self-absorbed idiot was totally oblivious that his actions would have the opposite effect, because the last thing Zhang Yi wants was to follow someone's orders. Meanwhile, on the way back to the apartment building, Zhang Yi was totally preoccupied with having a new weapon. He didn't have to share the dragon's roar with Liang Yu anymore. With both swords made of adamantium, he genuinely didn't know which one was better. In addition, he was a little worried. He hoped that his battle with Wu Di would not attract too much attention from the top leaders of Blizzard City. Otherwise, it would be bad if they became jealous of his strength and tried to keep him in Blizzard City. A few distance from the combat center, he suddenly heard a feminine voice behind him, calling his name. "Mr. Zhang Yi, can I have a word with you?" Everyone, including Zhang Yi, turned around subconsciously when they heard this voice. In front of them was a feminine man with a diamond-black combat uniform, squinting his eyes, and with shoulder-length hair. Zhang Yi took a few steps and closed the distance between them. "Who are you?" Zhang Yi had never seen this person before, but he knew, almost like a gut feeling, that the person in front of him must have an extraordinary identity. "My name is Bai Chunyu, and I belong to the God Squad." Bai Chunyu smiled and continued, "I saw Mr. Zhang Yi fighting with Wu Di from the Black Robe team just now. Mr. Zhang's battle thinking was very clever and his abilities were very interesting. God team?" The figure of Deng Shintong suddenly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. "Is he trying to win me over?" Bai Chunyu did not play dumb with Zhang Yi but spoke directly. "After you finish the meeting, our captain hopes you can come and meet him. Because you people from other cities don't know the situation in Blizzard City very well, you might be deceived by others and go to places you shouldn't go." As Bai Chunyu continued, his smile deepens. "If I'm not mistaken, Bailey Chongqing of the Black Robe team has tried to persuade you to join their team, right?" Zhang Yi listened thoughtfully as a smile crept on his lips. He knew Bailey Chongqing didn't have the courage to make him stay. After all, if he stays, his captain position will be lost. But Bai Chunyu felt that he guessed right. He could tell by Zhang Yi's expression that Bailey Chongqing has already extended this offer to him. He smiled even more. After the death of the former captain Bienen Junwu, the strength of the Black Robe team has dropped to the bottom of the 6 major investigation teams. It may even be cancelled in the future, so I hope you will be cautious and won't be deceived. Zhang Yi knew that the invitation from Deng Shintong was to invite him to join his team. However, he had no intention of joining Blizzard City. But he couldn't refuse the invitation directly. According to Bailey Chongqing, Deng Shintong's status in Blizzard City was even higher than Bienen Junwu, so he naturally shouldn't offend him. After the gathering, "I will come to visit Mr. Deng Shintong." Hearing Zhang Yi's answer, Bai Chunyu's mood brightened slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Then I will come to find you, so that you can learn more about the history of the Celestial Squad and our strength." After saying that, Bai Chunyu turned and head back to the combat center. As everyone stared at Zhang Yi, Chunlei came from behind and asked worriedly, "Boss, you are like a dazzling diamond now. Someone has targeted you and you can't get rid of it." Zhang Yi said lightly, "With my strength, it is inevitable that they will pay attention to me. Even before absorbing the origin of Yuan Konga, my performance was even enough to attract Bienen Junwu's attention. So this matter was inevitable. Everyone being too good is also a kind of trouble. But if I don't want to join Blizzard City, I'm sure they won't force me." Bienen Junwu and Bailey Chongqing both mentioned this to him. The survey team and the Yenyun army have very high requirements for loyalty. Therefore, the process of absorbing mutants from the outside world was very strict. Not only do they need to be strong, but they also have to consider their background, character, and so on. The only exception Blizzard City leaders would accept without caring about losing face was for someone with outstanding and overwhelming strength and abilities. Like a mutant of Epsilon level perhaps. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, everyone was relieved. Because according to what they've heard, the rules in the city were very complicated, and the survival information was determined based on a person's contribution. So, if Zhang Yi comes to Blizzard City, they definitely have to follow him. But they would be restricted by others and would not be as free as they were in Tianhai City. But at this moment, Lu Karen kept her eyes on the long wooden box in Zhang Yi's hands like a kid waiting for a treat. Zhang Yi naturally knew what she was thinking. "Come on, let's go back quickly and take a look." He also wanted to take a look at the new weapon. Meanwhile, at the combat center from afar, Deng Shentong continued to observe Zhang Yi with a smile. He was really looking forward to meeting Zhang Yi again, and genuinely curious about what kind of surprises he would bring him. In the apartment complex, Zhang Yi returned to his room with everyone. They all looked at the box on the table with expectation. However, Liang Yu and Lu Karen were especially curious about Zhang Yi's new weapon as they both simultaneously reached to touch it. But Zhang Yi naturally wanted to be the first, so he reached out and slowly opened it. And the moment he did, a sudden hiss sound was heard, and with that, the box was opened. A white smoke immediately filled the air as Zhang Yi frowned slightly, subconsciously backing away a step. However, Lu Karen understood his actions and informed him that the white smoke was a chemical agent used to maintain metals. It can ensure that metal materials are not corroded. Usually, only extremely precious treasures and weapons will use it for maintenance. Zhang Yi was relieved. After the smoke dissipated, the style of the horizontal sword inside was revealed. Everyone came over involuntarily and looked at the appearance of this weapon carefully. At first glance, you can feel that this sword was extraordinary. The shape is full of cyberpunk style. Under the light, the blade was glowing with a layer of blue, and the handle is wrapped in black leather. This sword was not long, and the blade and the handle were only a little more than 1 meter, about 1.2 meters. Compared with the dragon's roar used by Liang Yu, its length seems shorter. The blade was straight and can be used for piercing, chopping, and cutting. It was not a weapon that can be used in large-scale combat, but it was more suitable for close combat as well as parrying and blocking. The advantages were close-range reaction and convenient carrying. "Good sword," Liang Yu comments, recognizing it at a glance. This is similar to the Tang Dynasty horizontal knife. Although it is not an ancient style, it is also a good item for close combat and easy to carry. Zhang Yi raised the horizontal sword. Although he was not an expert in using knives, he could feel the sharpness of the blade, which was definitely not inferior to the dragon's roar. Beaming with anticipation, Lu Karen couldn't help but raise her hand, shouting enthusiastically, "Brother Zhang Yi, can I take a look?" "Of course, take it and have a look." Zhang Yi smiled faintly and handed it over. Lu Karen took the horizontal sword. It was not heavy, only about 5 or 6 pounds, but it was extremely sharp. It was just right for someone like Zhang Yi who did not have a lot of strength. Lu Karen touched the blade with both hands and immediately activated her skill, Divine Machine Control. She suddenly began to analyze the overall material structure of the horizontal sword made of adamantium. When she was done with her analysis, Zhang Yi saw that her brows were deeply furrowed and she looked serious, so he couldn't help asking if the metal can be reproduced. Zhang Yi stared at Lu Karen with hopeful eyes. Lu Karen calmly replied Zhang Yi that she had completed the analysis. However, the forging of adamantium was very complicated. In addition to the extremely rare materials used, the forging process was also extremely cumbersome. Although it can be made with the ability of my Divine Machine Control, it requires a lot of time, and I have to think carefully about what kind of weapon to use to create with it. When Zhang Yi heard this, he was not disappointed. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and offered some words of encouragement. If you can easily crack and refine all the top cold weapon materials in the region, then won't that kill the fun and excitement? There is no need to rush this matter. just follow the steps. After all, haste makes waste, especially for products in these high-tech fields. You must have enough patience to make them. If this thing is so easy to replicate, it would have been popularized in the entire Blizzard City army by now. Encouraged by Zhang Yi, Lu Karen nodded vigorously. I will definitely study the production process of it and the white and black battle suit as soon as possible. At this moment, Liang Yu couldn't wait anymore and quickly asked to have a look. Seeing Liang Yu barely able to contain herself, Zhang Yi motioned for Lu Karen to hand it over to Liang Yu. Give it to her, he said. She loves this kind of cold weapon more than I do. Liang Yu took the knife and admired it carefully for a while. As a warrior, she was particularly fond of weapons, especially famous weapons. She also uses horizontal swords. But what made her extremely happy at this moment was the fact that Zhang Yi now has his own weapon. And with this long knife, Zhang Yi no longer has to use her dragon's roar. She suddenly said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, give this sword a name. A precious sword must have its name to suit its owner. Zhang Yi took back the horizontal sword. And as he stares at the precious sword in his hand flashing with a faint blue cold light, Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, then I will call it the Holy Judgment. The sacred judgment is naturally the judgment of human life. Cutting people like cutting paper, this is the meaning Zhang Yi gave it. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to Zhu Zheng's office, Zhu Zheng, at this moment after watching the battle, admired Zhang Yi in his heart. But he was also thinking about Bailey Chongqing's comments on him. He frowned slightly and wondered if he could use this shield in a suitable position, given his low loyalty. That's right, Zhang Yi was not considered as a sword or a gun, but a shield. Zhang Yi gave Zhu Zheng the feeling of a shield that was extremely good at defense, ensuring that he was not in danger and then counterattacked. This kind of person may be boring, but if placed in the right position, it often produces unexpected results. However, at this time, Secretary Lan Xinqing came in to inform him that he had a guest. Zhu Zheng raised his head and said lightly in a majestic tone, let him in. Lan Xinqing took the order and went to the door to invite the person inside. Please come in, she said. Seconds after, Wu Di's figure walked in. He came not far from Zhu Zheng, straightened his back, and saluted respectfully. Commander, I was not strong enough to beat Zhang Yi. Please punish me. It turned out that the reason why Wu Di appeared in the password bar so coincidentally, and seemed to be rash to challenge Zhang Yi, was not a coincidence at all. He did this on Zhu Zheng's orders. Since the end of the last battle in Tianhai City, Zhu Zheng has been particularly interested in Zhang Yi. No matter how Bailey Chongqing's report tried to downplay the fact that Zhang Yi was able to block Yuan Konga's attack with his own strength, Zhu Zheng knew better. He knew what an attack from an Epsilon-level mutant meant. And although it was just a simple mention, it fell into Zhu Zheng's ears and he could not easily ignore it. So he already made plans in his mind before Zhang Yi even came to Blizzard City. However, the result of the battle disappointed him a little if he is being honest. Because it turned out that Zhang Yi was really good at only defense, but his offensive means were relatively poor. So Zhu Zheng lost interest in Zhang Yi later and only regarded him as a chess piece with special defensive abilities that could be used at special moments. Zhu Zheng turned his head and glanced at Wu Di. The defeated Wu Di was obviously a little ashamed in front of Zhu Zheng, and he lowered his head and dared not look into Zhu Zheng's eyes. Zhu Zheng smiled kindly and said that there was no need for an apology. It's only been 3 months since Wu Di awakened his superpowers and joined the Black Robe Squad. Wu Di, he continued, you have great potential. The reason you lost to Zhang Yi was just because you lack combat experience. Suddenly, Zhu Zheng's face became a little serious. Now that Bienen Junwu has died in battle, the combat power of the Black Robe Squad has also been seriously damaged. You need to grow up as soon as possible. In the future, you and Bailey Chongqing will carry the banner of the team together. Wu Di clenched his fists tightly. Thinking of Bienen Junwu, whom he regarded as a father, he felt a little sad, but also a great passion surged within him. That's right, now he must carry the banner of the investigation team. Without Bienen Junwu to rely on, he will become everyone's reliance. He is still young, and his ability still has unlimited room for growth. So a temporary victory or defeat can't prove anything. Wu Di raised his head and replied loudly, Yes, Commander, I will definitely not let you down. A few hours later, all the people from the outer city received a notice, requiring them to arrive at the Tianchang Conference Center in the center of Blizzard City before 9:30 in the morning. According to the previous notice, the official start time of the meeting was 10 o'clock, so it was reasonable to ask them to arrive half an hour earlier. A sudden knock on Zhang Yi's door woke him up. When he got up, his eyes were a little blurry. In fact, he hadn't slept well the entire time. After all, it was difficult to sleep in a strange city and a strange room. Zhang Yi slowly opened his apartment door and was surprised to see Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian. They brought their delivered food to eat together with Zhang Yi. Although this was a surprise visit to have a meal together, Zhang Yi felt as if it was an appointment. As the two entered the apartment, they were a bit surprised to find out that Zhang Yi's entire team members were also in his room. The two, not knowing the duel that happened, presumed the group also came pretty early too. But in actuality, it seems they never left the apartment. Zhang Yi's room was not very big, and there was no place to sit when there were too many people. So the two used the small dining area to have their meal quickly. When they were done, they all gathered in the small bedroom to discuss the topic at hand. Their earlier discussion was just a cliché, and everything was just mentioned again at this time. Zhang Yi casually dealt with them with a few words, but emphasized the precautions for coming to this city. "Listen," he said sternly, "this is Blizzard City. Although we are the kings in Tianhai City, compared with the regional headquarters, our strength is still too insignificant. Not to mention that now, the mutant forces from the 12 cities in the outer city are gathered here, and one careless move will cause an accidental discharge of guns. Therefore, I don't want any of you to have conflicts with others." At this point, Zhang Yi emphasized again, "If there is really something, bear with it for the time being. We will slowly solve it after leaving Blizzard City. Due to the numerous strict and complicated rules in this city, even if someone points at your nose and curses at you, you are not allowed to fight with them." Xiao Honglian frowned slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew that this was very difficult. After all, when there are too many people, conflicts are likely to break out. Especially with the current situation in Tianhai City, it is easier to be treated as a soft persimmon. If they keep giving in, they will be more likely to be taken advantage of. Even though she hated it, Xiao Honglian knew Zhang Yi was right. And with Tianhai City now under his jurisdiction, she also knew what Zhang Yi says goes. "Zhang Yi, now that we have decided to take you as the leader, we will definitely listen to you." Hearing this, Xing Tian smiled and agreed to this. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Yi added as a form of reassurance, "Don't worry, we don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. If someone really comes to us without any eyes, can't we just deal with them directly? It's not a big deal." Everyone believed Zhang Yi's words and was confident in defending their city. After leaving the apartment, the entire group came to the center of the Tianchong Hall, where there were several mutant organizations from other cities already present. The venue was very large, with a stepped structure that could accommodate about 2,000 people. Zhang Yi and his team just followed the instructions of the service staff and entered the venue with the others. Among the 12 cities, the team in Tianhai City seemed relatively deserted with the least number of people. They quietly found a place to sit down near each other, and did not indulge in any form of communication with mutants from the other cities. Soon, it was 10:30, and as everyone silently waited for the meeting to begin, they did not see Zhu Zheng appear at the venue to preside over the meeting. Zhang Yi yawned and leaned lazily in his seat, quite bored. Seeing this, Zhou Qir slightly nudged him with her elbow and inquired how long he thinks they would have to wait. Zhang Yi, already used to the process of waiting for meetings at work before the end of the world, told her to just treat it as a normal process. Indeed, it was difficult for meetings of this magnitude to be held on time. It is often considered good if it can be held within an hour after the agreed time. Especially in this case, which involves the integration of the entire Jiangnan region, because many factors must be considered. However, some people gradually became restless in the venue. Zhang Yi pretended not to hear it. After all, he had expected this meeting to be delayed until the afternoon from the very beginning. And all this was not because the Jiangnan region senior management headed by Zhu Zhang deliberately left them alone. No, this was far from it. It was because something happened. Something urgent. Now, to grasp what led to this, let's go back to 7 o'clock, to the office of Zhu Zheng, commander of the operations center. Zhu Zheng's morning routine was interrupted as the scene shifts to his office on the top floor, where Tu Yunlai from the operations department reports his urgent findings about the issue involving Linhai City. Tu Yunlai reported in a deep voice, "According to your instructions, I sent people to Linhai to investigate why the local forces there did not report to Blizzard City. But when they arrived in Linhai City, they found that the 3 forces there had been slaughtered." Zhu Zheng's face was a little gloomy. His brows suddenly twisted solemnly. Although the several forces in Linhai City were not very strong, they still had thousands of people, and on top of that, more than 50 mutants. This wipeout wasn't something that ordinary people could do. "Have you found out who did it?" Tu Yunlai was pissed as he replied through his gritted teeth. "After our people went there, they suddenly encountered the group of people that attacked the forces there." His voice immediately became low, and a trace of anger could be felt in his words. "The ones I sent were all the best fighters in Yenyun. Although there were only 4 of them, their fighting power was definitely not weak. However, among the 4, 3 of them died in the battle. Only one named Chun-Chi escaped back, and according to him, those people spoke Japanese. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Zheng's eyes immediately widened, and for a brief moment, he was at a loss for words. You mean they are from Japan? Sun Lushuan, a top-notch expert in Blizzard City, who was only responsible for protecting Zhu Zheng's safety. He did not do anything else and was very different from that of an ordinary guard. Sun Lushuan stood at the office entrance with a dark diamond-rimmed glasses on his nose, obviously in thought. A calm yet cold murderous thought flashed across his narrow eyes. It was an emotion engraved in his bones. What's more, the world is currently in chaos, and the people of Japan have once again set foot on their land, slaughtering the mutant forces in Linhai City and killing 3 Yenyun guards of the Jiangnan region. This behavior was equivalent to declaring war. Zhu Zheng's face was still gloomy that even Sun Lushuan and Tu Yunlai felt palpitations. Although this old general does not have any supernatural powers, the power in his hands can thoroughly cleanse the entire archipelago. Once it is confirmed that the other party is really a mutant party sent by Japan, the state of war will be upgraded. Tu Yunlia's voice came from his collar. According to the intelligence we have obtained so far, their number was not large, and it is not a large-scale army either. They're probably just the vanguard. Please allow me to lead the troops to wipe them out. Zhu Zhang was in a deep thought when he heard this. He was thinking about the interests involved in this incident. The annihilation of a seaside mutant organization was not a big loss for him. What was serious was the significance of this incident and the people who caused it, which might indicate that the people on the archipelago were starting to set their sights on the territory of China again. Zhu Zhang didn't take the mere neon seriously. The power possessed by the Jiangnan region alone could completely flatten the archipelago. It was just that the use of extraordinary force was more serious, and Japan was also involved with many countries. This was a matter of pulling one hair and moving the whole body, so it was not easy to start a war at will. Zhu Zhang thought for a moment, and fortunately, the loss was not serious at the moment. As a commander, he would not act impulsively, but would choose to make plans before acting. Where is the Yenyun guard named Chun-Chi? Zhu Zhang looked at Tu Yunlai. Tu Yunlai replied in a muffled voice. We have brought him here, and he's currently waiting outside to report the details to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhang said urgently, What are you waiting for? Let him in. This matter was of great importance and could not be taken lightly. He must confirm whether this action is the outpost of the Neon invasion or just an action organized by some Ronin. The two are completely different concepts. Under Zhu Zheng's orders, Tu Yunlai ordered to let Chun-Chi in. Chun-Chi, supported by a nurse, walked in. The Yenyun guard was wearing bandages and breathing weakly. Zhu Zhang asked Chun-Chi to sit down and report the news to him. Chun-Chi, tell me exactly what you saw when you went to Linhai City this time. The situation was urgent and Zhu Zhang had no time to comfort him. Chun-Chi took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and recounted the results of the investigation in Linhai City. The matter was roughly what Tu Yunlai said, but it was more detailed. But what was certain is that the culprit who killed all the mutants in Linhai City spoke Japanese. Zhu Zhang frowned and asked calmly, How many people? Chun-Chi replied that he only saw 3 people. And from beginning to end, there was only one person with a knife. His knife was very fast, and he cut off Xue Ting, his teammate's arm, with one strike. Chun-Chi's face was a little gloomy. He thought of his comrades and was filled with grief. The moment we started fighting, we felt that we were not on the same level as the other party. So the 3 of them tried their best to hold the other party back, giving me the opportunity to come back and report. Fortunately, our means of transportation were better than theirs, so I was able to save my life. Chun-Chi suddenly clenched his fists and said loudly to Zhu Zhang, Commander-in-Chief, you must kill all these bastards and avenge our dead comrades. Zhu Zhang folded his hands to support his chin, and there was no change in his expression. He just spoke calmly to Chun-Chi. Don't worry, we will never sit idly by. These Japanese dared to come to our country's land and run wild. There is only one word for their fate, death. Zhu Zhang said it decisively, as if the god of death had sentenced those unfortunate fuckers' fate. He looked at Chun-Chi and spoke sternly, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury. You go back and recuperate first and leave the rest to the region. Chun-Chi nodded obediently, then accompanied by a nurse, limped out of Zhu Zheng's office. Tu Yunlia's eyes were fixed on Zhu Zhang, waiting for his orders. When given the go-ahead, he would lead people to kill all the Japanese in Linhai City. But Zhu Zhang had his own thoughts. The Foreign Affairs Department of Shangjing District must first contact the top leaders of Japan to confirm the identities of these Japanese people. With this development, there are only 2 possible outcomes. If the top leaders of Japan admit that these are their people, it means that a full-scale war is about to begin. This possibility was the lowest because with Japan's national strength, it is simply impossible to compete with China. Not to mention that they are ignorant of life and death and came to invade China's territory. The most likely one is the second, which was the top leaders of Japan renounce that these people have any relationship with them. That's right. It didn't matter whether they are organizations that invade in the name of individuals or mutants ordered by the top leaders of Japan. As long as the top leaders of Japan do not admit it, it means that these top leaders of Japan will not turn against China for them. In this case, it is not excessive for the Jiangnan district to deal with those people. A mere Japanese team of mutants dares to run wild on the land of my country. They are really courting death. Zhu Zhang murmured coldly, then took out the communicator in his office and began to contact the senior management of Shangjing district. After all, it involves Japan, which was equivalent to foreign affairs. According to convention, Shangjing still has to communicate. However, Zhu Zhang was delayed by the affairs of Linhai City, so naturally he had no way to preside over the meeting. Now, back to the present at the Tianchang Hall, it was currently noon, and everyone was still waiting, but they had gradually began to get impatient. Although they respected the strength of the Jiangnan district, they also considered themselves powerful after all. However, they're clearly unhappy to be left in the dark, considering the Jiangnan region was the one that reached out to them. In addition, Zhu Zhang needed to discuss with the senior management of Blizzard City to deal with that matter, so there were no higher-level figures at the venue to calm the situation down. Fortunately, the two investigation teams, together with the Yenyun troops, effortlessly maintained order so the venue did not become chaotic. However, the irritation on the faces of the mutants of the major forces in the 12 cities were difficult to contain. At noon, Blizzard City provided them with lunch, and Commander Zhu Zhang was still busy with other tasks and could only ask, or rather, order everyone not to leave the venue and eat boxed lunches. Only Zhang Yi and his group were relatively better at the venue. After all, there was a lot of food in his alternate space, so the problem of eating was too easy to solve. As the rest ate the simple boxed lunches provided by the Blizzard City cafeteria, they, on the other hand, were eating big fish and meat on the side. The food was steaming hot and the fragrance made the surrounding mutant forces feel extremely jealous. Chunlei even got in a verbal spat with two mutants in front of his position. Seeing their dissatisfaction, Chunlei, leisurely toothpicking his teeth, asked, "What was wrong with the meal you were given? You're really fussy." The guy rudely told them to clean after themselves after seeing the pile of emptied lunchboxes gathered by the group. Chunlei retorted, questioning if they were jealous. All the food they enjoyed were brought by his boss, so what does it have to do with them how they enjoy and do with the trash afterwards? Hearing this, the guy got angry, but his friend quickly intervened and warned him not to make a scene. It was in this moment that Zhang Yi placed all the piled lunchboxes into his alternate space. It would be an exaggeration to think Zhang Yi and his group were not comfortable staying there. Aside from sitting in their seat for far too long and feeling bored to death, they had no issue. However, these issues were only natural given the circumstance. An hour passed by slowly and neither Zhu Zhang nor the executives of Blizzard City had showed up. When asked, Zhang Yi simply replied that at this point, he too didn't know when the meeting would be held. Zhang Yi lazily stretched in his seat, and Zhou Qier, ever the loving, attentive, and caring girlfriend, decided to massage his arm. Hearing what Zhang Yi just said, Xiao Honglian couldn't help but complain. Are they making fun of us? They are deliberately ignoring us. What's the reason? Although Zhang Yi was a little impatient, he didn't show any resentment. He just simply shared his thoughts. The bigger the fist, the better. Xiao Honglian's face flushed a little, but they are too. Zhang Yi gestured with a finger, signaling her not to continue. It's useless to say more. The situation is stronger than everyone present at this venue. There are dozens of mutant organizations in the 12 cities. Someone will be unable to hold back and show up. We just need to not be the first to do so. Xiao Honglian looked around after hearing this, and sure enough, there were whispers in the meeting hall. When listened carefully, you can find that everyone is beginning to feel resentful about the actions of the Jiangnan district this time. There are even some people with hot tempers, and the words they said are more unpleasant. With a slight frown, Xiao Honglian held her chin and said after some thought, I understand what you mean, but we have been waiting here for so long. How long will this continue? Zhang Yi smiled. Just treat it as a meeting. You wouldn't listen to a few words in a serious meeting anyway. Zhang Yi was very open-minded. Small meetings are held for important matters, and large meetings are held for unimportant matters. In fact, Zhu Zhang asked them to come this time just to inform them of Blizzard City's decision, not to discuss anything with them. Therefore, the content of the meeting would not make much difference whether they listened or not. Anyway, they didn't need their opinions. At this time, Zhang Yi looked at the door of the meeting place and suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Bailey Chongqing, the captain of the Black Robe team. His sturdy figure was very easy to recognize and he seemed to be leaving the hall. Zhang Yi suddenly had a thought. Blizzard City dared to let so many mutants in, so it had enough confidence to suppress them. It seemed that there were powerful troops outside who were ready. Once any problem occurred here, they would suppress it without hesitation. It was boring and noisy to stay in the meeting place, and there were too many people, so the air became turbid. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up and said he was going out for a walk. Hearing this, Zhou Qi said hurriedly that she would accompany him. Zhang Yi stopped her and anyone who wanted to go out with him. I'm going to talk to Bailey Chongqing, so you guys should stay and not move around. There were many people and it was better not to move around casually, so as not to inadvertently cause a conflict with someone. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Zhou Qi obediently resigned. After that, he walked to the aisle alone. Zhang Yi walked out of the back door, immediately attracting the attention of the guards around. However, Bailey Chongqing saw him, stretched out his hand to signal the guard not to be nervous, and then walked over. Zhang Yi. Bailey Chongqing greeted with a smile. Zhang Yi returned the smile and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Bailey Chongqing looked around and pulled Zhang Yi aside. "Something big happened up there, and the commander can't come over for the time being, because the matter over there is more urgent and must be dealt with quickly. So it's not that I'm leaving you out on purpose. When there are results over there, I will naturally come to see you." Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's the case. Can I ask what it is?" Bailey Chongqing shook his head. "I don't know about that. You have to know that our investigation team is just an armed force, responsible for executing orders issued by the top leaders. But we don't know about other situations." Zhang Yi frowned slightly, but said, "It seems that things are about to change in the Jiangnan region. All the mutants from the 12 cities gathered in Blizzard City. Isn't this a big deal?" But Zhu Zhang was still delayed by other things, which meant that the situation over there was even more troublesome. Zhang Yi knew nothing and it was useless to worry. Perhaps, whatever it might be, it seems the many forces in the entire Jiangnan district could not remain unscathed. As he stared back at the hall's entrance, he knew that there are so many mutants coming to the Jiangnan region, so not everyone would stay out of trouble. Zhang Yi then asked Bailey Chongqing, "In that case, why not just give us a notice and let us go back and wait? Why do we have to wait here?" Bailey Chongqing calmly replied, "You guys still have to wait here. We also have to maintain order nearby, but I heard that the incident happened quite urgently, so the top management has gone to a meeting and has no time to take care of this side. This doesn't sound like good news, and I'm starting to get scared," Zhang Yi said nervously. Bailey Chongqing sighed, his eyes full of worry. Who said it wasn't? If something big really happened, the people in their investigation team would definitely rush to the front line. He hadn't been the captain for long, and the death of Bienen Junwu greatly reduced the strength of the Black Robe team. If he really encounters a large-scale conflict, will he be able to come back safely next time? Seeing Bailey Chongqing's expression, Zhang Yi took out a pack of cigarette from his alternate space and handed one to Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing's eyes lit up immediately. This kind of cigarettes cost 100 yuan a pack before the end of the world. Nowadays, the cigarette industry chain has long been shut down, and the major forces simply cannot spend resources on them. Therefore, the value of cigarettes were even higher. If it is traded in Blizzard City, it can be exchanged for a good weapon. But Zhang Yi neither knew nor cared to trade. No matter how rare something is, someone still has to use it in the end. Zhang Yi lit his first, and then Bailey Chongqing's. Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath, and then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The two chatted casually. It was boring to wait inside, so Zhang Yi might as well chat with Bailey Chongqing outside and learn more about the news of the Jiangnan region. Not only them, but people from other forces also came out for some fresh cold air. The area around the entire hall was heavily guarded, and they were stationed not to leave the vicinity at all cost. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing heard a commotion not far away. The two looked over curiously. Someone said there was a fight going on over outside, so they should go and watch the excitement. This is really interesting. I can just go and have a look to relieve my boredom. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chongqing immediately contacted the Yenyun guards near them and asked what happened. Soon he received a response. Facing Zhang Yi's curious eyes, he smiled and said, "Someone is fighting outside." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked if Bailey Chongqing wasn't going to stop the fight, or does he simply not care about it? Bailey Chongqing said disapprovingly, "As long as they don't destroy or conflict with the residents of Blizzard City, we don't care." Of course, this was not in the regulations of Blizzard City. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Maybe they are too bored and are looking for some fun." Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi with a teasing look in his eyes. "But I heard that some of the people fighting are from your Tianhai city. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly froze. People from Tianhai city. Before he came, he had repeatedly warned everyone not to clash with mutants from any other city. Even if they encountered any situation, they had to wait until the conference was over before dealing with it. But who was so impulsive to clash with others at this time? I just hope it wasn't someone from my team. Bailey Chongqing asked Zhang Yi if he would like to go over and take a look. But before he could tease a little, Zhang Yi had already turned around and walked towards the door. Bailey Chongqing tells Zhang Yi to not rush over there so fast, and wait for him. Outside the building, a crowd of people had already gathered in front of them to watch the excitement. They shouted loudly and cheered excitedly for the fighters to kill each other. With Bailey Chongqing leading the way, the crowd around them quickly split into a path. He and Zhang Yi squeezed to the front of the crowd. Zhang Yi then saw who was fighting, and it was none other than Chen Jingguan, and the other was Sun Jiaming from Days City. Seeing them, Zhang Yi understood what was going on. Morning Dew Base and Sun Jiaming's forces were both on the sea, and there had been conflicts in the past. Before the zombie tide, Morning Dew Base was strong. Under the leadership of Wei Dinghai, he must have suppressed Sun Jiaming a lot. But now that Tianhai City is in decline, and the strength of Morning Dew Base was only 20% to 30% of its heyday, Sun Jiaming will naturally not miss this opportunity to beat the dog when it is down. The two may have had an argument, so they started fighting. After Bailey Chongqing came over, several Yenyun guards nearby saw him and greeted him respectfully. Although they are not in the same system, Bailey Chongqing's level is much higher than these Yenyun guards. In addition, Bailey Chongqing is also a person who walked out of the Yenyun system and is their outstanding predecessor. What's going on? Bailey Chongqing asked a Yenyun guard. The Yenyun guard smiled and said, "They want to fight. They have already applied to us, and we certainly have no reason to refuse." He also had an attitude of watching the fun. Zhang Yi frowned and watched the scene silently. Sun Jiaming's ability was very special. It seems that he was a person with the ability of strengthening system. His two arms swelled up, like two gorilla arms, and his palms became like two huge palm leaf fans. Chen Jingguan, who was his opponent, was beaten extremely badly, with injuries all over his body. Obviously, Chen Jingguan was no match for Sun Jiaming. Sun Jiaming looked at Chen Jingguan, who was struggling, with a mocking smile on his lips. "If Wei Dinghai was still alive, he might fight me. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting with me?" When Chen Jingguan heard Sun Jiaming mention his dead old superior, he was immediately furious, and carelessly rushed forward with a roar. Chen Jingguan's movements were like lightning, and his body twisted in the air, like a huge human snake about to wrap around Sun Jiaming. But Sun Jiaming was not in a hurry. Looking for death, he opened his two huge palms, caught Chen Jingguan's body, and then grabbed it tightly. Then he stretched it like stretching noodles, and smashed it to the ground with force. Originally, Chen Jingguan's ability could soften himself and increase his toughness, making him difficult to be hurt even by a bullet. But when Sun Jiaming made his move, a shock force came out of his right hand, penetrating Chen Jingguan's body and directly stirring his internal organs. Chen Jingguan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, Sun Jiaming had no intention of stopping. He laughed loudly and swung Chen Jingguan like a rope. With the fight nearing its conclusion, the outcome at this point was already decided. Everyone knew Chen Jingguan had no chance of winning. The gap in strength between the two was too massive that he had become a toy in Sun Jiaming's hands. The crowd laughed excitedly and cheered for Sun Jiaming, and their remarks held no restraint. "Well done, Sun Jiaming. Is this person truly from Tianhai City? He's too weak. Yup, it's hard to believe he's a leader of a faction. No way, just like that? It seems that there are only weak people in Tianhai City at present. Wow, I only heard about it before, but seeing it with my own eyes, there's nothing to doubt anymore. If weak people like this can dominate that city, then it's a pity to waste such a good place." It seems the little face Tianhai City had was completely gone due to this one-sided beatdown, and the faces of everyone from the other cities present was filled with immense greed that they were practically drooling. Tianhai City is very rich. At some point, Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian joined the crowd. But the moment Xing Tian saw the situation, he gritted his teeth in anger. He took a step forward to take action but was immediately stopped by Xiao Honglian. After assessing the situation, Xiao Honglian obviously had no intention of taking action right away, and wanted to know Zhang Yi's opinion on the matter first. The two turned their gaze from side to side until Xiao Honglian spotted Zhang Yi a few distance away with Bailey Chongqing. "There!" She immediately pointed a finger in that direction as the two approached them. Their eyes were a little hopeful, and the look they gave Zhang Yi clearly asked if he wanted to take action. Zhang Yi spared them a glance and smiled coldly, looking away. His behavior was clearly evident that he had no intention of doing such a thing. However, when Bailey Chongqing glanced at him, he was a little worried that Zhang Yi would suddenly get furious and kill everyone here. He stretched out his hand and offered to intervene. "Do you want me to stop it? After all, it's not convenient for you to take action." Hearing this, Zhang Yi continued to watch the fight without a trace of displeasure in his smile. "No need," he said. "This is interesting to watch. Besides, it's just to relieve everyone's boredom, and stopping it will cause unnecessary trouble." He wasn't particularly close to any of the three major forces in Tianhai City, and although they had been trying their best to please him, hoping for his protection, Chen Jingguan, who clearly never bothered showing up in any of their meetings and even came to Blizzard City separately, disregarded his warning and went to duel with Sun Jiaming without his authorization, which also violated his order. Let him suffer alone. And as for these morons who foolishly believes that Tianhai City is weak and easy to plunder for resources, let them come and try. Bailey Chongqing simply smirked when he heard this. It seems some people don't value their lives. Chen Jingguan and Sun Jiaming were not at the same level. And according to Zhang Yi's judgment, Chen Jingguan's ability was only at the Gamma level, which is originally behind the first-line level of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi intended to take this opportunity to teach the three a lesson and see if they will disobey his orders again in the future. Shortly after, Zhang Yi turned around and left. There was nothing good about this farce of unilateral ravage. After thinking it over, Bailey Chongqing told the Yenyun guards to later stop Sun Jiaming under the pretext of not wanting to cause any loss of life. He then called out to Zhang Yi, wanting to continue their previous chat, but Zhang Yi just proceeded forward without a backward glance. "I'm going back to take a seat. You can do your thing, and don't worry about me." So with that, Zhang Yi returned to the venue and back to his seat. The fight was quickly wrapped up and Chen Jingguan had been beaten half to death. The crowd went back one after another, talking and laughing about the battle just now. In their conversations, contempt for Tianhai City was overflowing. Their tone was mostly teasing and mocking. Obviously, Chen Jingguan's defeat was an open invitation to all the mutants present. Inside, Liang Yu sighed lightly. She comments on how things would become troublesome in the future. Chen Jingguan's defeat made people felt that Tianhai City no longer had any strong forces and was weak and could be bullied. Everyone couldn't help but look worried, especially Chunlei. "It's over. Will they do something bad to us before the meeting is over?" Uncle Yu replied that that wasn't the case. They were in Blizzard City after all, and they won't let anyone do whatever they want. Zhang Yi wasn't the least bit bothered. It's useless to say more now. The key lies in the details on how you get things done. After dealing with the affairs of Blizzard City, he will naturally find someone to show off his power and let people know that there were still strong people in Tianhai City. Chunlei felt relieved after hearing what Zhang Yi said. But at this moment, Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian walked in, and behind them was Chen Jingguan, who was covered in injuries. Although they felt a little embarrassed, they were all organizations in Tianhai City after all, and they couldn't just ignore him. When the group walked in, they could clearly hear the ridicule of others, and it was extremely unpleasant. Zhang Yi didn't even bother to look at them when they came to their seats. Xiao Honglian couldn't stand it anymore, so she came over and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, can you let Dr. Zhou take a look at Chen Jingguan? He seems to have injured his internal organs." Zhang Yi didn't even turn his head and said lightly, "He likes to fight, so how can he not afford the price of losing?" Xiao Honglian's face was a little embarrassed. She also knew that Zhang Yi was annoyed that Chen Jingguan didn't listen and had a duel with Sun Jiaming privately. Chen Jingguan knew that he was in the wrong, but he still explained to Zhang Yi, "It's not that I'm aggressive, it's just that they're bullying me too much. I was just chatting with an old acquaintance outside, and he came over to mock my old boss Wei Dinghai. He also said that there is no one in Tianhai City now, so why not join his team and let his people manage Tianhai City? In front of so many forces from other cities, if I just tolerate it, won't people look down on the forces in Tianhai City?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi cast a cold glance at him and asked casually, "So, have you given face to Tianhai City now?" This sentence was a direct slap on Chen Jingguan's face. Now everyone can see that the leader of a force in Tianhai City was so weak that he was played like a disgusting bug by Sun Jiaming. The face of all the major forces in Tianhai City has been lost due to Chen Jingguan's actions. Chen Jingguan's expression was distorted like he'd eaten a pile of heavy shit. Zhang Yi did not let him continue, but said coldly, "Stop talking. You don't need to explain anything to me. After all, we are not familiar with each other." Hearing this, Chen Jingguan suddenly felt a chill down his spine because Zhang Yi's words were already expressing his attitude towards his base in the future. If there was no need to explain his actions to him, then it meant that he might be severing ties with Morning Dew base in the future. No. Chun Jingguan hurriedly admitted his mistake. Zhang Yi, I was wrong, and I deserved to be beaten. Please, for the sake of the fact that we are all from Tianhai City and that you have been the head of the entire city for a while, please don't ignore us. I will listen to you in everything in the future. We've been fighting each other to the death until recently, but now your only excuse is that we are both from Tianhai City? Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully. You behaved like you were so capable earlier. As the leader of Morning Dew Base, do you need to apologize to me about every action you take? You just exposed your strength and made everyone think that the forces in Tianhai City were weak. What's wrong with you? You just caused trouble for everyone. Zhang Yi placed a finger on his lips, signaling him not to speak anymore. You need to go and rest now. Chun Jingguan was very scared at this point, hesitating, not knowing what to say, and Zhang Yi was not going to be fooled by a few apologies this time. This incident can at best accelerate the conflict between Tianhai City and the other cities. The population of Tianhai City has dwindled, and it is inevitable that there will be conflicts with the surrounding cities. Sooner or later, Zhang Yi will have to take action to deal with this matter. However, Chun Jingguan must pay the price for his stupid behavior this time. Without enough sincerity, Zhang Yi would have to spend a considerable amount of effort just to protect him. And is Chun Jingguan really worthy of that? At this time, Zhang Yi was already considering what reward he was going to demand for his forgiveness. Zhokir was smart and noticed that Zhang Yi deliberately did not say anything absolute. That is, he did not intend to completely give up on Morning Dew Base. Knowing this, she walked over and said to Chun Jingguan with concern, "Let me check your injuries first." Zhokir checked Chun Jingguan's body and found that his internal organs were indeed seriously injured. The injuries were not light. Although he doesn't look serious on the surface, it won't be long before he becomes seriously injured or even endangers his life. She used her ability to treat him, and shortly after, Chun Jingguan felt a little better. Chun Jingguan was very grateful, thanking Zhokir repeatedly. He also begged Zhokir to help him intercede with Zhang Yi. Zhokir just smiled. She told him to just recuperate and never fight with the others again. She returned to Zhang Yi's side and whispered to Zhang Yi about the hidden injuries in Chun Jingguan's body. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed and looked at the forces in Days City not far away from them. Sun Jiaming's big bald head turned slightly, feeling Zhang Yi's gaze on him. He showed a cold smile to Zhang Yi and made a gesture of slicing his neck. What an idiot! Zhang Yi retracted his gaze and did not continue to discuss the matter. He just wanted to be done with the meeting already. And it seems everyone felt the same way. It was already 2:30 and some people were sleepy and tired of waiting. They wanted to go back to rest. Seriously, why hasn't it started yet? As all this murmuring were going on, Zhu Zheng finally appeared at the meeting. Accompanying him were Tu Yunlai and Sun Lushuan. As soon as they appeared at the scene, the strong sense of oppression immediately made the venue quiet. Zhu Zheng's expression was very serious, and this was related to the event that took place earlier. But since he came to the meeting, it means that the matter has been dealt with. Zhu Zheng stood on the stage and swept his eyes over the people present. He could feel the strength and unruliness of many strange people in these 12 cities. If this force can be gathered together, it will be no less than the Yenyun troops in his hands. Welcome to Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng said this, and his steady and powerful voice spread to everyone's ears through the microphone. I am Zhu Zheng, the commander of the Jiangnan region. I have been delayed for some time due to a special matter just now. I would like to apologize to everyone here. I will not waste your time any longer, so I will make this short and state the purpose for calling this meeting. Since the global ice age, the world has been in chaos and society has lost its due order. Now that half a year has passed, most of the survivors have formed groups to form large and small forces. Among them, there are many lucky ones who have awakened their abilities and have gained superhuman powers. And everyone here is the representative of the most powerful forces in each region. I hope we can concentrate our efforts on major events and not be like a pile of loose sand, which is easy to conflict with each other. So, from this point forth, I have decided to establish the Jiangnan Superpower Federation. Everyone in the Jiangnan region must participate in it. Especially the large forces in your 12 cities, you must become important members of the Federation. Zhu Zheng's voice echoed in the venue. Many people frowned when they heard this. Can they refuse to participate if they don't want to? They were also curious to know if there would be any benefits. If there is, then how great were the benefits? Every faction began to discuss among themselves in a low voice, and a lot of noise immediately filled the hall. Zhu Zheng raised his hand and looked around with a stern expression, signaling everyone to be quiet. The strong aura made everyone shut up and wait for his next words. Zhu Zheng continued, the Jiangnan Superpower Federation is affiliated to the Jiangnan Regional Headquarters, and I will be the president. members of the Federation can act within their respective regions. However, when encountering special events, the region will assign tasks, and the members of the Federation will go to execute them without any violations. Hearing this request, another discussion at the scene started again. Someone among the crowd couldn't help but snort coldly. Aren't they asking us to be the running dogs of Jiangnan District? It would have been fine if we are allowed to join the district and live in Blizzard City. But we rather have to stay in our original place and work for them unconditionally. Isn't this just putting a dog chain around our necks? Zhu Zhang raised his voice a little and continued. Of course, we won't let you work for nothing. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the district, you will be rewarded accordingly. You can even exchange the points obtained from the tasks for the district's medicines, weapons, and other supplies. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. The offer was quite tempting. As far as he knew, the weapons level of the Jiangnan district was much higher than that of Tianhai City or any city for that matter. Origin bullets, training suits, weapons made of adamantium, and a whole lot of stuff it seems. If anyone can exchange for such good items, then there's nothing wrong with joining the Federation. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Bailey Chongqing, the Jiangnan district has been able to synthesize compounds specifically for mutants to enhance their strength. Zhu Zhang ignored the commotion in front of him and continued calmly. Also, internal fighting is now strictly prohibited within the region. In the past 6 months, the number of deaths has increased dramatically due to internal fighting. I don't want to see such a situation again, and I believe you don't want to live in constant fear every day either. So, the internal fighting must end immediately. If anyone dares to invade other districts, I will send someone to make a judgment. This point made some forces excited. After all, not every mutant in every force was aggressive. After experiencing the brutal struggle since the end of the world, there are always some people who want to live a peaceful life. Zhou Qi was extremely excited when she heard this, and a bit relieved too. If it can be like this, wouldn't it be great? Zhang Yi curled his lips and smirked softly. He thought his woman was way too naive. Just listen and don't take it seriously. After all, if these kind of things could be solved so easily, there wouldn't be so many turmoil throughout the ages. You see, people's greed is endless. There will always be people who desire stronger power and more supplies, and invade others. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Zhang finished speaking, the female leader of Day City, Gu Hongdai, raised her hand and asked coquettishly, "But what if some weak forces occupy resource-rich areas? Isn't that a waste?" When she said this, she glanced at Zhang Yi. Not only her, many people subconsciously looked in the direction of the forces in Tianhai City. If only they knew they were flirting with death. Zhu Zhang frowned and said in a deep voice, "The region will coordinate the redistribution of resources. Moreover, the resources in your respective areas of influence are enough for you to survive. The number of survivors in the Jiangnan region is now less than 5%, and it is impossible for there to be a shortage of survival supplies. It seems that the supplies that Gu Hongdai mentioned are naturally not what is needed for survival, but what is needed for strategy. Machinery factories, weapons, vehicles, and population. If you want to expand your power and become stronger, these are all indispensable. Not everyone just wants to survive in the end of the world. Many people are ambitious and want to conquer a kingdom in this chaotic world and become the king." Gu Hongdai curled her lips with a mischievous smile on her face, and obviously did not take Zhu Zhang's words seriously. The faces of the mutants at the scene were full of contempt, and they all felt that the requirements of the Jiangnan district were too overbearing and unreasonable. In the crowd, a man wrapped in white cloth like a mummy stood up. He stared at Zhu Zhang and said with cold eyes, "Does the Jiangnan district mean to recruit all of us and allow you to manipulate us? If we have to listen to your arrangements for everything we do, wouldn't it be no different from puppets?" Numerous voices in agreement came from around him. Suddenly, an abrupt sound of breaking through the air rang in everyone's ears. The next moment, the mummy guy's head flew high from his neck. Blood splattered and splashed on the faces of several people next to him. His body was still standing, but his head fell in front of him. The mutant was at least 30 meters away from the rostrum when the guard standing behind Zhu Zhang suddenly attacked. Zhu Zhang's face did not change at all. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw everything that had just happened. 3 thin steel wires flew out from the sleeve of Sun Lushuan's right hand and cut off the mutant's head in midair. But the speed of his attack was so fast that only a few people at the scene could react. The 3 steel wires flashed silver light in the air. They were too thin to be seen clearly without careful observation. It was only because there was a trace of blood on them that people noticed them. Sun Lushuan took back his steel wire, then slowly adjusted his black goat leather gloves, then put his hands behind his back and looked at the venue expressionlessly. This move made the venue silent again. because many people knew that the person who just spoke was a leader of a force in Sichuan City. It is said that his strength was very strong, a Delta-level mutant, and at the same level of strength as Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai. However, such a mutant was beheaded in one move. What a strong deterrent this was. If the guard could kill the mummy guy in seconds, he could naturally kill most of the mutants at the scene within seconds also. Zhang Yi's eyes became deep. The guards around Zhu Zhang are really powerful. Maybe they are even stronger than the border troops. The 13 cities in Jiangnan, except for a few areas such as Blizzard City and Tianhai City, have not had direct contact with the Jiangnan region, so they naturally couldn't understand that their strength was far from enough compared to the top combat power of Blizzard City. It was just that they were the kings and hegemons within their own territory, which gave them false confidence. They thought they were qualified to talk to Zhu Zhang. However, although they were only a few dozen meters away from Zhu Zhang now, in terms of the authority and strength they possessed, it was like a natural chasm between them. Sun Lushuan's attack shattered the fantasies of many people. Almost immediately after, the doors at the back and on both sides of the venue were also opened. Bailey Chongqing suddenly appeared with the members of the Black Robe team and 2 Yenyun guards. The atmosphere at the scene was solemn. The God team, led by Deng Shentong, also simultaneously rushed in the hall about the same time as the Black Robe team. Deng Shentong twisted his wrist, his eyes cold, and there was a mocking smile on his lips. This strong sense of oppression further made everyone present seem a little panicked. Lu Karen and Zhou Qir clung to Zhang Yi with a frightened look on their faces. Zhang Yi remained calm. Although he didn't think that Blizzard City would launch such a purge, he was still ready to escape. At this time, Zhu Zheng's voice came from the speakers. "Don't get me wrong." He stared at the people in the meeting and said coldly, "I'm not discussing this with you, but rather informing you. This is an absolute order. Any member who refuses to join the Superpower Federation will be regarded as opposing the Federation and the entire Jiangnan district, and such a force or a person will be eliminated immediately." Zhang Yi smiled indifferently. He didn't expect that there would be so many idiots openly trying to reason with a behemoth like the Jiangnan region. Nothing so far was beyond Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, he had discussed this with Bailey Chongqing before, and he also knew the considerations of the Jiangnan district. To be fair, he thought this move was quite reasonable. If Zhang Yi was in Zhu Zheng's position, he would adopt the same strategy. Otherwise, if the chaos and fighting continued in various places, sooner or later the entire Jiangnan district would be torn apart. If there was an invasion by external forces at that time, what would they use to resist? As for whether Zhang Yi himself had any opinions on this, yes, but not much. Although being controlled by others would make people uncomfortable, he was not powerful to resist the might of the Jiangnan district, but could only give them face without a threat on his life. After Zhu Zhang finished speaking, he looked at everyone again. After the shock just now, no one dared to be the first to speak out. Who agrees and who opposes what I said just now? Zhu Zhang continued to ask as everyone looked at each other and tacitly chose not to speak. If you don't say anything, I will assume that you all agree. Then, please sign your names on this membership application form. As Zhu Zhang spoke, he waved his hand for his secretary Lan Xinqing to distribute the prepared membership application forms in her hands to the leaders of each force. As long as they sign this membership application form, it means that they would officially become a power organization under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan region from now on, and can be dispatched by them. Zhang Yi also received one. He quickly read it over. It was exactly the same as what Zhu Zhang said, without any other additional conditions. Zhang Yi signed his name on it very naturally. Zhu Zhang cares about this procedure, but in fact Zhang Yi doesn't give a shit. If one day, Zhu Zhang sends him to die, this piece of paper will not restrict him at all. As a person, you should know how to be flexible, and there was no need to be the first to stand out. During the distribution, some of them were calm, while others were unwilling, but due to their fear of the Jiangnan district, they all signed the membership application form. Zhu Zhang saw the thick stack of forms in Lan Xinqing's hands and nodded with satisfaction. A smile appeared on his face and he said to everyone, "Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. Every month in the future you can receive a supply. This includes weapons and equipment specially made for the district. And if you complete the tasks assigned by the district, there will be special rewards for you." After Zhu Zhang finished speaking, he reached out from his jacket pocket and took out a small glass bottle and pinched it between his fingers. Everyone's eyes fell on the small glass bottle, and they were all curious about what it was. Zhu Zhang said in a deep voice, "This thing is called Compound Number 2, C2 in short. Its function is to help people inspired with superpowers to tap into their potential. In short, after using it, your abilities will become stronger. This thing is also on the list of mission rewards. After hearing the function of C2, everyone's eyes lit up. So far, the only way they have found to strengthen their abilities is to devour. However, this approach has great difficulties since it is necessary to constantly devour the essence of high-level superpowers. As the level of these superpowers increases, the effect of co-devouring was also decreasing. Zhu Zhang told them that there are drugs that can help them increase their strength, so of course they are eager to get this thing. In the end times, strength is everything. But when Zhang Yi saw that thing, he frowned slightly. He knew something about C2 because Bailey Chongqing spoke of it. The reason why the Jiangnan regional headquarters was so powerful and has so many high-level superpowers is related to the compounds they developed. And Bienen Junwu seems to be one of the users of this drug. Even the side effects of the mutation around him were caused by this particular drug. Although you can gain powerful strength in a short period of time, you need to take huge risks. Fuck that. Zhang Yi was not willing to make such an exchange. But it is obvious that everyone else was deeply attracted by this thing. No wonder there are such strong mutants in Jiangnan district. It turns out that they are assisted by drugs. Zhu Zhang used a big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other, which dispelled a lot of dissatisfaction in the hearts of the people present. Just when everyone was thinking about the pros and cons, Zhu Zhang spoke again. You came at the right time and there is a chance for you now. Not long ago, a group of neon Ronin organizations appeared in Linhai City. There are a total of 13 people in this organization. Linhai City has been occupied by them. If anyone can eliminate these Ronins, then he can get 10 copies of C2 and the right to control the entire Linhai City. The people below immediately burst into an uproar. Now that foreign enemies have invaded, their hatred had immediately shifted. Damn these Japanese Ronins, they dared to set foot on the land of China. They are really courting death. Do they think that they are qualified to be arrogant during these end times? Zhang Yi also narrowed his eyes slightly. Japanese Ronins? They are really daring. They've actually occupied a territory in China. Then there is no doubt that the local forces have been eliminated by them. No one can tolerate this. Uncle Yu gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. Motherfuckers, these dogs, we must kill them. We must kill them all. Everyone had an angry look on their faces. Some people were moved when they heard the conditions given by Zhu Zhang. 10 copies of C2 can greatly enhance the strength of 10 mutants, and it will definitely make an organization much stronger. But the most tempting thing is the control of Linhai City. The local forces in Linhai City have been eliminated by the Ronins, which means that whoever completes this task can become the absolute king of Linhai City. Moreover, his identity and power would be recognized and protected by the Jiangnan region. Many people were thinking about this, but some people were also thinking about how risky this mission was. After all, if that Ronin organization could wipe out the mutant forces in the entire Linhai City, then how powerful are they? Zhu Zhang took in the changes in the expressions of the people in front of him. He knew that some people were still waiting for specific information. Zhu Zhang did not play tricks and gave the information of these Ronins. This group of Ronin comes from northern Japan. They are a local gangster organization called the Moon of Erosion. After they dominated Kanto, they set their sights on the land of China, so they crossed the sea to come here. We have communicated with the top leaders of Japan. The behavior of these people has nothing to do with the official top leaders of Japan. It is a private behavior, so you can hunt them with confidence. Of course, their strength is not weak and you need to be prepared for this. But we have more people. As long as you are willing, anyone can go to do this task. I just want to see the heads of these 13 people. A strange old man slowly raised his hand. This person might be indeed old, but seemed to have enough experience to not be taken lightly. Zhang Yi had noticed him on the subway platform before. This person had a military aura and should be a retired veteran. At this time, he was also the leader of a faction. The veteran asked, the top leaders of Japan said that those people were not sent by them. This statement is totally unbelievable. An absolute BS. What if we are attacked by the other side when we go to carry out the mission? Many people nodded and agreed with the words of the veteran. There are many people in Japan who are fickle and two-faced. Can you believe what they say? What if they go to execute the mission and find out that this group of people are just the vanguard of Japan, and there will be other reinforcements later? At that time, they will definitely be in danger. Zhu Zhang raised the corner of his mouth with a bit of disdain. It doesn't matter. What's important is that they officially do not admit that these people are related to them. So, we can hunt these Ronins as much as we want. The Japanese dare not say anything. Otherwise, Zhu Zhang sneered. If it is proved that this group of people is related to the top leaders of Japan, the matter will be easier to solve. They made the first move, so we can naturally use all means to fight back. Zhu Zhang's words were almost blunt. As long as it is found out that this group of people are related to the top leaders of Japan, it proves that the other party has started the invasion war, then the world will be peaceful. Even their allies would have nothing to say. These words gave the people present more confidence. With the strong military force of the Jiangnan region as a backing, they don't have to worry at all. They just need to target those Japanese ronins and launch a grand hunt. The old soldier nodded silently, agreeing with Zhu Zheng's words. As for why the troops of the 12 cities in Jiangnan were mobilized, the reason was very simple. This is a hunt. They want to surround the Erosion Moon organization and kill them all without leaving a single one. The other party will not wait foolishly to confront them, and must flee. And this kind of encirclement and suppression must require more than 10 times the force of the other party. Just like hundreds of years ago, the encirclement and suppression of thousands of Japanese pirates in the southeast during the Ming Dynasty even required the use of 300,000 troops. Uncle Yu couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, we can also participate in this encirclement and suppression, right?" As a retired veteran, Uncle Yu still has a strong complex in this regard. Zhang Yi held his chin with one hand, tilted his head and looked indifferently at Zhu Zhang on the stage and the enthusiastic crowd, but he was deep in thought. Ronins are hateful, but he will not act on impulse before doing anything, but will consider the interests involved. Although these Ronins must be eliminated, but why doesn't Zhu Zhang send his investigation team? Even though the Black Robe Squad has lost its border troops, the God Squad was fully staffed. Not to mention that they still have 5,000 Yenyun guards. There may be only one answer, that is, Zhu Zhang is reluctant to let his team take a big risk. That's why he wants to let the forces in the outer city go to carry out this task first. If it succeeds, it will be the best. Even if it fails, it can test the opponent's details, and then let the elite of Blizzard City go out. From this point of view, perhaps in the future, if he encounters a similar problem, he will use the forces in the outer city first. And the elite in his hands will be retained, and will not be used easily unless it is a special mission. After all, the status of the Jiangnan region is maintained by armed forces, and Zhu Zhang has to consider this factor. People are always innately selfish. After thinking clearly, Zhang Yi calmly said to Uncle Yu, "We must observe the situation first. I will find Bailey Chongqing to learn about the specific intelligence over there. There must be some things that Zhu Zhang did not make clear." Zhang Yi's character is to plan before acting, so that he can stand in a safe position. On the podium, Zhu Zhang waved his hand and spoke righteously. All organizations participating in this operation can go to the headquarters to collect weapons, equipment, and other supplies. Zhang Yi immediately knew that this was also a way to confirm how many forces were truly involved in the operation. If it turns out that the number of participating forces is insufficient, then the next logical step would be to assign tasks by name. With a raised hand, someone suddenly stood up amidst the seated crowd and confidently expressed his desire to accept the mission. He would gladly lead his faction to Linhai City to encircle and suppress the eclipse moon. Immediately as he said this, 5 other people suddenly emerged, also expressing their desire to join the hunt. From their perspective, such a good opportunity could not be wasted. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and thought this situation was perfect. In this case, he wouldn't be forced to show up for the time being. Whether these forces are out of consideration for the righteousness of their country or simply for the benefits promised by Zhu Zhang, there's probably enough cannon fodder to carry out the mission now. You see, given the limited information they had on the enemy, it was extremely risky to take the lead. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi never takes the lead, even if the benefits were considerable. If they can successfully wipe out those Ronin, that would be the best. And if they can't, well, Zhang Yi can also use this to obtain more intelligence. The more information he gets, the better and higher his chances of winning will be when he's naturally or forced to take action. In a respectful manner, Lan Xinqing led the forces willing to go to encircle and suppress this rebellion to another venue to officially sign up and receive supplies. Zhu Zhang thanked everyone for coming and for their patience. "You can move freely in Blizzard City," he said. "And if there's any other need, we will contact you again through your communication equipment." So with that, the meeting was finally and officially adjourned with a burst of excited voices. Zhu Zhang then proceeds to exit the scene together with Tu Yunlai and Sun Lushuan, trailing behind. Looking at these enthusiastic mutants, a faint light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. With only 13 people, they destroyed all the forces in Linhai City. How strong is this eclipse moon? Will they be stronger than the investigation teams of Blizzard City? If that were the case, who knows how many people would die among those sent to encircle and suppress the rebellion. Zhang Yi quietly left the venue with his people without making a sound. The scene then shifted to the operations center. In the commander's office, Zhu Zhang was sitting in his chair, looking at the report handed over by Lan Xinqing. In the end, There were a total of 10 forces that signed up to go to Linhai City to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. This was already a lot, not a small number by their previous estimation, and a very powerful force. Zhu Zheng nodded. Although there were many forces of all sizes that came to Blizzard City, many of them could not participate in the encirclement and suppression for various reasons. The main and common issue was the geographical location of Linhai City. It was too far away from their cities, or they have other concerns that needed their immediate attention. However, Zhu Zheng did not see any signature of any leader in Tianhai City, especially Zhang Yi's. A slight frown crossed his face. After all, Tianhai City was very close to Linhai City, and Zhang Yi was strong enough. But he was afraid to fight, which was really a disappointment. He felt that Bailey Chongqing was right. Zhang Yi was too cunning and difficult to control. Zhu Zheng thought of Bailey Chongqing's evaluation of Zhang Yi, and couldn't help but sigh. This person puts personal interests first, and is indeed not suitable to be accepted into our Blizzard City. Hearing this, Lan Xinqing, in a respectful and gentle tone, reminded Zhu Zheng in hopes to be a bit partial and understandable. Obviously, after the previous zombie-tide turmoil, Tianhai City is now almost abandoned. Not only are there few living people, but the major forces are also seriously damaged. Judging from their current strength, they are simply unable to undertake regional stability maintenance activities. Now Zhang Yi's performance is also unsatisfactory. Why not consider supporting a group of new forces? Zhu Zheng heard this and his eyebrows trembled slightly. In fact, he was already a little moved. The huge Tianhai City was originally a super city with a population of 20 million. And the resources of that city were also very rich. But now, the population is declining, and the major forces guarding it were unable to govern except Zhang Yi's team. It was better to introduce forces from other cities. This was a strategic play on Zhu Zheng's perspective. On one hand, it can stabilize the stability of the Tianhai area, and on the other, it can also give Zhang Yi a check and balance to prevent him from dominating Tianhai City alone. To put it bluntly, Zhu Zheng didn't like Zhang Yi's solitary style. He tapped his left hand on his desk and said slowly, "This matter can be included in the plan. It just so happens that there are 10 forces participating in the mission in Linhai City this time. When the mission is completed, if there are not enough territory in Linhai City, we can introduce a few forces to Tianhai City so that it will be easy to handle." The two were casually dividing Tianhai City like a cake, not knowing that they were opening a Pandora's box. You see, for Zhang Yi, it doesn't matter because Tianhai City was too large, and to be honest, a tedious job to be solely under his authority. Also, Zhang Yi's team was small and only needed and was satisfied with 2 territories, Lujiang District and Xishan District. These 2 were enough for him to live a peaceful and luxurious life in his shelter. And no matter how much Zhu Zheng tosses or split the rest of the cake, it had nothing to do with him. It only affects the interests of the other 3 forces. However, the issue lies with how bottomless human greed is. If given the go-ahead, these factions would try to absorb all the forces and territories in Tianhai City. And it has long been established how ruthless Zhang Yi can be when it comes to snatching what belongs to him. Zhang Yi can only give face to the Jiangnan district, but that's about it. Any further compromise was not an option. At this moment, a sudden knock on the door alerted Zhu Zheng and Lan Xinqing. A voice came from the other end of the door. "Commander, Captain Deng Shentong of the God Squad wants to see you." Zhu Zheng heard this and raised his hand to permit Deng Shentong to enter. Lan Xinqing raised her voice a little. "Let him in." She then turned back to Zhu Zheng with a smile. "Deng Shentong probably came here to challenge for a fight." Zhu Zheng smiled. The God Squad led by Deng Shentong was the most famous team in Blizzard City, and this was largely due to Deng Shentong. He was young, strong, and warlike. He is also the most active person in carrying out every mission, eager to make achievements and make a name for himself. Currently, he has been on the top of the Blizzard City scoreboard for nearly 2 months straight, and as a result, many people in Blizzard City believe that he is the best player in the Jiangnan region. Couple this with his excellent background and handsome appearance. Many people believe that once Zhu Zheng retires, Deng Shentong will take over the position of regional commander. Facing this young genius, Zhu Zheng admires and likes his dedication very much. Shortly after, Deng Shentong opened the door and confidently entered Zhu Zheng's office. And as soon as he walked over, he asked Zhu Zheng, "Commander, why didn't you let us go to carry out this mission?" Deng Shentong continued with some contempt. Although the number of teams sent for this mission is large, it is obvious that they are unprofessional and there are conflicts among them already. The other party, however, is obviously not an ordinary organization and doesn't have these issues. If they really want to escape, the forces in the outer cities can't even compete, let alone catch them at all. These forces from the outer cities might even fight each other for the right to fight the enemy alone than to unite and cooperate. After hearing this, Zhu Zhang was calm and his face showed no trace of uneasiness. It was evident that he'd thought all this through. He leaned back in his chair and asked casually, "Do you know much about eclipse moon?" Deng Shintong was a little taken aback, but didn't say anything. They had never had any contact with this rebellion from Japan, and they also hadn't gotten any intelligence about them either. Zhu Zhang took a deep breath and offered some explanation. Nowadays, Japan is divided into two factions, Kanto and Kansai. One is the Izumo in Kanto, and the other is the Pelican in Kansai. And the Eclipse group is a Ronin group that runs rampant under the jurisdiction of Kanto. Even the Izumo organization, which controls most of the official power in Kanto, is helpless against them. From this, it can be seen that the strength of this group of Ronin is very strong, even comparable to our investigation teams. Zhu Zhang stared at Deng Shintong. His eyes became serious. "Before getting accurate information, I can't let you take risks. After all, the 6 major investigation teams are the pillars of Blizzard City." Deng Shintong frowned. "Japan is just a small country. How strong can the rampant mutant organization there be?" Zhu Zhang shook his head helplessly with his eyes closed. "Don't underestimate your opponents. To underestimate them is to underestimate yourself. You should know that we suffered heavy losses in the Patriotic War. Our losses with them were 5-1 or even 9-1. We can despise the enemy strategically, but we must take the enemy seriously tactically and never be careless." Deng Shintong took a moment to calm down and analyze the situation objectively. Although the land area of Japan is not large, it is also the land of a province and hundreds of millions of people. According to this ratio, it is not surprising that many powerful mutants were also born from it. Deng Shintong understood Zhu Zhang's purpose and perspective. "So what you mean is that letting the forces in the outer city go to Linhai City first is actually for them to obtain information about Eclipse Moon?" Zhu Zhang nodded approvingly. "That's right. That's the exact purpose. Of course, it would be best if they can successfully get rid of these mutants. But that's just wishful thinking. So, in this way, even if they fail, at least we can get some intelligence about Eclipse Moon, which will be beneficial when the time comes for you to attack." Shaking his head slightly, Deng Shintong understood Zhu Zhang's idea and relaxed a little. But given the strength of those people, it would be difficult to achieve this goal. Somehow, Zhang Yi's figure suddenly emerged in Deng Shintong's mind. Among the forces in the outer city, there are not many people who can catch his eye. Zhang Yi is undoubtedly the most outstanding one, mainly because he beat Wu Di. Deng Shintong couldn't help asking, "Is Zhang Yi from Tianhai City going?" Hearing Deng Shintong asking about Zhang Yi, Zhu Zhang was a little surprised and obviously, a little unhappy. This arrogant and proud captain of the god team rarely heard other people's name from his mouth that he deemed insignificant. "That guy," Zhu Zhang said with a little bit of disappointment. "He didn't even sign up for this operation. How cunning." Deng Shintong's eyes flashed a little, but he smiled and comments with his hands crossed on his chest. "It's better to say that he is very smart. At least he knows that this mission is not that simple." Zhu Zhang obviously didn't like this statement, and said with a stern face, "If everyone is as self-centered as him, then the Superpower Federation will not be able to continue." Zhu Zhang is a soldier, and soldiers believe in unconditional obedience to orders, and the only principle of action is to follow the will of the top leaders. But Deng Shintong and Zhang Yi are not, although their level of obedience are vastly apart. So Deng Shintong not only thinks Zhang Yi is rebellious, but appreciates his intelligence. Deng Shintong uses people as long as they have talents, and he can barely tolerate others. After all, he is an excellent leader. And excellent leaders are good at discovering the strengths of their subordinates and letting them develop into better versions of themselves. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. "Commander, I will take my people down to train first and serve Blizzard City at any time." Zhu Zhang gave him the go-ahead when he heard this. Deng Shintong knew he must hurry up and recruit Zhang Yi into his god team. Otherwise, it will be a shame. And just like his previous exit scene at the password bar, Deng Shintong disappeared from Zhu Zhang's office without a trace. Meanwhile, back outside the venue, Zhang Yi led everyone out of the Tianchong Hall, which was still bustling. Although the meeting was over, many people stayed there, actively discussing the situation in Linhai City. Amidst this discussions were mocking voices aimed at the forces in Tianhai City, with Tianhai City being right next to Linhai City. Factions from other cities find it really embarrassing that none of the forces in Tianhai City are actually participating in the encircling and suppressing of Eclipse Moon. These voices made the faces of the people present change. Zhang Yi wasn't the least bit bothered when he heard this, and he'd already asked Bailey Chongqing for more information if possible. Zhang Yi also told the other forces that they were free to sign up if they wanted. Sun Jiaming, a leader of a faction from Day City, was the person instigating this discussions. Seeing this, Chun Jingguan's face turned black and blue with anger, and humiliation also filled his eyes. Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he saw the three major forces in Days City gathered together and approached them. The number of mutants in these three forces was much larger than that of Tianhai City. Naturally, the momentum overshadowed them. Xiao Honglian and the others were a little nervous. The difference in numbers was too big. Xiao Honglian subconsciously looked at Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi decides to take action, they have a chance to win. Actually, they will definitely win. Based on their previous encounters, she knew Zhang Yi only fights battles he was certain of winning, and this made her feel a little more at ease. You see, Xiao Honglian, like everyone else, is aware that the pattern of the Jiangnan region will definitely change in the future. So she has decided that the best course of action her base needed was to be under the protective umbrella of Zhang Yi, who is currently unrivaled in Tianhai City. The leaders of the three major forces in Days City walked over. There is still some distance between them, and it can be seen that their relationship was not so harmonious. It's just that when they put pressure on Tianhai City, their goals are the same. Zhang Yi spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Didn't Zhu Zheng say that this matter is entirely voluntary? It seems that you don't need to worry about what we do, right? Sun Jianming and the other two looked at each other, and the contempt in their eyes became stronger. Even the mutants next to them sneered. You can even say such things. It's really hilarious. In the face of the righteousness of the country, you only know how to hide like a turtle. Are you really qualified to represent Tianhai City? If you ask me, now that the power of your city has been weakened, it would be better to give it up early. Just look at the leader of Morning Dew Base. The factions in Days City unscrupulously mocked the forces in Tianhai City. This undoubtedly made everyone in Tianhai City look very ugly. Even the good-tempered Liang Yu couldn't help but frown and look at Zhang Yi subconsciously. As long as Zhang Yi gives the go-ahead, they would rush up without hesitation and give these people a good beating. However, Zhang Yi listened to their sarcasm, but there was no expression on his face. The weak will be angry because of the stimulation of others, such as Chen Jingguan. Because of weakness, they have low self-esteem, so they can't stand others' ridicule. But for the strong, the voice of ants is too small and hard to hear. How could he lose his composure because of a group of bugs? He could only pity their ignorance. But Zhang Yi would not take action outside the Tianchang Guild Hall. Presumably, the other party also intended to provoke them to take action, and then retaliate fiercely. In this way, even if the high-level officials of Blizzard City blamed them, they could push the responsibility onto the mutants of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, filled with pure killing intent. He really wanted to step on these annoying bugs one by one, but he had to be patient. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and excused himself. Then he motioned for his team beside him to follow. Let's go. Zhang Yi turned around without looking back and walked towards the distant apartment. After all, he had important matters to take care of than to entertain a bunch of clowns. Zhang Yi planned to see Bailey Chongqing again, go to Deng Shintong's appointment, and then go back to Tianhai City if he had nothing to do. His team followed him without any hesitation or a backward glance. They had long understood Zhang Yi's style of doing things. How could you anger him with just a few words? Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian, and the others were dumbfounded. They all thought Zhang Yi would definitely be pissed off and take action. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi had given everyone a big surprise. He had no temper at all and walked away after being ridiculed like that. Seeing that everyone in Zhang Yi's team had left, Xing Tian was the first to hurriedly follow. Zhang Yi, walk slower and wait for us, he shouted. Xiao Honglian and Chun Jingguan didn't understand Zhang Yi's actions, but there was nothing they could do. They glared at the strangers in Days City, then turned around and left silently. Throughout the course of the entire exchange, Zhang Yi did not acknowledge them. In Zhang Yi's eyes, if they wanted to die and fight with the people in Days City, he would not interfere. The mutants in Days City were also dumbfounded. Can you bear being ridiculed in person like this? Is it cowardly and incompetent or too tolerant? Sun Jianming clenched his raised fist tightly. Cowardly bastard. What a joke. On the other side, Gu Hongdai, the leader of the Ice Butterfly Organization, said with a smile, their leader looks so weak. How can such a person lead a team? As a leader, you must have enough dignity and ability. If you can't protect your own territory and your subordinates, who will obey you? In Gu Hongdia's view, Zhang Yi's behavior is a manifestation of cowardice. At this time, Chun Liangyu, the leader of the third faction in Days City, spoke calmly without any trace of mockery. His cunning attitude showed a trace of indifference. Isn't this just what we want? The three looked at each other and showed a sinister smile on their faces. They can already determine what kind of situation Tianhai City is in now. Morning Dew Base, which was once one of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City, now has a leader who is actually just a gamma-level mutant. and was hung up and beaten by Sun Jianming. In Days City, this level is at most the captain level. So they deliberately came to find trouble, in fact, to confirm the strength of the other organizations in Tianhai City. But the result, although didn't go as they planned, was still expected. They insulted the forces in Tianhai City wantonly, and they didn't even dare to talk back. What's more, they even fled in disgrace. This is a very good opportunity, Sun Jianming said to the two in a deep voice. Gu Hongdai smiled and glanced at Sun Jianming, then Chun Liangyu. I agree. It's rare for the three of us to get together. Why don't we find a place to have a good drink and chat? Sun Jianming and Chun Liangyu readily agreed to Gu Hongdia's proposal. They all knew what each other was thinking. Currently, there are external forces interfering in the Jiangnan region, and in the surrounding areas of Tianhai City, several major forces have participated in the encirclement and suppression of the wanderers in Linhai City. So, no one will care what happens in Tianhai City. They didn't sign up for that mission and neither did Tianhai City. The purpose of these three factions had in mind was to eat the fat meat of Tianhai City. Zhu Zhang said that they were not allowed to fight among themselves. However, if they took over Tianhai City first, there were many ways to explain what happened to the higher-ups. They can claim that they were helping their neighboring cities maintain public order and targeted support for poor and weak areas. As long as they created a fait accompli first, the Jiangnan region would not say anything. After all, who would speak for the weak? Meanwhile, as the scene shifts back to the people in Tianhai City, Chen Jingguan kept looking at Zhang Yi in front of him, stammering and not daring to say a word, but inwardly he was still a little unhappy with Zhang Yi's behavior. Being humiliated in front of others, Zhang Yi, the ruler of the entire Tianhai City, didn't dare to talk back? Xiao Honglian was the first of the three to approach Zhang Yi and ask with a nervous smile. Zhang Yi, we don't have any objections to your actions. It's just that you didn't have to treat them like that just now. Did you? What kind of treatment are you implying? Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked coldly. It just makes you feel a little weak. You obviously didn't have to do that, Xiao Honglian said. Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully. He glanced at Chen Jingguan behind him with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Then what do you think I should do? Fight with them, and then be punished for violating the management regulations of Blizzard City? Or immediately fight back and quarrel with them like a shrew scolding in the street? Also, there are so many of them. Do you want me to quarrel with them all? Zhang Yi shook his head. I don't do or entertain meaningless things. Xiao Honglian nervously replied that if Zhang Yi act this way, people will definitely believe that Tianhai City is weak and can be bullied. Hearing this, Zhang Yi just replied with a smug look on his face. Well, that's not my fault. Chun Jingguan behind him quickly buried his head in shame. Zhang Yi was clearly pointing at him. Xiao Honglian wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yi was a little impatient. Why should I, Zhang Yi, explain to you all my actions throughout my life? The sentence choked Xiao Honglian back. She didn't dare to ask any more questions and could only bow her head helplessly and say, Don't be angry, I'm just asking casually. Then she stepped aside. You see, Zhang Yi had already seen the inner thoughts of this group of birdmen in Days City. These guys must have thought that the forces in Tianhai City were weak and could be bullied, so they probably had the idea of taking action sometime soon. Zhang Yi was sure of this without a doubt. After all, this is what he would do if he was in their position. It is most appropriate for them to take action while the Ronin are attacking and the Jiangnan district's attention is preoccupied. After arriving at the apartment complex, Chun Jingguan was the first to say his farewell and heads for his room to rest and heal, and Zhang Yi's entire team, right on cue, followed immediately after, silently returning to their rooms. However, Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian, being on the same floor as Zhang Yi, quietly followed behind him. Staring at Zhang Yi's departing figure, Xiao Honglian, due to the earlier exchange with Zhang Yi, hesitated to voice her concerns about the future situation of Tianhai City. It was vastly different from the past, and each of the three major bases were no longer a powerful force to be reckoned with. Even now, facing the oppression of the three major factions in Days City, they can only endure the humiliation silently. To put it bluntly, even if the three of them joined forces, their strength was still not as good as that of one before the zombie crisis. Relying on Zhang Yi's strength is their best and only option. Xing Tian noticed Xiao Honglian's demeanor and knew exactly what her concerns were. After all, they were the same as his. Things are different now and we can't rely too much on Zhang Yi, he said. We might as well take this opportunity to think carefully about our future. The scene shifts to a while later. Everyone in Zhang Yi's team had gathered in his room. After closing the doors and windows, Liang Yu was the first to ask, Zhang Yi, when do we take action? Zhang Yi is not the kind of person who would just accept things as they come. How could he remain indifferent when others bullied him? The reason he didn't let his anger get the better of him at that time was solely because it was not the right time to do so. Zhang Yi sat on his bed, and when he heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. We can't be the first party to take the initiative. We need to wait for them to make the first move. Really? Wait for them to make the first move? Liang Yu couldn't help but frown, and the others were also curious about Zhang Yi's decision. Wouldn't we be in a passive position in this way? Zhang Yi looked at everyone with a smile. Oh, then tell me, what should we do? The always frightened Chunlei stood up boldly at this time with his clenched fist raised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those guys are so hateful. They humiliated us in front of so many people. I couldn't stand it. If you ask me, we might as well run to their way back to Day's city in advance and kill them all." Chunlei looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. After all, with your strength, isn't it easy to kill them? Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help asking, "Oh, do you know their strength?" Chunlei was speechless. How could he know the strength of the mutant organizations in Day's city? Seeing Chunlei lost for words, Zhang Yi asked again, "Do you know my strength?" Chunlei was about to say something, but when he saw Zhang Yi's playful eyes, he closed his mouth tactfully. The others also looked at Zhang Yi, intending to listen to what he would do next. Zhang Yi said to them seriously, "Since we are all on the same side, I will tell you the truth. First of all, my strength is not as strong as Yuan Konga's. Her origin that was devoured by me was already incomplete. This may be related to her supernatural attributes. So, don't think that I now have the strength of an Epsilon mutant. In fact, I can only be regarded as a relatively strong existence in Delta. Also, don't underestimate anyone. You have seen Sun Jianming's strength. He can completely defeat Qin Jingguan. As for the leaders of the other two forces, I am afraid they are not much different from him. It is very stupid to act rashly before figuring out the other party's ability. And we are going to kill them without knowing anything? Isn't this blind arrogance?" Zhang Yi's words gave his team a very strange feeling. For some reason, they all subconsciously thought that Zhang Yi's strength had reached, or at least was close to, the level of Yuan Konga. Yuan Konga's destructive power left a deep impression on them. So much so that they thought that Zhang Yi could also slaughter mutants below Epsilon by himself. But it sounded completely different at this moment. Zhokir was smart enough to realize the problem. In fact, if you think about it carefully, even if we take into account the forces of the three major bases, we still have a big gap with the other side in terms of overall strength. The only advantage is that Zhang Yi's strength is above theirs. But we are only analyzing this through common sense, and we can't even be sure of their abilities. Therefore, it is not a wise move to attack rashly and go over to kill them in advance. Zhang Yi nodded approvingly. He looked at his team and said with a smile, "You guys are all blinded by anger. Remember my words, to survive in the apocalypse you must always stay rational." Zhang Yi's explanation convinced everyone. This was also his usual style of doing things. He would neither put himself in danger because of complacency, nor would he think of himself as invincible. Yuan Konga was the perfect example. She claimed to be invincible at the beginning, but later died at the hands of Zhang Yi, who was far inferior to her in strength. Zhang Yi will not make the same mistake. After all, no matter how powerful a lion is, it will hunt its prey with all its strength. Don't worry. Instead of rushing to find them angrily and exposing our flaws, it is better to wait for them to tire themselves out and fight on our home turf. Zhang Yi spoke with a smile, his eyes flashing with wisdom. In fact, he already had a plan to deal with those people in his mind. Chunlei laughed and said knowingly, "Boss, I knew you wouldn't let them go so easily." Zhang Yi shrugged with his arms folded. "Well, it would be better to say that they will definitely come to die." Zhang Yi slowly narrated his plan. Their arrogance just now was just to test the strength of Tianhai City. Now that Chen Jingguan has been beaten up and we chose to be tolerant after being ridiculed, they will think that Tianhai City is weak and can be bullied. Soon, they will definitely choose to invade Tianhai City. Tianhai City is our home ground. As long as they come, we will make sure they never return. Zhang Yi's smile became stronger. By that time, in our territory, even these three factions can send more troops and use more of their own resources. We just need to wait for them to tire themselves out and take advantage of the geographical advantages. This way, eliminating them would be easier, wouldn't it? After Zhang Yi was done laying out his plan, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "This is wonderful. Your method is still the best. I was also mad at them just now and wanted to fight them. But fighting them on our home turf, we can lure the enemy into a trap, with a greater chance of victory and less casualties." Everyone admired Zhang Yi's way of thinking, especially his calm state of mind. After all, not everyone can remain rational when being ridiculed in person. Lu Karen looked at Zhang Yi curiously and asked, if that's the case, then why don't you explain it clearly to Xiao Honglian and the others? A faint smile crept up on Zhang Yi's lips. There were so many people outside just now. How can I just casually tell them my plan? I will tell them about this after returning to Tianhai City and let them cooperate with this operation. It's better and more secure this way. Also, this will make them remember it for a long time. Let them know what level of strength they are now and who they can rely on. Tianhai City was too comfortable before, and there was no invasion by other cities. Although the three major bases were willing to respect Zhang Yi, they had some illusions and were unwilling to completely hand over all power to him. However, with the threat from the mutant organizations in Day City looming over their heads, they will understand how important Zhang Yi was to them. This is a warning to them to make them more obedient. When Lu Karen thought over Zhang Yi's words, she exclaimed in excitement and admiration, "Big brother, you truly are worthy of being the boss. You always think long-term." Zhang Yi playfully patted her on the head and replied with a smile, "Well, everyone has been busy all day, so you all should go and rest early." With that being said, the group left Zhang Yi's room with a smile on their faces, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. "By the way," he said, "tell the people from the other three forces not to go out during this period if they have nothing to do. People from other cities should wait and see what happens in Tianhai City, and don't let others make a fool of you." Before leaving, Zhou Qir told Zhang Yi to get some needed rest also. Shortly after they left, Zhang Yi called Bailey Chongqing, but was told that they were still busy at the operations center at the moment. "Anyway, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yi wanted to know if their sudden urgency was related to the Ronin organization in Linhai City. Bailey Chongqing reminded Zhang Yi in a deep voice, "This matter is far more serious than you think. I can't say more, otherwise it will be crossing the line. You've got to decide for yourself." Bailey Chongqing's friendship with him was not very deep, but he owed him a favor. Being able to remind him to this extent was almost equivalent to telling him clearly that this mission to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon was very dangerous. Zhang Yi immediately understood and thanked Bailey Chongqing. He hung up the phone and fell on his bed helplessly with a light thud. He planned to wait and see how this matter develops for the time being. Only then would he take action accordingly. If the top leaders of Blizzard City forces him to take action, they must provide sufficient information and combat readiness resources. After all, Zhang Yi neither fights unprepared battles nor fights battles without confidence. After their brief exchange, Bailey Chongqing could not be contacted for the time being, and Zhang Yi estimated that Deng Shintong was also busy. After all, there were only people from their two investigation teams in Blizzard City now. And Zhang Yi did not have Deng Shintong's contact information, so he could only decide to wait a few more days. If no one came to find him, Zhang Yi would go back to Tianhai City. Later that day, Zhang Yi was awakened from his dreamless sleep by a continuous knock on his door. Wondering who it might be, he got up, but the moment he got closer to the door, he heard Chen Jingguan's voice. Zhang Yi thought Chen Jingguan probably wanted to ask him to help him get revenge on Sun Jiaming. If that's the case, Zhang Yi plans to just open the door and say a few words to get rid of him. But unexpectedly, after Chen Jingguan was allowed to enter, he immediately knelt down on both knees in front of Zhang Yi's shocked gaze. Chen Jingguan took a moment and spoke very sincerely. "Mr. Zhang Yi, please take over Morning Dew Base." Zhang Yi was totally stunned when he heard this. After hearing Chen Jingguan's words clearly, he knew why he did so. Zhang Yi stared down at Chen Jingguan silently and expressionlessly. He immediately knew that Chen Jingguan must have figured it out that Morning Dew Base would perish in his hands sooner or later. Only with his strength can Morning Dew Base still have hope of survival. Zhang Yi remained calm and secretly calculated the gains and losses of taking over Morning Dew Base. As for the loss, he had to take care of their lives. Although it was a bit troublesome, Morning Dew Base was self-sufficient and didn't have any major issues. All he needed to do was to make sure the base wasn't attacked by other forces. If Zhang Yi were to take over, the people there who are proficient in sailing and fishing can be used by him. If he needed to go out to sea one day, these people would be very useful. This was a very cost-effective deal since he was going to deal with their current enemies anyway. However, he could not agree so readily. Zhang Yi was silent for a long time, which made Chen Jingguan, who was kneeling on the floor, feel uneasy. Zhang Yi would not look down on my base, would he? He silently thought. And speaking of which, their team is all elites, and there is no shortage of supplies. It would not be surprising if he looked down on my base. But right now, he is the only person I can rely on. At this time, Zhang Yi's voice sounded from above his head. "Get up first. Tell me, what do you think about this matter?" Zhang Yi walked to his bed and sat down. Chen Jingguan looked up when he heard this. Seeing Zhang Yi's indifferent expression, he couldn't see his thoughts clearly. Chen Jingguan stood up and walked over with some worry. Sitting opposite to Zhang Yi, Chen Jingguan had already thought of his words in his mind. So he told Zhang Yi about his plan. We have been in the fleet of Morning Dew base for 7 years and have a deep affection for this fleet. Now that Wei Dinghai has died, I have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of being the leader of the base. But my strength is not good enough, and now it is due to my mistakes that people are looking down on Morning Dew base. In the current chaotic world, there must be someone eyeing the fat piece of meat of Morning Dew base. I believe it won't be long before they will invade. Chen Jingguan clenched his hands on his knees. We don't have the ability to protect ourselves now. If Morning Dew base is destroyed, the old brothers in the fleet don't know what fate they will face. So I hope that Mr. Zhang Yi can take over as the leader of Morning Dew base and protect the brothers and sisters in the base. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. What you said seems to make sense. Once the foreign enemies invade, no one knows what they will do after occupying Morning Dew base. If they encounter a brutal enemy, they may even carry out a massacre. Morning Dew base not only has soldiers and technical workers, but also their families, the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Once the base is captured, will people from other forces offer support? The answer is obvious. After all, one shouldn't gamble on human nature, because gambling dogs will not have a good end. Although Zhang Yi was very cruel, ruthless, and cunning on the battlefield, he does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. If he becomes the master of Morning Dew base, the people there would be in safe hands. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. You are smart. You know that I am lazy and don't like to manage so many people. Even if Morning Dew base recognizes me as the master, it still has to be handed over to you to take care of it? Chen Jingguan said hurriedly. But if there is an order, you dare not disobey. As long as you can protect the safety of Morning Dew base, we will meet all your requirements. Whether it is food, weapons and ammunition, or even women, we will offer them. Chen Jingguan continued in a serious tone. There are many beautiful women in our base. If you don't mind other people's wives, you can... No. Forget about women. Zhang Yi quickly interrupted him, waving his hand frantically. What kind of person does Chen Jingguan think I am? Women? Really? Don't you know that the ones in my family are enough to keep me busy? And I am not interested in breaking up other people's families. Chen Jingguan looked at Zhang Yi eagerly, his eyes full of pleading. Seeing this, Zhang Yi just smiled. Now, I presume you understand how much trouble you have caused. Chen Jingguan's face was gloomy. I know I was too impulsive. Zhang Yi folded his arms leisurely. It's no problem for me to become the owner of Morning Dew base. Just hand over the keys. You see, there are 2 cores of Morning Dew base. One is a fleet and the other is an underground shelter. The shelter has a special key, and only those who have the key can open the door. In other words, whoever has the key to the shelter is the real owner of the base. Zhang Yi learned about this from Xingtian. Chen Jingguan did not hesitate, and again, immediately got on his knees in front of Zhang Yi. He reached out from the interlayer pocket of his jacket and took out a black metal box and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had seen the key to the shelter, and Chen Jingguan could not deceive him. This is a black box with 3 keys in it. Generally speaking, the 3 keys are kept by 3 people, and only by putting them all into the keycard slot in the box can you get the control of the shelter door. But now, all the keys are in Chen Jingguan's hands. He had 1 set in his care, and the other set was given to Zhang Yi. This means that from now on, Morning Dew base is completely open to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the key and the controller. He looked at Chen Jingguan deeply, and then the black metal box disappeared in his palm, entering into his alternate space. Chen Jingguan's face was relieved, and he subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He got up, lowered his head deeply and showed his respect, thanking Zhang Yi. Thank you, Chief. The moment Zhang Yi accepted the key, it meant that he had officially took over Morning Dew base. Then, Zhang Yi tells him that he is still responsible for the daily management of the base. He will only intervene when an urgent issue arises or if he needs something. Chen Jingguan smiled and readily agreed to these terms. He regained the feeling of being a deputy. Sure enough, he didn't have the ability to be the boss yet, and it was best for him to follow one. Boss, what should we do next? Should we go back to Tianhai City, or find an opportunity to kill those people in Days City? Chen Jingguan asked anxiously. Zhang Yi replied calmly, I will take care of this matter. I will personally deal with the group of people in Days City. Now you just need to go back and wait for me to notify you when to return to Tianhai City. I will tell you how to deal with Days City after we arrive in Tianhai City. Chen Jingguan was relieved when he saw Zhang Yi's confident look. Having dealt with Zhang Yi for so long, he knew his style of doing things. Therefore, he did not ask any more questions, but bowed deeply to Zhang Yi in a respectful manner. Okay, you can leave now. Zhang Yi dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Chen Jingguan left the room immediately after. The next day, Bai Chunyu came to find him. The appearance of this member of the God team in the apartment complex caused a commotion among some people. After all, the 6 major investigation teams represent the external violence agencies of Blizzard City. Some people have dealt with them and know very well how terrifying these guys are. And the person Bai Chunyu was looking for was Zhang Yi, who was not well known and escaped like a coward without saying a word in front of the mutants in Daze City. Bai Chunyu ignored their rumors and went straight to Zhang Yi's residence. Indeed, the sudden knock on Zhang Yi's door caused quite a stir among everyone present in the hallway. After all, this was the first time anyone had to receive a personal visit from a member of the prestigious investigation team of Blizzard City. The apartment door was unlocked, so Bai Chunyu casually pushed the door open and confidently made his way inside when he heard Zhang Yi's permission to enter. Directly across the room was Zhang Yi, who had been patiently waiting for Bai Chunyu's arrival. In a respectful and polite manner, Zhang Yi made a light gesture, asking Bai Chunyu to take a seat for a cup of tea. With this warm welcome, Bai Chunyu smiled and took a seat. "There are a lot of rumors about you recently." Zhang Yi smiled faintly and replied, serving his guest. "They are just some boring people. I don't bother to pay attention to them." Zhang Yi simply ignored the rumors outside. To him, a person with strength is strong enough in his mind and heart, and the clown's remarks will only make him laugh. Bai Chunyu took a sip of his tea. "You are really good-tempered." He has seen Zhang Yi's strength. Even if he is placed in the investigation team, he is at the upper middle level. Now, after witnessing his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi. "Tonight, our captain asked you to meet him at his manor." When Zhang Yi heard the word manor, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Did you just say manor?" He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. After all, Blizzard City is only hundreds of kilometers in radius. It is not big or small, but somewhere in between. There are millions of people in the city, and everyone is an elite in a certain industry or department. In such an environment, owning a 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment is already a treatment that only super elites can enjoy. As for the manor, it's simply unimaginable. Bai Chunyu smiled and nodded. "That's right. Our captain's family has contributed a lot to the construction of Blizzard City. And one of the conditions is that Blizzard City must be built in the area where the Deng family is located. Deng Yuan has existed for a long time and is not affected by the end of the world, so you don't have to be too surprised." But how could Zhang Yi not be surprised by this information? This Deng family is indeed a big family in Jinling. He had been ignorant and never heard of the Deng family. But after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved, because the real top families are often not very prominent, but the power they possess is astonishingly huge. "I'm sorry," Zhang Yi apologized. "I'm not well informed and have never heard of the Deng family. I wonder what kind of family they are." Bai Chunyu's smile became even stronger. Before the end of the world, the Deng family existed in secret, so it's normal that you didn't know about it. But that's no longer the case. The Deng family possesses considerable power and wealth, and many groups in Jiangnan are their industries, among which the high-tech industries are the most famous. Well, how should I put it? You have seen the origin bullets and the battle suits worn by the investigation team members, right? Zhang Yi nodded, and those things made him very coveted. Bai Chunyu continued, "Those were all created by the Deng family to help the region. It can be said that without the support of the Deng family, the power of the Jiangnan region would have lost at least 20%. Inwardly, Zhang Yi silently cursed in his heart when he heard this. Damn, truly a dog-rich family. But on the surface, he had a shocked expression on his face. Wow, they're so powerful. With his arms leisurely crossed, Bai Chunyu's face was beaming with pride, extremely satisfied with Zhang Yi's expression. So, you should know how great and honored it is for you to be noticed by our captain, right? Zhang Yi nodded. It's an honor indeed. At this point, every word from Zhang Yi's mouth was of high praise. Bai Chunyu took a final sip of his tea, placed the teacup back on the saucer, and calmly stood up. The captain will meet you at 6 o'clock tonight. A car will come to pick you up an hour early, so don't run around then. Zhang Yi nodded. Sure, I will definitely be there on time for the appointment. Zhang Yi accompanied Bai Chunyu to the door as he took his leave. When the door closed, Zhang Yi stood there, in thoughts. Deng Shentong has a powerful family background, strong supernatural talent, and an arrogant and conceited personality. It is possible that he was trained by his family. It seems that I have to use a better excuse to refuse the other party's solicitation. Even if we cannot become partners, I will try my best to avoid conflicts. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a black luxury car arrived in front of the apartment building. The vehicle has no brand, but it screams wealth and power. It also looked heavy and bulletproof, as if it's not a car, but a tank. A closer look shows that it's impossible to find its surface reflecting any form of light. Two people in black suited uniform got off the car, and everyone around heads turn. The car doesn't look cheap. Which boss is making such a fuss? Look at that direction, it seems to be Tianhai City again. Are they facing problems again? The two guys entered the apartment complex and found Zhang Yi's room. Mr. Zhang Yi, my young master invites you to come and have a chat. One of the two in black said this after a knock on the door. Zhang Yi knew that they were sent by Deng Shintong, nodded and followed them out. There were many people watching the excitement nearby, still talking about which big shot had taken Zhang Yi away. Only a few people who knew the situation were secretly wondering, what kind of ability does this Zhang Yi have that the captain of the God Squad even personally invited him over? Could it be that there are powerful people in Tianhai City who should not be underestimated? Zhang Yi got in the car. The internal structure looked very ordinary and not very gorgeous, but it gave a very safe feeling. Even the car door was nearly 20 centimeters thick, which should be made of some special defensive materials. In the end times, in addition to having a heating system, the most important thing for a means of transportation is defense. Zhang Yi sat in the back seat and folded his arms. The two men in black in front did not speak, but drove silently towards the direction of Deng Garden. About half an hour later, they stopped at a park in the northeast of Blizzard City. The man in black in the co-pilot seat explained the situation to the security inside through the communication device. Soon, he received a go-ahead and turned to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, please get out of the car. This is as far as the car can go. You cannot enter the manor because one of the wives of the Deng family hates the smell of gasoline. Zhang Yi smiled, nodded and got out of the car politely. After all, the guest follows the host's wishes. He is not a hypocritical person. At this time, Bai Chunyu stood there at the small door of the right side of the gate, looking at Zhang Yi with a smile. You are here. Come with me and wait for a while. The captain has something else to do and will be finished soon. Zhang Yi simply nodded but didn't say much and followed Bai Chunyu into the Deng garden. The Deng family's manor is very large and very gorgeous, even gorgeous to the point of being a little surprising. The weather was too cold, and most of the plants have been frozen to death. In the Deng family manor, there are some plants that have been cultivated in special transparent culture dishes, and they are still lush and green. However, there are not many such plants, only some extremely rare species, and they are placed under the eaves. With such a vast structure, soldiers armed to the teeth can be seen guarding at every entrance and exit. They were in similar uniforms as the Yenyun troops. Initially, Zhang Yi was quite excited when he came here, but after seeing it, he felt that it was just like that. Compared to his shelter, this place was bigger, but there was nothing special about it. One would think Zhang Yi is being a little salty. Bai Chunyu brought Zhang Yi to a room where the temperature was very comfortable and the decoration was very fashionable. It might not be appropriate to describe it as gorgeous, but it was full of modern style, and the furniture in the room was in cyberpunk style, giving people a sense of vitality. Bai Chunyu said to Zhang Yi, wait here for a while. Our captain will come over after he finishes the things over there. He clapped his hands, and immediately a waitress came in with a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yi. Thank you, Zhang Yi said politely, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Bai Chunyu left the room, and Zhang Yi looked at the surrounding layout while waiting for Deng Shintong. There was a large French window outside with a garden and lake outside the window. At least it should have been in the past. Now it has been frozen. Zhang Yi thought. Although it is a big family in Blizzard City with strong financial resources, it is impossible to implement heating in the entire manor now. Money is useless today. The allocation of resources is based on contribution, and even a big family cannot be wasted. After all, Zhu Zheng will not agree. The room was a comfortable home for a rich second-generation young man. There was a soft sofa, a large TV hanging on the wall, and many game cartridges scattered on the carpet. Zhang Yi picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the TV. As expected, it was full of snowflakes. He could play some games, but considering that the time was too short, Zhang Yi gave up the idea. Otherwise, he would not have fun, so he might as well not play. The waiting time was not very long. Less than half an hour later, Deng Shintong's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Yi, you're here. Zhang Yi glanced at the time, 5:58. He didn't expect the captain of the Tianshan team to be so punctual. Deng Shintong took off his boots and got into comfortable slippers. His slender body was upright and agile like he had been exercising a lot. Zhang Yi looked back at him. I just arrived a while ago. Deng Shintong walked to Zhang Yi's side. He sat down on the sofa and let out a leisurely breath, as if he had gone through some hard work. Zhang Yi looked at him curiously. The feeling given by the captain today was very different from last time. Is there a flower on my face? Deng Shentong asked with a smile, and there was a hint of evil charm on his handsome face. That's not the case. It's just that you are so handsome that I couldn't help but take a few more glances, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. This time, Deng Shentong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to play by the rules so unconventionally. There are not many people who would talk to him in this tone, especially on weekdays. This made him laugh wholeheartedly. You are so interesting. Deng Shentong slapped his thigh. By the way, I heard that you didn't sign up for the operation to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. What are your thoughts? A question without any reason. Zhang Yi thought for a while and replied with a smile. There are 13 cities in Jiangnan. Even if the investigation team and Yenyun guards of Blizzard City do not take action, there are still dozens of forces in the 12 outer cities. One more or one less is not a big deal. It won't make much difference with my involvement. I believe you've heard that our forces are all seriously injured. The main thing is that Tianhai City should not start a war again. Deng Shentong touched his chin and nodded after listening to Zhang Yi's words. That makes some sense. But your strength is obviously much higher than other mutants in the outer cities. If you go, I think you have a greater chance of killing the Ronin group. A strange light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. What did Deng Shentong mean by saying this suddenly? But I am not alone. I represent a team. Deng Shentong smiled disapprovingly. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I just asked casually, maybe your choice is better. Deng Shentong knew the inside story, but he couldn't tell Zhang Yi about it. When Zhang Yi heard what he said, his guess became clearer. It was probably just as he thought. The Eclipse group in Linhai City was definitely not that easy to deal with. Next, Deng Shentong said, I won't beat around the bush with you. I asked you to come here today, and you should know what my purpose is. How about joining my team? Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, and spread out his right hand to introduce him to the various benefits of joining the God Team. The God Squad is the strongest in the entire Jiangnan region. As long as you join us, you can walk sideways in Jiangnan from now on. You can enjoy supreme glory and be respected by others. Of course, to put it in a vulgar way, even if you want women and materials, I can satisfy you. In a word, you can get everything you want from me. Deng Shentong said this with a confident tone. He was not painting a rosy picture for Zhang Yi, but he thought that if he became his subordinate, these things would be within his reach. Of course, he did have such strength. Zhang Yi clapped his hands in amazement. You are so amazing. I have seen many outstanding geniuses in my life, but it is the first time I have seen someone as rich and talented as you. Zhang Yi's flattery made Deng Shentong very happy. He stretched out his hand and flicked his long hair. So, the world you have seen is too small, but you have the opportunity to follow me and see a wider world. He stretched out his right hand to Zhang Yi. Come on, become a member of my God Squad. Zhang Yi took his ass-kissing act a couple notch. His eyes were full of gratitude. This really touched me. After I join the God Team, will I be very safe and not be in danger for my life? Deng Shentong smiled confidently with his arms folded. Of course. Deng Shentong, have the ability to protect my teammates. Zhang Yi clenched his fists tightly like he'd hit the jackpot and breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then it's easy. I can join the God Team. Deng Shentong's face was filled with joy. But the next moment, Zhang Yi said, but I'm afraid of death. How about I stay in the city and take care of your logistics? Deng Shentong's smile froze on his face. Are you kidding me? Zhang Yi blinked, feigning almost genuine puzzlement. Didn't you say you could guarantee my safety? I think it's safest to stay in Blizzard City. Deng Shentong's eyes twitched fiercely. I want teammates who can fight. If you don't go out, what's the use of you? Zhang Yi explained. I admire your strength and tolerance very much. So if I join the Celestial God Team, I will definitely be able to live a better life than before, right? If you know me, you should know that I stay in the shelter all day in Tianhai City and never leave on my own initiative. Even my ability is mainly defensive. Ability represents the true heart of a mutant. This is my nature, so of course I will not take the initiative to attack. Deng Shentong was speechless. He was not a fool, and of course he understood that Zhang Yi was declining his invitation. But Zhang Yi also gave him enough face, and expressed it very clearly in his words. Zhang Yi was a genius in defense, and he didn't like to run around outside all day. It was certainly inappropriate for him to join the investigation team. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi for a few seconds, and suddenly laughed. He pointed at Zhang Yi. You are indeed a bit interesting, smooth-talking, and very capable yet so cowardly. Yes, I am. But it's also a steady way to live well. Zhang Yi corrected him. Wouldn't you get bored staying in the same place all day? Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi with interest. People who have great power will be eager to find a way to show it. Otherwise, they will always feel dissatisfied in their hearts. Can you really endure such a thing as living in a remote place for a lifetime? Zhang Yi nodded honestly. Yes, the answer came out without any second thought. Isn't it good to be alive? He thought. Besides, he is not living in seclusion in the mountains and forests to suffer. The environment at the shelter is so good, he has no worries about food and clothing, and there are a bunch of beautiful women to accompany him. This life is so comfortable, he must be sick in the head to go out and fight with others. Deng Shintong's eyes were a little confused. He didn't quite understand Zhang Yi's idea, but this was normal. After all, for Deng Shintong, all the things Zhang Yi wanted were already possessed when he was born. Deng Shintong pursued becoming a hero, enjoying supreme glory, and the excitement of bloody battles. Deng Shintong wanted to say something, but suddenly sighed helplessly. Okay, everyone has their own aspirations. Since you think so, I won't force you, but if you change your mind one day, you can contact me. Of course, it's not that I want you to join my team so badly. It's just that I give you such a chance. You'd better come to me as soon as possible. Otherwise, once I meet a more suitable team member, you can only be a substitute. Zhang Yi laughed inwardly, but said sincerely, Thank you, Captain Deng. I will definitely think about it after I go back. Although Zhang Yi rejected Deng Shintong, he also gave him enough face. Deng Shintong was not angry, but chatted with Zhang Yi for a long time. Although Deng Shintong looked very generous and had the manners of a rich second generation, he was quite tight-lipped. It was no problem to talk to him about eating, drinking, and having fun, but when Zhang Yi wanted to get information about Linhai City from him, he just brushed it off lightly. Zhang Yi thought to himself, after all, he is a well-informed person, so he should not be underestimated. The two chatted for a while, and their personalities were quite compatible. It was getting dark, so Zhang Yi got up and said goodbye. Wait a minute, I have a little gift for you. Deng Shintong snapped his fingers, and a waitress immediately came in with a black box. Zhang Yi stared at the black box in wonder. What is this? Wouldn't you know if you take a look? Deng Shintong replied as Zhang Yi nods, reaching out to take a look. He was a bit stunned to find the black box very heavy in his hands. Whoa, it's a bit heavy. Zhang Yi opened the box, took a look, and a radiant smile immediately formed on his face, expressing his amazement. Inside the long black box were densely packed dark and golden bullets. Origin bullets. Zhang Yi couldn't help but blurt out. There were at least hundreds of origin bullets in there. According to Lu Karen, the cost of an origin bullet was no less than 100,000 yuan. Of course, this is based on the price level before the end of the world. In today's world, when resources are more difficult to obtain and working conditions are limited, it is not excessive to increase its value tenfold. Deng Shintong just casually gave out about hundreds of origin bullets at once. It can only be said that among the second rich generation, Deng Shintong was just born into wealth differently. Zhang Yi looked sincere and was genuinely flattered. Captain Deng, this is so embarrassing. I can't just take it. Your gift is too heavy. I can't accept it. Deng Shintong, who loved being admired and adored, smiled faintly and leisurely waved his hand. This kind of thing is nothing to me, but it is very necessary for you, right? Just accept it, it will help you in the future. Despite his cowardly behavior, the kind of attitude displayed by Zhang Yi made Deng Shintong a little moved. Seeing this, Zhang Yi no longer refused and put the black box into his alternate space. Thank you, Captain Deng. If you need me in the future, please let me know, and I will do my best to assist you. Deng Shintong nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's it for today. If you come to Blizzard City again next time, maybe we will have a chance to meet again. Zhang Yi said goodbye and left the Deng mansion. Deng Shintong stared at Zhang Yi's departing figure from the mansion and felt a little regretful. Zhang Yi's space ability was indeed extremely rare, and is truly a shame from Deng Shintong's perspective. If he can bring such a person with him, it will be much more convenient for him to go on missions in the future. What's more, Zhang Yi's own combat power was not weak. At this moment, Bai Chunyu appeared behind Deng Shintong and asked respectfully, Captain, is Zhang Yi willing to join our investigation team? No, he refused. Deng Shintong replied lightly. This answer greatly surprised Bai Chunyu. He truly couldn't fathom such a choice. What? He actually refused. You know, many people dare not dream of such an opportunity, but he actually refused. Deng Shintong's mouth curled up slightly. Maybe that's what makes him interesting. Inwardly, Deng Shintong silently thought, man, this guy had successfully caught my attention. His thoughts were interrupted with a question from Bai Chunyu. Bai Chunyu asked why his captain gave Zhang Yi a box of origin bullets despite his refusal to join his team. Deng Shintong smiled disapprovingly. His arms leisurely crossed. It's just a box of origin bullets. What's the big deal? As long as he is useful to me, I can accept any price no matter how much it costs to win him over. After all, those who are plotting for the kingly way of hegemony should not be stingy with details. Even if Zhang Yi does not join my god team, today's kindness will make him remember my kindness. Bai Chunyu took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Captain is wise. Your wisdom and broad mind are admirable. The scene then shifts to Zhang Yi's room, where his entire team had gathered, curious to know what happened when he accepted Deng Shentong's invitation. Boss, how was your conversation with Deng Shentong? Well, when Zhang Yi left the Deng family, the family's driver was still patiently waiting outside. The moment Zhang Yi stepped out of the mansion's compound, he was asked to get in the car, and the entire experience on his way back was similar to his arrival. Zhang Yi's impression of the Deng family couldn't help but improve. Originally, he thought that the sons of such big families must be arrogant and domineering, and those who obey them would prosper while those who disobey them would perish under their punishment. But Deng Shentong's demeanor made him realize that not all second generations of big families are so arrogant and brainless. Even if Zhang Yi did not agree to join the god team, Deng Shentong did not show any unwarranted dissatisfaction with him, although he was a bit disappointed and surprised. Strangely enough, Zhang Yi felt that it was not such a bad idea to be friends with a person like Deng Shentong. Anyway, Zhang Yi casually replied to Chunlei's question. He wanted to win me over, but I didn't agree, so he asked me to come back and think about it. Hearing this, Zhou Qi rushed over to his side. Did he not give you any trouble? Zhang Yi patted her head in a loving gesture. Don't worry, he won't. I talked to him and find him to be a good friend. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Fortunately, Deng Shentong did not try any underhanded tactic to force Zhang Yi to stay and join his team. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with that situation while planning to defend the territories of Tianhai City. Zhou Qi then asked cheerfully, what should we do next? Should we go back? Zhang Yi suddenly thought of the 3 unfortunate souls in Day City. A surge of excitement flashed in his eyes as a cruel smile crept up on his lips. Zhang Yi's voice dropped to a bone-chilling sound. It's time to go back and prepare a gift for them. Zhang Yi and his entire team had decided to leave Blizzard City now that he had no reason for them to stay any longer. He also requested a meeting with Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian, and Chen Jingguan. When the 3 came to his room, they sat across from him with a confused look. It was obvious that none of them had any idea what the sudden meeting was about. Zhang Yi stared at them and said with a very serious expression, I'm going back to Tianhai City tonight. If you don't have anything else important to do, come with me. The 3 of them were a little surprised hearing this. Xiao Honglian glanced at the sky through the window and asked in confusion, Are you in such a hurry? It's already dark. Can't you wait until tomorrow to go back? Chen Jingguan, who was now a subordinate of Zhang Yi, addressed him as boss. He asked if the sudden departure was due to the mutants in Day City. Chen Jingguan's address surprised everyone, even Zhang Yi's team. Zhang Yi had yet to tell anyone that he had become the leader of Morning Dew Base. Zhou Qi was the first to express the confusion on everyone's face. Zhang Yi, she said, why did he suddenly refer to you as boss? Zhang Yi replied casually, Oh, that's because Morning Dew Base is now under my management, and Chen Jingguan is my subordinate. Zhang Yi's tone on this matter was casual. Too casual, like it wasn't a big deal for everyone present, especially Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian. Chen Jingguan took the initiative to surrender to Zhang Yi, so what should they do in the future? Although they were willing to surrender to Zhang Yi in the past, they were still hesitant and had selfish motives to take the plunge. Xing Tian and Xiao Honglian more or less want to be the leaders of their respective bases themselves, although they can tell which of the two, being someone else's subordinate or a big boss, was more comfortable. But at this very moment, Chen Jingguan's approach had forced them to consider the situation in the future. And with factions from other cities encroaching on the territories of Tianhai City, Zhang Yi's power was needed to help protect their base. But it's hard for the two to completely submit everything they fought for since the end of the world to Zhang Yi. For a while, they consider whether they should learn from Chen Jingguan and do the same. But they really couldn't make up their minds, so they planned to go back and think it over. Zhang Yi ignored their inner dilemma and continued. I know you all are very angry about what those people in Day City did. And I have said before that everything should be put on hold until the regional meeting is over. Now that the meeting is over, we can focus on dealing with those guys. Based on the current situation, they have already regarded Tianhai City as a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready to be shared at will. So the invasion of Tianhai City is a foregone conclusion. And it is very likely that they will take advantage of this time, when the Jiangnan district is focusing on Linhai City. We need to hurry back and make preparations, using the advantage of local operations. Zhang Yi explained simply and quickly. He had already notified his team members, but this was the first time he's notifying the leaders of the three major forces. Chun Jingguan's eyes lit up immediately, praising Zhang Yi exactly like Chunlei. Boss, you are really smart. You plan carefully before making decisions so that they will mistakenly think that Tianhai City is weak. In turn, they will underestimate us, their enemy. Then we will spread a large net, wait for them to fall into the trap, and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Chun Jingguan's eyes became brighter and brighter. By then, everyone will know the strength of Tianhai City, and no one will dare to covet us. This is smart, really smart. Chun Jingguan is worthy of being a second-in-command, and his ass-kissing was first class. Zhang Yi couldn't help smiling at Chun Jingguan's boasting skills. This guy, no longer burdened by being the leader of Morning Dew Base, had begun to let himself go again. But then again, not everyone is born to be the number one. People like Chun Jingguan were probably born to follow orders, not the other way around. The same couldn't be said about Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian though. Anyway, speaking of the two, they were pleased with this news. Do you have any specific plan in mind? Xiao Honglian leaned forward and continued excitedly. How do you want us to cooperate? Zhang Yi replied lightly. Stay constant in the face of ever-changing situations. He spread his hands and continued. We don't know what actions the other party will take, but fighting on our home turf, we have the right time, the right place, and the right people on our side. What you need to do now is to be well prepared when you return. Pack your weapons, be vigilant, and don't let your guard down for even a moment. As for what to do next, it depends on their movements. Zhang Yi has a clear understanding of himself, and he had no intention of coming up with strategies upon strategies to predict and play with the other party. But he can make solid preparations and make himself as invincible as possible to his enemies. This way, if a fight really breaks out, he could, with his current strength, crush his opponents without mercy. Also, given the few opponents in the entire Jiangnan region who can truly challenge him, everyone nodded. Under the premise of lacking information on the mutant factions in Daze City, this approach was the most stable. Zhang Yi immediately asked everyone to go back to pack up and prepare to leave. They would take the special train back to Tianhai City. Zhu Zhang had said that they could leave Blizzard City at any time, but if they wanted to come back again, they had to get permission from Blizzard City. Everyone knew that the sooner they went back, the sooner they could prepare for the battle. After all, no one knew when the mutants from Daze City would take action. So everyone went back, summoned their soldiers, and then left the apartment together. There were quite a few of them, so the noise of their departure could not be hidden from the mutants from Daze City, especially Sun Jianming, who had been keeping a close eye on them. Watching their departing figures through his window, Sun Jianming believes they were running away overnight. From Sun Jianming's perspective, the people of Tianhai City were obviously worried that he and the other two factions would take action against them. What a bunch of cowards. This made him look down on the mutant organizations in Tianhai City even more. It seems that it's time to act. Tianhai City is rich in resources, and it should not be occupied by these weak forces. It's a complete waste. After beating Chun Jingguan, Sun Jianming was in the limelight and was now in high spirits. However, he was not as arrogant as he appears to be. Sun Jianming was rough but meticulous, and his actions were not impulsive. Although he believed Tianhai City was weak, he wasn't going to attack alone. He had to let other forces cooperate with him on this matter. Thinking of this, Sun Jianming immediately took out his phone and called both Chun Liangyu and Gu Hongdai, inviting them to come to his place for some tea. Chun Liangyu and Gu Hongdai heard his request, and they actually understood what Sun Jianming was thinking. They agreed and ended the call. Zhang Yi, just enjoy your last moments of leisure, Sun Jianming murmured with a smile. A while later, Chun Liangyu and Gu Hongdai came to Sun Jianming's room. The three had been old acquaintances since the end of the world, so Sun Jianming didn't even bother to be polite with them. You two, did you know that the minions of Tianhai City took advantage of the night to escape? I wonder what you guys think of this matter. Chun Liangyu remained indifferent as Gu Hongdai laughed tenderly. A cunning light flashed in her eyes. We all want to take a bite of this fat piece of meat in Tianhai City, so it's no use hiding it. You need to stop beating around the bush and ask the question directly. Sun Jianming, just tell us what you think. She glanced at Chun Liangyu next to her. I guess the three of us have the same idea. Chun Liangyu simply nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, Sun Jianming laughed. Okay, I'll be frank with you guys. Tianhai City is obviously a piece of fat meat, but we have to act early, otherwise it will be easily taken by others. It's difficult for our factions to act alone to eat this piece of fat meat, so why don't we three join forces and put pressure on them directly? Sun Jianming continued confidently. Although their forces and their overall strength are weak, they still have some outstanding people. Xiao Honglian of Radiant Prosperity Base, Xing Tian of Emerald Waterside Base, and Zhang Yi. Those 3 leaders would undoubtedly be strong. But it's not good for us to fight to the death. If a war really breaks out, it will not benefit us and will only make others take advantage of the situation easily. I suggest that the 3 of us put pressure on them together. And as long as they hand over most of Tianhai City's resources, we will give them a chance to live. Anyway, Tianhai City is so big, so leaving them a little bit of resources is enough for them to survive. With this strategy, we will seize most of the territories and supplies without bloodshed. Isn't this a beautiful idea? After hearing this, Gu Hongdai smiled approvingly. This proposal is indeed good. We don't want to go to war unless it is necessary. It would be best if they can be sensible. If they are stubborn, we can just destroy them. These 3 unfortunate fuckers had already regarded Tianhai City as something in their pockets during their conversation. But it's understandable. Strictly speaking, the total number of mutants in the entire Tianhai City may be slightly more than that of Sun Jiaming's faction alone. And judging from the number of people that came for the meeting, it was obvious at that point that the once glorious power Tianhai City used to wield was now totally gone. Or to be precise, it was now wielded by a single individual wolf in a sheep's clothing, hiding in plain sight. Sun Jiaming stood up with a raised glass of wine. Then it's settled. Let's act as soon as possible, to prevent others from competing for this piece of fat meat. Chun Liangyu also stood up with a raised glass of wine. Gu Hongdai immediately joins the 2. Then, the 3 cling their glasses to celebrate their happy cooperation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others hurriedly left Blizzard City and took the Jiangnan special train back to Tianhai City. After walking out of the Xiaomaishan subway station, Zhang Yi told everyone to immediately return to their respective territories and start preparing for defense. Xiao Honglian felt somewhat reassured. She had watched Zhang Yi during the entire journey back, and noticed how Chun Jingguan had been following behind him, as if he had become Zhang Yi's loyal subordinate. She frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xiao Honglian felt that the closeness and distance had been established. And according to Zhang Yi's character, if a war broke out, she and Xing Tian would most likely be the ones to be sacrificed since they are too passive. At this moment, Xiao Honglian only wanted to verify something before she can make a decision. She walked up to Zhang Yi and asked eagerly and earnestly, "If the mutants from Day City come to kill us, you will come to save us, right?" "Of course." Zhang Yi replied with a stern look. Xiao Honglian said nothing else, because Zhang Yi's answer was too straightforward, which made it seem unreal. She had dealt with Zhang Yi for so long, and knew exactly what kind of person he was. What Zhang Yi cared about most was always the interests of himself and the people around him. Thinking of this, her hands started shaking as a result. And after a few seconds, Xiao Honglian finally made a decision in her heart. She took a deep breath, took a bold step forward, and then directly in front of everyone's eyes, she bowed respectfully and declared, "Zhang Yi, please accept Radiant Prosperity Base under your management as well." As soon as these words came out, the scene became quiet. Everyone looked at Xiao Honglian, then at Zhang Yi. Although this matter surprised everyone, it was reasonable. Radiant Prosperity Base can no longer withstand a conflict at the level of armed forces. Without Zhang Yi's protection, they will no longer be able to face the crisis, but can only hide in their underground shelter all the time. And if that happens, everything they have on the surface will be handed over to others. Chun Jingguan raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "What a wise choice." He was a little proud. Although everyone is joining Zhang Yi, this also pays attention to first come first served. He was the first to join Zhang Yi, and his status must be higher. However, his strength was indeed not as good as Xiao Honglian. This scene stunned Xing Tian, who was about to leave not far away. He was dumbfounded. "Good lord, there are only a few forces in Tianhai City, and now you are all with Zhang Yi. What do you expect me to do?" After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and ran to Zhang Yi. "Old friend, our Emerald Waterside Base will also follow you in the future." Zhang Yi's expression was very calm. He was not particularly interested in joining the forces to him, because he did not lack any resources. However, in order to maintain a stable living environment for himself and his team members, Tianhai City cannot be in turmoil. The existence of these forces is one of the important factors in maintaining the harmony of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian in front of him, and asked calmly, "Do you understand what it takes to do this? Being my subordinate means that you will listen to me no matter what in the future." A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This even includes letting you die." Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian were shocked. It was impossible for them to give up their status only to die in the end. After all, wasn't staying alive the whole point in joining Zhang Yi's leadership? "Go to hell!" The two shouted simultaneously, But they immediately realized that Zhang Yi was just reminding them that if they surrendered to him, they must obey him unconditionally. Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian stared at each other nervously, clearly thinking of the same thing. And to be fair, no one wants this, but the situation was unavoidable and they were desperate. Tianhai City has such attractive resources, which will definitely cause competition from factions in other cities. So they might as well join a force that knows them well. The two agreed to Zhang Yi's request, knowing full well that by joining Zhang Yi, they can continue to stay in Tianhai City and enjoy certain rights at least. In the future, we will do whatever you ask us to do. I just hope you can protect the people in our base and let everyone survive. Xiao Honglian made a respectful request since the outcome of the battle ahead will be primarily based on Zhang Yi's strength. Xing Tian smiled nervously, his tone a bit hesitant as he added, "Old friend, we had a good relationship in the past. You won't treat me badly, right?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, casually waving a hand. "On ordinary days, you can do what you want and I won't interfere. But on major matters, you have to listen to my instructions." Zhang Yi didn't say too much. After all, his requirements for the three forces were not high. And he knew that no matter how many requirements were put forward, if these guys really encountered major problems, they would always take their own interests as the starting point. What Zhang Yi really wants was their unwavering loyalty during this battle. The kind that's so ridiculous that it doesn't even exist and it's impossible to have. Zhang Yi knows this and quite frankly, he's not expecting much from either forces. Xiao Honglian and Xing Tian nodded. Then the two proceed to take their men to leave the Zaimaishan subway station. "Okay, we understand and we'll take our leave first." Chun Jingguan, with his cheerful demeanor, also said his farewell to Zhang Yi. "Boss, we're also leaving too and we'll wait for your instructions." Zhang Yi took out all the vehicles from his alternate space, and everyone took theirs back to their respective base. However, the atmosphere along the way back to the shelter was a little bit solemn. After all, the leisurely days had passed and everyone felt the shift in the cold air. If there are no unexpected accident in the meantime, an expected conflict with other cities will soon occur. Why do we always have to fight? It's so tiring. Chunlei sighed, looking a bit annoyed. This is the general trend after the end of the world. There is nothing we can do about it. Uncle Yu replied, looking a bit dejected just thinking about the current state of the world. A society without civilization follows Darwin's law, the strong prey on the weak, which is inevitable. We can only hope that the Jiangnan region will establish more sound and comprehensive laws as soon as possible to restrain these forces. Zhang Yi sat in the co-pilot seat, listening to the conversation between the two. He briefly pondered over Uncle Yu's words and said confidently, "After this battle, the city will be much more peaceful and we can be at ease." Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a faint light and his sinister signature smile immediately tugged on his lips. For a moment there, his calm and composed demeanor briefly gave way to his deepest animalistic desire. He could not treat the humiliation of those guys in Days City as nothing. He leisurely stated that normally killing the chicken to scare the monkeys has always been the way to set an example for others. But this time, he was not only going to kill the chickens but collapse all the entire chicken coops as well. The scene shifts to the shelter about half an hour later. Inside at the lounging hall, Yang Xinxin, Yang Min, and Zhou Haimei were patiently waiting like any other day for the group's arrival. Unexpectedly, the three women hadn't been informed ahead of time that the group were on their way back. Holding a cup of hot tea, Yang Xinxin stated that she didn't know how Zhang Yi and the others were doing in Blizzard City. Yang Min was at the window, staring outside with longing. They should be back in the next few days, right? Coincidentally, she heard the sound of a car the moment she said those words. Surprised, she told her sister and Zhou Haimei about what she heard. Yang Xinxin placed her cup of tea on the table and replied skeptically that it was impossible. To put both women at ease, Zhou Haimei suggested they go take a look to be sure. The three women headed for the door, but the moment they got there, the sudden noise at the other end made them halt in their tracks, realizing that the group had indeed arrived. They waited anxiously to greet them the moment they opened the door, and that's what happened seconds after as the group made their way inside the shelter. Leading the charge was, of course, Zhang Yi, and Yang Xinxin immediately bolted forward to give him a hug. "Big brother, you are back." Her welcoming hug was momentarily cut short with a gentle tap on the shoulder from Zhou Haimei. "Xinxin, let's make way for them first. It's cold outside. Let them come in and have some hot tea to warm themselves up." Holding a tray of several freshly hot-prepared tea, Zhou Haimei began to serve everyone with a radiant smile the moment they gathered at the lounging hall. She noticed the forced smile on Uncle Yu's face when she served him, and couldn't help asking with some worry when she took a seat beside him. "What happened to you? Since you came back, your expression had been quite serious." "Oh, it's no big deal." Zhang Yi replied to her question before Uncle Yu could. You guys have to stay in the shelter for a while because in Blizzard City, many forces think that our Tianhai City is weak and want to swallow up our territories. Zhang Yi and the others had not been away for long, and nothing happened at home. Everything was as calm as before. But after hearing Zhang Yi and the others talk about their experience in Blizzard City, Zhou Haimei and Yang Min showed helpless expressions on their faces. There's going to be a war again. Why can't we live a good life? Why do we have to fight to the death? I really don't understand what those people are thinking. Zhou Haimei shook her head with a look of regret. It seems that she was condemning those who did not cherish the good life and had to fight for their lives. Uncle Yu put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry. No matter how big the problem is, we will always take care of it. You just need to focus and do your own work at home and don't worry about anything else. Zhang Yi turned to Yang Xinxin next to him on the sofa and started to arrange tasks directly. Xinxin, I have taken over the 3 forces in Tianhai City. You will immediately take over their network systems. Through this, I can keep abreast of the developments in various areas of Tianhai City at any time. Yang Xinxin nodded slightly. Okay, big brother. In addition to that, I can also try to invade the network systems of other cities. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment and stared at her with a surprised look. Can you do that too? Yang Xinxin smiled and nodded. In the past, it was because it was not necessary. After all, our main opponent was in Tianhai City. But now, the forces threatening our safety have become forces in other cities, so it is necessary to do this. Except for the network of Blizzard City, to which I dare not touch casually. The rest cannot be regarded as such. As long as the networks of other cities are not internal network systems, I can crack them. Although in the end of the world, the network system has not completely collapsed. There are still 6 national-level transcendent forces that maintain these infrastructures for the national economy and people's livelihood. Most forces are inseparable from communication equipment and the central control system, so they have to rely on the network, and there will be flaws that Yang Xinxin will find and take advantage of. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. Then you need to try to invade the network system of Days City. I want to get their combat power information, preferably the information about the supernatural powers of the mutants. Yang Xinxin smiled slightly and mimicked her friend's actions. Leave this to me. And speaking of such friend, Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards her and asked, Karen, you have been exposed to a lot of things in Blizzard City recently. The black and white battle suit and the building materials are some examples of them. I believe you absorbed them well, but the most urgent thing is to replicate that kind of battle suit. Zhang Yi was very envious of the training clothes in the martial arts field. This was the first time he had seen clothing that could improve a person's basic physical fitness through clothing. It was probably similar to a human exoskeleton, something Zhang Yi had only seen on the internet and in movies. However, it was the first time he had seen human exoskeleton technology developed to the level of clothing. With this thing, the overall strength of their team would be greatly improved. Even for the few women who were not good at fighting, it would give them a little more life security. Got it. Lu Karen saluted playfully. Zhang Yi then turned to Yang Min. Your work has to continue, and the more supernatural food you store, the better. Yang Min smiled brightly and nodded coquettishly. I know about this and haven't slacked off during this period. Zhang Yi nodded approvingly and gave her a thumbs up. That's great. Keep it up. The team must always be ready for battle. So everyone should get some rest and prepare for a new battle in the best condition. The meeting finally came to an end and the preparations were soon set in motion. The next day, Zhang Yi was startled awake by the blaring sound of the shelter AI system, informing everyone of an intruder. He immediately got up with his phone in hand. On the surveillance footage on his phone, he saw 2 black armored vehicles through the monitoring footage. He zoomed in the signature badge on the vehicle. He immediately guessed that these trespassers were from other cities because he had never seen the logo on the armored vehicle before. Zhang Yi quickly changed into his combat uniform and walked out of the room. He went downstairs, where Liang Yu and Uncle Yu were patiently waiting, dressed and ready for action. Let's go and see what's going on. As they head for the door, Liang Yu stated that the group was very cautious and stopped 200 meters away from the shelter. And judging from their car logo, they are not locals. I know they must be people from Days City. After all, they are the closest city to us. Uncle Yu frowned. Are they here to declare war? Declare war? Zhang Yi looked back at Uncle Yu with amusement. Have you ever seen anyone who is so martial and tells you in advance that he is going to war with you before it really breaks out? Hearing this, Uncle Yu was a bit puzzled and asked if they were really from Days City. If they were, then what do they want with this kind of invasion? Zhang Yi smiled playfully. Amused with the mental coercion the enemy was adapting. They should be here to intimidate us and make us surrender without a fight. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, The expressions on Uncle Yu and Liang Yu's faces were very strange. They couldn't make sense of the enemy's reason for trying to persuade them to surrender. It really doesn't make sense during this apocalyptic era. After all, no matter how serious the collapse of Tianhai City is, there are still some residual mutant forces with armed capabilities. If a fight to the death really breaks out and they are forced into a desperate situation, no one will have a good ending. Not to mention that now, Zhang Yi's strength had undergone a qualitative change that no one dares to openly say that they can beat him. Not even the strongest people in Blizzard City. On the other hand, his team is not weak either. They could win against the full-scale attacks of multiple bases a few months ago. It's really a fool's errand to intimidate them to make them surrender. Zhang Yi's mouth still had that playful smile. He told his team to pay no mind because their worry was needless. Anyway, let's go and see where their confidence comes from. Zhang Yi and his team passed by the lounging area, and the others in the shelter were already waiting for them. With Zhang Yi there, they have a backbone. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. What are you all looking at? It's okay, just go about your own business. Flower jumped onto Zhang Yi's shoulder and purred a little to get comfortable. Uncle Yu and Teacher Liang, just follow me. They were just a group of minions, so why do you guys look like you're so embarrassed? This look would seem that we are afraid of them. Zhang Yi slowly opened his right hand in front of him and activated his dimensional shield. An invisible and intangible round shield appeared in front of the three people, just enough to block all directions around them. Zhang Yi now has 3 defensive uses for the dimensional gate. The dimensional gate has the largest defense range and the strongest defense, but it cannot be moved. The dimensional shield, however, has a small defense range and medium defense, but it can be used flexibly and is suitable for close defense. And the 2 Realms Absolute has the smallest defense range, but can form an all-round defense without dead angles, and the spherical characteristics distort the dimensional gate, resulting in absolute defense. He needs to choose these abilities carefully according to the situation. With the preparations in order, the 3 walked through the shelter's entrance, stepped outside and walked on the narrow corridor, then down the flight of stairs to the snowy ground. They walked slowly towards the 2 black armored vehicles on the snow. Zhang Yi, as cautious as ever, reminded the 2 to be careful and never let their guard down. The moment they got closer to the vehicle, the atmosphere tensed up as each side took a moment to assess the situation before any further action. In the car over in front of them, there were 10 fully armed soldiers, all of whom were also extraordinary mutants, watching the entire surroundings cautiously. During the previous gathering, they had already seen that the major forces in Tianhai City were headed by Zhang Yi, so the car drove directly to the vicinity of the shelter. Seeing Zhang Yi and his men coming over, a sturdy mutant with a beard reported to the rest leisurely. They are coming. A companion leaned over to the vehicle's window and casually took a look. He lets out a heavy sigh, and with an expression of looking bored replied arrogantly, "They look so weak. Just hurry up and give the letter to them, and then we will go back. Don't waste time in this kind of place." A skinny guy in the back seat leaned an arm on the vehicle's window and replied with a mocking smile, "It's a rare opportunity to come here, so don't be so anxious. After all, this will be our territory in the future." Another guy behind him crossed his arms and also spoke arrogantly, stating that he hopes Zhang Yi and his team would know better and be more sensible to give up the territories of Tianhai City quickly. They chatted casually and did not take Zhang Yi and his men seriously, because they all believed that Tianhai City had been defeated long ago, and the remaining strength was completely unable to fight against the 3 major organizations in Day City. Zhang Yi and his men walked up to them. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Zhang Yi asked in a deep voice. The bearded man in the lead narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yi. "Are you Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi nodded. The bearded man reached out to take out a white paper file bag from his pocket. "We are from Day City, and we are the messengers of the 3 major forces there. The leaders of our 3 forces have a letter for you, and I hope you will read it carefully." He handed the file bag to Zhang Yi and reminded him, "By the way, there is also a contact information on it. Once you figure it out, send an email to this address." Zhang Yi and his team stared at the letter from Day City expressionlessly. As no one from Zhang Yi's side made a move to grab the letter, the tension between the 2 parties stretched out considerably. The impatience and irritation of the bearded man was evident, but he still restrained himself from acting out. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, the letter disappeared into his alternate space. Seeing this, several mutants from Day City, including the bearded man, whistled. But the mocking and sarcastic expressions on their faces clearly showed that they didn't take Zhang Yi seriously. "Wow, you actually have a rare space-related ability. Really good," the bearded man added coldly. An undeniable hint of disdain was laced in his voice as he stares at Zhang Yi. "I'll give you 1 day to make a decision. In other words, Well, there are only 19 hours from now. After all, we have to deduct the time we came here. Zhang Yi just stared back expressionlessly and didn't say a word as the bearded man touched his forehead with 2 fingers, gesturing his farewell. Well, goodbye, and good luck to you. This group of mutant soldiers immediately started their armored vehicles with their mocking smile still heavily itched on their faces and rumbled away without any hesitation or a backward glance. The 3 stood there motionless, staring at the 2 departing vehicles in silence. Looking a little indignant, Uncle Yu approached Zhang Yi and asked why he didn't kill them. After all, those guys were too arrogant. Zhang Yi just replied calmly that he wasn't interested in small fries. Also, if they act rashly, it will only make the enemy wary of them. Let's just see how things develop first. It's better to see what they will do when they believe their opponent is weak and defenseless. When the 2 black armored vehicles finally disappeared from sight, Zhang Yi, as composed and calm as ever, turned and walked towards the shelter like it was just another Tuesday. Although Uncle Yu and Liang Yu had seen this calculating version of Zhang Yi time and time again, they still couldn't help but be amazed. The 2 kept staring at Zhang Yi's back as Uncle Yu took a deep breath, his eyes showing deep admiration. He is only in his 20s, but he can remain so calm and patient when he encounters extremely difficult challenges. He rises to the occasion time and time again and comes out on top with ease every time. It's really rare, Liang Yu added jokingly. Isn't there a saying that goes, "A dog that bites doesn't bark"? Zhang Yi's voice suddenly came from the distance ahead. Don't think I can't hear what you 2 are saying because I'm far away. When the 2 heard Zhang Yi's comment, they immediately felt embarrassed and tentatively turned their gaze elsewhere nervously. Liang Yu stammers a little, trying to explain that the situation wasn't as it seems. I'm not saying bad things about you behind your back. She quickly covered her mouth afterwards. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked back at her walking towards him. It's even more excessive to say it to your face. Liang Yu's face flushed slightly. I'm obviously praising you, saying that you are steady. I'll just take your praise as a compliment then. Zhang Yi shook his head speechlessly. Liang Yu, after all, was a teacher. His teacher. And her way of praising people was still somewhat special and odd. Well, I almost forgot that you were a physical education teacher. The 3 made their way back inside the shelter. Inside, Zhang Yi immediately catch sight of the person he was searching for in the lounging hall. Here, come with me to the infirmary after your meal. I have something I need your help with. Zhou Qi readily agreed, curious to know what the matter was. A while later in the infirmary, Zhang Yi took out the letter from his alternate space and asked Zhou Qi to check the file bag first. She can only proceed to open it when she's confident that it was safe. It was without question that safety awareness was paramount in this family regardless of the profession or how powerful they are. Anyone can easily die in this apocalyptic era due to a slight oversight. Zhou Qi took the file bag with caution and after a thorough test and inspection, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Yi and confirms that there was no problem with the file bag. Zhang Yi used tweezers to pick open the file bag and then carefully took out the documents inside. There was only one piece of paper inside, which was a handwritten letter to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi put the letter on the table, put on a tactical helmet, and then leaned over to read it. What was written inside was very simple. The general idea was that Sun Jiaming, Chen Liangyu, and Gu Hongdai proposed to help them defend Tianhai City. The letter stated that Tianhai City has now experienced a painful war, with a large number of people killed and unable to fight against local forces. As friendly residents, the 3 major forces in Day City are willing to come to assist in defense in a humanitarian spirit, so the recipient of this letter should not refuse. After reading the content of the letter, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Then he began to laugh. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing, and his laughter became louder and louder like a madman. Although the reason was absurd, it was still plausible for these idiots from Day City to use to come to Tianhai City. What a high-sounding reason. These people are really interesting to be able to write such a proposal. If I guess correctly, they also worked in a unit before. Hearing Zhang Yi's laughter, Zhou Qi leaned over as Zhang Yi stepped aside for her to read the content of the letter. I have to say, these guys are really smart. If they use this method, even if the Jiangnan district wants to blame them in the future, they will have a reason to deal with it. After reading the letter, Zhou Qi turned to Zhang Yi, and as she took off her disposable mask, she asked what they were going to do. Zhang Yi picked the letter back up with his tweezers and led Zhou Qi out of the infirmary. He decided to let the others take a look together first before making any decision. Zhang Yi came to the lounging hall with Zhou Qi trailing behind. He presented the letter in front of everyone present and motioned for them to take a look. The moment they read the content of the letter, the expressions on their faces became very strange, because they all felt very disgusted. The factions of Day City were clearly coming to seize the territories and resources of Tianhai City, but they're purposefully encroaching under the banner of humanitarian assistance. Isn't this just wanting to be the boss of the entire Tianhai city? This is simply too despicable. Lu Karen clenched her fist in anger. She was young and didn't really understand the hidden meaning behind the letter. They might as well just act like bandits and rob people openly instead of disgusting us. Liang Yu shook her head slightly, smiling and staring at Lu Karen. It was obvious that Lu Karen, a young girl who was not very experienced in the world, would naturally not understand such methods. Zhou Qi stepped forward and grabbed her hand. She then points to the letter with a smile and tried to explain it to her. Karen, there are some things that everyone knows, but the surface work, although ridiculous sometimes, still needs to be done first in order to put on a show. According to them, they are just here to assist Tianhai City in defense. However, this assistance can't be in vain, right? The areas where troops needed to be stationed also need to be provided with the supplies necessary for their lives. With her arms leisurely folded, Lu Karen rolled her eyes with disdain. So, what you're saying is that if we don't give them anything, they would still try to snatch it away anyway. How will they explain it then? Zhou Qi shook her head slightly. They will say that we were immoral first, and their people had no choice but to take action. At most, they can just apologize after robbing the supplies. If we can't stand it and attack them, they will fight us with justification and say they are acting in self-defense. They think they can take over Tianhai City steadily, and as long as things are over quickly, they will use the above reasons to explain to the Jiangnan district. By the time the dust has settled, the Jiangnan district will probably still be busy dealing with the Ronin incident in Linhai City, so their only convenient option is to turn a blind eye and recognize their management rights in Tianhai City. After listening to this, Lu Karen was so angry that her face turned red. Doesn't it mean that they are robbers, but they can still call themselves good people? It's actually us who have been wronged. How ridiculous! They are obviously the robbers, and how can we be in the wrong to resist? Lu Karen may be right, but Zhang Yi knew it didn't matter. No one gives a shit in this situation, because only strength determines who's right at the end of the day. Zhang Yi placed the letter back in his alternate space and responded in a deep voice. It's just an excuse. Whoever wins is right. This gives the Jiangnan district a step, so that they don't have to slap them in the face when the Superpower Federation was just established. The Jiangnan district can only acquiesce. You don't have to pay attention to these things. They are just very simple language art. That's right. The simple understanding is that the three major organizations in Day City require Zhang Yi and his team to surrender unconditionally. In that case, they can still reserve some living space and supplies for Zhang Yi and his team. This made Liang Yu stare at Zhang Yi with a stern look. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife. She was angry at the shamelessness of the mutant forces in Day City. Zhang Yi, are we going to fight them? Yes, we must fight and beat them up. Teach them a lesson. These shameless guys actually dared to look down on us. We must definitely teach them a lesson. Chunlei and Uncle Yu said this with their raised fist. The two, like everyone, were filled with righteous indignation. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, satisfied with his team's attitude. Of course we have to fight, he replied. But the question is how to fight. The three major forces in Day City may be as powerful as our major forces before the zombie siege. If we reject their proposal outright, they will understand that we want to fight them to the end, so we must be prepared. Why not paralyze them first and pretend to agree to their suggestion? Yang Xinxin smiled, already following Zhang Yi's way of thinking. I understand what you're getting at, big brother. We should pretend to agree to their demands so that they will be careless, and then lure them into a trap we prepared in advance. A trap in which they cannot escape even if they wanted to. Zhang Yi nodded approvingly. Yang Xinxin could always guess what he was thinking. That's right, what we have to do now is to achieve this victory at the lowest cost. Uncle Yu then asked Zhang Yi what they should do. After all, you always make the arrangements. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and decided to call Xiao Honglian and the others over. They were all in the same boat now, so Zhang Yi needed to let them participate in this matter. The mutants from the three major forces combined are still considerable, and they must be used. As for the battle plan, Zhang Yi actually had a rough outline in his mind. After the conflict with Day City, he had been thinking about how to destroy these guys. There are at least 3 plans in his mind, but the current situation is what he wants most. The next step was to set up a trap and let these self-righteous fuckers fall into it. A while later, 3 vehicles arrived at Zhang Yi's shelter. Of course, they were none other than Xiao Honglian, Xing Tian and Chen Jingguan, and they all arrived at Luck Manor about the same time. This was their first time they were entering Zhang Yi's shelter. Seeing this magnificent house and feeling the paradise-like living environment inside, they were extremely envious comparing their situations. The moment they were invited inside, Zhang Yi welcomed them politely. Then, he proceeds to entertain them in the living room and ask them to sit down enthusiastically. Zhou Qier served them a glass of hot water when they took their seat on the sofa. Xiao Honglian seemed to have noticed something and asked anxiously, Zhang Yi, is there any movement of the mutant forces in Day City? The moment she asked this question, Xing Tian and Chun Jingguan's eyes widened a little in surprise. Their expressions became nervous. Zhang Yi calmly took a sip of his hot glass of water, glanced at them and said lightly, you guessed right, it is indeed about them. He briefly explained to them the message sent by the three major factions in Day City. After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, the three leaders were shocked and angry. Now they have no capital to compete with the three major factions in Day City. Chun Jingguan swallowed heavily and asked Zhang Yi in a pleading tone, boss, you won't ignore us, right? Xiao Honglian couldn't help blushing profusely when she referred to Zhang Yi as boss. She coughed slightly. Boss, you have to help us make a decision on this matter. For a moment there, Zhang Yi was taken aback, staring skeptically at Xiao Honglian. Her entire demeanor was a far cry from the proud and aloof leader she had been portrayed to be. Zhang Yi thought she was really honest. However, she changed her words quickly at the critical moment. He took another sip of his hot water and slowly replied, I have already thought of the plan for this matter, and there is not much you guys need to do. You just need to cooperate with my actions. Indeed, with the strength of the three major base organizations, the role they needed to play in this operation was only a supporting role. The rest and more important role was up to Zhang Yi to perform. The first thing to do is to paralyze the other party. Make them careless. We must pretend to compromise and trick them into Tianhai City first. As for what to do later, I will tell you when the time comes. In short, for now, do a good job of maintaining a good defense, and cooperate with me in acting. Zhang Yi did not reveal too much about the plan to them. The three base organizations had to just accept it. After all, Zhang Yi could not guarantee their loyalty, so he still had some reservations. The three listened quietly and agreed resolutely to act according to Zhang Yi's instructions. However, they still looked a little worried and tried repeatedly to confirm whether Zhang Yi would protect them if something happened. Zhang Yi could understand their feelings, so he made an exception and gave them many verbal promises. In the past, he would have scoffed at any verbal promise, but now these three bases were in danger, and they would hold on to any possibility of protecting themselves like a life-saving straw. On the other hand, after sending the letter to Zhang Yi, the three factions in Day City weren't particularly interested in Zhang Yi's reply, simply because it didn't matter if a reply came or not. They had already assembled their troops and could set out to dominate Tianhai City at any time. However, they received an email from Zhang Yi not long after. The mailbox left for Zhang Yi was shared by the three forces, so they decided to read the received email together in their conference room at their headquarters. In the email, Zhang Yi extended a polite greeting to them. Greetings to the three major factions in Day City. Today, I received your letter, which clearly showed that you were plotting to seize the resources of Tianhai City. On behalf of several major forces in this city, I firmly oppose this approach. We have the ability to protect our homeland and do not need any external forces to intervene. I hope you can restrain yourself and not resort to violence. Otherwise, we will report to the Jiangnan regional headquarters and let them handle the matter. If you can be friendly neighbors, we can give you some resources as a friendly gesture. After reading this email, Sun Jiaming laughed so hard that his face was crooked. Did Zhang Yi write this email? So funny. Chun Liangyu and Gu Hongdia's reactions after seeing the email were similar to Sun Jiaming's. He's obviously scared to death, but he's trying to save face. Did he really think he can scare us by using the Jiangnan region? What a naive idiot. The three couldn't stop laughing just thinking of Zhang Yi's look of being scared while pretending in the email. It was really hilarious. Sun Jiaming's contempt for Zhang Yi became more and more serious. Such a guy, I'm afraid if you scare him again, he will definitely compromise. Gu Hongdai was still laughing so hard that she covered her stomach and didn't straighten up for a long time. This little brother is so cute. I've decided that after we take over Tianhai City, I'll let him be my little underling who will tell me jokes when I'm bored. Gu Hongdai smiled coquettishly, but there was a faint devious thoughts in her eyes. He'd better not be ungrateful, right? The three were emboldened by the email and genuinely thought they could conquer Tianhai City without difficulty. Chun Liangyu told Gu Hongdai to not be distracted by trivial matters like that, because it wouldn't matter whether Zhang Yi is cute or not. If he really doesn't know to appreciate the kindness offered, they would take action. Hearing this, Gu Hongdai replied coquettishly to Chun Liangyu's comment. I don't think it's necessary. If we can avoid fighting, we should try not to fight. His attitude seems like he's wetting his pants. We can scare him again. There was a hint of deep meaning in Gu Hongdia's eyes. After all, it has been so long since the end of the world. Everyone who is still alive now doesn't want to die. Chun Liangyu just casually replied. I also think we can talk to him again. Besides, is there a possibility that he is acting? Chun Liangyu was an extremely cautious person. He will not conclude that Zhang Yi was weak and incompetent just because of an email. That kind of person cannot dominate Tianhai City. However, they do have limited information about Tianhai City, and they don't know about Zhang Yi's brilliant achievements. Sun Jiaming frowned, then sneered, Chun Liangyu, you are too cautious. Whether he is pretending or not, the weakness of Tianhai City is a well-known fact. Our army will sweep away everything. Chun Liangyu replied calmly, it's not that simple. We'd better talk to Zhang Yi again. If it can be resolved peacefully, no one wants to pay the price of bloodshed and sacrifice. Gu Hongdai stared at Chun Liangyu and pondered over his words briefly. We will talk to him again and let him hand over his territory and resources obediently. Then we can consider sparing their lives. After all, as long as there is hope to live, no one will willingly seek death. Let's not push them to the edge. Chun Liangyu and Gu Hongdai agreed on this matter. So Sun Jiaming had no choice but to also agree. Okay, we will talk to him again. But we have to let him know that our patience is limited and we don't have time to argue with him. The three reached a consensus and decided to communicate with Zhang Yi again. However, during this time, unbeknownst to these three dimwits, Zhang Yi's top hacker, Yang Xinxin, had already broken through the network firewall of their organization, just like passing through a wall woven by spider webs, without any difficulty, and obtained all their information. The sent email was the perfect Trojan horse. Not every force has such a powerful network security system. Tianhai City was one of the cities with the most developed information technology in the country, a place for some powerful programmers working in several major bases. But in the neighboring cities like Days City, not so much. Back at the shelter, Yang Xinxin was ecstatic with this achievement, proving to herself again how she is indeed the best hacker among elite hackers. She immediately brought the intelligence of the three major forces in Days City to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the lounging hall, barefoot, wearing his usual set of indoor clothes. The laptop was placed on his cross legs, and Yang Xinxin was sitting next to him, introducing him to the information she had obtained. According to the current intelligence, the scale of these three forces is not small. Although not as good as the five major forces in Tianhai City during its heyday, the gap is not too big. After all, Days City has a permanent population of more than 8 million, and supplies were relatively sufficient. They have room to develop their own strength. Zhang Yi's fingers slide on the screen, carefully flipping through the specific combat power intelligence of the three major factions. The most interesting thing is that they not only have their own internal intelligence, but also have statistical data on their development since the end of the world. This made Zhang Yi gain a lot. After all, no one would clearly record the abilities and weaknesses of their leaders in their own database. The first ability user Zhang Yi checked was Sun Jiaming. After reading through his information, Zhang Yi finally realized why Qin Jingguan was beaten by him so easily. It turns out he ignored his external defense and went straight for his internal organs, completely restraining him. It seems that Qin Jingguan was not that useless. This just got interesting. Finally, let the games begin. Zhang Yi then proceeds to stare silently at the screen with a stern look, prompting Yang Xinxin to inquire what was wrong. He was obviously contemplating on how to deal with each leader of the three factions of Days City, and the first among the three was none other than Sun Jiaming. And to answer Yang Xinxin's question, Zhang Yi simply showed her Sun Jiaming's information. Sun Jiaming was a user of the strengthening ability. His ability is codenamed Dark Power, which has the effect of breaking armor and penetrating the body. When attacking at close range, he ignores external defense and attacks the enemy's internal organs. Back in Blizzard City, Qin Jingguan fought him and lost miserably. But based on this information and how effortlessly he was restrained, there was really nothing he could do. Yang Xinxin read the file and nodded slightly, a bit taken aback. Zhang Yi moved to the next person on the list, Gu Hongdai. Gu Hongdai is a user of the psychic ability. Her ability is codename Scarlet Kiss, which can bewitch the mind of her target and make them completely become her puppet. Apparently, it's the kind of love from the heart. Zhang Yi couldn't help but gasp. This ability is quite perverted. The targets under this kiss of death clearly know they've been tricked, but due to the love and effect, they can't extricate themselves and could only sink further. Recalling their encounter back in Blizzard City, it's no wonder Gu Hongdai had the most subordinates among the three. Clearly, this kind of powerful control allows her to have a large number of underlings, which can be regarded as a weakened version of Yuan Konga. Suddenly, Yang Xinxin points to a crucial detail on the screen and spoke up delightedly. Big brother Zhang, the weaknesses of her abilities are also recorded in there. It turns out the Scarlet Kiss has a distance limit to activate, and it must be within 100 meters. Logically, the closer the distance, the stronger the effect. Unexpectedly, Yang Xinxin suddenly starts to blush profusely, which also prompts Zhang Yi to ask what the matter was. Feeling embarrassed, she couldn't find the words to explain, so she simply turned her gaze away from the screen and motioned Zhang Yi to take a look. Apparently, the content was a bit intimate. You see, Gu Hongdia's ability can have a maximized effect if she kisses her target directly. In that situation, regardless of the target's level of mutation below Epsilon, they will fall under her will. My goodness, this Gu Hongdai used to be a professional. It's long been established that a mutant's ability is directly tied to their innate desire and wants. So when a clueless Yang Xinxin asked Zhang Yi in an innocent demeanor what a professional meant, he suddenly feigned a cough and replied that it was nothing of importance. He motioned nervously for them to move to the next person on the list, Chen Liangyu. Chen Liangyu is an orc-type ability user, and his ability is codenamed Jaguar, which possesses a running speed close to the speed of sound, and a fierce hunter's instinctive hunting ability. After carefully checking their abilities, it was obvious that the leaders of the three major factions in Days City were all Delta-level mutants, and their abilities were also very abnormal. However, no matter how abnormal the ability is, it has its weaknesses. Zhang Yi knows this and was very much aware that he was no exception, regardless that he had reached the peak of the Delta level according to the strength of his ability. He still had the possibility of being attacked at close range. Therefore, caution was always paramount, and never underestimating an enemy follows right after. Zhang Yi proceeded to calmly read through the rest of the information of all the mutants in the three major factions and paid attention to the outstanding mutants. He had a rough assessment of their strength in his mind when he was done. Apparently, they were not as good as the five major forces in Tianhai City during their heyday, but they are very strong in their own right. And as for weapons and equipment, there was nothing good to say. They were far inferior to that of West Mountain Base. In this case, even if they want to attack Tianhai City, they cannot carry a large number of hot weapons, and their strength will be weakened by at least 20%. Zhang Yi carefully made a mental calculation, not missing any detail. But at this moment, a prompt came from his mailbox at the left corner of the screen. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, knowing full well that it was a response from Days City. He reached out and clicked on the email to check. The content of the email was scanned in less than a minute and opened. In the email, the three were still using their pretentious excuses to express their tough attitude. Tianhai City is an important city on the southeast coast, and it must not be lost. This is not a problem for your few forces, but a problem for the entire Jiangnan region, and even the entire country. Therefore, the joint defense of the three major forces in our Days City is necessary. Please put the overall situation first. We can only take tough measures if you insist on resisting, and it would be bad if some friction or casualties occur at that time. Please consider it carefully. We are already on the way, and we will see you in Tianhai City soon. After reading the email, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly with a playful smile on his lips. The previous email he sent had two purposes: disguise and infiltration. Now that the disguise strength of Tianhai City had been conveyed indirectly, Zhang Yi knew he couldn't surrender directly or immediately without some pathetic resistance from his end in order to avert suspicion. Nonetheless, he was in no hurry. About half an hour later, he stretched out a bit after sorting through all the files from Days City. It was time for the real show to begin. So, with renewed belligerence, Zhang Yi finally typed a reply. And with a gentle tap on the enter key, another email was sent to the other party. The content of the email stated how it was not impossible for the factions in Days City to come to assist in defense. Tianhai City's defense is indeed a little weak now. We can allocate a part of the area to you, but you can't touch the areas where our existing bases are located. Zhang Yi took a sip from his glass of hot water with a knowing grin, patiently waiting for a reply. When the three factions in Days City read the email, they laughed secretly at the other end. Zhang Yi's actions had revealed that they were unable to compete with them. He eventually agreed to give up on some territories, which shows his weakness and cowardice. But everyone knew it was a steady progress. Before, Zhang Yi ceded a piece of land. Now a territory. Soon, they will be able to completely swallow up the entire Tianhai City, including Luck Manor and the other three base organizations as well, plundering the most core resources they have. Supplies, weapons, and mutants, everything is on the table. In their group chat, Sun Jiaming remarked that Zhang Yi had softened his words. It seems we can take Tianhai City without losing a single soldier, he continued. What do you guys think? Gu Hongdai replied, questioning what else was there to say. They should just lead the troops there, occupy the important resource areas, then slowly swallow up other areas, and finally leave a barren area for them so that they can survive. Chen Liangyu, still a bit cautious about this strategy, added that it wasn't a good strategy. Their opponents still have some troops in their hands, so naturally, they will never willingly give up their territory and resources. It is safer to let them surrender and lose their resistance. Gu Hongdai smiled and asked Chen Liangyu if he was scared of a direct confrontation. If we ask them to hand over their weapons and surrender, they might fight us to the death. It is better to bring enough elite troops and crush them directly, leaving no room for a counterattack. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just jokes. Sun Jiaming nodded slightly and said sarcastically, although there are not many mutants left, they are also elites. There is no need to force them into a desperate situation. Chen Liangyu frowned and replied, telling the two that even a small resistance can ignite hope in their opponents to not give up their territory and resources so willingly. Only when they completely lose their resistance can he feel at ease about their victory. Sun Jiaming chuckled. Of course they are unwilling, he said. But their collective strength is still pathetic, so it doesn't matter if they're unwilling to the very end. Gu Hongdai again suggests they leave a barren area for their opponent as a way out for them to survive. After all, Tianhai City is so big. The three finally reached a consensus and decided to take the most elite mutants from their headquarters to Tianhai City. But they needed to set off immediately so as not to alert the Jiangnan district before they take action. Unbeknownst to the three, all their conversations were clearly monitored by Yang Xinxin and Zhang Yi in real time. When Uncle Yu saw the chat, he cursed so passionately through his clenched teeth. Zhang Yi slowly stood up from the sofa and sent a message to the leaders of the three bases with cold eyes. They needed to prepare for battle. A few days later, in the vast snowfield and icy mountains, with the west wind blowing, the mutant convoy from Daze City drove into the border of Tianhai City. Sun Jiaming and the others made up their mind to start their invasion directly from Xishan District. From Daze City to Xishan District in Tianhai City, passing by the Sanchi Tower was a convenient route without satellite navigation. The Sanchi Tower, a landmark building in Xishan District, used to be the Tianhai City radio station. The tower was 52 meters high and can be clearly seen from a long distance. Anyway, in the past few days, Zhang Yi had monitored every movement of the three factions in Daze City, and had prepared to ambush them at the Sanchi Tower. At this moment, the convoy of Daze City rumbled towards the Sanchi Tower. And it was a total of 50 chariots, 800 elite warriors, and 72 mutants from the three major factions. Led by the three powerful Delta-level mutant leaders, roughly 80% of the combat power of the entire Daze City has been mobilized for this invasion. In one of the chariot in the middle of the convoy, Sun Jiaming, Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai stared at a map and began to discuss which barren area to drive Zhang Yi and the other local forces to after taking over Tianhai City. When they reached a decision, their next crucial matter was how to divide the important resource points in Tianhai City. Sun Jiaming pointed directly at Morning Dew Base. The port of Morning Dew Base is mine, and our fleet can use it. Gu Hongdai sat cross-legged in her seat and slowly pointed at Radiant Prosperity Base. I want the oil refinery at Radiant Prosperity Base. Looking indifferent, Chen Liangyu pointed at the steel plant at Emerald Waterside Base. I want the steel mill. Sun Jiaming's eyes suddenly flashed with curiosity. Speaking of which, he questioned, where is the territory of that guy named Zhang Yi? Why don't we call him over to take us there? He thought it over briefly and continued that it didn't matter. Zhang Yi will have to give up his place when the time comes anyway. Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai also had a gleam in their eyes. They were also very curious. Although no one said it, everyone knew that Zhang Yi was the leader of the most powerful force in Tianhai City, so the area he occupied should be the best. You see, the intelligence between the regions after the end of the world was cut off. Also, they were busy fighting for territories in their own cities before, so how could they care about other cities? Gu Hongdai and Chen Liangyu both nodded. With a smile on their faces, they had long regarded everything from the major forces in Tianhai City as theirs. At this moment, Gu Hongdai caught a glimpse of a tall light and shadow outside the window. She turned her head and saw a white tower standing a few hundred meters away from them. The tower was covered with white snow, which looked quiet and mysterious. The Sanchi Tower. We are almost at the landmark building of Tianhai City, Gu Hongdai murmured. She then turned her gaze back inside the vehicle and continued to discuss the subsequent division plan with Sun Jiaming and Chen Liangyu. It was almost nightfall, which was unfortunate. Perhaps, if it was during daytime, she could have seen the dark light and shadow on the top of the tower. When the convoy closed in on the Sanchi Tower, Zhang Yi was on the top of the tower, looking down at everything below with indifference. In his heart, he silently calculated the distance between himself and the convoy. When the convoy was only 500 meters away from the Sanchi Tower, Zhang Yi could clearly see them in his tactical eyepiece. He slowly opened his right hand, and a condensed purple void suddenly appeared in his palm. Around it was a very dark and golden sparks, jumping like black lightning. Condensing the void, the spear of destruction, he murmured. The dark space power, as black as ink, mixed with a golden and purple color, expanded rapidly and jumped unsteadily like a lightning bolt, almost out of control. Zhang Yi shook his palm, and the power of the dark void extended and turned into a nearly 2-meter-long void spear. This was the first time Zhang Yi was going to use the void spear of destruction against an enemy. Zhang Yi looked at the passing convoy with cold eyes, and the activation of his ability, precision shooting, he locked the area in the center of the convoy. Then he raised the void spear high, aimed at that side and threw it hard. Accompanied with a swish sound, the void spear pierced through space in an instant. The void spear disappeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes and shot towards the convoy in Days City with the help of the endless night. The world was still silent, with snowflakes falling one after another. However, a second later, with the convoy in Days City as the center, a huge dark and golden sphere appeared on the ground. The dark and golden sphere enveloped the space within a radius of 1 kilometer, silently, as if it had always existed. The entire convoy within the 1-kilometer radius were covered with a sudden burst of golden light. And just like that, all the heavy armored vehicles within the targeted vicinity were vaporized to nothing, silently disappearing within the quiet night without a trace. That's right, the huge dark and golden sphere that suddenly appeared, swallowed up almost the entire convoy, suddenly disappeared, leaving a huge crater dozens of meters deep within the snowy ground. So after everything was swallowed up, nothing was left. Only a huge hemispherical smooth pit was formed on the ground. Cars, people, not even a trace of dust remained. The rest in the few remaining vehicles that were lucky enough not to be covered hurriedly contacted their comrades that were swallowed up by the burst of dark and golden light. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. Most of them that witnessed the entire scene was in a panic, and they did not know what they had encountered. This horrific scene in front of them made the battle-hardened warriors sweat profusely and their faces pale. A mutant fell to the ground in fear, screaming as if he had seen the devil. He started to run away like crazy. But at this time, on top of Sanchi Tower, Zhang Yi coldly gave the order. Close the net. Don't leave anyone alive. The mutants from the 3 major forces in Tianhai City and the people from Zhang Yi's team guarded one direction respectively. They appeared in all directions in the vast snowfield in the distance. Chun Jingguan pulled out his pistol from his waist and rushed towards the mutants in Days City who were fleeing in his direction. Kill them. Kill them all. Obey the boss's order and leave no one behind. When the scene shifts back to Zhang Yi, he'd used his double doors to travel through space and appeared inside the massive hole created by the void. As Zhang Yi took a step forward, his face was a little pale. Using the dimensional void spear had greatly consumed his energy, so he had to consume a lot of supernatural food from his alternate space to immediately replenish his supernatural energy. Anyway, as Zhang Yi examined the aftermath within the huge hemispherical pit, he encountered a horrible body lying ahead of him. At this time, he could no longer see the appearance clearly, because he was covered in blood and some of the person's skin was no longer there. However, being able to survive Zhang Yi's killing move meant that the individual was obviously a very powerful strengthening type mutant. Based on this, the only person that fit the bill was none other than Sun Jianming, one of the 3 major leaders of Days City. Zhang Yi walked slowly towards him and took out his holy judgment in his right hand. Sun Jianming, stop pretending to be dead. You can't fool me. You see, Spear of the Void makes up for Zhang Yi's lack of area of effect attack ability and insufficient long-range attack strength. However, if he encounters a powerful reinforcement system or orc system mutant, he may not be able to kill the person in one blow, hence why an elite Delta-level mutant like Sun Jianming was still alive. Zhang Yi held the Holy Judgment in his right hand, and the dimensional shield in his left hand defended in front of him, and walked towards Sun Jianming step by step. Sun Jianming's bloody body twitched on the ground. Zhang Yi's cautious appearance was actually a bit redundant for him, because just now, he instinctively burst out all his strength, so he was not completely crushed by the power of the void like others. But his bones were almost all broken, and his internal organs were severely damaged, so he couldn't even get up. Sun Jianming was extremely frightened and confused at the same time. When he was on the verge of life and death, all these emotions turned into anger. That's right, anger. Sun Jianming raised his neck with difficulty and stared at Zhang Yi viciously. At the last moment of his life, he roared from his throat. Why? Sun Jianming asked this question with all the complicated emotions storming inside him. Why was Zhang Yi so strong, yet he still pretended to be weak? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have been so daring to pick a fight with him. Zhang Yi stopped a couple meters away from him. Then, he opened his dimensional door casually, raised the Holy Judgment in his right hand, and seemed to adjust the direction of the short sword. Why? That's because there are so many whys. But in your situation, it's just that you are too weak and fun to play with. Zhang Yi said calmly, plunging his short sword through the dimensional door and piercing through Sun Jiaming's head. He then proceeded to absorb Sun Jiaming's origin, which wasn't much, although he was a Delta-level mutant. Zhang Yi took out a chair and took a seat, resting while waiting for an update from the others. He did not chase the remaining fry of the three simply because it was too much work. After all, he'd been scared out of his wits and would be dealt with soon. So far, everything went as he expected. Meanwhile, in another direction, a figure ran desperately on the snow, creating a series of huge snow waves. Obviously, it was Chun Liangyu, one of the three major leaders of Days City. Due to his orc hunter instinct, he was able to sense the crisis of death the moment Zhang Yi condensed the void. And in just a second, he had escaped from the coverage of the Spear of the Void. Looking back at the huge dark space, Chun Liangyu was completely horrified. Is this still a Delta-level mutant? I'm afraid the captain of the investigation team in Blizzard City might not be as terrifying as this. What kind of monster did we provoke? Escape is my only option. I must escape immediately, otherwise I will die. Chun Liangyu didn't care about anything. In the face of life and death crisis, everything can be abandoned. However, just as he was on his way, a huge wall of fire suddenly blocked his way. The flames covered the sky and the sun, and the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. What is this? Chun Liangyu was forced to stop by the flames. He looked up and saw two strange people standing in front of him. A woman with magma runes flowing all over her body. Her cold eyes stared at him with a smile, and in her left hand was a huge wine gourd. Behind her, there was a man with a feminine face, squinting his eyes and smiling. Xiao Honglian, the head of Radiant Prosperity Base, and her deputy Zhuge Qingting had been waiting here for a long time. Half an hour later, everyone's face was filled with smiles when they reported to Zhang Yi. You see, with Zhang Yi's tacit consent, the mutants in Tianhai City devoured the origins of the Days City elite troops, many of whom were mutants after killing them. Xiao Honglian walked up to Zhang Yi with her head held high, and in her hand was Chun Liangyu's head. Red ice and snow formed on the head after the blood froze. This is Chun Liangyu, the leader of one of the three major factions in Days City. Xiao Honglian's face was full of pride. After all, killing the leader of a faction is also an extremely rare record in the Jiangnan region. But in front of Zhang Yi, her attitude became more and more submissive. Surprisingly, it was neither out of fear nor duty. Before, she might have been a little unwilling. However, after witnessing Zhang Yi's strength, this unwillingness had completely disappeared. Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards Liangyu as he got up. Teacher Liang, count the number of people and see if it matches what Xin said. Hearing this, Liangyu couldn't help but reply that it might be a bit difficult. After all, most of them were killed by you without leaving any residue. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly. That's true. Then his face suddenly became serious as he stares at everyone. Don't let your guard down tonight. I've said that none of the mutants from Days City can be left alive. In addition, no one is allowed to reveal a word about what happened tonight to the outside world. Even if Blizzard City asks, let them come to me. Do you all understand? Zhang Yi knew his strength and abilities may be exposed sooner or later after this encounter. But the later that day comes, the better. He knew that with this advantage, he can get one more chance to kill his future enemies through this misinformation. Also, the looming threat of being forced to join the Jiangnan region was still in effect. Chun Jingguan was the first to speak up. Yes, boss. We, the proud force of Morning Dew Base, will strictly abide by whatever the boss asks of us, and will never violate it. Xing Tian also hurriedly added, me too, but then asked Zhang Yi curiously, if the Jiangnan district asks us about what happened, how do we answer? How else can we answer? Zhang Yi replied with a knowing smile, then continued, just say that with the concerted efforts of all forces in our Tianhai City, all the invading enemies have been wiped out. Xing Tian was still worried that the Jiangnan region will doubt it. After all, according to the strength on paper, they can't win so easily. Zhang Yi shook his head. There's no need to explain these things to them too clearly. We are victims, and there's nothing wrong with self-defense and counterattack. When the Jiangnan district formed the Superpower Federation, it announced this publicly. And we have their letters to prove that they were the first to attack. Why should the victims explain themselves thoroughly? As for why we won so easily, that's even easier to explain. On a battlefield, strategic changes are made rapidly, and no victory is expected or assured. We just need to be a little ambiguous and let them guess. Their imaginations would naturally fill in the blanks. Moreover, the attention of the Jiangnan district is now on Linhai City, and they have no time to care about what's happening here. Zhang Yi ordered everyone to search the surrounding areas carefully to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. This was to prevent them from spreading his true strength and causing trouble for him. And such an easy victory in this battle also made the people of Tianhai City more united, and everyone in the 3 major bases was convinced by Zhang Yi. Finally, Zhang Yi asked Chunlei to use the accumulated snow to fill the huge pit he created. He should make the entire area similar to what it used to be. Of course, Chunlei readily agreed. Just as the war in Tianhai City quickly came to a thrilling yet expected end, a far more dangerous and grueling war was looming in Linhai City not far away. At this moment, inside a shopping mall building in Linhai City, 15 foreign nationals, obviously members of the Eclipse Moon, had gathered and were enjoying a peaceful meal in this abandoned warehouse. Sitting on a perfectly stack of cardboard boxes was Jinguji Saikairo. A middle-aged man wearing dark-rimmed glasses stared directly ahead and said in a hoarse voice, "We have killed so many people here, and the people sent by the Jiangnan district to hunt us down will soon be here. Team leader, what do you think? If we don't take our leave, it will be very dangerous for us to fight them when they arrive." We're again introduced to the gray newsboy cap man, Fengguang Yuanjin. Apparently, he's the leader of the Eclipse group. Fengguang Yuanjin smiled when he heard what Jinguji Saikairo just said, but his smile gave a sense of an evil charm. He pointed at Jinguji Saikairo with a confident and flamboyant demeanor. "Your worry is well-founded. However, if we don't let them see the strength of our Eclipse group, how can they cooperate with us?" Jinguji Saikairo placed down his half-eaten meal with a look of disgust and worry. "You are always like this. You like adventure, which is understandable. And although Mayumi is here, the feeling of walking on a tightrope is really not pleasant." Fengguang Yuanjin smiled and walked to the supposed witch in the team, Takeuchi Mayumi. "But the current situation is the most beneficial thing for us, isn't it? Don't worry. The Jiangnan region will definitely not use all its strength to deal with us. As far as I know, there are many internal troubles in their region, enough for them to be overwhelmed. As long as we give them a little painful lesson and let them know that we are not easy to mess with, we will have a chance to negotiate." Fengguang Yuanjin smiled and stretched out his hand, making a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. "We'll just give them a little neon shock, and that will be enough to give us a chance to negotiate." Jinguji Saikairo pushed up his glasses, feeling a little helpless about Fengguang Yuanjin's adventurous spirit. He looked at Takeuchi Mayumi, who was quietly eating her meal next to him as Fengguang Yuanjin approached. "Mayumi, let's start today's divination, shall we?" Unexpectedly, Mayumi Takeuchi turned a deaf ear to his words. Fengguang Yuanjin smiled and reached out to gently touch her head. "Mayumi, let's start." Mayumi Takeuchi nodded obediently. She gracefully placed down her lunchbox in her hand, took off her gloves, and revealed a pair of extremely white hands. Then she slowly inserted her right hand into her temple. The next moment, she actually pulled out a scroll from her head. This scene made everyone's eyes light up, especially Shishimono Satoru, a short-haired guy who looked like a high school student. Shishimono Satoru watched Mayumi Takeuchi with joy and anticipation. "Here it comes," he said. "I love watching Mayumi's divination the most." In an elegant fashion, Mayumi Takeuchi unfolded the scroll on the ground, and then took out an ink brush and a bottle of dark liquid from her arms. Mayumi Takeuchi's right hand paused in the air for a while, and a strange force began to gather in her palm, then around her whole body, and finally extended to the thin brush hovering in the air. Also, due to this strange force, the liquid in the bottle did not freeze when she unscrewed the lid, but a faint smell of blood escaped in the air. Mayumi Takeuchi's expression became solemn, and her eyes were momentarily stained with a hazy color. Right after, they became as sharp as a knife the moment she dipped the brush into the liquid and wrote on the scroll very quickly. After a while, the long scroll was filled with blood words, and a strange glow emanated from these words. When the divination was done, Mayumi Takeuchi looked a little weak. She put away the brush and bottle back in her hand and got up as Fengguang Yuanjin picked up the scroll. He read it carefully, and his eyes became brighter and brighter as the arc on his mouth also became bigger and bigger until his entire face lit up. Fengguang Yuanjin laughed excitedly. "It seems our guests are coming, and there are a lot of them." When the group heard this, most of them hurried over to look at the fortune, while others pretended to be indifferent, but their eyes still glanced over there involuntarily. Fengguang Yuanjin looked up at the calm, yet excited faces of everyone, and began to assign tasks one by one. "Ryuzawa and my wife, you two go to the southeast. Nobunaga, you go to the west. The enemies there are suitable for you. Dagong will go east. His fortune is there today." A while later, Fengguang Yuanjin finished assigning the tasks to his subordinates according to the divination in Mayumi Takeuchi's scroll. As a couple, Takashi Takizawa and my wife Nanako nodded, and immediately took their weapons and left the warehouse. The samurai Tsukamoto Nobunaga looked lazy, said nothing, and just picked up his samurai sword and left silently. And Dagong Yenjin, a 2-meter-tall, bear-like black-faced man, also walked out carrying a cello case. And soon after, more than half of the people in the room were gone. Shishimono Satoru was completely unaware of these things and just cooked his lunch with a smile. Fangguang Yuanjin came to him and sat on the floor right opposite to Shishimono Satoru. He took out a silver spoon and scooped a mouthful of soup from the pot into his mouth. Then he showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It tastes really good. It seems I can have another full meal. Hearing this, Shishimono Satoru didn't know whether Fangguang Yuanjin was talking about the food or the next battle. Meanwhile, on the southeast of Linhai City, a mutant faction group from Hang City approached the designated area, where the eclipse moon was located through the Jiangnan region's satellite positioning. Leading the charge was Peng Jielua, a Delta mutant and the leader of the Hang mutant group. He brought about 20 elite men with him, 6 of whom were mutants with good strength. Among the remaining people, there are also elite players who were proficient in sniping, reconnaissance, and blasting. You see, according to the intelligence of the operations department, the 10 mutant teams had agreed to form a siege from all directions and had gradually began to encircle and suppress the eclipse moon from these different directions. No one would be careless about the organization from Neon. After all, it was a powerful organization that destroyed all the forces in Linhai City. However, no one thought that their actions would fail this time. They have a geographical advantage and have satellite positioning guidance from the Jiangnan region, but the other party is in a foreign land like a headless fly. In terms of numbers, they were dozens of times the total number of the Eclipse Moon organization. Moreover, each organization is a top group in its own city area. Even if they use the number of people to pile up, they can pile that organization to death. At least that's what Peng Jielua thought. The Hang mutant organization braved the snow and moved forward cautiously, and they kept in touch with other forces at any time through the communication equipment. Just when Peng Jielua was about to let the scouts investigate the nearby terrain first, his pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw a person slowly heading towards them. Huh, one person? Peng Jielua was a little surprised, and his nerves were a little tense. He immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle and to be careful of a possible ambush nearby. They shouldn't act rashly, but rather wait and observe what their opponent was going to do first. At the same time, Peng Jielua was about to report the matter on the communication channel when he suddenly heard a sharp electric sound in his ears, which made his ears hurt. Peng Jielua frowned and was about to curse, but he saw a man with slightly long hair and wearing a black combat uniform, stopped hundreds of meters away. His right hand was even leisurely inserted in his pocket, looking at this side with an indifferent face. But his left hand took out a coin and placed it between his thumb and index finger, and a white electric light suddenly burst out from his hands. The coin, as a shell of the super electromagnetic cannon, penetrated the space and shot at the people of Hang City. The speed of lightning was too fast, and everyone did not expect their opponent to attack suddenly. Immediately, one of the mutants was pierced through the chest, and a large burnt hole appeared in his chest, and his eyes were full of incredible expressions, and he fell straight down. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack alone. Peng Jielua always thought that they were hunters, like the predators, and the other party was the prey. But how dare the prey take the initiative to show its claws to the predator? Damn these Japanese. I'm gonna fucking kill every last one of them. No matter how good Peng Jielua's temper was, he could not tolerate the other party killing his men in front of him. He roared, and his whole body suddenly swelled up rapidly, and a golden light enveloped his body. His muscles were expanding, his body was rising, and he suddenly turned into a golden Buddha more than 4 meters high, the indestructible form of Peng Jielua known as the Great Buddha Core of Hang City. Although they were caught off guard, Peng Jielua and his men still thought they had the advantage stacked on their side. Just as the group of people activated their superpowers and planned to kill Takashi Takizawa, a melodious music suddenly came from a distance. The voice was low and deep, somewhat similar to the sound of a flute. The sound floated through the air and came to the crowded people in Hang City. The scene in front of everyone's eyes began to strangely distort, and the light began to become mixed, as if countless colorful butterflies were flying in front of their eyes, and the whole world finally became distorted. Their heads began to feel dizzy, and they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Peng Jielua shouted angrily, "It's a psychic ability user! Block your ears!" But the moment the music sounded, Takashi Takizawa had already raised his hands, holding 8 coins between his fingers, and pointed them in their direction. The electromagnetic cannon triggered frantic silver lightning in the air, and the rushing currents also drew 8 silver lightning tracks in the air as the coins were shot out. Unexpectedly, they all converge in Peng Jalua's direction. Anyhow, the entire encounter on Peng Jalua's side attracted the attention of the other 9 forces. The mutants in Haeng City were attacked? They are so unlucky. It seems that someone is trying to break out of them. Should we go over to support them? Someone asked in the communication channel. The call fell into silence for a while before someone faintly suggested for anyone interested to go over and take a look. When no one gave a response after a brief period, it became obvious that no one was willing. The reward for this mission, including the management of the entire Linhai City, was very generous, so one less faction to reduce this open competition was better for the rest. Also, if Peng Jalua's people can fight to the death with the Eclipse Moon Group and consume part of their strength, it will definitely be good news for the others. However, their thoughts soon changed. In Yunzhou City, the team led by Li Tianlong was still on standby, hesitating if they should go over to support Peng Jalua. Very abruptly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. Li Tianlong looked up suddenly and saw a shadow swooping down from the high-rise building where it seems the individual was hiding. Suddenly, a silver blade flashed in the air, illuminating the gloomy area. Tsukamoto Nobunaga rushed into the crowd several times, and before everyone could react, the heads of the 5 people with Li Tianlong had been chopped off. Li Tianlong was dumbfounded. How is it possible? He was not surprised by the strength of the samurai, but the actions of the other party, as if they knew they were here. However, they obviously had satellite support from the Jiangnan region, and their intelligence was ahead of the other party. Why on earth were they found by the other party first? Not only them, but in just a few minutes, almost every mutant force was attacked by the Eclipse Moon. They were hiding well and were preparing to launch a collective attack at a signal. But every step they took seemed to be seen through by the other party, which put them in a passive state. Meanwhile, in the Combat Command Center of the Jiangnan Region headquarters, Tu Yunlai stared at the screen with his eagle-like sharp eyes. He could see the pictures through the communicators carried by the 10 major mutant organizations. Even he did not expect that they could be beaten first. How could this happen? Did we leak the news? But immediately, Tu Yunlai denied this idea. Impossible. The headquarters is the only place that can accurately determine the location of each force. His eyes wandered around the combat center, scanning every staff member on the scene. Then he shook his head and denied this idea again. The security level of the command center is the highest. Every message sent here will be intercepted, and no one can pass on information to them across the security network. Then, it should be some kind of superpower, right? An exploration-type ability. But can this person cover such a large area? Tu Yunlia's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he suddenly felt that this incident was becoming a little tricky. The battle in Linhai City has already begun, and this sudden situation definitely caught everyone off guard. The 10 major forces were a little panicked at first, and they lost some of their combat power due to the surprise attack. But they were still powerful and domineering, so they soon stabilized their position. Especially when they found out that they were not the entire Eclipse group, but only 1 or 2 people, they began to feel relieved. Especially in the east of the city, Li Guoqiang from Baking City and Meng Shucheng from Sixing City joined forces to fight against the enemy. Their opponent was only a man in a suit, as strong as a bear, carrying a cello case. Just one person. Li Guoqiang frowned, wondering if these Japanese people had shit for brains. Didn't they see that there were 40 to 50 people from the 2 factions on his side? If he came alone, it implied that their enemy was willing to die. Kill him. Li Guoqiang didn't spare any words. There was no possibility of a peaceful negotiation between the 2 sides, and he didn't understand what the other party was saying anyway. Immediately, 10 sharpshooters came out, holding sniper rifles and aimed at Dagong Yanjin and started shooting. And they used high-energy bullets that the Jiangnan district had approved for them to use. Dagong Yanjin looked at the bullets they fired, but didn't dodge at all. Instead, he silently took off his suit as the bullets fell on him in multiple directions, tearing his clothes, but never penetrating his skin. After several crackling sounds, it is revealed that Dagong Yanjin's skin is as impenetrable as a steel fortress, and his dark and strong muscles were like forged steel. He turned out to be a mutant of the strengthening system. If that's the case, then we have various means to greet him. Meng Shuqing said lightly, "You see, high-energy bullets are more powerful than armor-piercing bullets, and even mutants who are shot are in danger of death. But among the mutants, the strengthening type is a pure monster. Their abilities are not fancy, but simply strengthen their basic physical abilities. Because that is a physical mutation. It allows their bodies to reach the level of chariots and even fortresses, and they are immune to bullets and even small thermal weapons." Li Guoqiang looked at Meng Shuqing, then back at Dagong Yanjin with a teasing smile on his face. A strengthening type mutant. Isn't that just perfect? Yes, it is indeed. After all, we are also in the same department. It seems Li Guoqiang and Meng Shuqing were also powerful strengthening type mutants. In addition to the many subordinates beside them, which was more than 50 people, how can they lose against one person? Under everyone's gaze, Meng Shuqing and Li Guoqiang activated their supernatural powers. Meng Shuqing's body was shrouded in a hazy black light, and his long hair spread rapidly, even wrapping up his body. Every strand of black hair flashed with a sharp light, and was sharper than the sharpest knife, capable of cutting through anything. The extremely long hair extended even longer and seems to behave like it's gained some form of consciousness. Meng Shuqing narrowed his eyes at this moment, full of smiles and unfounded self-confidence. Li Guoqiang, on the other hand, took out two heavy dark iron crutches from behind and held them on both sides with a strange glow. He first took on a stance, doing a good job of defense, and then ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Dagong Yanjin calmly reached out to open his cello case and took out something that caught Li Guoqiang and Meng Shuqing's attention. It was a strange-shaped spear, more than 3 meters long when assembled, but the spear head was flat, like the wings of a dragonfly. Dagong Yanjin skillfully held his spear, the dragonfly cutter, and looked at the two leaders with a smile. He then muttered in neon language, stating that Mayumi's prediction was really accurate like always. Li Guoqiang gave the order, "Go ahead and kill him." Immediately, dozens of mutants behind Li Guoqiang quickly dashed towards the big factor Yanjin. Dagong Yanjin just waved the dragonfly cutter in his hand with a cold look and roared. Suddenly, a burst of golden light began to cover his whole body, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall, furry, and brown-striped peerless monster. This was Dagong Yanjin's orc-type mythical monster ability, the Tide Tiger. Holding a huge dragonfly blade in his hand, he scanned all the mutants running towards him with his brown vertical pupils. The two leader-level mutants were the main attackers, and was about to attack him one after another. But seeing the iron tower of a beast, everyone, including the two, momentarily halted their assault midway. Li Guoqiang and Meng Shuqing immediately realized that Dagong Yanjin was actually an orc-type mutant with a beastman-type ability. Dagong Yanjin just made a simple horizontal slash, drawing a circle with himself as the center. The turquoise blade flashed through the air, and a beautiful arc appeared. The two powerful Delta-level enhanced mutants were suddenly split into two on the way forward, with the upper and lower bodies separated directly. After the absolute gap in level appeared in the battle between the mutants, the number of people could no longer make up for it. The leaders of the two major forces, Li Guoqiang and Meng Shuqing, did not expect that their well-trained bodies could not even block a casual slash of the Great Hall Yanjin. Can't even be said that they blocked it, because they didn't even have time to react before they were cut in half. It seems the speed of the martial arts in the world were almost indestructible and can't be broken easily. Anyway, it wasn't until their bodies fell to the ground that the rest around them realized what had happened. The extremely painful wails of Meng Shuqing and Li Guoqiang were heard in the air. This kind of execution was 10,000 times more painful than killing them directly, because they were all strengthening mutants with tenacious vitality. Even if they were cut in half, they didn't die immediately despite the extremely cold temperature. But everyone understood that their death was only a matter of time, and the next few seconds was just torture. The dozens of mutants and elite warriors who ran towards Dagong Yanjin were all scared and even lost the courage to attack. They turned around and started to run in absolute terror. However, Dagong Yanjin did not intend to stop. "Since you're here, don't leave." Dagong Yanjin rushed in one direction like a hurricane, and the huge dragonfly in his hand proceeded to slice through everyone present like a hot knife through butter. That kind of incomparably powerful force, when facing the mutants below the Delta level, even if they are wearing combat uniforms, they are completely unable to resist. It became a one-sided, overwhelming massacre, and such a scene was clearly witnessed by Tu Yunlai at the Combat Command Center. The staff of the entire center were shocked by this scene and didn't know what to do. The joint army of the two major forces in the outer city was actually killed by one enemy like cutting melons and vegetables. His strength is at least at the level of an elite member of the investigation team, or even above the level of vice captain. No wonder these monsters can run rampant in Kanto, leaving the Izumo organization helpless against them. The battle at Dagong Yanjin's side was resolved very quickly. More than 50 people, in the end there was no one left. Although those who came there were all the elites of the outer city forces, nearly half of them were mutants. After killing all of them, Dagong Yanjin happily devoured their origins. And although at his level, the improvement he could get from devouring lower-level mutants would not be too great, the quantity, however, could make up for the lack of quality. What a delicious treat! Dagong Yanjin showed an endless smile at the corner of his mouth, I really hope that the Jiangnan region can send more food over, preferably the best and higher quality food. Tu Yunlai continued to watch Dagong Yanjin in silence, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Tu Yunlai then ordered for the surveillance screen to be switched back to Peng Jielua. And as it did, the situation was getting worse and worse without a slightest improvement. Peng Jielua was fighting 1 against 2. As Tu Yunlai continued to observe expressionlessly, he wondered if Peng Jielua could contribute in making the enemy reveal any useful information. Back to the southeast of Linhai City, the mutant faction group from Hang City, upon encountering Takashi Takizawa and my wife, Nanako Agatsuma, the team of 20 mutants were desperately struggling to fend off against this duo using a super electromagnetic cannon and phantom sound. The battle was soon turning out to be a one-sided massacre. The entire faction, including Peng Jielua, felt that strange changes were occurring inside their bodies. It was like a drowning person experiencing a liquid force surging in their internal organs. Peng Jielua realized that Nanako Agatsuma's musical attack was too disturbing to his mind, so he'd better deal with her first. However, since his men were all incapacitated, he had to do it himself. Peng Jielua made a dash towards the direction where Nanako Agatsuma was hiding, but he was immediately stopped by Takashi Takizawa. Although Takashi Takizawa kept firing his super electromagnetic cannon in rapid succession, Peng Jielua's defenses were too powerful for him. Nanako Agatsuma saw this and suddenly knew why their leader paired her with Takashi Takizawa when he read Mayumi Takeuchi's divination. It seems she was the variable in this battle. So once again, Nanako Agatsuma used the shakuhachi in her hand to attack with music, and this time around, she increased the intensity significantly. Stunned, Peng Jielua noticed this and felt helpless. He was bewildered that the phantom sound could actually penetrate his defenses and reach his body directly. And it was not a simple illusion attack. Peng Jielua tried desperately to close his auditory systems to avoid being disturbed. But it was of no use even though he covered his ears tightly. It seems that there is no way to directly deal with the person hiding in the dark. In this case, I must definitely take someone with me if death comes. Peng Jielua refused to sit and wait for death. His indestructibility was a powerful ability that combines offense and defense, so he figured that Nanako Agatsuma's little tricks, although disturbing, couldn't kill him anytime soon. Peng Jielua also saw that Takashi Takizawa's ability was a means of long-range combat, so his attention shifted back to him, deciding to quickly close the distance between them in order to end the fight as soon as possible. As long as Takizawa Takashi was killed quickly, the ability user in the dark will not be a big deal. Thinking of this, Peng Jielua did not dodge as Takashi Takizawa continued to aim his super electromagnetic cannon in his hand at Peng Jielua and fired continuously. Also, in order to reach Takashi Takizawa as quickly as possible, he chose to use his body to resist. The coins that were comparable to cannonballs shot at him with lightning, causing his muscles to dent. The coins were then deeply embedded in his body as his flesh and blood shattered. However, it did not completely break through his defense. Relying on his strong physical strength, Peng Jielua clamped those coins abruptly and suffered only superficial injuries. Peng Jielua's golden Buddha body burst into a more dazzling light, and with this sudden outburst, he rushed straight towards Takashi Takizawa. The golden light enveloped his whole body, and in a split second, Peng Jielua was at Takashi Takizawa's side with his golden fist aimed fiercely at his enemy's head. With widened eyes, Takashi Takizawa's pupils shrank, and his arms covered with lightning. He quickly blocked the incoming attack. As a massive boom reverberated around that entire area, the blow directly blasted Takashi Takizawa a few meters away. Nanako Agatsuma also noticed Peng Jielua's strength, and the sound of her shakuhachi in the air became more urgent. Peng Jielua, who was attacking Takashi Takizawa with all his strength, had no way to defend against the attack of Kamaitachi. He suddenly felt the force within him increase rapidly, and by the time he finally felt that something was flying in the air, screaming and attacking his body, it was too late. The defense of his indestructible body was extremely strong, comparable to a chariot. But no matter how tough he was, the same couldn't be said about his internal organs. They were just as fragile as the rest of his men. With a muffled groan, his indestructible body, together with the bodies of his men, expanded strangely like balloons filled with water, and then exploded with a loud poof. Colorful liquids burst out from every direction. This was Nanako Agatsuma's ability, Kamaitachi. It can make her target hallucinate through phantom sound attacks, or use the method of sound wave resonance to directly attack the internal organs of her target, and make them explode from the inside of the body. As the smoke dissipates, the exhausted Takashi Takizawa breathed a sigh of relief, a little surprised because their opponent was obviously more difficult to deal with than he thought. His arms were also numb from receiving that attack head-on. He couldn't help but think of Takeuchi Mayumi's prediction as Nanako Agatsuma approached him. What a rotten luck. He muttered to himself as Nanako Agatsuma added that the situation almost ended in an accident. Luckily, Peng Jelua's head was intact. Without my help, it would have been difficult for you to deal with this big guy, so let me have this one. Takashi Takizawa snorted. If it was one-on-one fight, I could definitely beat him. It's just that he has too many helpers, which wasted a lot of my energy. Nanako Agatsuma teased and exposed Takashi Takizawa mercilessly. Forget it. His ability restrained you, but I am the one who restrained him. It's clear that I was the main force in this operation. Takashi Takizawa disagrees, but he was powerless to refute because it was indeed the case in reality. After all, if a mutant's ability is restrained, they become a sitting duck, unable to exert even half of their strength. Fine, next time the source of power will be mine. Nanako Agatsuma ignored Takashi Takizawa's attitude and proceeded to absorb Peng Jelua's ability on her own. Meanwhile, in the combat command center of Blizzard City, the surveillance screen had disappeared one by one and turned into tiny snowflakes. As the battle continued, the equipment they used to observe the situation on the scene were also damaged one by one. After a thorough observation, Tu Yunlai never saw any of the factions gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Instead, within less than 5 minutes of the start of the battle, 3 forces were completely wiped out, and an hour later the last force also lost contact. Tu Yunlai still thought of all this indifferently without saying a word. A staff at the Combat Command Center quickly presented a USB drive, containing all the recorded information they could gather about the Eclipse group members. According to our status report, all 10 mutant teams were annihilated. However, the communicator has received and sorted out all the battle analysis data between the 10 mutant teams and the Eclipse team members. There was no expression on Tu Yunlia's face, but the fluctuation in his eyes could not be concealed. Got it. I'm going to report to Zhu Zheng. The scene shifts back inside the shopping mall in Linhai City. Feng Guangyuanjin only ate a little, then came to the window, put his hands in his pockets, and leisurely stared at the city in front of him. Linhai City was not a big city in the southeastern coastal area of China, but it is quite prosperous. However, for Feng Guangyuanjin, who came from Tokyo, there is a unique charm here. It is the calm and heavy feeling from the continental plate. The Japanese have had a deep sense of crisis since 100 years ago. The instability of the island country has always made them dream of becoming a land country. After the end of the world, the panic of being isolated on the sea island has become more and more serious. So much so that the radical landing faction like them began to grow and develop. And the Eclipse group is the most radical pioneer among this group of people. The door was suddenly opened, and the team members who had gone out to perform the mission came back one after another. Some of them looked relaxed, while others had minor injuries. The chief engineer Yen Jin was still wearing a suit, sitting leisurely on a sofa, and his calm expression showed how easy this mission was for him. The members of the Eclipse team all had smiles on their faces, talking about the opponents they had met and how they had defeated them. At this time, a dragging sound came from outside the door, then followed by a loud bang as something hit the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Tsukamoto Nobunaga lazily pushing the door open, with the long sword slung diagonally at his side. And in his left hand, he was dragging a brutally battered person. Jinguji Saikairo saw the man and frowned slightly. Is this the prisoner you captured? Tsukamoto Nobunaga looked at him and replied lazily. We can't just focus on killing people. After all, we are facing a huge force. So it would be great if we could get some information about them. Tsukamoto Nobunaga looked down at Li Tianlong, the leader of the Yunzhou city, and continued. This guy is a leader, so he should know a lot of information. Li Tianlong suddenly realized with widened eyes and shouted with his remaining strength. Damn you Japanese bastards. If you want to kill me, just do it. I won't say a word. Did you hear me? Not a fucking word. Tsukamoto Nobunaga frowned slightly. He clearly didn't understand what Li Tianlong was saying, so he motioned as to ask who understood what their prisoner just said. At this time, Shishimono Satoru, who had been staying there to cook, spoke up with a smile. There is a matching translation system on the combat uniform. Hearing this, Tsukamoto Nobunaga replied that he doesn't like wearing that thing. The reason was that it affects his speed of using the sword. I'd better do it then. Shishimono Satoru shrugged helplessly as he crouched down near the weak Li Tianlong. Don't even think about it. Li Tianlong stared up at Shishimono Satoru and said in his most ferocious tone at this moment. But no matter how he looked at it, he looked extremely weak. Shishimono Satoru just smiled, not angry at all. It doesn't matter, you will tell me regardless of what you say. Li Tianlong laughed weakly and sneered. stating that Shishimono Satoru was dreaming. But his voice stopped abruptly as a pair of empty hands stretched out from Shishimono Satoru's chest, and then fiercely inserted into Li Tianlong's head. Shishimono Satoru's hands were placed on both sides of his head. Li Tianlong's eyes rolled back and he became demented. With a slight thud, Li Tianlong's head fell on the floor lifelessly when Shishimono Satoru was done. It seems Li Tianlong had lost consciousness. Shishimono Satoru stood up and pushed his glasses with a smile. "Boss, I've managed to collect all the information about them. This time, we really made a big fuss." Suddenly, Shishimono Satoru's smile gradually became perverted, and he looked excited, like a middle school boy who had done something earth-shattering. "The entire Jiangnan region is now besieging us. They really want to kill us. I didn't expect that we could cause such a big commotion after escaping from the critical moment back home and coming here." Hearing this, Jinguji Saikairo placed a hand on his forehead and looked at him with disgust and worry. "What's there to be happy about? This situation will only cause us unnecessary trouble." Shishimono Satoru ignored his advice and said being targeted by one of the 6 major regions of China was really cool. Jinguji Saikairo replied in a deep voice, "If they are really irritated and use all their strength to deal with us, even with Mayumi, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed." Hearing this, Shishimono Satoru suddenly made a face at Jinguji Saikairo. "Don't worry, Uncle Jinguji. I have just confirmed this." His glasses reflected a strange and dim light as he continued. "Of the 6 top-level investigation teams in the Jiangnan region, only 2 are left at the headquarters, and one of them had just lost a captain-level combat force. So now is our best chance." When Fengguang Yuanjin heard what Shishimono Satoru just said, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He crossed his arms and said leisurely, "Satoru, tell everyone about the memory you spied on." Shishimono Satoru, a psychic ability user, with the ability codename Zinxingui, can spy on other people's memories. Shishimono Satoru raised a finger and spoke passionately. He was very serious when talking about business. There are still 13 cities in the Jiangnan region guarded by large-scale mutant organizations, and their headquarters is Blizzard City. Shishimono Satoru spent some time telling everyone the important memories he spied on from Li Tianlong's mind. After listening to it, Fengguang Yuanjin spoke in a serious tone. He was making a battle plan based on this. "The forces that attacked us today should be from the 12 outer cities. They pose little threat to us, so it means that the real threat will come from the official forces in Blizzard City. Blizzard City can't spare any help for the time being, and judging from the fact that they sent troops from the outer cities to deal with us, they don't want to lose their elite troops." Jinguji Saikairo added questionably, "In other words, there is room for negotiation, right?" Fengguang Yuanjin nodded. "Maybe not in the past. You know, before this siege, we may not have had the opportunity to negotiate with Blizzard City, but now..." He opened his arms and smiled boldly. "We will use our strength to let them see that we have the qualifications to negotiate with them." Jinguji Saikairo said slowly, "But I don't think they will agree to our request so easily. After all, the real elite troops have not been dispatched yet. The people sent here this time were just the vanguard to test our strength. The next one to come should be their 6 major investigation teams." He continued with a stern look. "When that battle eventually takes place, it may be tough and the outcome may also be gruesome. After all, they are a special operations force at the regional level, and their strength is totally different from that of the people we just fought." Except from Fengguang Yuanjin, the smiles on everyone's faces immediately vanished when they heard this. They all stared at Jinguji Saikairo as Fengguang Yuanjin's face lit up. "Isn't this something that we must experience?" he questioned. "If we want to take root in this land and complete the first step of our adventure, we must go through a fierce battle." Fengguang Yuanjin's smile did not diminish at all, and he even continued with some pride. "Our adventure should be more like Columbus, who discovered the New World, died in a battle with the natives. But his discovery has brought about a huge change in the world's pattern and brought huge wealth to his country. As pioneers, we will also be recorded in history in the future." Fengguang Yuanjin gave a passionate speech, and his heroic and confident voice was full of powerful appeal. Shishimono Satoru readily agreed. "That's right, boss. We are the pioneers. We have the first right to enjoy this land." Tsukamoto Nobunaga added that as a warrior, he would never back down, and the excited Nanako Agatsuma comments that she couldn't wait. Fengguang Yuanjin then looked at the shrine maiden, Takeuchi Mayumi, who had been sitting quietly on the side. "What's more, we still have this trump card, so good luck will always be on our side." Although everyone had different expressions on their faces, the moment they agreed to follow Fengguang Yuanjin on the icebreaker, they have been mentally prepared. At this time, Shishimono Satoru suddenly pointed at the unconscious Li Tianlong. Hey, is this guy still useful? If not, I'm going to devour him. His face lit up with glee. Tsukamoto Nobunaga could spare the life of this Delta-level mutant without caring. But Shishimono Satoru was willing to enjoy this delicacy. Fengguangyu Wenjin replied him, stating that Li Tianlong was still useful. He tilted his neck and grabbed his chin with his right hand. We will release him and let him take a message to the top leaders of the Jiangnan district. After all, we are pacifists and do not like fighting and killing. It would be great if we could negotiate peacefully. Meanwhile, back in Blizzard City, inside the headquarters building of the combat center, specifically Zhu Zhang's office, Tu Yunlai personally reported to Zhu Zhang and handed him the damage assessment of the war. Zhu Zhang read the reported documents and his eyes became sharper to the point that they shook with unsuppressed fury. This is impossible. Zhu Zhang slapped the documents in his hand on the table with a snap. No matter how strong the Eclipse group is, they can't easily wipe out our 10 mutant teams. Something that even our investigation team can't do. Not to mention effortlessly. In less than an hour, 13 people from the Eclipse group killed all 10 of their mutant troops. And to add insult to injury, most of them did so without even going all out. Also, the leaders of each mutant army was a somewhat Delta-level powerhouse. If it was really the 6 major investigation teams, it would not be possible for them to do it so cleanly and effortlessly. Tu Yunlai said in a low voice, according to common sense, such a result is indeed impossible. This is on our territory. We have almost all the advantages such as time, place, and people. Logically speaking, they should be like blind people being played around by us. At worst, they will suffer losses. However, I anticipated all the possibilities, but I didn't expect this result. So I think that the other party has some way to grasp our intelligence. Zhu Zhang stared at Tu Yunlai and was not in the mood for any cryptic words. So in a calm tone, he said word by word. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't play dumb. I'm neither in the mood nor do I have the patience. Hearing this, Tu Yunlai spoke directly. Based on my observations, there are 2 possibilities for such outcome. Either there is a traitor in the operations department who has leaked the information and location of the 10 mutant troops in some way. Or, one of the mutants of the other party has the ability to conduct reconnaissance and accurately grasps all our actions and personnel dispatches. He pointed to the reports on the table. We have analyzed it carefully, and the most important reason why the Eclipse Moon team were able to win so quickly was that the mutants they sent out just happened to have the ability to restrain the teams in the corresponding positions. You should understand that in a sudden encounter, if the ability is restrained, the mutant's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Even if they aren't completely restrained, the mutant is still equivalent to a useless person. Tu Yunlai put his hands behind his back, the lower half of his face hidden under his military cap. We don't have enough information about the Eclipse Moon organization. Originally, we could have asked the Japanese to provide information about their abilities. Zhu Zhang's face darkened, but his tone was still calm. What you said does make sense. But those cunning guys, on the grounds that these people are Ronin who are not affiliated with the Japanese official, did not provide any key information at all. They hope that these guys will turn the world upside down in our country. So how can they help us sincerely? But even so, what can we do? Zhu Zhang's tone suddenly became a little harsh. We can't take care of a mere Ronin organization. In fact, many countries and regions have already known about this matter and are waiting to see what will happen. Therefore, we must win this battle beautifully and let them see that our country can't be controlled by just anybody. They must die on this land and be executed by our own hands. Only in this way can we demonstrate our strength and deter the surrounding villains. Tu Yunlai certainly understood Zhu Zhang's anger. Although he didn't talk much, there was already a blazing fire burning in his eyes, as if he could destroy everything. Commander Zhu Zhang, at this point, we simply can't let them continue to be so arrogant. I beg to personally lead the team and go to Linhai City to annihilate this group of Ronin. Zhu Zhang didn't even think about it and directly rejected Tu Yunlai's proposal. No, you and the Yenyun troops are the most important force to guard Blizzard City, and you must never leave. It is your responsibility to protect our base camp. Zhu Zhang crossed his hands, took a deep breath, and stared at the ceiling. The strength of the mutant organizations in the outer city is still too weak. Without systematic training, they will be fooled when they encounter slightly stronger enemies. To deal with the Eclipse group the next time around, we have to let the people from the investigation team go. Tu Yunlai's eyes condensed. Commander, forgive me for being blunt, but our opponent this time is a little unusual. At present, only the Heavenly Gods team and the Black Robe Squad are able to act. However, since the death of Bienen Junwu, the Black Robe Squad has been severely weakened and can no longer complete an A-level mission. And as for the Heavenly Gods Squad, Tu Yunlai paused for a moment before continuing. Deng Shintong's character is still a little immature and not stable enough. I am not very reassured. The corners of Zhu Zheng's mouth curled up slightly. Tu Yunlai and Deng Shintong's personalities have always been at odds with each other, and he knows that. The Heavenly God Squad now has the highest points among the 6 major investigation teams, and their missions have always been completed smoothly. We should believe in their strength. But what you said makes some sense. Zhu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands were placed under his chin. We can't experience another failure, so this time we not only need to send the Heavenly God Squad, we also need to gather more forces. Tu Yunlia's eyes lit up. Then I will take 500 Yenyun guards with me. No. Again, Zhu Zhang rejected him directly. I already made it clear that this isn't your task. The pillars of Blizzard City are the 6 major investigation teams and the 5,000 Yenyun guards. The investigation team is responsible for external investigations and suppressing unrest, while the Yenyun guards are responsible for guarding Blizzard City. If any of them has problems, it will be an unacceptable loss for Blizzard City. Zhu Zhang implements military management in Blizzard City, so he must have strict discipline and not let anyone overstep their responsibilities without authorization. Otherwise, if this precedent is set, there will be major problems in internal management in the future. Tu Yunlai really didn't want to lose this opportunity to showcase the extent of his strength against a tough enemy. But seeing Zhu Zheng's firm attitude, he stopped talking. Tapping a finger on the reported documents, Zhu Zhang thought for a while and said, "We need to mobilize a group of powerful mutants from other cities. The main purpose of the last battle was to find out the bottom line, but now we have to select the generals. We must gather those mutants with outstanding strength together. This strategy must be successful in one battle." Then, Zhu Zhang immediately called and ordered his secretary Lan Xinqing to take charge of this matter. As for the candidates needed for the selection, he already had an idea in his mind. The intelligence of the Jiangnan district was no joke after all. Zhu Zhang told Tu Yunlai to head out first while he takes care of another matter. The moment the director of the operations department left, Zhu Zhang got up from his seat and walked towards his office window, and simply stared at the vast city below. After a while, he heard a knock on his door. Zhu Zhang told the person to come in as he walked back to his seat. Seconds after, Lan Xinqing confidently opened the door and entered, holding a stack of documents. She brought Zhu Zhang an interesting intelligence. "Commander, in the past few days, a very interesting thing happened in Tianhai City." When Lan Xinqing said this, she had a strange look in her eyes. Zhu Zhang couldn't help but stare at Lan Xinqing curiously. The most important task now is to deal with the Eclipse Moon organization in Linhai City. But Lan Xinqing's sudden mention of Tianhai City must not be without reason. After all, she was not a rookie. Oh, what happened there? Tianhai City. I clearly remember that it is the territory of that guy named Zhang Yi, right? Zhu Zhang still had some impression of Zhang Yi, vaguely remembering that he was a powerful mutant. But Tianhai City has been destroyed and needs to be guarded by strong people. In addition, Zhang Yi's team is too small and does not seem to be particularly powerful. In fact, Zhu Zhang did not plan to let them join the next operation. Lan Xinqing looked at the report in her hand and read it slowly. According to the intelligence of the investigation department, a day ago, the 3 large mutant organizations in Days City integrated a large team and entered the territory of Tianhai City. The team was led by 3 Delta-level mutants, 872 elite warriors of which 72 were mutants. They also carried a large amount of weapons and ammunition. When Zhu Zhang heard this, his brows frowned deeply. They went to attack Tianhai City. These damn guys. At this time, they actually ignored the regulations of the region to kill each other. The Jiangnan Superpower Federation had just been established, and it was clearly stipulated that conflicts between mutant factions against various cities were not allowed. But within a few days after this meeting, they started fighting over territories again. This clearly showed that they were not taking them seriously. Zhu Zhang was just a little angry. Currently, he couldn't send troops to help Tianhai City. The Jiangnan region was indeed very strong, but they can't completely govern the entire region. They can only use absolute military advantage to deter and suppress. This is why Zhu Zhang wants to establish a federation. He sighed helplessly, already ahead of himself. Forget it. With the current strength of Tianhai City, I'm afraid it has already fallen, right? Lan Xinqing looked at Zhu Zhang with a strange look. Actually, Commander, the exact opposite was what transpired. According to the latest intelligence, Tianhai City is very quiet now, and there is no sign of any exchange of fire. On the contrary, the teams from Days City has completely disappeared. Disappeared. Zhu Zhang's expression froze for a moment as he stared at Lan Xinqing with a puzzled look. With his arms leisurely folded, Zhu Zhang remained silent as Lan Xinqing nodded seriously. Yes, Commander, they disappeared. We tried to contact them but got no response. Even when using satellites to scan the entire Tianhai city, there was no signs of a large convoy. Zhu Zheng's expression became more and more strange. What are they up to? Are they planning to incite a rebellion? You see, when a faction from any city dared not to respond to the call from the Jiangnan region, it's considered as an act of provocation, a sort of disrespect against the headquarters of the region. However, since the mutant organizations in any city, as in this case, Day City, is not stupid and their disappearance from the grid is suspicious to draw Zhu Zheng's attention, he suddenly asked Lan Xinqing if she contacted the local forces in Tianhai City. When Lan Xinqing heard this question, she was slightly startled with what Zhu Zhang was getting at. And it wasn't due to any concern she may have for the forces in Tianhai City, but simply due to the fact that she believes it was completely impossible. Even if there was a war, at least traces of the battlefield could have been seen on the map. But that's not the case. However, Lan Xinqing hesitated for a second before continuing. The forces in Tianhai City are already very weak, so they shouldn't have the strength to completely wipe out the mutant alliance in Day City, right? In fact, there was no abnormal movement in Tianhai City. Almost all the combat power of the three major factions in Day City disappeared. This strange phenomenon made Zhu Zhang, who had a keen instinct and a knack for sensing something wrong, feel unease. Unexpectedly, the face of the young man with an indifferent expression suddenly appeared in his mind. For some reason, Zhu Zhang felt that Zhang Yi must have known about this matter. He immediately ordered Lan Xinqing to call Zhang Yi. I want to talk to him. Lan Xinqing hurriedly agreed, took out a black satellite phone, found Zhang Yi's contact information from it, and dialed it without a second to spare. Meanwhile, at this time inside the shelter, Zhang Yi was on his bed in his room, leisurely relaxed and composed. He had actually been waiting patiently for the Jiangnan district to contact him. And after such a big incident, it's obvious the people from the Jiangnan region to call and express their decision on the matter regardless of the circumstance. But Zhang Yi knew it was just a process to go through in order to save face as usual. Anyway, the matter has been settled, and they were the invaders, so there shouldn't be a problem. Coincidentally, a strange call came through. Zhang Yi answered the phone call without hesitation, greeting the person on the other end of the line politely. Hello, this is Zhang Yi. Lan Xinqing quickly introduced herself and stated that Commander Zhu Zhang of Blizzard City wanted to have a word with him. The moment Zhang Yi heard Zhu Zhang's voice on the other end of the line seconds later, his voice became much more enthusiastic. Commander Zhu Zhang, long time no see. Although it has only been 3 days since the last meeting, your heroic and strong image has always been deeply engraved in my mind. Zhu Zhang raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Zhang Yi was feigning an ass-kissing right from the get-go. After all, no one will be unhappy when being flattered. And although some people can hide it better, the key is to see who is the one flattering. In Zhu Zhang's eyes, Zhang Yi is at least a talented person with good strength, so he was a bit pleased to be flattered by him. Okay, stop flattering me. It's useless to me. Anyway, I'd like to know if there has been any trouble in your Tianhai City again. Zhang Yi had already prepared his words, so he was absolutely confident on this matter. The destruction of the mutant alliance in Day City was impossible to conceal, and he dared not underestimate the intelligence system of the Jiangnan region. The three major factions in Day City intended to occupy the territory and resources of Tianhai City. They ignored our strong protests and directly sent a large army to attack. In the end, under the tenacious resistance of all the mutants in Tianhai City, they were all destroyed here. We followed the original intentions of defending our homeland and the basic principles you issued at the founding meeting of the Jiangnan Superpower Federation, and had taken reasonable, legal, and compliant actions, resolutely block all invading enemies. We have achieved the high standards and strict requirements of being able to fight, knowing how to fight, and winning battles. Zhu Zhang's head was dizzy after hearing this. Stop. Where did you learn so many twists and turns? So, the mutants in Day City were really destroyed by you? Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That's right. I have evidence that they took the initiative to invade us. I will send it to the region immediately, so please ask the leaders to judge for us. To be honest, Zhu Zhang didn't care about these. And judging from the trajectory of the actions taken, the invasion of Tianhai City by the Mutant Alliance of Day City was an indisputable fact. This was like a louse on a bald head, an obvious thing. But what Zhu Zhang failed to understand was how Tianhai City managed to accomplish this complete wipeout so cleanly. Nearly 1,000 people, including many powerful mutants, were completely annihilated. They didn't even find any traces of the battlefield. How did you do it? The three major mutant organizations in Day City were not weak. Zhu Zhang asked curiously. Zhang Yi laughed slightly. Commander Zhu Zhang, We all have our secrets which are the foundation of our survival. Please forgive me for not revealing them. After all, you are also aware of the current situation in Tianhai City, so we need every means to save our lives. Zhu Zhang raised his eyebrows. Oh? So you intend on keeping it a secret from us too? Zhang Yi politely insisted. Please forgive us. We dare not take any risks, and this is not disrespectful to you. Zhu Zhang was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, fine. I was just very curious after all. The smile on Zhang Yi's mouth became stronger. In an indirect manner, Zhu Zhang was reminding Zhang Yi that he would investigate this matter. But Zhang Yi also knew that Zhu Zhang would not be able to find anything in a short time, because no one can imagine that there is a mutant of Zhang Yi's level in Tianhai City. You see, in the eyes of the people in the Jiangnan district, only they can cultivate top mutants. Even if the mutants in the outer cities have a high level of ability, compared to the Jiangnan region, they are far inferior to Blizzard City in comprehensive aspects. For some reason, Zhu Zhang suddenly had an idea. He told Zhang Yi to come to Blizzard City in the next 2 days. There was something he needed him to do. Zhang Yi's smile froze on his face. Go there again? But I really don't want to. Well, Commander, it's just that. Well, we just finished the battle, and we still have a lot of things to do. A smile flashed in Zhu Zheng's eyes. He told Zhang Yi that he could come alone to Blizzard City at any time he chooses within the next 2 days. Zhu Zhang felt more and more that he had underestimated Zhang Yi at the beginning. Coupled with the many secrets he must be hiding, Zhang Yi should be taken along in this Linhai City mission. After all, Zhang Yi was very good at defense and has the strength of an elite investigation team member. Letting him join the operation will definitely help. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead. He really hated these troubles so much. Why can't everyone just let him be? Commander, can I ask what exactly is the reason for asking me to come to Blizzard City? Zhang Yi naturally had to go, but he also had to know what it was so that he could be prepared. Zhu Zhang exhaled deeply and spoke honestly in a deep voice. The first batch of mutant organizations sent to Linhai City were all wiped out. What? How could this happen? Zhang Yi couldn't help but blurt out. Those are 10 powerful mutant organizations. None of the mutant organizations that dared to go to Linhai City was weak. And although Zhang Yi knew that Linhai City was in danger, he could not imagine that they would all be defeated in less than 3 days. Is the strength of this organization really that strong? Zhu Zhang continued in his usual tone. Next time, we will form a stronger team to deal with those Ronin. It will be led by an investigation team, and you will be responsible for assisting. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and then replied with a firm look. I understand. I will rush over as quickly as possible. There was no need to think about this matter. The Ronin organization from Japan must be eradicated from their land. Otherwise, everyone in the entire Jiangnan region will not only lose face, but will also be seen as weak. Zhang Yi may be cautious, but he still has the most basic sense of honor. He didn't go before because he knew the primary objective of the Jiangnan region then was to get more information on the Eclipse group. But now, the severity of the problem was beyond his imagination. So he must go there and contribute his own strength. Zhang Yi decided to go to Blizzard City without much hesitation. If his strength was needed in this matter, he would not stay out of it as long as it ensured his own safety by proxy. At the very least, he would feel at ease knowing that those Ronin had been completely eliminated. Otherwise, from now on, there would be no peace on this land. With the first batch, there would definitely be a second and third batch. As long as a gap is opened, the surrounding forces that were eyeing and coveting the resources of the continent will swarm in like locusts. Whether considering the greater good or starting from his own interests, he had to go. Zhu Zhang did not ask Zhang Yi to bring all the elites of Tianhai City. After all, each city also needs to leave some forces for defense. But after thinking about it, Zhang Yi decided to bring a few people, for safety reasons. In case of any situation, it is more convenient for his own people to use. So he called everyone in the shelter to gather in the lounging room. The moment Zhang Yi came to the meeting area, everyone was already waiting. Liang Yu was the first to speak up as Zhang Yi took a seat, asking what had happened. He casually replied her as Zhou Qir served him a glass of hot water. The 10 mutant organizations sent to destroy the Eclipse group have been completely wiped out. Now the Jiangnan district has summoned me, and I plan to take 2 people along. Zhang Yi pointed at Liang Yu, indicating that she was the first pick of the 2. No one was surprised by this. After all, in the shelter, Liang Yu was the second most powerful fighter after Zhang Yi. Although her ability was just an ordinary strengthening type system, she was a powerful martial arts master, so her combat effectiveness was excellent. Just when everyone was thinking about who would be the second candidate, Zhang Yi grabbed and hugged his most trusted bodyguard, Flower. So the second candidate, of course, was Flower. This was unexpected but reasonable. After all, Flower's combat effectiveness was probably not much different from Liang Yu. Uncle Yu frowned and pointed at himself. Zhang Yi, what about us? Are you going to leave us behind and face the danger alone this time? This is about the honor of our country. As a veteran, I can't just sit back and watch. After a slight hesitation, Chunlei clenched his fist and added, we have faced all kinds of problems together in the past, and we hope to help you this time too. Zhang Yi stroked Flower's soft fur, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Your intentions are good, but this is a war, not a game of brotherhood. The strength of each of the 10 mutant organizations sent in the first round was not much different from the base forces in Tianhai City, and their leaders are all Delta-level mutants. Even with such a large team, they were all killed by the Eclipse group. Do you think you would not become cannon fodder if you get there? Zhang Yi's eyes calmly swept over Uncle Yu and Chunlei, and at this time, Uncle Yu's expression was a little bleak. His ability level was only at the third of the gamma level, and in the past battles, he was mostly just a meat shield if he's being honest with himself, whereas Zhang Yi's strength grew rapidly alongside with Liang Yu and Flower. Although theirs were not as rapid as Zhang Yi's, they still became stronger by devouring other mutants. And all this in turn made his role in the team become smaller and smaller. The same could be said about Chunlei, however. He didn't care about the honor of fighting for his country, so he was fine with not going. Uncle Yu felt a little guilty about this. Forget it, boss, he murmured slightly. If you don't intend to let me tag along, I won't do so. Zhang Yi noticed Uncle Yu's disappointment, thought about it, and changed his words. This time, he said, we are just going there to understand the situation in Linhai City. If we need help at that time, I will contact you and let you come there. Of course, these were just words to comfort Uncle Yu. But the same couldn't be said about the mutant leaders in the 3 major bases. However, if it is not necessary, he still wants them to guard Tianhai City while he's away. Anyhow, Uncle Yu's eyes light up when he heard Zhang Yi's remark. Well then, he said, you must remember to call me over when the time comes. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and replied, definitely. By the way, please notify the other bases. I need to rush over there and can't inform them. At this moment, Zhou Qier frowned her beautiful eyebrows with a worried look on her face. Why do I feel that this operation will be very dangerous? Are the opponents this time that formidable? Aren't there only 13 of them? Zhang Yi shook his head silently. I don't have any information about them, so naturally there is no way to talk about it. But I believe that after the recent battle, the Jiangnan district must have collected their information. So when the time comes, we will know. On the other hand, Yang Min, who had been sitting on the other side next to Zhang Yi, hugged his arm tightly, her soft body pressed against him. She also expressed her worry in a soft and coquettish manner. We are going to war again, and I'm really worried that something might happen to you. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to hold her soft waist, and felt her beautiful figure. Don't worry, I know what to do. This time the Jiangnan region is the leader, and the investigation team is the main force. So we will just be playing a supporting role. I, Zhang Yi, have a life principle. If I am rich, I will help the world. If I am poor, I will take care of myself. When the time comes, I will act on the premise of protecting myself, and I will not be a hero. Hearing this, Yang Min was a little reassured. After a brief explanation, Zhang Yi got up and planned to set off immediately. He later informed Lan Xinqing about the time of his arrival, so the special train from Blizzard City would come to pick him up. Early the next day, the two, fully armed, and together with Flower, left the shelter. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi's profile and was a little hesitant to speak. Her abnormality was obvious and Zhang Yi naturally noticed. So before they set off, he calmly asked her, if there's anything you'll like to say, just tell me. Hearing this, Liang Yu frowned slightly and asked without any delay, Zhang Yi, if one day we are no longer valuable to you, will you abandon us? Liang Yu's question was not without reason. This time, Zhang Yi only took her and Flower to Blizzard City, but refused to take Uncle Yu and the others. Although Zhou Qier, Yang Min, and Lu Karen were easy to understand because they were auxiliary mutants after all. The same couldn't be said about Uncle Yu and Chunlei. They were both combat mutants, and Zhang Yi didn't take them along for one primary reason. Thus, their combat power was not enough in the upcoming battle. This inevitably made Liang Yu, who was also a member of the team, feel a little worried. After listening to Liang Yu's question, Zhang Yi showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth as the two got in the car. Zhang Yi did not directly answer Liang Yu's question, but asked a question instead. Teacher Liang, do you think I am the kind of person who is eager to build a strong force and continuously develop my own team? Liang Yu blinked, isn't that the case? Zhang Yi glanced at Liang Yu and answered decisively, of course not. In the past months after the end of the world, It seems that the size of our team had grew poorly. But I have never planned to create a large force to dominate the world to the best of my capabilities. Don't forget that I can now integrate all the forces in Tianhai City at any time. But have you seen me do it? Liang Yu showed a thoughtful look. Not only did you not do it, but it also seems you really have no intention of doing so. Even though Zhang Yi took the people from the 3 major bases as his subordinates, he never had any intention of managing them. This was indeed not what an ambitious person should do. Zhang Yi continued calmly. When the end of the world first came, I kept gathering talents because I needed to protect myself, and everyone could only survive better if they clung together. At that time, I selected the players for my own benefit, but now that the most difficult years have passed, and the relationship between you and I are no longer just one of mutual benefit. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu, and his eyes became gentle. We are a family now. How can a family member dislike someone who is less useful due to their smaller role? Even if you can't do anything, as long as you can accompany me, that's enough. Zhang Yi's eyes were full of sincerity, which made Liang Yu, who had some grudges in her heart, feel relieved. Liang Yu sat in the co-pilot seat, with flour lying on her long legs that were just right. She smiled awkwardly, agreeing with Zhang Yi's words. That's good. In fact, I have long regarded everyone as my own family. I hope we can all live well in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi nodded slightly with a sheepish smile. That's right. So you are not allowed to have such thoughts in the future. How can a family doubt each other? Liang Yu lowered her head, a little embarrassed. I was thinking too much. Sorry. Zhang Yi thought to himself, I am not a devil. In essence, Zhang Yi thinks he is just an ordinary person. He is not very kind, nor does he have too many evil aspects. All he wants is to survive in peace during the end of the world. It would be even better if there were a group of companions who could give him warmth. People always need a little spiritual comfort. Therefore, even if Uncle Yu and Chunlei could not help Zhang Yi during battles in the future, his superficial attitude towards them would not change. Having a group of trustworthy people to accompany you was already precious in the end of the world. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu came to the Zaimaishan subway station. He put away his car, went to the platform, and waited for the special train to pick him up. The patent arrived on the agreed time, and the female attendant was still the familiar robot. This time, since there was no need to pick up people in other cities, it took less than 2 hours to reach Blizzard City. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu got off the special train, and Flower squatted on Zhang Yi's shoulder as usual. The platform was quiet, with only a few soldiers guarding it with guns. But Zhang Yi met a few old friends. The current captain of the Black Robe investigation team, Bailey Changqing, and old acquaintances Wu Di and Meng Xiu. The 3 of them were all dressed in their usual combat uniforms. After seeing Zhang Yi, Bailey Changqing and Meng Xiu both had smiles on their faces. Although Wu Di still looked arrogant, his eyes still revealed a hint of respect when he looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, welcome to Blizzard City. You've come at the perfect time. Bailey Changqing walked over with a big laugh and gave Zhang Yi a bear hug. A bit taken aback, Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Why are you here?" The captain of one of the 6 major investigation teams actually came to greet Zhang Yi in person. This was more or less strange, although they were old acquaintance. When did he become so famous? Bailey Changqing let go of Zhang Yi and replied with a smile. Zhu Zheng asked me to come and pick you up. To be honest, I am a little surprised that you agreed to join this operation. Zhang Yi understood that it must be the fact that he had eliminated the Mutant Alliance in Day City that attracted Zhu Zheng's attention. After hearing Bailey Changqing's words, Zhang Yi just smiled calmly. Do you think it's possible for me to refuse? Bailey Changqing's smile became even stronger. That's different. Zhu Zheng said that you were very cooperative this time and immediately agreed to come to Blizzard City. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. This isn't a strange thing, right? Even though I may not look like it, I can't stay out of the situation when facing foreign enemies, right? Zhang Yi was not stupid. Bailey Changqing nodded approvingly with a sigh. You are right. This trouble is indeed more serious than we imagined. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi's face became serious. What is going on? Is the Eclipse group that strong? They really were able to wipe out 10 mutant troops just like that? Bailey Changqing replied in a deep voice. It's much more serious than you can imagine. Not to mention you, even Zhu Zheng was shocked when he heard what happened at that time. The power of the eclipse moon reveals a sense of weirdness. They're just a strange bunch. Do you know how long it took them to deal with those 10 mutant troops? Zhang Yi stared at him curiously. How long? 1 hour. Bailey Changqing said word by word. What? Zhang Yi was shocked. 1 hour? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if Bienen Junwu led all the members of the Black Robe Squad, it would be impossible to do it in his prime. Because there are too many uncertainties in war. When you don't know the enemy, you need to carefully test and reasonably allocate troops to fight. If this battle is a fight between the Black Robe Squad and the 10 mutant teams, Zhang Yi guessed that it would take approximately 10 days. Even when Bienen Junwu were to use Nirvana, the outcome wouldn't be significantly reduced from 10 days. After all, when a person's abilities are exposed, others will naturally take corresponding measures to deal with it. Anyway, at this moment, Bailey Chongqing quickly covered Zhang Yi's mouth with a hand. He needed to keep his voice down in the open. Let's talk while we walk. In fact, let's go to the bar and have a good chat. Hearing this, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, shouldn't you take me directly to see Zhu Zhang? Inwardly, Zhang Yi thought that if Zhu Zhang asked Bailey Chongqing to pick him up, but Bailey Chongqing was rather taking him out for a drink, then it means that there was something extremely wrong. Bailey Chongqing seems to notice Zhang Yi's worry and smiled as he tried to reassure him. Don't worry, this time Zhu Zhang is really angry. He had even summoned all the experts from the entire Jiangnan region, not just you. And this mobilization also requires a meeting with other senior executives in the region to discuss together. As for the specifics of the situation, I don't know much about it. He spread his hands and continued leisurely, stating that after all, Zhang Yi should understand that he is just a fighter. A strange look flashed on Zhang Yi's face when he heard this. Just a fighter? I'm afraid it's not that simple. To put things bluntly, it seems that Bailey Chongqing's strength is too weak and is still a long way from the level of Bienen Junwu or Deng Shintong. And although he was reluctantly promoted to serve as the captain of the Black Robe Squad, several other people may not recognize his identity due to the power gap of a captain's level. Otherwise, he would not be unaware of the specifics of the situation. With these thoughts, Zhang Yi just simply nodded and motioned for them to lead the way. Okay then, let's go. The two walked ahead, side by side, as the others silently followed behind. They then took the stairs and exited the subway station. After leaving the subway station, they got inside a city's car and soon arrived at the password bar. Inside, they head directly for the sectional box specifically reserved for Bailey Chongqing. Obviously, this experience was not the first time for Zhang Yi, but it is for teacher Liang. The group sat on a large white sofa when they entered the room. Liang Yu, not sitting far from Zhang Yi, took a curious look at the surrounding scene. With his legs leisurely crossed, Bailey Chongqing called the waitress and asked for 2 bottles of whiskey. Wu Di and Meng Xiu also ordered their drinks. Zhang Yi and Miss Liang, what would you like to drink? Zhang Yi reached out and stroked Flower's soft fur. I want 2 glasses of milk. The moment Zhang Yi made this request, the expression on everyone's faces, including the waitress, immediately became weird. Wu Di couldn't help but complain. Drinking milk in the bar, that's the first. Zhang Yi raised his head and explained. Zhu Zhang may summon me at any time. Do you want me to go to see him reeking of alcohol? Bailey Chongqing maintained his smile and replied calmly. That's true. But you may not know that Zhu Zhang also often has a drink. After all, the weather is too cold, and white wine has become an important drink for people. At this moment, Liang Yu suddenly made an order for a cup of oolong tea. It seems these two were really being modest. So Bailey Chongqing simply asked the waitress to serve them their request and also add some white wine. When the waitress left the room, Bailey Chongqing dropped the smile on his face, sat up straight, and immediately got down to business. The situation in Linhai City is very complicated. If it weren't for this, Zhu Zhang and other senior officials wouldn't have been so cautious in deploying troops. As for the Eclipse Group, we actually collected some information through our own intelligence channels. They are very strong, and each of them is a Delta-level mutant. When they were in Neon, they were active in Kanto. Even the highest organization in Kanto, Izumo, didn't have a good experience with them. In other words, they simply could not deal with them at all. But even so, it is absolutely impossible for them to destroy 10 mutant troops so easily without any preparation. This news made Zhang Yi frown slightly, his back feeling a little cold. Are you saying that there are spies in Blizzard City who have revealed all our actions to them? Bailey Chongqing held his chin with a slight frown of his own and replied slowly. This possibility does exist, although it's not great. After the end of the world, in order to prevent someone from attacking Blizzard City through information channels, the headquarters has adopted the most advanced information defense measures. The operations center is one of the most important departments in Blizzard City, and its security level is S level. No one can leak information from there silently. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly, but if they didn't have complete control of the intelligence of the 10 mutant armies, they would have never been able to wipe them out so easily. Exactly, this is also what confuses us. Bailey Chongqing crossed his arms and laid back on the sofa, continuing in a deep voice. Don't forget, this is a great era full of mutant creatures. None of us knows what kind of mutants the other side has. Perhaps this is the ability of a certain mutant in the other team. Zhang Yi's breathing was a little heavy. You mean the ability to predict the future? If there is such an ability, then what can we use to fight this battle? No matter what you do, the enemy can predict the trajectory of all your actions. It's like playing rock, paper, scissors, but you have to go first. Obviously, this disadvantage does not sit well at all with Zhang Yi, as Bailey Chongqing added. It's just a guess now, and we don't have conclusive evidence yet. But I don't think it's that exaggerated. Think about it. If they really have such ability, they could have completely taken down all the mutant organizations in Neon. Why bother crossing the sea to another country? Zhang Yi lets out a heavy sigh and stated that it turns out that the intelligence collection of Blizzard City is not sufficient. That's not the case, Bailey Chongqing replied. We've already paid a heavy price to get their information. When Zhang Yi heard this, the relaxed smile on his face slowly disappeared and turned into contempt. The costs you just mentioned refer to the first 10 mutant organizations that applied to go to Linhai City, right? Bailey Chongqing seemed to remember at this time that Zhang Yi was also the leader of an outer city faction, or in this case, factions. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yi was too strong that Bailey Chongqing always looked at him separately from other mutants from the outer cities. There is nothing we can do about it. Bailey Chongqing, a bit embarrassed, lowered his head slightly and said with a wry smile, but it seems unnecessary because Zhang Yi shrugged, totally unbothered by the obvious loss. Well, it doesn't matter now, and it has nothing to do with me anyway. Speaking of which, I should thank you for reminding me at the beginning. Zhang Yi had no opinion on the actions of Zhu Zhang and the other high-level officials in Blizzard City. This is a war. If the chess players want to seize the general, it is impossible to keep every chess piece. There must be chess pieces to sacrifice. As long as it is not him, Zhang Yi, who is sacrificed, it doesn't matter. But this also resolved Zhang Yi's vigilance in his heart, making it stronger than ever. Although he came with the intention of expelling foreign enemies, he would never agree to be cannon fodder. Suddenly, another idea emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. By the way, do you think there are any Epsilon-level mutant among them? Bailey Chongqing was silent for a moment. Wu Di and the others present couldn't help but look at him, patiently waiting for a reply. An Epsilon-level powerhouse. These words have extremely huge magic power. And in the Battle of Tianhai City, they have seen what a terrifying existence it is. Surely, neither of them wants to face such an existence again. Also, if Eclipse Moon really had such a member, then it would be much more reasonable to kill the 10 mutant teams in a second. Why do it in an hour? Bailey Chongqing decisively denied this statement. No, there was a video recording of the battlefield at that time, and we clearly saw those Ronin take action. Although their strength is good, they are definitely not at the level of Epsilon. Zhang Yi nodded hopefully. If that's the case, there is still a chance. Those are Ronin after all, not a little girl with little combat experience like Yuan Konga. If there really is an Epsilon, even if Zhang Yi goes there is a possibility that he will be killed. Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing chatted some more. And within that time, Zhang Yi tried to find out the situation in Linhai City, especially the information about Eclipse Moon. He had already sensed that, if nothing unexpected happens, he would have to go to the battlefield. At this time, he had to collect as much information as possible. But Bailey Chongqing didn't know much about the situation in Linhai City either. The real core information was only in the hands of Zhu Zhang, Tu Yunlai, and the other senior officials. But seeing Zhang Yi's serious look, he smiled and encouraged. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. For this operation, you guys from the outer city are just assisting. If it weren't for the lack of manpower in the investigation team, you wouldn't even need to come. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing curiously. Will you be going? Bailey Chongqing shook his head with a gloomy look. It is said that we haven't recovered from the injuries of the last mission, so we shouldn't participate in this operation. The battle with Yuan Konga left everyone in the Black Robe team with serious injuries. But this reason was obviously a bit perfunctory. With the medical conditions in Blizzard City, most people's injuries would have recovered long ago. A clear example is Wu Di, who was full of energy now. To put it bluntly, it is because Bienen Junwu is dead and Bailey Chongqing cannot support this team with his current strength. Indirectly, the team cannot take on such a difficult task. Bailey Chongqing smiled and raised a finger to emphasize that Zhang Yi needn't need to worry. If nothing unexpected happens, the Celestial team will take on this mission. They have never failed a mission before when they take action. At this moment, a doorbell suddenly rang from outside the room, and seconds after, the waitress brought in the drinks. She cautiously served the group by placing their order on the small black plexiglass table in front of them and took her leave. Zhang Yi took the 2 glasses of milk, one for Flower and the other for himself. He turned his gaze back to Bailey Chongqing and spoke in a calm tone. Can be seen that you have great confidence in them. Bailey Chongqing drank his whiskey while staring at Zhang Yi, who was waiting for him to reply. Although the 6 major investigation teams are not convinced by each other, it is difficult to tell who is better. But the God team is indeed the one with the highest mission completion rate. The points they have obtained have always been at the top of the list of the 6 major investigation teams. Wu Di couldn't help but questioned. Isn't it because their family is rich? Zhang Yi almost couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this. But he soon wiped the smile from the corner of his mouth and added, "You mean he relies on the resources of the Deng family, right?" Everyone except for Liang Yu knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. And to the remark made earlier, Bailey Chongqing nodded in agreement. That's right. The Deng family itself is an important force in Blizzard City. And Blizzard City relies heavily on them in terms of technology, especially in the field of biotechnology. Origin bullets, various compounds that can strengthen mutants, are all from their Deng group. And Deng Shintong, as the direct descendant of the Deng family, is naturally the object of their full cultivation. Zhang Yi drank his milk silently, and his sharp mind seemed to have caught on to something. Why does it sound a bit like creating a god? If Deng Shintong maintains this state, his prestige may even surpass the other 6 teams in the future. It's even possible that he will become Zhu Zheng's successor, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. This topic was a bit sensitive. But the Deng family's actions are too obvious, and many people knew what's going on. Bailey Chongqing, without hesitation, even added that Blizzard City was now very dependent on the Deng family. Although Zhu Zhang is the supreme commander of Blizzard City, he also needs to give some face to the patriarch of the Deng family. It's not surprising that they want to take advantage of the chaos to gain more benefits. When he was done speaking, he suddenly laughed and raised the whiskey in his hand cheerfully. What do these things have to do with us warriors? No matter who is in power, as long as he can make everyone live comfortably, we will just follow his orders. Let's drink. Zhang Yi smiled and raised up the milk in his hand. Of course, the two clinked the glasses and finished their respective drinks happily. Milk for Zhang Yi and whiskey for Bailey Chongqing. Meanwhile, when Zhang Yi arrived in Blizzard City, a meeting with only a few people was taking place in the high-level conference room of the Operations Center building. Zhu Zhang, the Supreme Commander of the Jiangnan region, Lan Xinqing, the Secretary of the Commander's Office, and Sun Lushuan, the guard who is almost inseparable from Zhu Zhang. In addition to these 3 people, the next is Tu Yunlai, the Director of the Operation Department, Deng Yuanhua, the Chairman of the Deng Group, and Deng Shintong, the Captain of the God Squad. These people were the most powerful figures in the entire Jiangnan region, except for the 4 captains of the investigation team who are on missions outside. And currently, they've gathered together just because of one person. A person who was released by the Eclipse organization, the leader of the Yunzhou forces, Li Tianlong. In the first battle, all 10 forces sent to Linhai City were destroyed, and Li Tianlong was the only one left alive to deliver a message. But when he returned to Blizzard City, he quickly lost his vitality. And from the satellite phone on him, they found something that the Eclipse organization sent to Blizzard City. After a thorough inspection, this important information was delivered to Zhu Zhang as soon as possible. And this is exactly why Zhu Zhang had summoned so many high-level people from Blizzard City. Seeing the USB drive on the table in front of him, Deng Yuanbo questioned, "Is this what was in the pocket of Li Tianlong's body?" "Yes," Zhu Zhang replied and gave Lan Xinqing the go-ahead to play the video for everyone to watch. At this time, the lights in the conference room were reduced to a suitable degree. Lan Xinqing inserted the flash drive into the side of a laptop and played the video on a huge screen in the conference room. When the huge screen lit up, and then the face of Fengguang Yuanjin, the boss of the Eclipse organization, appeared. The man who wore a gray newsboy cap and liked to wear a gray suit vest. The big shots of Blizzard City sat upright, all wanting to see what this arrogant Ronin fucker wanted in their country. After the video played for a few seconds, the man in his 30s showed a very bright smile to the camera, waved, and greeted. Feng Guangyuan spoke in his native tongue, but the top brass of Blizzard City were equipped with translation tools. "Hello everyone in the Jiangnan region. It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. I'm Fengguang Yuanjin, the leader of the Eclipse Group, and I'm glad to meet you all. Recently, it seems that there have been some minor conflicts between our 2 sides, which really makes us both very unhappy." He made a gesture of pressing his hands down, with a serious expression on his face. "I think we should all calm down at this point. In fact, we shouldn't become enemies, because continuing to fight will not benefit either of us." He raised a finger, smiling confidently with a cunning and indifferent light in his eyes. "What we want is very simple. Just a piece of land in the area you call Central Plains for us to live on. Anyway, so many people in your country have died, and such a huge land is simply never going to be used anytime soon. so why not give some of it to us poor wanderers? Of course, we will be very grateful for your kindness and will always remember it. If you continue to fight, your fate will be the same as that of the previous mutant troops. I believe you have seen the consequences, so please don't continue this farce. As long as you withdraw all the soldiers, promise not to attack us in the future, and give us a piece of land. Then we will not massacre the people on this land anymore. Feng Guangyuanjin narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth smiled like a fox. Please think it over carefully. I will be waiting for your response. The video basically ends there, and the faces of everyone in the conference room turned very ugly like they had eaten a huge chunk of heavy shit. No one was not surprisingly angry. These damn Ronin are too arrogant. They actually have such great ambitions to come to our country to claim a territory. A loud bang reverberated throughout the entire conference room as Zhu Zhang slammed the table on the spot. As a soldier, his eyes were almost on fire. They are too rampant. These Ronin are so bold that they dare to run to our land like cockroaches to make trouble. We must annihilate them, destroy them on the spot, leaving no one behind. Deng Yuanbo, the chairman of the Deng Group and Deng Shintong's uncle, grabbed his chin and suggested with a sly smile, "Why go through so much trouble to deal with them? Can't you just use the god of death of love to lock and bomb them?" Deng Yuanbo was a little short in his 50s but looked younger than his actual age, with smooth skin and no wrinkles. But his Buddha-like face always had a slight smile, which was always a clear reminder of how harmony brings wealth. Deng Yuanbo was the head of the Deng family, and his name, also known as the Eight-Faced Buddha, rarely show any other expression apart from his smile. In the field of science and technology in Blizzard City, the Deng Group provided at least half of the help, so Zhu Zhang had to give him some face. When Deng Shintong heard his uncle's suggestion, he suddenly stood up. His slender physique and resolute eyes all revealed his confidence. "Commander Zhu Zhang, let me lead my team to destroy them. Give me a day, and I will come to see you with their heads." Zhu Zhang looked at Deng Shintong, and a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Young people are just energetic. But at this moment, a cough sounded in the conference room, and this sound made Zhu Zhang look sideways. Deng Yuanbo tried to reprimand his nephew, but Deng Shintong was not having it. He immediately continued anxiously, "Uncle, they are just some vagrants. Why bother to mobilize so many troops, or use the god of death of love? I can take people over and kill them directly, can't I?" Deng Yuanbo looked at Deng Shintong with a smile and spoke gently, almost pleading, "Dear nephew, don't get too excited. Please take a seat and calm down. You young people are really something. You get carried away easily when you encounter something. Why don't you use your brain to think carefully about it first?" Deng Shintong listened to his uncle's words and sat back in his seat seconds after. But from his dissatisfied expression and the continuous tapping on the table with his fingers, it can be seen that he still wants to fight the Eclipse group. Zhu Zhang looked at Deng Yuanbo, then back at everyone with a serious expression. "Mr. Deng, the god of death of love cannot be used casually." He interlocked his fingers under his chin and continued, "The number of god of death of love in our Jiangnan district is limited, and every time it is used, it must be explained to the other regions. Besides, if we use this kind of killer weapon on our own land just to deal with a small group of Ronin organizations, wouldn't it tell the others that there is no one capable in my Jiangnan district? I'm afraid that by then, the whole world will laugh at us." Deng Yuanbo smiled and shook his head. "Compared to appearance, I think substance is more important. After all, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that they are a group of hyenas. We haven't yet figured out the complete strength of this Ronin organization. Although the 10 mutant organizations were all mutants from the outer city, there were still somewhat a powerful force. But this somewhat powerful force was completely wiped out by the eclipse moon in just 1 hour. I even think our investigation team would find it difficult to do such a thing." Deng Yuanbo's attitude was also very clear. This mission was too dangerous, and he didn't want his nephew to take risks. Deng Shintong was a talent that their Deng family focused on cultivating, and they had high hopes for the future. However, the image of the son of a rich family sitting idly by did not sit well with Deng Shintong. So, when carrying out every mission, the Deng family would use all their strength to obtain enough intelligence before taking action. However, the same couldn't be done with the current situation. The Jiangnan district has too little information about the Eclipse group. Deng Yuanbo was worried. At this time, the Minister of Operations, Tu Yunlai, spoke up in a deep voice. "I don't think that the Eclipse group is stronger than the investigation team. According to our investigation, they are from Neon Kanto, and its members are of complex composition. They include gangsters, office workers, shrine maidens, and even students and stay-at-home people. Even though they have awakened their superpowers, they have not received professional training like the investigation team. This can be seen from the previous video. They are just laymen, so it is easy for them to appear strong. However, this is not the case. In terms of combat quality, the God Squad is completely beyond them, Zhu Zhang also added. And this time, it is not only the members of the God Squad who are involved in this operation. I have also transferred some of the best and most outstanding mutants from the outer cities to cooperate with them. These people, together with the God Squad, and the direct assistance of the entire Jiangnan region. It is definitely not a problem to take down these Ronin. Deng Yuanbo could only smile when he saw Zhu Zhang speaking so seriously. Although as the head of the Deng family, he has a certain status and position in Blizzard City, so it is impossible for him to openly sing a different tune from Zhu Zhang. However, he tactfully proposed another suggestion. Deng Yuanbo grabbed his chin and gave an alternative. In that case, can we first transfer the members of the other investigation teams back to participate in this operation? Lan Xinqing pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and replied calmly. The Devil, Samsara, and the other two investigation teams are all carrying out very important tasks. In terms of the mission level, I'm afraid it won't be much lower than Linhai City. The Jiangnan region is too big after all, so no one can be idle. Hearing the names of the other investigation teams, Deng Shintong frowned immediately. There is no need to wait for them to come back. For this mission, our celestial team is enough. If we wait for them to come back, I'm afraid these guys would have already run away. There is a subtle competitive relationship between the 6 major investigation teams, and each leader all hope to become the undisputed leader among the leaders of the 6 major investigation teams. Deng Shintong, the noble son, cares greatly about his reputation. If it gets out that he had asked the other investigation teams to assist him in carrying out a mission, where will that leave his face? Wouldn't he be made fun of? Deng Yuanbo frowned slightly and glanced at his nephew, feeling a little helpless. But before he could say anything, Zhu Zhang made the decision directly. You're right. Time waits for no one. It would be terrible if these guys run to other cities and goes on a killing spree. Let the God team be responsible for this mission. We must end this farce quickly. Even though they know there are risks, there are also some things they must do. The meaning of the investigation team's existence is not to let them do 100% safe tasks, but to use their own strength and blood to create a bright and clear world for this country. Deng Shintong immediately got up, saluted and spoke firmly. Yes, Commander. Zhu Zhang looked at him with a stern expression, but his eyes were somewhat soft. After all the mutants from the outer cities arrive, you have to meet them. After all, they will be cooperating with your actions. Unexpectedly, Deng Shintong suddenly asked Zhu Zhang if Zhang Yi from Tianhai City will be involved in this operation. Hearing this, Zhu Zhang smiled with a knowing look and replied that Zhang Yi's name was indeed on the list. And with that, the scene shifted back to Zhang Yi and the others at the password bar. At this time, Zhang Yi had learned about some changes in Linhai City and had already made some calculations in his mind. Of course, his personal safety was still the primary principle of the operation. While ensuring his own safety, he would try to kill as many Ronin as possible. After all, the eclipse moon only had less than 20 people. During their conversation, he'd come to realize that the eclipse moon could cause an overwhelming chaos in Linhai City only because the mutants there had no power to restrain them. The jurisdiction of the Jiangnan district was too large, and it was impossible to concentrate a large number of troops to deal with them. Otherwise, if the 6 major investigation teams and the 5,000 Yenyun guards took action, there would be no possibility of winning even if the number of the eclipse moon doubled several times. Therefore, the end of this farce was inevitable, but the process was still unpredictable. The eclipse moon could not be stupid enough to fight the Jiangnan district to the end. If they chose to escape or kept wandering around the Jiangnan district, that would be the most troublesome problem. Except for Blizzard City, the headquarters of the Jiangnan district, there was almost no city in the Jiangnan district that could compete with them. After all, it was an organization that gathered the most vicious thugs in Kanto. However, Tianhai City was an exception. If they run to Zhang Yi's territory, they can't get any advantage. But Zhang Yi doesn't want to see that result. A while later, Zhang Yi received a notice from Lan Xinqing. He was told to report at the combat center in the morning the next day to attend a combat meeting. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly after seeing the news. I thought Zhu Zhang would talk to me alone. It seems that I thought too much. He shrugged at Bailey Chongqing. This is a good thing. Zhang Yi was actually happy not to be noticed. This meant that Zhu Zhang didn't care too much about his existence. Bailey Chongqing just laughed and gently patted him on the back. Like I said earlier, there are too many experts summoned from the outer city this time around, so it's not just you. Also, it's not convenient for Zhu Zhang to meet every one of you lot one by one. It's better for everyone to chat together. After all, this time it involves very important and complicated things. You guys don't know a lot of information, and he can't explain it to you guys one by one. Zhang Yi nodded. That's good. He was also very interested in the top experts in the outer cities. There were too many people last time, and he couldn't tell which one was strong and which one was weak. But this time, due to the special nature of the mission, the people who were summoned must be experts with extraordinary strength. It would be better to build a beneficial connection with them. When Zhang Yi thought about this, he subconsciously regarded himself as the person with the least strength in the entire Jiangnan region. This had always been Zhang Yi's old problem. His overly cautious attitude makes him accustomed to paying attention to others, holding them in high regards while doing the opposite when it comes to himself. This was his way of not underestimating anyone. With a smile, Zhang Yi reached out and took his glass of milk as Bailey Chongqing did the same with his whiskey. Then let's drink together. Bailey Chongqing smiled and agreed cheerfully. Okay, let's drink to our heart's content.